but who could make a positive contribution to its development. Eden set particular store by this aspect of the party's revival. Eden would never have described himself as an intellectual, but he was an exceptionally cultivated and well-read politician with many friends in the world of scholarship, and his new work in the city opened to him other areas of interest from which he learned much. The labor obsession with nationalizing almost everything and massively increasing the power of the central government worried him deeply, but it was undeniably popular. The Conservatives had to provide an alternative that was sensible practically, had political appeal, and could be sold to a reluctant Churchill and Parliament and outside. The Butler-Clark team brought into politics a number of exceptionally able young men, including Michael Fraser, Peter Goldman, Maudling, Enoch Powell, and Lane MacLeod, and the acceptance of Swinton's offer of part of his Yorkshire castle as a residential college for the party created an opportunity that became an institution for party debate and argument, the making of new friendships, and much conviviality. Under the leadership of Reginald Northam and then Clark, Swinton College was able to replace the pre-war country house political weekends, and its importance and value were incalculable. Its passing in the frugal 1970s after Swinton's death was much to be lamented, as was the incorporation of the research department from its happy home in Queen Anne Street into the gloomy and gossip-ridden portals of Central Office in Smith Square. What is difficult to convey is how enjoyable this period was for everyone involved. Given virtually a free hand by the leader, they were in the business of rebuilding the Tory party, indeed, building a new Tory party out of the ashes of the old. There was an exhilaration in those days, and an enthusiasm and sense of purpose upon which all involved look back with real nostalgia. The kind of conservatism they were attempting to create was to be both a response and a reaction to socialism, but to present a positive and intellectually firmly based alternative. Eden, who detested the pre-war Tory party, championed this new radicalism enthusiastically and set out to lead it from the front. No one else apart from Churchill could do this, and Eden also relished the opportunity to leave foreign affairs for a period and to plunge into new waters, himself quite clear as to the right direction to be pursued. Oliver Stanley's witticism that the party had become all Eton and Magdalen, pronounced Eden and Maudling, had much truth in it. Sadly, Stanley himself was not destined to live to serve in a conservative government. His relatively early death was described by Bracken as one of the greatest blows suffered by the Tory party. So radical was the new thinking that there was now serious talk of even changing the party's name, the Young Turks arguing persuasively that the very word conservative was a liability, notably with conservative-inclined liberals, whom they were eager to win over with their new programs and outlook and to bring into an anti-socialist electoral pact. Eden was particularly keen on the latter aspect, which sometimes required his personal intervention to persuade conservative associations not to put up their own candidates, but to support the Liberal in return for reciprocal arrangements by the Liberals. This was not always easy to manage, but by Maxwell Fyfe for party reorganization, associations were notably more meek and responsive to leadership guidance than they later became. Most difficulties were eventually resolved, although on occasion it was necessary to invoke the personal intervention of Churchill himself. The proposal to change the party's name led to some long and sometimes heated meetings and lengthy correspondence. There were those who favored the Constitutional Party, others advocated the new Democratic Party, others simply wanted to call it the Unionist Party. But it was not only the reactionaries who were troubled. Traditionalists, looking back to the party of Peel and Disraeli, disliked the idea of making so comprehensive a switch from the past, and so the notion gradually faded away. In his annual speech to the Warwick and Leamington Conservative Association in the summer of 1946, Eden made his first major speech on the philosophy of conservatism and the future course of the party. We recognize that there is indeed much to be put right. Our social and economic structure needs to be continually amended and improved if it is to be kept up to date. But it must, we believe, be based upon firm foundations, which take account of our national character, if it is to be strong and enduring. The growth of modern industrial society, the steady spread of Marxist materialism, led inevitably to the development of a society where the emphasis is increasingly upon quantity. The final development of this process must be the reduction of our society to a single, drab, dull monotone. We are fundamentally opposed to such a conception. We believe in emphasizing quality. We believe that the strength and the greatness of this country depend on the quality of our institutions, the quality of our industrial processes, and, above all, upon the quality of our individual citizens. It is our intention to develop such qualities to the full, and this, to my mind, can only be done in a society where there is maximum of freedom for the development of the individual, and where effort and quality are accorded their due reward. We must, as a party, at all times base our approach to the problems of government and statecraft upon realism, upon practical requirements. We must not be tempted by the doctrinaire approach of our socialist opponents to fall ourselves into the pit of doctrinaire anti-socialism. All prejudices are equally fatal to good government. It is wrong to oppose nationalization on grounds of prejudice, as it is to support nationalization from blind subservience to a theory As this 20th century develops, it becomes ever more apparent that the problem of the relation of the individual to the state is the most urgent and vexatious problem of politics. It is not a problem to which one can give a single answer. It is as foolish to say that the state should have no authority over individual lives as it is to say that the individual has no right to freedom from the state. In October, the Conservative Conference was held at Blackpool, and apart from Churchill's, Eden's was the principal speech. It was a long and detailed one, but the key passage and the most quoted was, "Propound. There is one principle underlying our approach to all these problems, a principle on which we stand in fundamental opposition to socialism. The objective of socialism is state ownership of all the means of production, distribution, and exchange. Our objective is a nation-wide property-owning democracy. These objectives are fundamentally opposed. Whereas the socialist purpose is the concentration of ownership in the hands of the state, ours is the distribution of ownership over the widest practicable number of individuals. Man should be master of his environment, not its slave." That is what freedom means. It is precisely in the conception of ownership that man achieves mastery over his environment. Upon the institution of property depends the fulfillment of individual personality and the maintenance of individual liberty. It is essential that the worker in industry should have the status of an individual and not of a mere cog in a soulless machine. To substitute the state for the private employer as boss won't give the worker that status. He will never have it under socialism, nor will he achieve it in the economy of the 20th century under a system of free enterprise unless we are prepared to foster and encourage schemes for the distribution of capital ownership over a wide area, and for giving men and women a closer interest and share in the purpose and operation of the industry that employs them. One of the principal frustrations in working with Eden on a speech was his habit of cutting out any phrase that could be dramatic or memorable, but he luckily did not do it with property-owning democracy, which was seized upon eagerly by the conference and the press, and his themes of the individual and incentive and the relationship between the individual and the state have become central to all post-1945 conservative political thought. Eden recognized, as did Butler, that the state has and must have a beneficent role, but that if it intruded too far and became too dominant, not only was efficiency at stake, but basic human liberties. Industrial co-partnership between employer and employee was as vital as home ownership. To this theme he returned again and again with great effect. Those conservatives who wanted to go back to complete laissez-faire policies were discomfited and were, if only temporarily, silenced. The story of how the industrial charter was developed under Butler's chairmanship belongs more to Butler's biography than to Eden's, but Eden was a strong supporter of the work of his Industrial Policy Committee, and the eventual industrial charter was considered, amended, and approved by the conservative front bench team under Eden's chairmanship. The charter was on exactly the lines he had pronounced at Blackpool, and its themes were increased incentive, co-partnership, contracts of service, equal pay for equal work, the reduction of taxation and controls, the shrinking of the civil service, and a pragmatic approach to deny conservative government in the 1950s. Churchill was not overwhelmingly enthusiastic or even much interested in the charter, and, as Butler has written, his ultimate imprimatur was not so much obtained as divined. Butler and his team had gone to great trouble to seek opinion in the country and in Parliament, and to explain their salient concerns and proposals, in itself a model of party consultation at all levels that should have set a precedent, but did not. The Beaverbrook Press, characteristically, saw the proposals as diluted socialism, but the general reaction was very positive and even enthusiastic. The charter was published on the 12th May, and on the 17th, Eden addressed an audience of over 20,000 at Cardiff Castle, describing it as a sincere and sober attempt to place the issue fairly before the country and to propound remedies for our present and growing ills. Its purpose is to bring government, capital, and labor together in a common partnership in pursuit of a common objective. We hold out to the people a prospect of true freedom and fuller achievement. This was the first of many speeches that he made that summer and autumn to give publicity and support to the charter. So successful had been the operation and so positive the response that there was now a call for more charters, which duly appeared on agriculture, imperial policy, on Wales and on Scotland. There was even a women's charter. If none had the public impact of the industrial charter, they demonstrated that the Conservatives were thinking their way through the post-war problems and producing fresh proposals, while the Labour government remorselessly ran out of time, energy, and ideas. The Conservative Party's The Right Road for Britain in 1949 was a comprehensive blueprint for reform at home and abroad that had huge sales and much attention. Labour condescension began to turn to alarm when the more perceptive realized how far their opponents had gone from their 1945 position. The combination of a revivified conservatism and mounting disillusionment with Labour, as it tried to deal with a deteriorating economic and industrial situation without success, was a formidable one. Aneurin Bevan's introduction of the National Health Service was the one truly popular measure achieved by Labour, and its grudging acceptance by the Conservatives was a major political error. but by elections obstinately showed how strong labor support remained. This was a difficult period in Eden's life. The sadness of his parting from Beatrice may have played its part in the relentless activity of his life. Being leader of the opposition in all but name was often frustrating, and although he tried to curtail his speeches on foreign affairs and to concentrate on domestic issues, it was inevitable that he could not abandon the former. Altogether, Rhodes was not honorific and involved much hard work. He spoke often, traveled in the country a great deal, and put forward his doctrine of the three unities in foreign policy: unity with the Commonwealth and Empire, unity with Western Europe, and unity with the United States, which he claimed were not disparate, not incompatible, but complementary. The trouble was that, by giving each the same importance and balance, no particular priority was given to any, and it was well known to those around him that his commitment to unity with Western Europe was at best half-hearted. On his return from a world tour in 1949, the strain of carrying his several responsibilities was demonstrated when he collapsed while addressing a meeting of the United Nations Association. It turned out only to be a fainting fit, but it was a warning that he would have been wise to heed. However, apart from an appendix operation in 1948, his health was good, his ulcer had completely healed, and his energy and zest were impressive. Above all, he had shown that his interests were not confined to foreign affairs, and that he could give clear and thoughtful leadership to the Conservative Party during its revival. His personal popularity inside and outside the party had risen even higher. Political commentators, while recognizing this, found it difficult to explain. As the Liverpool Post mused, the explanation of this popularity is hard to discover. He is not an exciting speaker, he is not an originator of lively phrases or new ideas, but he is the born unifier. He is a master of producing the greatest measure of agreement from apparently incompatible elements. Here lies his secret. He is the man of common opinions but uncommon abilities that 100 years ago was Bagehot's description of the successful political leader. A profile in The Observer also concentrated on the phenomenon. How has it come about that Eden is one of the figures that is held to be representative of the country? Why is he one of the few men who can get a hearing from all classes of the community? There is no simple answer to such questions, but it seems probable that Anthony Eden's reputation is based even more on what he is than on what he has done. The figure of Anthony Eden is essentially a likable one. It is also one to respect, to achieve fame and remain modest, to have authority and remain gentle, to contend for power without becoming coarsened and cunning. These are major virtues, as rare in private life as in politics. Perhaps it is these qualities that have gained for Captain Eden, the Foreign Secretary who resigned, that special place in the regard of his countrymen which makes him one of the leading figures of our day. Conservative, with an imaginative and sensitive conception of what the Conservative Party should be, he was never a partisan. It was this that gave him a following that was probably larger outside the party than it was within, and the respect felt for him was a vital element in attracting people who were not natural conservatives to vote conservative. But, although he was invariably the darling of the party conference, and of all ladies' meetings, there were others who felt that he and Butler were taking the party down a perilously neo-socialist road, that he lacked combativeness and missed opportunities for assailing the government, that he was, like Churchill, not really a conservative at all, and that his courtesy towards the Labour Party was no way to treat such rabid Marxists, socialists, and destroyers of the British nation and empire. His appeal to the idealistic young was enormous. In 1945, he had been elected Chancellor of Birmingham University, and none could have had a more devoted and zealous Chancellor. If this was another burden, it was one which was immensely pleasurable for everyone, and his devotion to Birmingham was fully returned. As the extent of his papers on the university demonstrate, he was not a titular chancellor. Despite Eden's occasional irritation at Churchill's frequent absences and the consequent additional work put upon him, their relationship remained warm. When in January 1949 Eden celebrated 25 years in Parliament, Churchill, without Eden asking him, sent a glowing personal message to the celebrations in Warwick and Leamington. I send my hearty congratulations to your member on the completion of his first 25 years in Parliament. Warwick and Leamington has won national distinction by their choice and their steadfastness. Anthony and I have been colleagues and comrades heart and hand in some of the most formidable events of war, and we now work together to win for our country the prosperity and progress which are her due. Winston S. Churchill. After a visit to Chartwell in June 1950, Eden wrote, "My dear Winston, thank you so much for my delightful visit to Chartwell. I always enjoy the days I spend there so much. But this time seems so particularly kindly and memorable for me. It is never easy to express gratitude adequately, particularly, I think, if one feels it deeply. So that I have never been able to tell you, as I would, how much I valued the strength and loyalty of the friendship you have shown me in these difficult months. I shall never forget it, and it will always give me heart and courage in the worthy of the confidence you have shown in me. Yours ever, Anthony." Another example of Eden's integrity came in 1949 when the electoral boundaries were redrawn, gravely to his disadvantage. A new constituency was created, Stratford and South Warwickshire, that included most of the rural areas of the old Warwick and Leamington seat, which were solidly conservative, and left him with a predominantly industrial area. He could, with no dishonor, have moved to the new constituency, which was eager to have him as its member, but his commitment was such that he stuck to Warwick and Leamington, with all the attendant risks. This conspicuous example of loyalty was recognized and admired, and has never been forgotten. One can think of too many career politicians who would have taken a very different decision. It was exactly this kind of action that made Eden not only admired, but loved. He brought honor and dignity, kindness and loyalty to the often grubby trade of politics. Although they had not recaptured a single seat from Labour since 1945, the Conservatives went into the general election of February 1950 with high expectations of victory. They had a new program and many young and excellent candidates, probably the best the party has ever fielded, who included MacLeod, Maudling, Powell, Edward Heath, Robert Carr, Angus Maude, and Richard Fort. The disadvantage of Churchill's age was matched by his high prestige and by the relative youth of his team. Woolton had little interest in policies, but, with the great assistance of the Maxwell-Fyfe reforms, which were directly responsible for bringing in candidates with modest financial means, he had brought back enthusiasm to the associations, had rebuilt the organization and its finances, and had wrought wonders. The Tory party by 1950 bore hardly any resemblance to what it had been in 1945. Eden again played a leading part in the campaign, although he had to devote more time to Warwick and Leamington in the new circumstances, and his approach was national rather than partisan. This time Churchill was persuaded to take the same line, although not wholly with success as the pace of the campaign quickened, but the actual result was a deep disappointment. After an unforgettable night and morning on 2-3-24 February, when the Labour victories in the cities were wiped out by Conservative gains elsewhere and the Liberals underwent slaughter, the final fully justified his loyalty to his old constituency. The new Conservative MPs entered the Commons with enthusiasm and a determination to harass the government into defeat. These tactics were brutal, and included the eager exploitation of every procedural device to achieve long and late sittings to exhaust ministers and their supporters. It certainly did that, but it is not a period on which the believers in moderate courses can look with much satisfaction. Eden himself, although he had to play a full part in the House, had his doubts, but the mood in the parliamentary party and outside was of the one last push variety, and many were eager to make their names as soon as possible in opposition so that they would be rewarded when office came. These methods aroused a degree of bitterness and rancor between the parties that was certainly not Eden's style. When Bevan stood aloof from the imaginative proposal by the French Foreign Minister, Robert Schuman, for European cooperation on iron and steel, Eden's own reactions were more sympathetic to Bevan than those of several of his colleagues, Heath making his maiden speech in support of the plan. But although Eden was compelled to criticize Bevan under strong party pressure, it was conspicuously muted. The European coal and steel community was established within a year, without Britain. Thus, at the outset of the process, which was to lead to the formation of the European Economic Community, Eden was determined that Britain should not be involved. The three unities meant close links with Western Europe, especially military, but they did not mean involvement. Even Eden's strongest admirers must lament this. Where he was on infinitely stronger ground was in giving full conservative support to the government when North Korea invaded South Korea on 25 June. In a moment of folly, the Soviet Union had withdrawn from the UN Security Council, when the United States had refused to accept the representation of the victorious communists in the cruel Chinese Civil War, and would only recognize that of the defeated Chiang Kai-shek, whose forces had been driven off the Chinese mainland and had found refuge in Formosa and its offshore islands. Although Eden had criticized the government's somewhat swift official recognition of the communists as the true Chinese government, he was a realist, but he also knew of the anger and bitterness in the United States against the Truman administration for losing China, of whom one of the most vehement critics was a hitherto obscure lawyer, John Foster Dulles. The North Korean invasion was so massive and so unexpected that the South Koreans and American units were swept aside. American reinforcements rushed from Japan, and the United States forces found it impossible. The Truman administration and American opinion had no doubt that this act of war must be defeated, on which Churchill and Eden entirely agreed. To the dismay of their left-wingers, the Labour government gave full support to the Americans and pledged British forces. This commitment was greatly facilitated by the fact that, in Russia's absence from the Security Council, the Americans had made it into a UN operation, with the Western forces serving under the UN flag. The Korean War, with the UN forces commanded by General MacArthur, was a particularly terrible and bloody affair, and it assumed new perils when, after a brilliant counterstroke by MacArthur, the Chinese intervened in force on the North Korean side, arousing real apprehensions in London about a full-scale war with China in which British forces would be involved. However, the situation stabilized after much bloodshed, and armistice talks opened in July 1951. Eden had no doubt whatsoever that the American and British reaction had been absolutely right, but he also believed that the war must be contained. In July 1950, Eden visited Canada, a country in which he felt particularly happy. He then went to the United States, where he never felt as comfortable, but where he was greeted with much warmth and press attention as a true friend of America. It gave him the opportunity of spelling out, publicly and privately, the strength of British support for the United States over Korea, and of delivering some hints about the perils of the conflict spreading. As always on his trips abroad, he refused to say anything critical of the Labour government and stressed those factors, the NATO alliance and Korea in particular, on which the British were united. Eden had particularly noticed and had stayed to listen to a speech on industrial relations by Robert Carr, one of the new conservative intake in the Commons. He had liked what he heard and asked Carr to accompany him as his unofficial parliamentary secretary. Carr had seen Eden only as a remote, great man. He, and particularly his wife Joan, had been alarmed by an invitation to Binderton with their 5-year-old son David. As they drove up the drive, they saw a shaking in the shrubbery, and their host emerged, in rather old and tattered gardening clothes, brandishing secateurs. They found him a wonderful host, and he took at once to David, treating him as an adult and marching off with him on long exploratory walks, the little boy stalking beside him and giving his views on various matters, to Eden's pleasure and genuine interest. As he watched this amusing and oddly touching pair striding off in deep and animated discussion, Carr realized what a wonderful father Eden must have been, and what the loss of Simon had meant to him. Eden's sure touch with children and young people was wholly unfeigned and natural, so it was. Love of the countryside was also very evident. You have to realize, he told Carr, that I am really just a peasant at heart. Being closely involved with Eden had its different experiences for the Carrs. When Eden discovered, after one of their ferocious games of tennis, that Robert Carr was a Wimbledon umpire, he asked whether it might be possible for him to get him a ticket for the center court. He could easily have obtained one in the royal box, but he simply wanted to watch the tennis incognito. Carr had 2 tickets as an umpire, and Eden sat with Joan Carr in obscure seats. The ruse totally failed, and a large section of the crowd devoted more attention to Eden and his beautiful lady companion than they did to the matches he was trying to watch. It was then that Joan Carr realized that Eden had, after Churchill, the most famous face in Britain. Eden was neither pleased nor flattered but irritated by all this attention when all he wanted to do was to watch good tennis and profit thereby. On the Canadian trip, Carr saw the other Eden. The transatlantic flight in the pre-jet days was very long, and Eden arrived in their hotel tired and taut, insisting on immediate work. He found fault with everything prepared for him, his draft speeches and briefing papers, over which the Research Department and the British High Commission had taken immense trouble. As he went through the documents, his anger rose, until Carr told him that he could not and would not take any more of this abuse and petulance, and was going to bed. He immediately did so, fuming against this impossible man. As he lay seething, the door opened and a deeply contrite Eden looked in. He apologized profusely and added, "Don't forget that I am just a bloody prima donna." From that moment, all was well, and a lifelong friendship established. But it was a fact that Eden could be impossible and needed to be stood up to, as Cadogan always did calmed, at which Bob Dixon was the master. Carr realized from this experience that Eden was considerably more tense and sensitive and more volatile in temperament than he had expected, a man who needed careful and sympathetic but strong treatment to obtain the best from him. But he had also seen the qualities of the man, the countryman, sportsman, scholar, and warm friend, that others, who only saw the bloody prima donna, never appreciated or understood. Carr also realized, which others did not, that Eden's alleged vanity was nothing of the sort, but was the apparent manifestation of a man who lived on his nerves, was very solitary and shy, and to Carr's considerable surprise, lacked real self-confidence. Or, politically, things are going well for us in the country, Eden reported to Nicholas on February 2, 1951, but I think we made a mistake to divide. Event, but in vain. As a result, we suffered our worst defeat and gave Bevan an opportunity he used very well. However, W. rang me up the next day and frankly admitted he had been wrong, and I right, so perhaps better luck next time. Acute divisions existed between the British and Americans over the conduct of the Korean War and within the government over rearmament, with Gateskill, now Chancellor of the Exchequer, and Bevan already showing clear signs of incompatibility and even hostility. But in the defense debates, Bevan unexpectedly emerged as a strong supporter of the rearmament program which Attlee had announced in a major speech in Lewisham on the 28th January, and which Eden believed the Conservatives should strongly endorse, regardless of the critical position in the Commons. Again, opposition for opposition's sake had no attractions for him on issues of national importance. Unquestionably, he was right. To Eden's genuine regret and sadness, which he eloquently expressed, Ernest Bevan was compelled to resign as Foreign Secretary on 9 March. He had been ill for a long time, and his frequent absences commented upon, but he had struggled on until Attlee somewhat brusquely removed him. Within 5 weeks he was dead. His successor, to universal astonishment which Eden fully shared, was Morrison. It was to prove one of Attlee's greatest mistakes, but it put Eden in a very difficult position in the House of Commons, which would not have mattered to a different man. Eden had admired Bevan and, with some differences of emphasis on occasion, had given him full Conservative support on all major issues. Although Bevan was no parliamentary orator, he clearly knew what he was talking about. Morrison was an acute embarrassment, as was cruelly remarked. Ernie could not pronounce the names of the places right, but at least he knew where they were. Eden liked Morrison personally, and thought him an excellent, if slippery, leader of the House, which he certainly had been. At the Foreign Office and at the dispatch box he was a disaster, not only mispronouncing the names of countries and places, but clearly floundering. There is dispute over whether Bevan had wanted the job, but he could be forgiven for watching with contempt the performance of his enemy. Eden, ever remembering Baldwin's injunction about condescension, did his best to treat Morrison seriously. He was, after all, the British Foreign Secretary, and the Conservatives supported the main thrust of the government's policies in Western Europe and Korea. They certainly were not in the business of giving any implicit encouragement to Morrison's left-wing foes on the Labour benches. But Morrison was so bad, and the House of Commons so increasingly derisive of his hapless appearances, did keep it was admirable, although not perceived so favourably by the Conservative backbenches who scented the downfall of the Labour government and were eager to precipitate it. Eden played his part in matters outside foreign affairs, but without zest. To Nicholas he wrote on 25 February, "I am slaving at articles and speeches as usual, and on 11 March, it is impossible to tell how long this gov. Will go on, might be 6 months, or longer or less. But the whole tone becomes daily more bitter. I can't pretend that I enjoy it at all. I find I need my city activities more than ever to keep me sane, if not solvent. Also, dear Binderton, altogether I am weary of the endless publicity of political life too, and feel I'd love to escape to a combination of the city and Binderton. But I suppose that there is no life in which one is more a prisoner than politics." 10 days later, the government's majority fell to 3. "We are not having a very easy time with Mr. C, who becomes very deaf and not a little impatient," Eden lamented to Nicholas, who had just become a captain. Eden was delighted, but added, "All the same, I expect that you will be sad at leaving your platoon. The best part of the army is dealing with men, not paper. However, one cannot have everything, and promotion brings its penalties. The departure of Bevan and the fatal illness of Cripps, combined with the resignations after Gaitskill's first budget of Anyer and Bevan, Harold Wilson, and John Freeman, were hard blows to the Labour government, now harried unmercifully by an exultant Conservative opposition. Then, in May 1951, the mercurial Prime Minister of Iran, Dr. Mossadegh, nationalized the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company and its refinery at Abadan. The Conservatives and the British press were outraged at this cynical abrogation of international agreements, but, while Eden shared their alarm and anger, he saw the difficulties of the military action which Churchill favoured and for which the party called. Privately, Eden agreed with Labour that the wisest course was to handle the matter calmly and not get into precipitate action in the volatile Middle East. He also knew that the Truman administration considered Mossadegh to be a barrier against communism who should be supported. There were powerful American oil interests who saw the matter in the same light for less ideological reasons. But the government was now open again to Churchillian charges of scuttle, and Morrison's feeble performances in the Commons made matters considerably worse. The combination of illness and exhaustion now meant that the government's majority fell on major occasions to 1, and on other issues it was regularly defeated. It was an impossible situation, and this sour and bitter parliament was dissolved on 5 October. Again, Eden was the principal, on domestic than on international affairs, notably on housing. The Conservative Conference of 1950 had, most unusually, got out of control on this issue when a young Conservative, Harmer Nichols, proposed a party pledge to build 300,000 houses a year, a dramatic figure seemingly plucked out of thin air, to the dismay of the party leaders on the platform. Butler has described what then happened. Lord Woolton, who was sitting beside me as the figure began to be picked up by representatives with the mounting excitement one customarily associates with an auction, whispered, "Could we build 300,000? I replied, "The question is, should we? And the answer is, it will make it that much more difficult to restore the economy. But if you want to know if it's technically feasible, ask David Clark." So the director of the research department was consulted behind the scenes and opined that the thing could be done, and Lord Woolton stepped forward to the front of the platform to declare in beaming surrender, "This is magnificent." And so, in a sense, it was. Both the promise and the achievement were magnificent. Politically, economically, however, they placed a severe inflationary strain upon our resources which contributed to the difficulties of 19,545. On housing, the Cons, almost by mistake, had picked a political winner, as they were to do again in the late 1970s, but they could also capitalize on a government that had given the nation a surfeit of nationalization, controls, rationing, and austerity. What they underestimated was the ability of Labour, and particularly Morrison, to play on fears about Churchill's capacity to be a peacetime prime minister in a dangerous world. Others produced the warmonger accusation in even cruder form, and the specter of unemployment on the 1930s scale was duly resurrected. The Conservatives considered that they ran a positive campaign, and Labour a negative one, but the Conservatives were not tardy in their denunciations of the record of the Labour government, and Churchill particularly relished the alliterative felicity of Bevan and Abaddon. But the warmonger charge worried Churchill and Eden, and they inserted into the Conservative manifesto at the last moment a proposal to introduce an excess profits levy to counter any profiteering in military contracts. The great irony of this was that it was very close in substance to Neville Chamberlain's national defense contribution of 1937, which Churchill had himself denounced with many others, and which Chamberlain had had to withdraw. Butler, who had to telephone to the research department this new section of the manifesto, so late was it, assumed that Churchill had forgotten this episode. That is highly unlikely. What had impressed Eden, and then Churchill, was that the Americans, be success. It is very doubtful whether it was, as Eden and Churchill had hoped and intended, a politically successful response to the whose finger on the trigger Labour campaign that ended on Election Day with a notorious issue of the Daily Mirror. Nor was it easy to counter the Labour myth that Attlee single-handedly had prevented Truman from using atomic weapons over Korea. Eden suspected rightly that this was indeed a total myth, but he could not be sure, and the portrayal of Attlee in this heroic role, although carried to absurdity, formed an important part of the Labour counterattack. It very nearly succeeded, but after another agonizing election night and morning, the Conservatives were returned with a majority of 26 over Labour, and 16 overall. If it had not been a triumphant victory, it was victory nonetheless, and Winston Churchill returned to Downing Street and Anthony Eden to the Foreign Office. Afternoon, heir apparent, 1951-5. When Winston Churchill formed his second government in October 1951, although everyone knew that it must be his last, there were few indications of how long either would survive. Labour had only narrowly lost the election in terms of parliamentary seats, and its very high national vote demonstrated its strong following in the country. The new ministers were immediately confronted with substantial and complex problems at home and abroad that would have been daunting enough even if the government had a large majority. Churchill himself, his point having been made, spoke of handing over to Eden within a year, and Mrs. Churchill left no one in any doubt about her total lack of enthusiasm for the second innings. Churchill's desire to have around him at the top men whom he knew gave his government a distinct air of déjà vu. Eden's return to the Foreign Office was greeted with general satisfaction and, in the office itself, with undisguised pleasure. But this was the only positive feature of Churchill's nostalgia. He brought into the cabinet Cherwell and Ismay, and for a few months even took himself the post of Minister of Defense as in the old days until he realized it was impossible and brought the hapless Alexander from being a notably successful Governor-General of Canada to become a notably unsuccessful Minister of Defense. As Colville, himself reluctantly recruited back into the private office at number 10, has written, "Auld Lang Syne was ringing out along the Whitehall corridors. The key new appointments were Butler as Chancellor of the Exchequer, Maxwell Fyfe to the Home Office, and Macmillan to Housing, where he was to make his name as a dynamic and successful domestic minister. Churchill himself said that what Britain needed was several years of quiet and steady administration, and his appointment of Sir Walter Monckton as Minister of Labour and National Service was significant. Monckton, an eminent barrister and advisor to King Edward VIII during the abdication crisis and subsequently to the Nizam of Hyderabad, was a very late entrant to politics, succeeding Oliver Stanley at the age of 60, but already famous as a conciliator and friend of all. His job was, as he explained to his parliamentary private secretary, purely to keep the peace with the trade unions. At this he was superbly successful, but at a certain cost. As the new Secretary of State for the colonies, Oliver Littleton was to achieve spectacular success, particularly in Malaya and in Kenya, where his mixture of firmness and willingness to negotiate for the future brought peace out of conflict. Far less successful was Churchill's innovation in Woolton and Lord Leathers of overlord ministers covering several departments, a characteristically dramatic announcement that puzzled observers and ministers even more. Another unexpected appointment was that of Selwyn Lloyd as Eden's Minister of State. Lloyd was a competent lawyer who had specialized in economic and legal matters in the House since his election in 1945, and by his own frank admission knew nothing about foreign affairs, understood no foreign languages, had never traveled abroad except as a soldier during the war, and actively disliked foreigners. These were hailed by Churchill, who knew nothing about Lloyd, as positive virtues, and a very bewildered Lloyd presented himself at the Foreign Office for duty to find Eden already at work holding an office meeting on Iran in the Secretary of State's room. Lloyd was to prove himself an able subordinate, but his lack of experience and his awe of Eden were to prove to be liabilities. He was grossly overpromoted and out of his sphere. Eden had had little to do with Lloyd's appointment, and indeed hardly knew him. This contrasted with the appointment of Anthony Nutting as Undersecretary, on which Eden had insisted, as he did on that of Robert Carr as his PPS. Eden had developed extravagant hopes for Nutting as a future Foreign Secretary, and Nutting had become his protege. Unhappily, this often happens in politics as in other areas of human concerns. Eden saw in Nutting, ardent, intelligent, articulate, and enthusiastic, something of himself and something of Simon. He enjoyed the company of Nutting and his wife at a time when he was lonely, and came to think highly of Nutting, whose knowledge of the Middle East was certainly impressive. Eden was not alone in his high estimation of him. The salaries of MPs being still low, Robert Carr had to continue his work in industry, but Eden actively encouraged this, as he still felt that he knew less of this part of Britain than he felt he should, and wanted Carr not only to be his eyes and ears in the Commons, but also his links with industry and commerce. There were those who considered that Eden should have chosen an older and more experienced man, and one who could give more time to Parliament, but Eden had already developed a strong affection, trust, and regard for Carr, one of the founders of the One Nation group of Conservative MPs, which were reciprocated in full. Carr had already proved that he could stand up to Eden and was not frightened of him, although he could not travel with his Secretary of State as a result of and they were to be close friends for the rest of Eden's life. One early feature of Eden's return to the Foreign Office was quickly noted at Downing Street. In his case, the wartime relationship was not to be resumed. Eden's position in the party and government was now such that Churchill needed him more than he needed Churchill. He was obviously the heir, and, after the Prime Minister, the best known and most respected member of the government nationally and internationally. Eden knew that Churchill's interests did not lie in domestic affairs, and while Eden's respect and admiration for Churchill remained strong, he was determined to be master of foreign affairs. Churchill, believing that the old relationship would continue, was at first puzzled and then hurt. Colville was not the only survivor of the wartime government who noticed a new tension between the two men, which was to increase steadily. It was a tension not reduced by the fact that Eden expected, and had good reason to expect, that he would succeed Churchill as Prime Minister in a matter of months. Churchill was 77, had suffered 2 minor strokes, was becoming very deaf, and, in Oliver Littleton's somewhat unkind words, had the tired look of a trawler captain who had reached harbor after a buffeting. No one expected that he would stay as Prime Minister for 4.5 years. While other ministers grappled with severe problems at home, Eden addressed himself with energy and enthusiasm to the international situation. The years of opposition had refreshed him, and his health, in spite of some mysterious internal malady that no one could diagnose, seemed good. The celebrated bloody prima donna temperament was still there, but after Morrison, the Foreign Office was delighted to be back under the leadership of a professional, as was the House of Commons, where Eden's authority became absolute and remarkable. I had personal experience of this early in 1952 when, a schoolboy, I paid my first visit to the galleries of the House of Commons, to find the House in uproar. The chamber was full, and the Labour opposition in full cry against the government. Ministers at the dispatch box were having an unhappy afternoon until Eden's turn came. At once the tumult ceased, Eden was listened to in silence and with evident respect, and Emmanuel Shinwell eventually rose to thank Eden for the first sign of good manners we have had from the Treasury bench all afternoon. When Eden's appearance and question period ended, the uproar broke out again. Brooding over his wartime and previous experience while in opposition, Edert had become convinced that success lay only in setting clear objectives, in detailed preparation, and in caution. While Churchill hankered after top power summits without agenda or preparation, Eden's experience told him that these exercises were at best futile and at worst perilous. In his first speech as Foreign Secretary, he said that the road to peace lay in preparation, conference, and agreement, starting from small issues and working to the great. There was no shortage of issues small and great confronting him. Western Europe, still devastated by war, was in political disarray, and in Berlin the situation remained bitter and menacing. The Korean armistice was precarious and tense. In Indochina, the French were experiencing severe difficulties and heavy losses in their war against the Viet Minh. The Iranian situation remained bad. Egyptian nationalism was making the position of King Farouk and the British forces in the Canal Zone increasingly difficult, while in Cyprus there were signs of the revival of the Greek Cypriot call for enosis. Although Britain was still a major world power geographically and militarily, she could not compare with the United States or the Soviet Union and had become a major debtor nation. When Eden compared the situation with that of 1937, or even of the war years, he commented that although the workload of the Secretary of State had dramatically increased, the actual power of Britain to affect events had proportionately declined. As has been recorded, Lloyd's first sight of Eden at work was at an office meeting on Iran. Here, ominously, Eden was at odds with the Truman administration, which persisted in seeing Mossadegh as a bastion against communism and continued to finance him to protect American oil interests. Britain also had substantial oil interests involved, but Eden did not believe that the way forward was to buttress Mossadegh, whom he regarded as a megalomaniac whose word, as had been proved, was worthless. He recognized that forcible military intervention, what Churchill described as a splutter of musketry, was impossible. What he did urge upon the Americans with eventual success was a drastic reduction of all aid to Mossadegh and a holding policy. He appointed a small but very experienced team to work on the subject exclusively while trying to persuade the Americans that their assessment was wrong and that Western interests were at hazard so long as Mossadegh was in power. The Americans took some persuading on this and did not change their attitude until the Eisenhower administration. Eden also had difficulties with the Anglo-Iranian oil company officials, which tried his patience and temper sorely. His policy was to play it along, that no agreement would be better than a bad one, and certain clandestine steps were taken to hasten Mossadegh's downfall. What only A of people knew was his Anglo-Iranian shares, then at their nadir. Colville was one of the few who knew of this, and was horrified, as was Churchill. There is no obligation whatever on ministers to sell shares on taking office, although they must resign from all other employment, but Eden considered that his ownership of a substantial holding in the company could be interpreted as an interest which no foreign secretary dealing with the future of the company should own. On this, a matter of honor, he would not budge, and the shares were sold at an appalling loss which he could not afford, and which doomed Binderton. Had he held on to the shares, he could have become rich for the first time in his life, but he was not that kind of man. Churchill was both moved and deeply impressed. This secret has been kept until now. But the immediate problems were rather closer to home. The Pleven Plan of October 1950 had initiated negotiations for the formation of a European army in which all national forces, including those of a rearmed West Germany, would be wholly integrated. There would be a European Minister of Defense responsible to a European Assembly, a European Defense Council of Ministers, and a single European defense budget. In opposition, some conservatives had been enthusiastic about the proposal, as they were over the Schuman Plan for a European coal and steel community. Churchill's own speeches in support of a United States of Europe, and even at Strasbourg on August 11, 1950, in support of the principle of a European army, had given great encouragement to a number of senior conservatives who had taken an active role in building up the Council of Europe and encouraging European expectations that a conservative government would take a positive lead in European cooperation and integration. Eden's objections to the European army were both political and practical. He did not at this stage want a British commitment on the continent of Europe on this scale, and had a suspicion of a permanent involvement of this nature. As a soldier, he could see all the practical difficulties of what Churchill described as a sludgy amalgam. His position, and that of the cabinet, although with some unease, was that Britain should encourage France and Germany to form the European Defense Community and support the Schuman Plan, but that Britain should not participate in them, and should instead persuade the Truman administration that they should both help from without, rather than participate from within. B. I am very grateful to Sir John Colville for giving me details of this episode. The Mediterranean and the Middle East. Sudan. TT 10400 kilometers. At the Cabinet on 22 November, Maxwell Fyfe said that he would be expected to make a favorable statement to the Council of Europe at Strasbourg on the Schuman Plan, but doubts were expressed about whether it would be ratified, and it was suggested that it was viewed with suspicion by workers in the coal and steel industries in Britain. Eden was particularly strong about surrendering to any European authority the control of the coal and steel industries of the United Kingdom. But the statement that Fyfe was authorized to make on behalf of the government was that the initiative taken by the French government concerning the creation of a European coal and steel community and a European defense community is a major step towards European unity. They welcome the Schuman Plan as a means of strengthening the economy of Western Europe and look forward to its early realization. It is our desire to establish the closest possible association with the European continental community at all stages in its development. If the Schuman Plan is ratified, His Majesty's government will set up a permanent delegation at the seat of the authority to enter into relations and to transact business with it. Fyfe spoke on these instructions at Strasbourg, and not surprisingly, the reactions were enthusiastic and positive. But within a few hours, at a press conference in Rome, Eden categorically stated that Britain would have no part in the proposed European army. Although Fyfe had given no such commitment, the difference in tone and attitude between his speech and Eden's abrupt statement caused the British delegation at Strasbourg much confusion and embarrassment. Fyfe considered that he had been let down, and the French were particularly dismayed and suspected that the reality of the British commitment to Europe was flimsy. The trouble was that these suspicions were well merited so far as Eden was concerned. This was a bad start, and was profoundly disappointing to conservative enthusiasts for Europe, who in the cabinet included Macmillan and Fyfe. Some of Churchill's glowing opposition speeches on the subject were recalled and quoted. The fact was that Eden did not consider Britain to be a European nation. She had a duty to assist and foster European cooperation, but not to be part of it except through NATO. He was prepared to be helpful and understanding, but little more. This approach was impossible to sustain, and gradually Eden was compelled by the realities of the situation to concede that British forces would be linked with the EDC. The incident revealed an important difference of emphasis between Eden and some of his colleagues. In his first message to British representatives abroad, Eden wrote that, "We wish to cultivate the idea of an Atlantic community based on the three pillars of the United States, United Kingdom, and continental Europe, the priorities themselves being significant." When Macmillan submitted a paper in January suggesting that Britain might join a European confederation or union similar to the Commonwealth, and with its full support, Eden firmly rejected this possibility in Cabinet on 12 March. Maxwell Fyfe and Macmillan subsequently regretted that they had not pressed the matter further, but after all, Eden was the Foreign Secretary, and they had other very heavy responsibilities of their own. They also recognized that Eden was not prepared to have anyone, even the Prime Minister, interfering in foreign policy. It must be emphasized that these were indeed early days for European economic cooperation, and there were many in the Conservative Party who entirely shared Eden's suspicion of European entanglements and his belief in the benefits of the Empire and Commonwealth trading arrangements. Labour was wholly isolationist on this matter, as was Sir Ivawan Kirkpatrick, who became permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office at the beginning of 1953. For several months, Eden fought tenaciously to make the Anglo-European link a simple guarantee without any treaty obligations, and he was determined that Britain would not delegate her independence and freedom of action to any supranational European organization. He was very willing to end the Allied occupation of Germany and grant sovereignty to the new German Federal Republic, but he would go no further than a treaty of mutual security between Britain and the EDC members. His actions may have been realistic, but he gave the clear impression of deep skepticism about Britain's role in Europe, which he made clear when he received an honorary degree at Columbia University in January 1952. Britain's real interests, he said, lay far from Europe, and any suggestion that Britain should join a federation of European states was something which we know in our bones we cannot do. It was not to be wondered at that statements such as this were a considerable blow to Britain's friends in Europe and a particular disappointment to Robert Schuman, the visionary French foreign minister. Eden simply did not share that vision. Indeed, it does not go too far to say that he was repelled by it. The French drew their conclusions, and the opposition to the EDC in the French Assembly and outside it began to gather force. Eden's moods were always variable, and on several occasions during his career, he had been close to leaving politics. Now there occurred another, when the Secretary-Generalship of NATO was discussed. Eden recorded on 4 March, not much refreshed after a bad night. Morning with documents, sleep after luncheon. Then Bob Dixon arrived to announce that France had refused Sticker and insisted upon an Englishman. After much discussion, offered myself. They refused to take it seriously, though I would greatly enjoy the work and would give so much to be on my own. Still tempted by NATO. This was only a passing whim, although by no means a frivolous one. Ismay was persuaded to take the post, which he conducted with brilliant and memorable success. Eden resumed on what he called my treadmill. Eden's attitude to European unity, from outside, not inside, would have been better justified if his relations with the United States had been more sympathetic. Here, there was a serious lacuna in his international wisdom and understanding. Unlike Churchill and Macmillan, themselves each half American, Eden never felt at home in the United States, although he always did in Canada, and he tended to be excessively critical of American policies and purposes and had, with good cause, it must be conceded, serious doubts about American capacities in international affairs. He had to work with them, and did so. He had many American friends and admirers, but there was something lacking, an absence of warmth and respect, which was noted and resented. Matters were not helped by the fact that Eden and Dean Acheson fell out seriously over Iran and Korea, where in both cases Eden urged greater flexibility and caution. When the British view prevailed at the United Nations on Korea, Acheson launched into a diatribe against Lloyd and Eden for their disloyalty, and added, "One day you will find that it never pays to win victories over your friends." Lloyd concluded that the rapturous reception given to Eden at the UN on his return to the international stage had occasioned some jealousy. This was doubly unfortunate, as, although Acheson's period as Secretary of State was coming to an end, he liked and respected Eden, and Eden him. As Macmillan shrewdly noted, they were both aristocrats, looked remarkably alike physically, and had much in common temperamentally. Each had physical and moral courage, strong opinions strongly expressed, a disdain for the pettiness of politics, and exceptional intelligence and experience. This should have been a close and positive relationship, but it was not, and matters were not improved by the fact that in his dealings with the Americans throughout his last period as Foreign Secretary, Eden was consistently right. Acheson found this difficult to forgive, but the root cause of Eden's reserve towards both Europe and the United States was that, although he realized intellectually that Britain was a poor country which was grossly overstretched as a major colonial power and face harsh realities, he could not accept that she had become a satellite of the United States or had suddenly become, after generations of isolation and the power of the empire, a European continental offshore island. He realized, few better, how circumscribed British power was, but at heart he did not accept the implication of Britain as an inferior nation, devoid of influence or even power. He also looked to the future, when the parlous British economic restrictions might be lifted, He could be described as the last of the liberal imperialists. If some American and European politicians, particularly the former, felt that Eden, behind his veneer, was contemptuous and suspicious of their amateurishness and inexperience, these suspicions were not wholly misplaced. Eden saw his job, as he reiterated again and again in public and in private, as being to protect and further British interests, not those of other countries. In this sense, he was a nationalist, but a nationalist with a unique internationalist sense. He certainly saw no value to British interests in becoming embroiled in a war with China. He entirely agreed with the Americans and Churchill that if the North Koreans broke the armistice and invaded the South again, there should be a strong Allied response, including the bombing of airfields in Manchuria, which had been agreed by the Labour government. But Britain would not support a naval blockade of China, and when the Americans bombed power stations on the Yalu River close to the China border in June, although Eden defended the Americans publicly, his private reactions were censorious. In Indochina, he supported the French, but there was to be question of intervention. The Americans, who saw the communist peril everywhere, chafed at his caution and at his refusal to commit Britain further than was absolutely necessary. Differences with the Americans in the Middle East were not confined to Iran. The situation in Egypt caused Eden as much concern as any of the issues that mounted upon his desk and tested his intellect and energy. This was a job, he remarked, that had killed Bevan and destroyed Morrison, and now he understood why. Wartime diplomacy had, in comparison, been relatively easy. This was a nightmare in which the principal players were constantly changing. French and Italian governments came and went with alarming rapidity, making continuity virtually impossible. Truman's announcement that he would not run again in 1952 had made the American situation very unpredictable in a presidential election year. As Acheson could well testify, the McCarthyite poison was at its most virulent, John Foster Dulles eagerly joining in the squalid onslaught on the administration and its alleged pro-communist sympathies in company with a hitherto obscure senator from California, Richard M. Nixon. Eden may have had his difficulties with Acheson, but the more he heard about Dulles and the possibility that he might become Secretary of State if the Republicans won, the less he relished the prospect. The rising tide of Egyptian nationalism had led to the unilateral abrogation of the 1936 Anglo-to-Egyptian Treaty and the 1899 condominium establishing dual control over the Sudan, and there were now demands for British evacuation of the Suez Canal zone and the Sudan. On the latter, in spite of American pressure, Eden was emphatic. The principle of self-determination for the Sudanese was to him a resigning issue, and on this he was fortunate. While anti-British riots in Cairo became so grave that the possibility of committing British troops was seriously considered, and while the situation in the zone became more dangerous and tense, a military coup in July removed King Farouk, to universal rejoicing, and brought in a military junta headed by General Mohammed Naguib. Eden went out of his way to be conciliatory to the new regime, and was rewarded by the abandonment of Egypt's claim to the Sudan, which a year later opted for independence. The reasonable attitude of the new Egyptian regime encouraged Eden to transfer the headquarters of the Middle East Command from Egypt to Cyprus and to begin discussions about the withdrawal of British forces from the Canal Zone. He had no doubt that their position was untenable and unnecessary in modern conditions. Churchill was dismayed, as was a small but very vocal minority of Conservative MPs led by Captain Waterhouse and including Julian Amory, determined to resist this abandonment of British territory and interests. The negotiations and the bitterness within the Conservative Party were to last for 2 years. On 8th of April, Colville recorded that Eden is rather discredited in the PM's eyes at present, but the fact was that the government and Churchill himself were also discredited, as disastrous London County Council elections demonstrated. There was much discontent with Churchill on the Conservative benches, as the chief whip, Patrick Buchan Hepburn, bravely told him, and Colville wrote on 30 May that Mrs. Churchill does not think he will last long as Prime Minister. In the midst of all this, Eden flew to Belgrade to see Tito to discuss the claims of Italy and Yugoslavia to Trieste, which had been under Anglo-American occupation since the war. Eden was the first major Western politician to visit Tito since his break from the Soviet Union, and although no immediate resolution was achieved, Eden was authorized to present Tito with a formal invitation to visit London early in 1953, not to everyone's pleasure. By October 1954, the Trieste dispute, which had caused tension. Rhétary would have been satisfied with one such achievement in his term of office. To Eden, it was one of many in his extraordinary period. What had been a major international problem ceased to be one, and with some very well-applied flattery and pomp and circumstance, Tito was welcomed in London, and Anglo-Yugoslav relations dramatically and beneficially transformed. The Yugoslav émigrés and many conservatives were angered by the invitation and by the recognition given by the British government to a man they loathed, but others recognized that it was an act of great imagination which, almost magically, removed the Trieste issue from the international agenda. All this was being done in the context of continuing poor health, which manifested itself in a sharp attack of jaundice, whose real cause was not suspected. Motored down to Winston at Chartwell late in evening. He was alone. General talk. Nothing very new on international scene. He appeared to expect me to ask for more work on home front. Would I like to take on chairmanship of Home Affairs in place of Woolton, who had too much? I said I couldn't do this without abandoning FO, for which I was not prepared. He agreed. Almost friendly. He complained of my old brain not working as it used to do, yet later was looking forward to working with Eisenhower after November. I didn't think W looked well, and he is doing very little work. I told him of my concern about economic and financial outlook, and that we must take some important decisions within the next 5 or 6 weeks. Our export trade was not getting the necessary priorities. Churchill did not raise the matter of his retirement, nor did Eden, and all talk of Churchill leaving after a year had mysteriously ended. He was certainly not the dynamic Churchill of old, but he enjoyed being prime minister with a young and beautiful queen, and the prospect of working with Eisenhower, if the latter won the Republican nomination and the November presidential election, was exhilarating for him. But Eden would have been wise to have considered more seriously the offer to go into more domestic concerns. He was so deeply involved in so much at the Foreign Office that it was probably impossible, and now that he had taken on so much, any successor, and none appeared obvious, would have had. Eden at the Foreign Office. Eden lamented his illness and his appalling color in light-hearted letters to Nicholas, now ADC to the Governor-General of Canada, but in the early summer he had a more difficult letter to write to his son. Anthony Eden had first met Clarissa Churchill, the daughter of John Churchill and the famously lovely Lady Gwendoline, and niece of Winston, at Cranbourne, when she was 16, where she was struck by his bottle green tweed jacket and tweed pinstripe trousers. To her, he was only the glamorous but remote foreign secretary, while to him, she was only Churchill's very attractive, intelligent, and shy niece. But in 1947, they sat together at a dinner party in London, where, to Clarissa Churchill's chagrin, Eden was monopolized by a very eager and voluble lady on his right, and they did not exchange a word until the end of the meal, when Eden abjectly apologized and asked if she might dine with him one evening. She agreed, but it was only slowly that casual friendship and pleasure in each other's company developed into something stronger. Although Eden was now deeply in love, he hesitated. He was worried by Nicholas's possible reactions, knowing his devotion to his mother. He was uncomfortable at the prospect of marrying again after his previous unhappiness, and was nervous at the prospect, at my great age, as he wrote to Nicholas, and he knew that to marry someone so much younger who was also the niece of the Prime Minister would inevitably arouse hostile comment. Although Clarissa Churchill did not share Beatrice's loathing of politics, it was not a world that attracted her. Also, even in 1952, church and press hostility to divorce remained very strong, as Princess Margaret was to experience 3 years later when she wished to marry Group Captain Peter Townsend when Eden was Prime Minister. But these doubts and apprehensions were swept aside. Eden insisted that the proposed marriage should be kept strictly secret for 6 months, until August, when everyone would be away. As a result, the Churchills were not told until a short time before the event. Churchill, with his warm sense of family and his devotion to Eden in spite of all difficulties, was delighted, and at once insisted that he should be the principal witness at what had to be a registry office ceremony, and that the wedding reception should be at number 10. Lady Churchill, therefore, had to return specially from a holiday in Capri so that she could organize the reception. Churchill, who had sadly seen the marriages of 2 of his children end, and whose own marriage had had its stormy moments, much disliked divorce but had come to accept it. He had been specially sympathetic to Eden in his sadness, as had Mrs. Churchill. He warmly welcomed the new attachment and gave it his unreserved blessing. So did Nicholas, to Eden's great relief and gratitude. The only shadows came from certain elements in the churches, notably the Church Times, though its censures were denounced not only by national newspapers but by individuals, including several clergymen, who wrote to Eden to deplore these criticisms and to wish him and his bride well. Some of these letters were very moving, particularly from those who had experienced an unhappy first marriage and a happy second one. To take one example out of many, a lady wrote from Australia, outraged by the comments of the Dean of Sydney, who had compared Eden to the Duke of Windsor. May you both find perfect happiness, health, love, and companionship in your new partnership. As a fellow human, my wish is truly sincere as, one similarly placed through a broken marriage, I could appreciate now the beauty of a true affinity. This was indeed the majority view, and the marriage took place on the 14th of August amidst much rejoicing, and the hopes of the kind lady from Sydney were entirely fulfilled. What was not fulfilled was Eden's attempt to minimize publicity by having the wedding in August. In fact, in the press's classic silly season, and with journalists and editors desperate for stories to fill their papers, the Edens got far more attention than they would at any other time. It was a very good, if minor, example of Eden's innocence in these matters, and another corrective to the myth of his vanity. He had genuinely wanted, and had planned, a very private occasion. What he and his bride got was massive national and international publicity. Clarissa, at least, saw the funny side of it. Their honeymoon was spent in Portugal, but Churchill took the opportunity of Eden's absence from the Foreign Office to invite Truman to join with him in a joint message to Mossadegh to warn him of the consequences of his actions if he continued on a course inimical to Western interests. This was something of a coup, as until this point the Americans had refused to be involved in any joint action or declaration, Acheson still convinced that if Mossadegh fell, something much worse would succeed him. In December, Eden was told that the Export-Import Bank proposed a further loan to Mossadegh, hoped I wouldn't mind, had to telegraph Ington. Also sent for Jimmy Dunn to tell him exactly how much I did mind, but although Churchill had consulted the Foreign Office, he did not tell the Foreign Secretary, to the latter's great indignation. It was not so much the content of the message, but the fact that the Prime Minister was interfering without consultation in a highly sensitive area that so enraged Eden. The latter had right on his side, but the incident did not improve relations between the two men. The year ended on a bad note politically. Impossible cabinet, an afternoon on Egypt, which was not on agenda. Lord Chancellor passed me sympathetic note when my exasperation was at its height that all cabinet was with me. I think this was true. W had no alternative policy whatever, just moaned. I asked him point blank at one time what his plan was. Did he want to march on Cairo? This brought a denial, but nothing more constructive. At the end of the year, the Edens visited Tim at his home in the New Forest. This was not a success, as Eden was saddened to see many of the Windlestone treasures in an unfitting context, but he wrote on 29 December, "Raining and cold. Clarissa says this is the right way to run FO. Lie in bed, direct office by telephone, and read, Delacroix! Very good, too." Churchill's eagerness to pay another visit to the United States to bid farewell to Truman and greet President Eisenhower was so strong that although Eden and the new ambassador to Washington, Sir Roger Makins, doubted whether Eisenhower was equally enthusiastic, Eden did not consider that it would do any harm. The Churchill party, which did not include Eden, sailed on the Queen Mary on the 30th of December and, after a holiday in Jamaica, was back in London on 14th of January. As Churchill had quietly reneged on his promise to stay for only a year, the problem of when he would go was now seriously exercising his colleagues. Eden recorded on the 23rd January, C and I dined with Harry Cruikshank and his old mother in Pont Street. When we were left alone, Harry spoke of the future. I told him how little I knew of W's plans. He said that he was convinced that W was an increasing liability to us, that if he had not been leading us at the general election, we should have had another 60 seats, and that more than half the party deeply resented his association with Beaverbrook. Harry also said that no one could tell when a general election might have to come, merely throw casualties. It could be next year, therefore W should go at the coronation. There was historical precedent for it. I said that I didn't think that W would much like the precedent. T.T. Harry said some of them must consider how to make their views known to W, but he hadn't wished to make any move without consulting me. All Eden could say, which he did repeatedly, was that he could be no party to any move by his colleagues to persuade Churchill to retire, as he was the obvious successor, and certainly could not treat an old friend and colleague in this manner. If others felt, as he did, that Churchill's fading powers made a change desirable, they should make their representations, but that he could have no part in them. These plans were to be swiftly and cruelly overtaken by events. Eden and Butler flew to Washington on 4th March. As they were about to leave, Eden's principal private secretary, Evelyn Schuckberg, told Eden that Stalin had suffered a stroke, and the indications were that it would be fatal as it was. The removal of this evil but massive world figure was obviously a major political event, but at that stage it was impossible to calculate who would succeed him or what, if any, changes would occur in Soviet policy. The successor was Malenkov, about whom very little was known in the West. Churchill had not been at all favorably impressed by Dulles, and Eden himself had been so concerned by all he heard and knew of him that he had privately urged Eisenhower not to appoint him Secretary of State when the future president had been given a farewell dinner as the outgoing Supreme Commander of NATO in London the previous summer. But Eisenhower had come to respect and like Dulles, and the pressures upon him to appoint him from within the Republican Party and his own entourage had been overwhelming. Eden was disconcerted, as he was also by the appointment of Winthrop Aldrich, announced without consultation with the British as U.S. Ambassador to London in succession to Walter Gifford. Eden never developed a real rapport with Aldrich, whose interests often appeared to be more in society than in politics, but he had got on excellently well with Gifford. Dulles, however, went out of his way to be friendly and helpful. On Egypt, Eden noted, he was very friendly, but still rather vague in ideas and, I wanted while I was here, and I think he meant it. Bad telegram from London refusing to accept any of our joint proposals about Egypt. It had clearly been sent by W without consultation with anyone. It included a message to Ike which we all thought, Rab and I and Roger, both foolish and bad-tempered. Despite this, Eden made good progress with Eisenhower and Dulles, his purpose being to obtain an American guarantee of freedom of passage in the Suez Canal when and if there was an Anglo-Egyptian agreement on the zone base. Eisenhower agreed, while emphasizing his concern of offending Egyptians by the appearance of joint action. Whole talk was very friendly. Unhappily, not only did the Egyptians object, but the Americans backed down. Most importantly, the American administration now realized the threat posed by Mossadegh. In October 1952, he had broken off relations with Britain and now appealed to Eisenhower for more American aid. But Eisenhower had come to the conclusion that the British were right and refused to provide aid or to purchase Iranian oil. He had also decided to use the CIA, headed by Dulles' brother Alan, in conjunction with British intelligence, to restore the Shah to power Operation Ajax. When Mossadegh dissolved parliament in July 1953 and ruled by decree, the Shah fled Tehran, and the Russians announced that they would aid Iran. Ajax was put into operation. By 22nd August, the Shah was back and Mossadegh under arrest. It had been a brilliant, although very expensive exercise, portrayed as a spontaneous uprising by the Iranian army and people against Mossadegh's dictatorial and ruinous rule. It had indeed been both, but the organization of his downfall had been anything but spontaneous. It was also a superbly concealed operation and was to remain so for a long time. This account is in defiance of chronology, but it stemmed from Eden's visit to Washington and was a complete vindication of his warnings about Iran falling into the Soviet sphere, in defiance of the Truman administration's persistence in seeing Mossadegh as anti-communist and worthy of support. The British lost their monopoly, retaining only 40% of Iranian oil, but that was much better than nothing. An American consortium also got 40%, and Eisenhower at once allocated aid to Iran of $85 million. This episode is perhaps not for the pure in heart and soul, but it is what happened, and a major problem for the West, and particularly for Britain, had been resolved. Eden's heavy burden of work and traveling were thought responsible for his feeling so unwell throughout 1952, but this was not noticed in public until the Tito visit in March 1953, when many observers, including this one, were alarmed by his appearance and color, on which Tito himself commented with concern. It was ascribed to the effects of his jaundice, but his ministerial colleague, Charles Hill, had already, with his doctor's eye, appreciated that Eden was seriously ill. He was certainly notably testy. An exasperating day. No time to prepare my statement for House, the Treasury part of which was melancholy bromide, had hoped to escape greater part of Cabinet to do this. But when I arrived, found Winston was still in bed dictating a reply to 1 PQ, so had to preside. When he eventually did arrive, we had of course to hear it, causing further delay before we got down to business. Had, in the end, to protest that my statement mattered at least as much as his PQ fear that as a result of all this, my statement carried too many cliches, couldn't say anything on economic side. Anyway, House was distinctly unpleasant. As this statement on his Washington visit had also to be sandwiched between a luncheon at Buckingham Palace given by the Queen in honor of Tito and an official dinner, it was not surprising that Eden was infuriated and certainly not at his best in the House. But neither he nor anyone else realized how ill he was. The Tito visit was in itself exhausting, although politically it was outstandingly successful and acknowledged, albeit grudgingly in some quarters, to be a notable personal achievement for Eden. But the interminable difficulties with Churchill rumbled on, as his diary entries show. 2 April. William and Bob Dixon came over, and we discussed once again question of my meeting with Molotov. We all agreed that events were moving fast enough and that a meeting would endanger EDC, encourage French to hang back, and generally cause confusion at this time. If matters dragged, this would be another question. Winston arrived about 11:30. I explained to him our thought, and he accepted it completely. William was there. He added on his own account that the situation had changed markedly in the last few days. He also agreed some suggestion about restraint of use of aircraft in Bahraimi. X-ray at luncheon time. Depressing. Apparent gallbladder trouble. Said I wanted to see Evans. W rang me up in evening and said he had drafts resulting from morning talks but was very tired. Could they wait until tomorrow? I said certainly they could. 3 April. I was taken aback by W ringing in the morning and saying somewhat challengingly, "So you have given Un the idea of seeing Molotov. I don't like that at all." He had. Ely forgotten yesterday, and he appeared to agree and begin to recollect. However, his telegram to Ike when it arrived showed that he hadn't really understood our reasons for not asking for early meeting, or alarming Ike with report that we were doing so now. Spoke to Miss Portal so that he should understand before he rang me up. When he did ring up, it was evident he still did not, but he gave up idea of sending message himself. The diary also noted, Evans came at 10 a.m. I liked him, but his account was gloomy. Evans' preliminary investigation indicated that Eden's persistent ill health was the result of gallstones, and that an operation on the gallbladder would be necessary. Eden recorded in his diary on 4 April, fine early morning followed by April showers. Up in good time to be at X-ray place at 9:30. 4 photographs taken, but apparently they didn't satisfy. Then a number more. Evans, who impresses me, got together and gave their verdict, which was certainly emphatic. They would not let me go on my journey and advised immediate operation. So there we are. Evelyn met me at doctor's and motored me back. Told C&W stayed up for luncheon. Then tired and to bed reading Delacroix. Evans' diagnosis had proved absolutely correct. But Eden wrote cheerfully enough to Nicholas on the 8th that, I have to go into a nursing home for a tiresome operation, not dangerous for my gallbladder. Isn't it stupid? But they all say I shall be the better for it. All is well otherwise, he wrote to Nicholas again on the 10th of April, except that W gets daily older and is apt to ring up and waste a great deal of time. Between ourselves, the outside world has little idea how difficult all that becomes. Please make me retire before I am 80. There was no premonition of disaster. What then happened was a decisive and tragic turning point in the fortunes of Anthony Eden and in modern history. The operation took place on 12th of April in the London clinic and was conducted by a surgeon very experienced in such operations which are relatively simple and normally wholly successful. This one was not. Eden was later told that the knife slipped. What certainly happened was that his biliary duct was accidentally cut. He had a high fever and lost much blood. His body was being poisoned, and he was rapidly losing strength. When he recovered from the anesthetic, he was given the grim news that another operation was urgently essential. What he was not told, until much later, was that it was necessary to save his life. "Isn't it hell?" He jotted a note to Nicholas. "I must say that I dread it." The eminent surgeon, who had been gratified to have had such an eminent patient, was now plunged into personal and professional dismay and remorse, his normal ebullience and self-confidence shattered, but this was little consolation. The second operation was a desperate affair to attempt to repair the havoc of the first. Eden bled extensively and frighteningly, and very nearly died. He was subsequently told that his life had been saved by the energy and skill of a junior surgeon and his team, and that it had been a very close thing. But if they had saved his life, just the original damage was irreparable. The body poisons that passed through the bile duct to be expelled from the body would now seep into his system, causing high fevers and eventually death. The professional prognosis was awful, although Eden himself did not realize how bad it really was. Although very weak, he was relieved that the second operation was over and was for a short time very optimistic. Robert Carr came to the clinic to read him Saki short stories at Eden's request, and although Eden looked desperately ill, he was cheerful and optimistic. This was not the opinion of his doctors. But then Eden's luck changed. By pure chance, the major American specialist in this problem, Dr. Richard Cattell, was visiting London at this time to lecture, and Evans brought him immediately into the case. Eden's duct was blocked, and he had jaundice again. Cattell at once realized that he could not recover unless he had a third operation to repair the duct with a particular procedure he had pioneered and perfected in Boston, which involved the insertion of a tube in the biliary duct. He judged Eden's condition as so serious that he advised that the operation be undertaken in Boston, where he had his staff and facilities, to which Evans agreed. Lord Moran, however, thought that the operation could just as well be done in London, and Churchill, who had no idea how serious the operation was nor how desperate Eden's condition, did not want his foreign secretary to be removed so far. Evans and Cattell went to 10 Downing Street to see Churchill in the cabinet room, where they made their case at some length. Churchill also reacted at some length, at one point saying that King George VI had been operated on during the war on a kitchen table in Buckingham Palace and had made a complete recovery. The doctors patiently explained to him that this had been for appendicitis, and that Eden's condition was infinitely more complex and critical. Churchill eventually agreed with an ill grace. Cattell later recorded that, although this meeting had been in the early evening and lasted for a considerable time, neither he nor Evans were offered any refreshment of any kind. When Eden learned this, he realized how dismayed Churchill had been and how much he resented the doctor's advice. When Eden had told him of the original operation, Churchill had written to him, "As I fear you will be away for 5 or 6 weeks, it will be necessary for me to take over officially from you. Happily, we are fully agreed in outlook, and I will look after your foreign policy as well as your political interests." These latter seem to be in a very healthy condition judging by today's News Chronicle Gallup poll. Now, it was clear that Eden was going to be away for a long time, and the moment that Churchill, with deep reluctance, accepted what Evans and Cattell told him, he responded characteristically by offering the Edens the full use of Chequers, while Eden gathered his strength for the journey to Boston. Churchill also realized that such operations were very expensive, and it would constitute a heavy burden on Eden's limited finances. While he judged it improper that the taxpayer should meet the cost of the Foreign Secretary's operation abroad, he gave orders, not a request, that party funds should be used. Eden protested, but the party treasurer, Christopher Holland Martin, wholeheartedly agreed and made the necessary arrangements. As there were stringent treasury rules on exchange control and payments abroad, Eden's private office had to enter into complex negotiations with the treasury on his behalf. At length, these tedious vexations were resolved, but there was much correspondence and many meetings about how much Clarissa Eden would be allowed each day in dollars, and other trivialities that seem astonishing today, but tell us much about the economic condition of Britain in 1953 and Treasury mentality. In marked contrast, when the Canadian government heard of the true gravity of Eden's condition, it offered to fly him across the Atlantic in a specially equipped aircraft, and the Leahy Clinic, Cattell Center, said that it was very willing to undertake the operation without any charge, a most kind and generous offer that was politely declined. There were many individuals on both sides of the Atlantic who wanted to pay the full costs themselves, in itself a remarkable tribute to Eden's popularity and standing. These were declined with gratitude, but the Canadian offer was accepted. Churchill took on the Foreign Office with much satisfaction, too much for Eden's taste, ostensibly assisted by Salisbury. Without consultation with the latter or with Eden, now resting at Chequers, he made a major speech in the House of Commons on 11th of May on foreign affairs, in which, after a graceful tribute to Eden, he conducted a superb survey of the world scene before he came to the post-Stalin situation in the Soviet Union, which he regarded with great optimism. Then, in complete defiance of what he knew were Eden's views, he said, "I must make it plain that, in spite of all the uncertainties and confusion in which world affairs are plunged, I believe that a conference on the highest level should take place between the leading powers without long delay. This conference should not be overhung by a ponderous or rigid agenda, or led into mazes and jungles of technical details, zealously contested by hordes of experts and officials drawn up in vast, cumbrous array. The conference should be confined to the smallest number of powers and persons possible. It should meet with a measure of informality and a still greater measure of privacy and seclusion. It might well be that no hard-faced agreements would be reached, but there might be a general feeling among those gathered together that they might do something better than tear the human race, including themselves, into bits. At the worst, the participants in the meeting would have established more intimate contacts. At the best, we might have a generation of peace." It was magnificent theater and magnificent politics, in domestic terms. Churchill had exactly caught the mood of optimism, almost amounting to euphoria, that had swept Britain following the death of Stalin. A summit, a generation of peace. The Commons was ecstatic, and Churchill had a marvelous press. Eden was furious, and Salisbury was so angry that he threatened to resign, and meant it until Eden, on the telephone from Chequers, talked him out of so drastic a step at such a time. Eden himself was so weak and ill that there was little he could do except protest, which he did very vigorously in the circumstances. But he noted how popular the speech had been, and reckoned that neither the new Russian leaders nor Eisenhower would have anything to do with the proposal, in which he was right. Everything Churchill now suggested, a top-level summit of the mighty few, with no agenda and no preparation, Eden had objected to throughout his diplomatic life, and he reflected with some bitterness that it was exactly this prime ministerial approach to foreign affairs that had led to his break with Chamberlain. Eden always believed that Churchill's 11 May speech was a major disaster, and he wrote in his diary on November 27, 1954, "It must be long in history since any one speech did so much damage to its own side. In Italy, as de Gasperi openly stated to Winston, and I believe elsewhere, it lost de Gasperi the election, that is his gamble for an increased majority. In Germany, Adenauer was exasperated. Worst of all, it probably cost us EDC in France. At any rate, the whole summer was lost in wrangling. The speech was made without any consultation with the cabinet, and I fear that the Economist is only too right in saying this week that it was playing party politics. Nutting fought all he could against it. I, of course, never saw it at all, but W is not to blame for this, for I was much too ill. He knew well, though, what I should have thought of it, but Eden's first priority was to gain in strength after his close brush with death before his operation in Boston early in June. Cattell knew very well how difficult his task would be. When Colville asked him the proportion of patients who survived such an operation, made a partial recovery, and made a full recovery, the percentages were indeed somber. His team did a brilliant job of patching Eden up, but even their superb surgery and his strong constitution could not fully repair the deadly damage already inflicted upon him. They saved his life, but the cost had been severe. As much has been made of Eden's health after 1953, usually erroneously, the facts must be set out. Cattell's surgery ensured that Eden's circulation was restored to normal, but there was always the possibility of attacks of cholangitis whose characteristic was an intensely high fever. Eden suffered the first of these attacks, as will be related, in October 1956, after 3 years in which he had recovered completely from his operation. Sir Horace Evans prescribed mild sulfur drugs if a fever occurred. Evans and Eden's new doctor, whom Evans recommended, have testified in confidential documents I have seen, that this was not uncommon treatment at that time, and there was no question of abuse of any other drug, including alcohol and other hypnotics. His general health in all other respects was good, and apart from the October 1956 fevers, which recurred a few months later and again subsequently, although at long intervals, he was rarely seriously unwell. After 1957, he was accepted for life insurance on favorable terms after a rigorous medical examination. What was the case, however, was that for a man who had suffered 2 duodenal ulcers, was highly tense and worked far too hard for his own good, the new weakness created by the 1953 events provided the peril that it could unexpectedly flare up again, and that the use of drugs, however mild, and sedatives, if on an irregular basis, presented its own problems. But the fact was, as both his medical records and his political and physical activity testify, he made an astonishing recovery, and it is wholly incorrect to ascribe subsequent events to his health, which, until October 1956, was excellent. He did, after all, live until his 80th year. It is absurd to portray Eden as being from this point a sick man, dependent upon drugs and stimulants. He was not. 1954 was to be perhaps the most active and demanding year of his life, and there were no traces of excessive fatigue, fevers, or illness. But the melancholy fact is that he had incurred an internal weakness of great unpredictability as a result of a human error on the operating table, which even Dr. Cattell's brilliant surgery could not fully repair. Eden's courage and his refusal to let this calamitous reverse depress him or reduce his activities were admirable, but there was to be no complete recovery of his health. Of all the ill fortunes Eden suffered in his life, this was the cruelest of all, nor was it only a medical misfortune. The Edens had flown to North America immediately after the Queen's coronation, which Clarissa Eden had attended but her husband could not. They had been seen off for the Foreign Office with much pleasure. Selwyn Lloyd, as Minister of State, being invited to cabinet meetings, this additional burden was in itself severe, and on top of this were the preparations for the coronation, the great day itself, and the subsequent meetings with Commonwealth leaders who had attended. His own health had already been causing concern to his doctor, Lord Moran, although Churchill, now a Knight of the Garter, and Sir Winston felt well and was in excellent form. But on the evening of 23rd June, after being the host at a Downing Street dinner for the Italian Prime Minister de Gasperi, at which he had spoken at his best, he found that he could not get out of his chair and his speech had become very slurred. The assumption by some was that the Prime Minister had drunk too much, although those who knew him best were considerably more concerned. Moran was summoned, but was not at home, and came next morning in response to an urgent summons. Churchill had suffered a stroke. As so often in these cases, it was impossible to make an immediate medical judgment of its gravity. It appeared to Moran and to Dr. Russell Brain, the top specialist in these matters, that the stroke had been relatively mild, but the appearance of the patient was not good. What then happened remains a matter of considerable controversy. The doctors prepared a somewhat vague bulletin which stated that Churchill had suffered a disturbance of the cerebral circulation, and that they had advised the abandonment of the Bermuda meeting with the Americans and French and at least a month's rest. The politicians, however, saw the political perils of even this reference to what had actually happened, knowing full well that the British press was well equipped with excellent medical advisers who would immediately see the implications of this phrase. Salisbury and Butler, the senior cabinet members in Eden's absence, were in a very difficult position. No one could know for certain how serious would be the effects of Churchill's stroke. He conducted a cabinet on the morning after, and Macmillan was among those who noticed nothing wrong except that Churchill looked very white, and unusually said little. Eden, the heir apparent, was incapacitated. A situation in which the Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary were palpably out of action would be bound to have a severe impact upon national and international perceptions of the capacity of the British government. Thus, the eventual bulletin announced that the Prime Minister has had no respite for a long time from his very arduous duties and is in need of a complete rest. We have therefore advised him to abandon his journey to Bermuda and lighten his duties for at least a month. Moran considered this bulletin to be a gamble that Churchill would recover, and for several days it looked as though it. In political terms, it was wholly successful. Very few knew the truth and kept it firmly to themselves. Colville took what he later called immediate defensive action by writing personally to Camrose, Beaverbrook, and Bracken, who came at once to Chartwell, where they paced the lawn in earnest conversation. They achieved the all but incredible and peacetime possibly unique success of gagging Fleet Street, something they would have done for nobody but Churchill. Not a word of the Prime Minister's stroke was published until he himself casually mentioned it in a speech in the House of Commons a year later. As an exercise in political deception of Parliament and the public, it was masterly. Whether it was justifiable on any other terms is more questionable. Or the key factor in taking this action was Eden's absence. Churchill did not consider that Butler was ready for the premiership, which added to his own determination to carry on as long as possible. But if Eden had been there, it is more than probable that Lady Churchill's insistence that he must retire would have carried the day. It is also certain that many ministers, including the Chief Whip, would have pressed for honorable retirement and Eden's immediate succession promised for so long. But in the circumstances this was impossible, and so the deception was maintained throughout the summer. When Eden returned, Churchill appeared to have made a remarkable recovery, and the chance was gone. The first the Edens had known of the situation was by a personal and confidential letter to Clarissa Eden from Colville, written from Chartwell on 26 June, which also said that there was agreement between advisers, Salisbury and Butler, that if, as appeared likely, Churchill had to resign, the advice to the Queen would be for a caretaker government nominally headed by Salisbury, who would not take the title of Prime Minister until Eden was fit. Jim Thomas reported to Eden on the 29th, after a visit to Chartwell, that active life is over for Churchill, but by 4 July, Colville was writing to Clarissa Eden of a remarkable improvement in Churchill's condition, adding that the possibility of the caretaker government had receded. As Churchill continued with his astonishing improvement, the familiar vagueness descended over his plans. Thomas and Robert Carr were sure that he would go in October, and they and Toby Lowe seriously. Or elective, an individual advice to him was that he should not, but should become Deputy Prime Minister and Leader of the House, so that he could be much more visible to members of Parliament and would be spared the grueling pressures of the Foreign Office and foreign travel. Churchill, however, was unenthusiastic, but he wrote to Eden on the 30th of August about proposed government changes, including the abolition of the overlord, saying that there could be no change at the Foreign Office unless it was your wish to take up the leadership of the House of Commons as Deputy Prime Minister. My own future depends for the moment upon my health. From Thomas there came a tragicomic account of playing croquet at Chartwell, under the stern orders of Montgomery. Uncle said he felt so much better for it, but at times he looked dreadful. Very cozy and sweet to me, but it was a bit macabre. In contrast, Shuckburgh had become convinced by Colville's reports that Churchill was mentally determined to stay on. This was indeed the situation, and sheer willpower seemed to conquer his incapacities, but, again, no firm decision was to be taken until October and the party conference at Margate. Of all the ifs in Eden's life, this remains the most tantalizing of all. Of course, it would have been best for him if Churchill had retired in 1945 or even 1952, his political point made, but had Eden's operation succeeded in April 1953, he would almost certainly have become Prime Minister in June or July. He would have been in full health, at the height of all his powers, with a completely united cabinet and party, and with an opposition in tatters. But one error by a surgeon had destroyed all this. Fate can be very cruel, and seldom more so than it was to Anthony Eden in 1953. He had lost his health and the premiership as a direct result of a medical mistake. Eden himself, so unwell and so far away, had not at first appreciated how serious Churchill's condition was. This was not deliberate deception, as the doctors themselves were unsure about how matters would develop, but his wife had received enough information to make him realize that something very serious had happened. Not surprisingly, although still feeling weak after his 3 operations, and looking it, and although recognizing that he was in no condition to assume the premiership immediately, he was impatient for information and eager to return to Britain as soon as his doctors would permit. The Edens returned to London in late July, and his officials and friends were struck by his gaunt pallor and by his eagerness to know how things stood. But he could not and would not raise the matter directly with Churchill, with whom he and his wife lunched on 27 July at Chequers. Resignation when Eden was fully fit, and then on others musing on the great tasks lying ahead of him. No one, least of all his successor, could bring himself to tell the Prime Minister that this time he really must go. Instead, the fiction was preserved that all Churchill needed was rest and that he was at work, when the reality was totally different. Thus, for 3 months, Britain had neither an effective Prime Minister nor a Foreign Secretary. It is not to be wondered at that Eden was fretful and frustrated. However, he had no choice but to accept that he must recover his health, and went with Clarissa on a Mediterranean cruise as the guests of the Navy in HMS Surprise. An added source of frustration was Churchill's revival of his Grand Summit dream. Churchill's hopes that Eisenhower would be willing to respond were false, the new president describing them in private as completely fatuous. Churchill persevered in public and in private to urge his summit, but without response, as Eden had expected. The Eden's cruise in Surprise was originally intended for a month, at Churchill's invitation, but difficulties arose when Mountbatten characteristically wanted the ship for the second half of September. Jim Thomas, now Lord Silsenan, interceded strongly, and the Edens had their voyage, marred by poor weather and by the need for Clarissa Eden to have a painful wisdom tooth operation in Malta. Nor could they keep entirely away from events at home. As Eden noted in his diary on the 2nd September, many letters about politics on arrival at Athens. Bobbity and Harold urge earlier return. Troublesome. I don't want to. I cannot feel it to really necessary, though this may be due to my lack of enthusiasm for politics, which remains constant. Carr, Thomas, and Salisbury kept him informed about the Churchill situation, which was best summed up by Silsenan, after a visit to Chequers, that nothing has been decided. The Edens returned to London with Nicholas on the 30th September and were met at the airport by Salisbury and Nutting. Eden was still wholly in the dark about what was to happen, if anything. He felt considerably. First time how grave had been the crisis. Talked with W this morning for over an hour, having first seen Sir Horace, who seemed well pleased. Made it clear to W that I was ready to serve in any capacity, but he made it evident he wanted me to stay on at FO. Asked him about plans, and he said he wanted to try himself out, first in Margate and then in the House. Have some doubts as to how that will go physically. Some talk of international situation, and he seemed to accept conclusion that latest Soviet answer showed little desire for talks at any level. We also spoke of Bobbity's desire for younger men in GovT, and I told him this was widespread complaint. He made no comment, but clearly doesn't want any changes now. Bobbity and One and Rab dined with W in evening. Long talk, almost entirely on foreign affairs. It was difficult at times. W didn't like my lack of enthusiasm for May 11th speech. He kept emphasizing its popularity, to which I replied that I was not contesting that. Later, Bobbity pulled him up very sharp, even angrily, when the former thought his loyalty to W had been impugned. I had to make it clear that I did not regard four power talks at the highest level as a panacea. He maintained that in the war it was only the Stalin-Roosevelt-Churchill meetings that had made our foreign secretaries' work possible. I said this was not so, nor was it true that to meet without agenda was the best method with Russians. I believed they liked to have an agenda which they could chew over well in advance. Our most productive meeting with them had been with Hull at Moscow in 1943 before Tehran, when we had used just these methods about Second Front, creation of UNO, Austria, etc. This had led to Tehran meeting. Anyway, the important question was, what next? On this W appeared to have no ideas. A depressing evening. Churchill remained tenacious about his summit, to be held preferably in the Azores, and had approached Eisenhower, who, in Eden's diary note, returned a dusty answer. Eden wanted to invite Dulles and the French Foreign Minister Georges Bidault to London for talks, but Churchill procrastinated for an entire day before giving grudging acquiescence, by which time Dulles had left for his Canadian eyrie for an undisturbed holiday. Eden's exasperation was intense, and Salisbury continued to make strong resignation noises in response to signs that the policy of 11 May might be continued. And so to Margate, where on to October, Churchill made the concluding speech of the party conference. His family, friends, and those few colleagues who knew of his real condition were intensely nervous on his behalf, but it was a triumph. There was characteristic slyness when, deriding public opinion polls, he remarked that it is not a good thing always to be feeling your pulse and taking your temperature, although one has to do this sometimes, you do not want to make a habit of it. I have heard it said that. Remember that this is not a very dignified attitude. There would be no election this year, or next. He moved easily, and apparently effortlessly, over the whole range of government actions and achievements, from housing to red meat, finances to denationalization. When he came at last to international affairs, he opened with a glowing tribute to Eden, which was ecstatically received, but his survey concentrated upon the need for a period of calm and the involvement of West German forces in NATO. When he referred to the 11 May speech, he defended the principle of meetings between heads of state, which was a statement acceptable to Eden and Salisbury, and fell short of the 11 May optimism. But the key sentences came at the end. One word personally about myself. If I stay on for the time being bearing the burden at my age, it is not because of love for power or office. I have had an ample share of both. If I stay, it is because I have a feeling that I may, through things that have happened, have an influence on what I care about above all else, the building of a sure and lasting peace. Let us then go forward together with courage and composure, with resolution and good faith to the end which all desire. The manner and content of the speech, and the fervor of the response of the audience, meant that an early retirement on grounds of incapacity was no longer an argument available to those who wanted him to go. On the 3rd of November, he spoke with wit and force in the debate on the address in the Commons, and on foreign affairs at the Lord Mayor's banquet at the Guildhall on 9th of November, where he said nothing about summits. The differences in attitude between Churchill and Eden on this matter remained and rankled, but the public appearance was one of complete unity and amity. All talk of Churchill retiring faded away, and Eden resumed his place as Foreign Secretary. It has been suggested by some who knew both men that the relationship between Churchill and Eden never really recovered from this time. Like all such sweeping statements, it exaggerates, but there is some truth in it. Eden's private references to Churchill, particularly in his letters to Nicholas, remain affectionate but increasingly despairing and critical. It was not pleasant to be working with a rapidly aging and obstinate prime minister who had enjoyed his brief time as acting foreign secretary, and was right when he wrote with sadness that Winston is trying to relive the days of World War XI. Much as I hold Winston in my personal affection, and much as I admire him for his past accomplishments and leadership, I wish that he would turn over leadership of the British conservation to younger men. This emotion exactly mirrored Eden's. A harder and more different man than he would have drawn together colleagues, MPs, and friends in the press, into a grouping which sincerely believed that the long and marvelous saga of Churchill's great and unique career should not end in bathos and embarrassment, and push both in private and in public for a graceful retirement. The Conservative Party, although it revered Churchill, had never fully taken him to its heart, and there would have been little trouble from that source. An overt Churchill must-go campaign was unthinkable, but if Eden had given the word, a covert campaign, conducted with sensitivity, might well have succeeded. But it was not in Eden's nature to behave like this. There were those who wished, then and later, that it had been in his nature, and his failure to act in that way was thought to reveal a fatal lack of political toughness, un-Churchillian in fact, a charge that ignored Churchill's scrupulous loyalty to Neville Chamberlain. This undoubtedly did his reputation harm in inner conservative political circles, where references to poor Anthony became more frequent. It was also believed by some that Churchill was clinging on because he had lost confidence in Eden as his successor. Eden knew of these whisperings. They did not improve his temper nor lessen his frustration, but he would not act out of character to intrigue to bring down his friend and leader. If this was carrying loyalty and friendship too far, his biographer would not have had it otherwise. but the relationship was now grimly similar to that between Rosebery and Gladstone in 1892-4. In that case, the Foreign Secretary, virtually agreed by all to be the successor, a tense and keenly intelligent man with an enormous popular following, had to endure serving under a legendary personality now far past his prime, whom old age had made both deaf and obstinate, but who hung on to the premiership almost out of habit, partly out of personal vanity, and who constantly interfered in foreign policy matters. When Gladstone was eventually forced out by his own cabinet and Rosebery took his place, it was, as Churchill himself had written of this episode, to an inheritance that was bleak, precarious, wasting. The analogy is not totally exact, but it is close enough to merit comment. Described as filial, and so did Eden deeply resent his relationship with Churchill being described in similar terms, and with good cause. But both had the misfortune to spend a key period of their political careers under the shadow of men who had towered over the political scene for decades, and who stayed on too long. Eden would not have been human if he did not feel exasperated by his situation, but it did not show in public, and he would have nothing to do with cabals. For a brief while early in October, he seriously considered insisting on leaving the Foreign Office and taking another cabinet post, but Churchill had little difficulty in talking him out of this. To his old Oxford acquaintance, Chips Channon, he was affectionate, but in a sudden burst of nerves revealed to me that he is on bad terms with Winston. "I get all the knocks. I don't think I can stand it much longer," he suddenly said. We talked for some time, and I have the feeling that he was fed up and almost hysterical. Such outbursts in private were, as has often been emphasized, a feature of Eden's personality, fierce but short in duration, and far less common than has often been claimed. This one was absolutely understandable, and his moods were not improved by the fact that the failure of his first operation had not only damaged his health how badly was not yet apparent, but had almost certainly cost him the premiership that year. The moods came and went. He accepted the situation, albeit with much impatience, and returned to his work with a vigor which in his physical condition was probably unwise. The Churchill reign continued. Eden was still far from well when he accompanied Churchill to Bermuda for the postponed conference on the 1st December. It was characterized by Churchill talking warmly about the prospects of closer relations with the Russians, and Eisenhower and Bidault taking a very different, and indeed aggressive line. Indeed, so coarse was Eisenhower's language, and his threats of the use of atomic weapons in the Far East and Indochina in certain eventualities, that even Churchill became concerned. Eden was appalled by the prospect, particularly when Eisenhower made it clear that he considered atomic weapons to be merely another weapon, which the United States felt free to use. Compared to a difference of this magnitude, discussions with the French on the EDC were not of great significance. But the meeting had had one major benefit in alerting Eden to the magnitude of the gulf in attitudes between the British and Americans. The American approach to all matters under discussion was crude. If the French did not ratify the EDC, the United States would be forced into an agonizing. Rhodes James, Chips, the diaries of Sir Henry Channon, P. Russians, only understood one language. Communism in Southeast Asia must not only be resisted but defeated, if needs be by war and atomic weapons. Dulles did agree to attend a foreign ministers' conference in Berlin in January, but Eden left Bermuda deeply troubled, and with good reason. To Clarissa he wrote, "Conference is very hard going now, and I am sad and tired, not so much about details as about this poor world and what I fear lies ahead, but more of this when we meet. Meanwhile, all devotion. From APS. I am well, and the President delighted with my appearance, which he said so much better than reports. W hears nothing at the conferences, which doesn't reduce my problems. I still like Ike." 1953 had been a year Eden wanted to forget, as he wryly noted, but at least he had survived, more narrowly than all but a few realized. He looked frail, and his appearance deeply worried his colleagues, some of whom continued to urge him to step down from the Foreign Office and take a less onerous Home Department, which would give him a stronger domestic experience and position. It was good advice, but Eden's lack of self-confidence outside his own field was the true cause of his refusal, and not, as some averred, his concern for status. He also felt that, as times were dangerous and much needed to be done in foreign affairs, only he could undertake these tasks. In this he was proved to be absolutely right. The Berlin Conference of the Foreign Ministers of Britain, the United States, France, and the Soviet Union lasted from 25 January to 19 February. Eden boldly proposed free all to German elections for a representative reunified German government with whom a peace treaty could then be negotiated. He knew that, even in the post-Stalin climate, Molotov could never agree to this, but his real purpose was to make the British position clear, that the British government had made a positive proposal towards German reunification, which had been rebuffed by the Soviet Union. He also hoped to encourage the French to ratify the EDC. There was no progress on an Austrian peace treaty either, but the fact that a real and serious dialogue had taken place represented a significant advance. Most important of all, it was agreed to hold another foreign ministers' meeting in April in Geneva to discuss Korea and Indochina, strain, and in these circumstances Eden had decided that Western support for what was clearly a losing, if not lost cause, was futile as well as dangerous. Dulles' obsession with communist China and his fear of it spreading its power throughout Indochina and Southeast Asia was genuine and deep, and it was with the greatest difficulty that Eden persuaded him that the Chinese should be represented at Geneva. What really worried Eden, and with very good cause, was that as the French position deteriorated, the Americans might intervene militarily and seek British support. This was a fearful prospect, and one Eden was determined to defeat. The danger increased when it became clear that the position of the large French garrison at Dien Bien Phu was growing desperate. The purpose of this bold but inept initiative had been to draw the Viet Minh into open battle by creating a Verdun-like fortress which they would have to attack. Attack they did, with massive numbers and using considerable military skill. The Battle of Dien Bien Phu had a particular savagery, and heavy casualties resulted. Gradually, the perimeter was reduced, and the French urgently asked for American air support. The Americans then proposed to Britain that they should issue a joint warning against Chinese intervention, backed by the threat of military action against China if they did, and by actual intervention in the Indochina conflict. There is no question that Dulles and the American government were immensely serious. Admiral Arthur W. Radford, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Vice President Nixon were strongly in favor of American airstrikes to assist the beleaguered garrison at Dien Bien Phu, and the matter was put to a secret meeting of leading members of Congress on the 3rd of April. Radford frankly said that this action would provide a very real possibility of war with China, and that if the air action failed, ground troops might well have to be brought in to help the French. It was Senator Lyndon Johnson, the Democrat majority leader, who raised the question of where the British stood, and it became clear that the only intervention that the congressional leaders could recommend would be one on Korean lines in concert with Britain and the Commonwealth countries, particularly Australia and New Zealand. There were also serious doubts whether the American public, heartily relieved by the armistice in Korea and rather less troubled by the Chinese offshore islands than their government, would be at all enthusiastic about intervention in what many perceived as a French colonial war. Dulles' own attitude was graphically demonstrated in a press conference he gave on the 13th of April in London, where he had flown on the 10th of April to urge cooperation on the British. Situation? Dulles, the removal by the Chinese communists of their apparent desire to extend the political system of communism to Southeast Asia. That means a complete withdrawal of the communists from Indochina? Dulles, that is what I would regard as a satisfactory solution. Is there any compromise that might be offered if that is not entirely satisfactory with the communists? Dulles, I had not thought of any. Dulles attempted to put the maximum pressure on the British both in London and later at a NATO Council meeting in Paris, when he asked Eden for British support for American air action to save Dien Bien Phu. I am fairly hardened to crises, Eden later wrote, but I went to bed that night a troubled man. He had not dismissed the idea of a Southeast Asia Defense Organization on the NATO model, which Dulles had proposed in London, although he had doubts about its feasibility, but he was not prepared to consider internationalizing and expanding the Indochina conflict into a major war, whose possibilities were incalculable. When Radford did not discount the use of atomic weapons, his alarm increased. As the Americans knew that congressional support for intervention hinged on the British response, Eden's role was crucial. He flew back to London to inform Churchill and the cabinet of what was being planned, and received their complete support for absolute refusal to become involved in any way. Although Dulles was told this on the 25th of April, he called a meeting in Washington for all British Commonwealth, French, and some Southeast Asian ambassadors to discuss united action in Indochina, to be known as Operation Vulture. Eden was again in Paris when he heard of this by cable from Makins, and immediately returned to London to see Churchill at Chequers. They were of like mind on the matter, and Eden cabled Makins in very firm terms to forbid him to attend the meeting. Makins told Dulles very diplomatically about his instructions. Dulles was upset and angered. He considered, quite unfairly, that the fact that Eden had not rejected the idea of a defense organization in Southeast Asia had constituted a pledge to support joint action to help the French, whereas Eden had consistently made it clear that this was out of the question. Dien Bien Phu fell on the 7th of May. The Geneva Conference opened on 26th of April. Dulles was reluctant to go and was still angry at the British response, particularly with Eden, and made a point of refusing to shake hands with Xu Enlai, the Chinese, Enlai deeply. Much was to flow from that rejection of a handshake, but Dulles was not rational on the subject of China and of what had happened since the revolution. The Americans played little part in Geneva, but Eden took the lead. He was helped by the fact that the French were now demoralized by their dreadful losses and by the heavy cost of a war they clearly were not winning, and the French government, headed by Pierre Mendès France, came into office pledged to seek as quick and as honorable a settlement as possible. Also, Eden found Molotov unexpectedly reasonable. In these circumstances, Eden was able to secure unanimous agreement for an armistice. But, as in the case of Korea, difficulties arose over the composition of the Supervisory Commission, and these dragged on for weeks. This was Anthony Eden at his best and in his element, alarmed by the tone of the opening speeches. On the 29th, he used his role of president of the conference to take decisive action. Foster droned on, and little S. Korean seemed in no hurry to do anything. I said we should either agree upon proposition we could put before the world as we had done in Berlin and stand by it, or bring general discussion to an end as soon as possible and get down to business. This kind of discussion could do us no good at all. Everybody agreed with me except Foster and S. Korean. Latter seemed mainly interested in speech he is thinking of making next Monday. Eventually, we agreed to set up small committee to draft our proposals. Molotov unpleasant but not particularly effective. On 3rd, May Dulles left. I went to see Foster off. It was meant as a gesture, but I don't think it did much good. Americans are sore, mainly I suspect because they know they have made a mess of this conference. But Dulles had left behind Walter Beadle Smith, the American Under-Secretary of State, whom Eden liked and trusted. On 4, May Churchill telephoned to say that he wanted to invite Smith to Chequers for the weekend. I said this would arouse the wildest speculation and we must stay on the job. When I returned and made a guarded reference to possibility of Bedell visiting London, Bideau said at once that if this happened, he would be off. But Smith sincerely tried to bridge the Anglo-American divide, and Eden was very willing to go as far in his direction as possible. Maybe too far, he noted. And on 5 May he wrote, an unexpectedly relaxed evening with Molotov, who was in helpful mood. Maybe a deliberate exercise in dividing us from Americans, but I hardly think so. Anyway, it was enjoyable, and may have been of the key issues was to persuade to accept the principle of separate treatment for Laos and Cambodia, which we must if we are to save them, Eden wrote. Old international conferences are as exciting to read about as old speeches, and although this one was no exception, it was to prove of historic importance, and tested Eden's political and diplomatic skills and his patience very considerably. But he proved equal to the intellectual and physical strains, which was all the more remarkable because he was simultaneously involved in the final delicate negotiations over the Suez Canal base in Iran and the normal work of the Foreign Office, principally conducted from Geneva. The Chinese worked on by Molotov began to thaw, and Eden's famous charm and courtesy had a considerable impact upon them, in contrast to Dulles' behavior. Early in June, they suddenly made important concessions that opened the way for separate armistices for Laos and Cambodia and the division of Vietnam. After weeks of exhausting negotiation, Eden suddenly saw the way forward. Meanwhile, relations with Churchill were not good. Eden still believes strongly that under current conditions, military, economic, and political, the large British base in the Suez Canal zone, which was under constant pressure, was insupportable, and he was pressing for completion of the Treaty of Withdrawal. As he argued in cabinet and with Churchill, in the era of nuclear weapons and jet aircraft, and given the state of the British economy, the presence of very large numbers of British forces in the area made no strategic or economic sense. Churchill, ever the instinctive imperialist and highly sensitive to charges of scuttle and appeasement, remained deeply unhappy. So was the Suez Group. This clandestine body organized its operations with rare skill. Among its members was Julian Amory, son-in-law of Macmillan, and holder of a name famous in empire matters. Their numbers were not large, and they perhaps overplayed their hand, but they had a sizable number of conservatives in sympathy with them, as well as elements in the conservative press. Churchill was among those who were sympathetic, and the dispute with Eden caused him genuine distress and concern, particularly as Eden had virtually the complete support of the cabinet. Churchill was also unhappy about the deterioration in Anglo-American relations. The threat of direct American intervention in Indochina still overshadowed Eden's valiant efforts in Geneva, but in the American press, Congress and State Department, these were not only ill-appreciated, but were being heavily and frequently censured. Thus, Eden was in the extraordinary and uncomfortable position of being denounced in Britain for being an appeaser of dictators in Egypt, and in the United States for being an appeaser of communist dictatorships in Southeast Asia. There was, at that time, virtually single-handedly had kept America out of a war in Indochina that could easily have escalated into a major and appalling confrontation between the nuclear powers. Nor was there much gratitude in the Conservative Party for his plans to face the realities of world politics in the Middle East. Punch, which under the editorship of Malcolm Muggeridge had taken a deep and mystifying hostility to everything Eden did, depicted him as another Neville Chamberlain, a charge that especially enraged Eden for obvious reasons. Also, Churchill still clung obstinately to his dream of a last great summit of the powers as the culmination of his great career, while Eden remained at best unenthusiastic and usually very hostile. He was now more protective than ever of his position as Foreign Secretary, and any attempt by Churchill to involve himself met with strong resistance. There were now more rows and disputes than at any time in their long relationship, and although these were often followed by warm reconciliations, the general atmosphere was painful. And behind such disagreements on policy, there lay the still unresolved matter of when Churchill would go, which was making the cabinet restive and unhappy, and Eden, who was again grossly overworking, increasingly frustrated. This was the personal context in which he had to work in 1954, which he did with a skill and resilience that astonished all who knew how close he had been to death only 12 months before. On 24 June, Churchill and Eden and their official party flew to the United States for the long-planned meeting with Eisenhower, the importance of which was now greater than ever. To everyone's surprise, Eisenhower at once agreed in principle to meet the Russians, to Churchill's delight and Eden's mortification and dullest dismay. They also agreed on the need to rearm West Germany in spite of the vehement objections in Britain and France, but when Churchill waxed eloquent in favor of supporting the Americans in their military support of anti-communist rebels in Guatemala, Eden again found himself in strong disagreement. This inevitably caused more tension between the two. What Eden did achieve was to extract from a very reluctant Dulles agreement to the partition of Vietnam under the proposed but still incomplete agreements at Geneva. In return for this, the British agreed to set up a study group to prepare for Dulles' cherished Asian NATO, which was eventually to become the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization. Also, crucial to the Anglo-Egyptian negotiations, the Americans endorsed the principle of international freedom of traffic through the Suez Canal. After a Brielle, and party set on the Queen Elizabeth on the 1st July. It would have been far better had they flown home, for on the voyage frictions, disagreements, and arguments broke out again. Churchill now wanted to go to Moscow early in August to ask for Austrian independence, and told Eden he would definitely retire in September, probably on the 21st. Churchill prepared a telegram to Molotov inviting himself to Moscow. Eden argued that he disliked the idea in any event, but that such a major step could not possibly be taken without cabinet approval. Churchill said that if the cabinet did not approve, he would resign. Colville argued that this would give the new government an anti-Russian appearance from the beginning, so the telegram went to the cabinet. Both men were aggrieved by this compromise, and there was then what Colville called a blood row between them over the entry of China into the United Nations. Eden got red in the face with anger, and there was a disagreeable scene. They both went to bed in a combination of sorrow and anger, the PM saying that Anthony was totally incapable of differentiating great points and small points. In reality, in this instance, Eden had grasped the big point, while Churchill, obsessed with keeping in with the Americans and more than sympathetic to their continuing veto of Communist China's entry into the World Organization, took the small view. On the next day, there was a great reconciliation, but Eden foresaw major difficulties when the cabinet considered Churchill's Moscow plans, and in this he was right. At the cabinet on 7 July, Salisbury led the charge against the Russian visit, threatening resignation, and Macmillan took the unusual step of calling upon Lady Churchill to warn her of the seriousness of the situation, which she raised in her characteristically forthright way at lunch, to her husband's indignation. The fact was that, knowing the cabinet would raise strong objections to his visit, he had tried to act independently and had been found out. Also, he now realized that Salisbury's resignation on such a matter would be highly damaging to the government and to him personally. Cruikshank joined with Salisbury, and although Eden did not threaten to resign on the matter, his hostility to the project was made very plain. Churchill was again muttering of resigning himself, but the Russians then conveniently called for a foreign ministers' meeting to discuss European security, a way out that the cabinet accepted with relief. Churchill had been in the wrong throughout, and Eden in the right, but one still wonders if the storm would have happened at all had it not been for the 5 days' unfortunate relaxation at sea. Nevisit had majored to return to Geneva. Getting the Americans to participate in the final stages proved more difficult, but he eventually succeeded after a somewhat fraught series of meetings in Geneva and Paris. Eden then personally prepared the final draft agreements, and had his reward for months of arduous work and brilliant political diplomacy when success was achieved on 21st July. A ceasefire was to take place throughout Indochina. Vietnam was to be divided at the 17th parallel. Although Korean reunification had not been achieved, there was at least agreement by both sides on non-interference in the internal affairs of the other. There was no agreement on a multilateral guarantee of the agreement, and the Americans would not endorse it, they only took note, but they did undertake not to use force to disturb it. A bitter and terrible war that had lasted for 8 years had been ended, and it had been proved possible to do sensible political business to reduce grave international tensions. What was not known at the time, and not for many years later, was how Anthony Eden had prevented the eruption of a superpower conflict in Southeast Asia that could well have involved atomic weapons. Nonetheless, there was a general perception of what he had achieved against very formidable odds. His strategy and tactics were models to be followed by anyone with serious interest in the diplomatic arts. He had a clear idea of his objectives, of which he never lost sight, and yet he was flexible. He worked immensely hard and drove his staff hard, yet found time for relaxed working meals with delegates, where his persuasion could be at its most effective. His temper and impatience were strictly reserved for offstage occasions. In public and at private meetings, he was invariably courteous and patient. He coaxed, he flattered, he steered the conference firmly without appearing to do so, and gained all his purposes in an atmosphere of genuine goodwill. The Chinese in particular were greatly impressed by him, and Molotov became, as Eden noted with amusement, almost genial. The Americans and certain sections of the British press were churlish and unimpressed, but others recognized one of the most remarkable diplomatic achievements of the post-war world. The hope that matters of such bloody controversy could be resolved peacefully soared as a direct result of this triumph, for such it was. But in the House of Commons, although there was widespread admiration for what Eden had done, Churchill paid generous and public tribute by defying House of Commons rules and referring directly to Anthony Eden instead of the conventional "my right honorable friend." The Suez Revolt remained ugly. Churchill, however, had now changed his view. In his discussions with Eisenhower and reading papers submitted by the Ministry of Defense, he had come to the conclusion that the development of the hydrogen bomb had changed everything. To Colville, he said that the difference between the hydrogen bomb and the atomic bomb is greater than that between the atomic bomb and the bow and arrow. A somewhat typical exaggeration and over-dramatization, but, as always, perceptive. Another factor was the entry of Greece and Turkey into NATO, which in Eden's view, as Churchill conceded, had significantly changed the strategic balance. Naguib had behaved very reasonably over Sudanese independence as it transpired, too much for his own good, and attacks on the British base had become only very occasional and notably feeble. What was not sufficiently appreciated in London was the significance of the fall of Naguib in February 1954, and his replacement by Colonel Nasser as premier. This was only temporary, but Nasser and his allies bided their time, and in October Naguib was definitely deposed. But by this time the Anglo-Egyptian agreements had been signed. Reports from Cairo on Nasser, although critical, were far from hostile, and he made an excellent impression on Nutting, who signed the agreement on behalf of the British government, and on Selwyn Lloyd. Churchill, having changed his mind, now put his formidable influence into supporting Eden. This was vital, as Eden had to face what could well have been an extremely unpleasant meeting of the Backbench 1922 committee. As it was not at all pleasant, and a close friend has told me that he has seldom seen a man more nervous than Eden was when he was sitting in the Commons corridor waiting to be invited into the room to meet his bitter critics, and bitter they certainly were. But Eden won over the majority. The British insistence on the right of re-entry into the zone in case of emergency had remained the principal obstacle to an agreement, but in July the United States, under heavy British and domestic pressure, undertook to support the principle of freedom of navigation through the canal, and the Egyptians agreed not only to the reactivation of the British zone in emergency circumstances, but also endorsed the Constantinople Convention of 1888 guaranteeing freedom of navigation. The British would evacuate their forces within 20 months, but the base would be maintained by British civilians for another 7 years. It seemed a classic compromise between the demands of Egyptian nationalism, the rights of the shareholders of the Suez Canal Company, and long-term Western strategic interests. Commending the treaty to the House of Commons on 29 July, Eden was utterly convincing and very impressive. The Suez Group was effectively isolated, and Eden's soaring reputation rose further. To his increasing number of admirers on both sides of the Commons, he now seemed capable of achieving anything. International Oil Consortium, in which Britain retained almost half the shares, would produce and market Iranian oil, with a fixed sum compensation for the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. This was a complete vindication for Eden's policy of playing the matter long, and as in the case of the Canal Zone, reaching a solution that was in the interests of both Iran and the West, without any colonial or exploitative content. It was another masterpiece of skill and sensitivity. The fall of Mossadegh may have been engineered by British and American agents as it was, but a clumsy handling of the critical issue of Iranian oil would assuredly have provoked the return of those passions that had brought him to prominence in the first place. Had it been left solely to the Americans, that is what would have happened. Unhappily, neither in Iran nor in Indochina were subsequent American administrations able or willing to learn the lessons that Eden had taught them of what realistic diplomacy is about. In December, looking back on this amazing year, Eden wrote in his diary, "It is a strange thing about this year that though many people have written about the problems we hope, solved, Western European Union, Egypt, Indochina, Persia, Arabia, very few have given much credit to Persia, which was, I believe, the toughest of all. 3 senior officials have helped me in turn. Makins, Dixon, and Katcha, all excellent. There was first the problem of getting the Americans to see eye to eye with us. This meant curing the Mossadegh mania, and was never accomplished until the new administration. Americans were incurably convinced that Mossadegh was only barrier against communism. Then there was the question whether to act before relations were broken or to wait. That was the most difficult decision of all. I called in 1 or 2 from outside. Mercifully, we decided to wait. Then there were all the problems of the company. Harold Katcha did a grand job there. Eden may have driven the Foreign Office, and particularly his private office, very hard, in some individual cases much too hard, with distressing results, but this series of successes against the odds sent Foreign Office morale higher even than at the height of Bevan's reign, while the reputation of the government rose with that of the Foreign Secretary. No one, of course, knew that Eden had impoverished himself by his sale of his Anglo-Iranian shares, except Churchill and a very few others. Meanwhile, what of the succession? Colville recorded in his diary. The cabinet went away for the recess, some of them glum, some of them bewildered. Winston retired to Chartwell, where I spent much of August with him. As the days went by, he became less reconciled to giving up office and adumbrated all sorts of reasons why he should not. Never had a PM been treated like this, that he was to be hounded from his place merely because his second-in-command wanted the job. And what was there in the argument that the new regime needed a year to take over before an election? On the contrary, there was little for a new government to offer, and as an election drew near, it would be a target for abuse by half the country. Eden had far better start an entirely new deal after a general election. It looks like a terrible and painful struggle. Eden recorded in his diary for 27th August. Rab and Harold asked to see me at 11. Rab said that he had been much embarrassed, that he had a double loyalty to W and to me and had told W so. He was convinced that W was determined to stay. Neither pretended that this was nationally desirable. The issue was what to do. Rab clearly wanted me to consider whether I could take over home front and leadership of the House. This, he urged, would make me PM in everything but name. Harold did not conceal his concern at attempting to carry on with W as he now is. Nor did I. The reshuffle was merely a device to enable him to carry on longer while doing even less. He would then do nothing except interfere with FO. This might have disastrous results. We all agreed that it was essential to have a meeting of a number of colleagues soon. We were all pretty gloomy, but friendly. A disagreeable feature of this whole business is that in the reshuffle I am sure we will find W actuated by animus against Bobbity, Harry Cruikshank, and perhaps Lord Chancellor. After a long talk with Harold and Rab walked across to see W interview open stiffly. He paid various compliments about FO documents since my return. I did not respond. Eventually we got to the point. He asked me what I thought of the position. I said, I have your letter, you have mine. What more is there to say? He then launched out into a long rigmarole as to how he felt better. He also argued that this was a bad time for him to go, not possible for the new administration to make its mark in the last year. This was Woolton's view too. Unfortunate I had been ill when he had his stroke last year. Now better wait until he fell ill again, or near the election when he would give me all the help he could. I said I had explained what I thought many times. If I was not fit to stand on my own feet now and choose an administration now, I should probably be less so a year from now. The Govt was not functioning well, and this was putting a heavy strain on all his senior ministers. These were able men, but there was no coordination. Of course he didn't like this and said he had never missed a day since his illness. I said that wasn't the point. There was no coordination on home front and cabinets. Nowhere. I said that I would have been glad of the chance to take over a year ago, but it meant less to me now, and would mean less still next year if I were still there. I added that I envied Oliver and would like to do as he had done. He replied that the party would never forgive me if I did, that they were counting on me, etc. I was young. It would all be mine before 60. Why was I in such a hurry? Anyway, if I felt like it, he would be ready for me to take over leadership of House and home front. I showed no enthusiasm and felt none. He said there was another alternative, that I might lead a rebellion of 5 or 6 ministers, but that would be very grave. I said of course it would, and he knew perfectly well that I was the last person to want to do this after our many years of work together. Then there was some emotion, after which I said I would like to talk it all over with political colleagues together. He didn't like this much, but eventually agreed as long as it was a discussion of reconstruction and not of his resignation. The situation was indeed desperate and extraordinary. The tension between the two men was demonstrated by a letter to Eden from Churchill in early September. I'm sorry you are not happy about home affairs. I must admit I have had a rather trying time myself during the last 15 months. During the first part of these, I was much troubled by your absence through illness and the uncertainty about whether and when you'd WD be able to return. Since this has happily occurred, I have been distressed by the continuous pressure of some of YR friends who want me to retire in YR favor. I have tried to discharge the duty to why I was appointed by the Crown and Parliament. I am glad to say I have not missed a single day's control of affairs in spite of a temporary loss of physical mobility. Now I have good reports from my doctors. So, the door was closed again. It is unbelievable, Clarissa wrote in her diary, but there was nothing she or her husband or the cabinet could do about it, short of an act of gross disloyalty and intrigue with which Eden would never associate himself as the Churchill camp well knew, and as the Neville Chamberlain camp had known in 1938-9. And at this point, another international crisis occurred. On 8 September, agreement had been reached in Manila to establish SEATO, but on 30 August, the French Assembly, on a procedural motion, had failed to ratify the EDC. Eden was dismayed, but saw no point, as he put it, of placing the French like a naughty child in the corner. Nonetheless, this was a crisis that had to be resolved, on which he pondered at. The more he thought about the difficulty, the more he became convinced that the answer, if it could be achieved, would be to bring West Germany into NATO and make the 1948 Brussels Treaty a mutual defense pact. This would remove many domestic objections to Britain's membership of the EDC and increase military contribution in Europe. If it was an inspiration, and it was based on much experience and much thought. In the course of 6 months, he had moved from establishing a ceasefire in Indochina and preventing a major war in Southeast Asia to a resolution of the Iranian problem and a settlement with Egypt. Now he moved back to European reconstruction. And all this in the middle of the confusion and embarrassment over the succession. Eden's two concerns were graphically portrayed in his diary for 1 September. A strenuous day in London, saw Rab in mourning. He was no more confident about the reconstruction, but thought we ought to try and urge home front upon me. He didn't think it would last long, but we have heard that so often. Saw W at 12 and had general talk about what to do. He wants to send message to Adenauer, no harm in that. He lunched with us. C had done very well with oysters and grouse. Cabinet presented no problems, though very rambling. As a result, was late for Krishna and had to see him twice. Also, the press, to whom I gave rather rambling discourse. I'm sure an 8-power meeting makes more sense than NATO, and London must take a hand. Patrick came to dinner, still anxious I should take over home front. Late drive to cottage, on 5 September at Rose Bower, lovely sunny day, made the most of it. Read and gardened, and painted an indifferent watercolor of C's favorite view. Had a thought that it might do good if I did a tour of the 6 capitals before our conference. This was to prove another inspiration. The conference, to include the United States and Canada in addition to the European NATO members, was to be in London on 28 September, and Eden was already preparing not only his strategy and tactics, but the dramatic proposal that was going to transform the situation. Meanwhile, as his diary shows, the problems at home rumbled on. 10 September. W came to luncheon with Clemmy. He was in very poor shape and claimed of dizziness caused by reading in the car. They were very late and hadn't seen Makins, his only appointment of the day. The party, if W remained, and a little inclined to complain, perhaps rightly, that I had made things too easy for him. I am quite clear that Ministry of Defense gambit is impossible, and told them so. They were keen to press for departure on birthday. I don't think we can succeed, but no harm in trying. 11 September. Woke up at 7, finished my box and wrote to W and Harold. W will not like the letter, but I had to tell him that no scheme of reconstruction so far devised was any good if the Gov was to function, and we were to have best chance of winning next election. Both Harold and Patrick were insistent that I should write this because W is now merely fiddling with names of juniors, and all the old men in cabinet are still to stay. But it isn't easy for an 80-year-old to sack a 70-year-old. C came to see me off. Also all 6 ambassadors, quite a party. In Brussels, Spaak was enthusiastic and helpful. In Berlin, so was Adenauer, who agreed to membership of NATO and limitations on West German rearmament to allay French apprehensions. In Paris, Eden had considerable difficulty on this score with Mendes France and his colleagues, but after 2 days of intensive discussions he was able to persuade them of the merits of his case and the strength of the safeguards. Once again, unhappily, the Americans provided the greatest difficulty, and Dulles' sudden arrival in Bonn was an alarming and unwelcome intrusion, fortunately with no ill effects. Dulles needed considerable persuasion that Eden's plan was a step towards, and not away from, all European integration in the long run, but first Eden had to listen to further mutterings about the possibility of the withdrawal of all American assistance from Western Europe if divisive policies continued to be pursued that could prevent Dulles' dream of a revivified, democratic, and united Europe free of all communist influence. It was a remarkable feat that Eden was able to persuade both him and the French with totally different fears, that what he was proposing was in their national interests as well as in the interests of NATO. And then, at the foreign ministers' meeting in London chaired by Eden, he dramatically announced on the 30th September that Britain would maintain 4 divisions in Europe and the Tactical Air Force virtually in perpetuity. What had proved difficult was Churchill's quite unexpected opposition, which emerged at a decisive meeting at Downing Street on 28 September, when Eden's paper seeking cabinet authority for the undertaking was discussed. What the cabinet minutes do not emphasize sufficiently was that Churchill was, in Eden's account, very difficult, considerably to my surprise. But Salisbury and Swinton strongly supported Eden, and no one else said anything. Churchill's objections were tacitly overruled. This unprecedented commitment to permanent British military presence on the continent given. Churchill's 80th birthday, 30th of November, AR and put party conference on 6 October convinced the French of British sincerity. Eden gained all his objectives. The Allied occupation regime in West Germany was ended, she became a full member of NATO, and a Western European Union was established in Paris. For someone often depicted as anti-European because of his doubts on full economic integration, this was the greatest single service that a British foreign minister has rendered to the reunification of Europe and to the ending of the wounds of war. As he willingly acknowledged, he built on Bevan's foundations, but his own support for Bevan had been vital in that earlier period. This new triumph was universally admired and praised, even Dulles being warmly generous. Eden was awarded the Whiteler Peace Prize by the Carnegie Foundation. The Daily Mail named him Politician of the Year, and the Queen renewed the offer of the Garter made by her father in 1945 this time, as Churchill had already accepted the high honor. Eden did so as well, it being conferred on him at Windsor on the 20th October, amid widespread enthusiasm and much pleasure, his political opponents going out of their way to express their sincere congratulations. But the succession matter dragged on. Then over to talk to W at his request. It took time but amounted to very little. He seemed inclined to view I couldn't leave FO at present reshuffle. I said I wasn't eager to do so, but if I stayed there until a week or so before general election, I wouldn't have chance to make any impression home front. Silence on this. It would have been very difficult for Eden to have left the Foreign Office at this stage, For although the decisions of the London Conference were finalized in Paris on 23 October, there were highly sensitive areas, notably on nuclear matters, that required further work and negotiation, with the Americans Dulles again coming over to Paris in December to work out an agreed formula for the use of nuclear weapons in certain circumstances. This could have caused considerable difficulties, but Dulles was now in a helpful mood, and in circumstances of great secrecy the two, with Lester Pearson, the Canadian Foreign Secretary, agreed on a formula, evolved mainly by Foster, which met our needs admirably. Later, when F and I saw Mendes, he took it without a word, so did Scandinavians. Foster dined with me at Embassy, useful discussion of all our problems in a helpful spirit. As this remarkable year in Eden's life drew to a close, a member of his very hard-pressed private office, Andrew Stark, said to him that, "This has been an annus mirabilis." So it had been. More had been achieved in 12. Issues then in post-W war in Indochina, and possibly a world war, had been averted. The position of Western Europe had been immensely strengthened. West Germany had been brought in from the post-war cold. The Iranian situation had been stabilized. Relations with the Soviet Union were markedly better. The key decision to withdraw from Egypt had been taken, and, by the end of 1954, relations with Dulles had significantly improved. It was indeed appropriate that it was the year in which he had received the Garter. What had particularly amazed those who worked closest to Eden was his extraordinary mental and physical energy. To have such ideas and inspirations was remarkable enough. For someone who so recently had been very sick, and who had looked so dreadful at the end of 1953, it was a tribute to his physical resilience and his determination. Nicholas Eden has told me of how his father was exhausted after a set of tennis that summer, but within a quarter of an hour was back on the court, knocking hell out of me. Much the same happened in the international diplomatic sphere. Disappointments were to be regarded as mere setbacks, opportunities were to be seized, unremitting hard work was the response to problems, the human factor was never to be ignored in negotiation. But seeing the matter in retrospect, the pace of that year, with its constant traveling and very long days and short nights, was an extremely fierce one, which certainly reduced some Foreign Office officials to complete exhaustion. Colville had a glimpse of this when there was a trivial incident over a diplomatic bag from the United States intended for him at Downing Street, but sent in error to a Foreign Office official of the same name at a distant embassy. When Colville raised the matter of the missing bag, which contained especially sensitive material, with a senior Foreign Office official, he was advised to write a strong letter of complaint which could be formally noted for office purposes and responded to with an official apology. Colville did as he was advised, and was astounded to receive back from a member of Eden's staff a virulent, 5-page letter in the man's own handwriting. Colville tore the letter up, and the matter ended, but Colville then realized the intense strain under which Eden's staff were working. It often happens in office that the burdens are heavier on the staff than on the leader. The latter, after all, has the exhilaration of leadership, the publicity, and the glamour of achievement, which can take one through strain and weariness in a way denied to the staff. Eden was a far more thoughtful and considerate minister than he has often been given credit for, and his staff enjoyed being on a winning team. But if they felt the strain, which they did, it had similar effects on Eden, and although there was no recurrence of illness or fever. In 1954, he was often desperately tired and tense, for a man who had only just recovered from 3 major operations. A price would have to be paid. "A walk in PM, which I found sadly tiring," he wrote on 28 December. "The only shadow on this year of triumph remained that of the succession." As 1954 drew to an end, the National Union of Railwaymen made strong demands and threatened a national strike, on which the cabinet was divided. Eden's attention had been elsewhere for so long that the event came as a surprise to him, but he took a robust view that the ennuyeur should be confronted and the British rail management supported. Churchill was not so sure, the normal pacifier, Monckton, referring to the Prime Minister in private as the Ancient Mariner. But this matter, requiring a firm response by a united cabinet, merely emphasized how bad the situation had become. Just when it seemed that even Churchill thought it might be a convenient time to go, he produced a triumph that again changed his mind. On his 80th birthday, on the 30th November, he received the unprecedented tribute of both Houses of Parliament in Westminster Hall, a wonderful occasion to which he responded with an unforgettably characteristic speech of wit and fire. The puckish humor, the calculated asides, the perfectly modulated control of voice, and that incomparable moral sturdiness made him look and sound years younger than his true age. Tributes poured in upon him and Lady Churchill from throughout the world as well as from their fellow countrymen. Even to someone as egotistical as Churchill, this volume of gratitude and praise genuinely surprised and moved him. Also, he was enjoying an Indian summer in the House of Commons, often embroiled in controversy, but scoring regularly off his critics, to universal pleasure. As he now did very little real work, he could concentrate on these occasions, and he was enjoying himself. Macmillan, Cruikshank, and others were pressing him hard on Eden's behalf. But the old man could see no good reason why he should retire while things were going so well, particularly on the economic front, where Butler's strategy of controlled deregulation and the reduction of taxes was proving popular and successful, assisted by a significant change in the world balance of trade that favored Britain. For the first time since the war, the British people found themselves moving out of the prolonged period of austerity and were greatly relishing the experience. Unemployment was falling, prosperity was rising, hated controls and rationing were being abolished. The Macmillan housing program was proceeding at great pace, although at high cost. In contrast, the Labour Party was in deep disarray, the Bevanite faction pursuing its purposes with a vigor that often degenerated into venom and vendetta. For those within it, the government seemed to be without real leadership or purpose. To outsiders, it seemed impressive and self-confident, while Labour-locked successes abroad made people proud to be British again. There was new hope in the air. Why then, Churchill mused, should he retire when everything was going so well? Additionally, there was what Eden described as Churchill's lunatic obsession for his beloved summit, which he was determined to resist. It was an unhappy time, as Eden recorded on the 21st December, felt far from well all day, and temperature in evening, but determined to have my talk with W after dinner. Mentioned to Bobbity on telephone that I was going, and he told me there was something I should know. He would come around and see me. He did, and told me that Fred W. had told him in H of L that afternoon that W. had asked him and James and Rab to stay behind after Cabinet. He had then raised and discussed with them possible spring election. Fred had also said to Bobbity that of course no one would dream of wanting a March election except to get rid of W. Rab had been against it. James had kept silent, evidently a preparatory lobbying. Interesting, considering he has consistently refused a meeting with me present. He never mentioned this talk when I saw him later, nor admitted prior consultation except with Rab night before. Set out for number 10 at 9.30. Found Clemmy there with W. She was charming and worried at my color. W. said he supposed I'd been living too well in Paris. Then when Clemmy had gone after a long pause, he said, "What do you want to see me about?" in his most aggressive tone. I said that he had had my letter and said he would be ready to discuss it. And slowly the argument began. At first he would have nothing. All was as well as possible. There was no hurry for an election or for him to hand over. The end of June or July would do very well. Laboriously, I explained first that the new administration should have a chance to establish itself with the public. This gave us none. Second, that it would place me in a much stronger position if I could take over in a month when an election was possible. Then, if my authority or mandate was challenged, I would have the option either to fight it out in Parliament or to say very well let the country judge and go to the country. This I could not do in July. He wasn't much interested in this, but when I had made it quite clear that I was not interested either in taking over at the end of June, he eventually agreed to meeting at 3 p.m. with the people I chose. But it was all most grudging. There was much rather cruel divide et impera. For instance, he asked me how I got on with Harold. I said, "Very well, why?" He replied, "Oh, he is very ambitious." I laughed. 22 December. Meeting of ministers at 3 p.m. on lines I'd asked for last night. Not a pleasant business. Rab had told me yesterday evening on telephone how unsatisfactory. Whole position was that cabinet I had missed had taken no decision, etc., all of which did not prevent him coming out with a mass of technical arguments against an election in March. Harold eventually debunked all this by saying that if there were an emergency, he could presumably overcome these difficulties, to which Rab somewhat naively replied, "Yes." After a certain amount of further desultory conversation and explanation of value of an option to a new govt, W rounded on me and said it was clear we wanted him out. Nobody contradicted him. Earlier, he had said that I had made no difficulty about end of July last year. I replied that he had first said Queen's return, if not sooner. End of July had been an afterthought. At the end, W said menacingly that he would think over what his colleagues had said and let them know his decision. Whatever it was, he hoped it would not affect their present relationship with him. Nobody quailed. James said afterwards to me that it had been painful but absolutely necessary. He had to be told he could not pursue a course of such utter selfishness. Later, Bobbity and Harold repaired to my room at FO. We gloomily surveyed the scene. It was clear to us that Rab would give no help. I said that I had said my say, and they agreed that no more could be expected of me. Therefore, they would try to hold a meeting without W or me of the remaining colleagues before Christmas. Bobbity charged himself with this task, and later Rab assured him that he would attend and only wished to be helpful. What the result of all this may be, I cannot tell, except that the old man feels bitterly towards me, but this I cannot help. The colleagues are unanimous about drawling cabinets, the failure to take decisions, the general atmosphere of après moi le déluge, and someone had to give a heave. Christmas at Rosebower was interrupted by telephone calls from Moncton, seeking Eden's help in standing against surrender to the railwaymen. I asked whether W was trying to go back on cabinet decisions. He said that he was. I said then course was clear. He only had to say that W could not himself do that and suggest calling of a cabinet. I was ready to come up. Macmillan also called to say that Churchill was trying to bully Walter to go to Chequers. It was a sad and unsatisfying end to the annus mirabilis, Prime Minister. 1955 had opened still without any clear indication of what Churchill had in mind about his retirement plans. Churchill himself, in spite of strong hints from colleagues, family, and friends, still saw no reason why he should go, and the very thought of leaving office depressed him profoundly. Although fading, he still had the capacity to rise to great occasions, as he was to demonstrate again in one of the finest speeches of his extraordinary career on 1 March. His boredom with most of the areas of government did not include international affairs, least of all his cherished summit. He had been understandably elated by his reception on his 80th birthday, remained in excellent form at questions in the Commons, and believed with much passion and sincerity that he had one more great service to perform before he retired. Eden's palpable lack of enthusiasm for an ill-prepared summit irritated him and continued to cast a shadow between them. There is something both moving and pathetic about the dream of this wonderful old man to end his glorious career as mediator, honest broker, or go-between, to bring together the nuclear powers. The fact that none of the others wanted it served as a stimulant rather than a depressant. It was wholly unrealistic, yet one can admire the ambition. The truth was this: he could still make a great speech, as was proved in the defense debate on 1 March. Indeed, none could rival his oratory or his ability to inspire. But he was aging month by month and was reluctant to read any papers except the newspapers or to give his mind to anything that he did not find diverting. More and more time was given to Bezique and ever less to public business. The preparations of an answer to a parliamentary question might consume a whole morning. Facts would be demanded from government departments and not arouse any interest when they arrived. It was becoming an effort, even to sign letters, and a positive condescension to read Foreign Office telegrams. And yet, on some days the old gleam would be there. Wit and good humor would bubble and sparkle, wisdom would roll out in telling sentences, and still, occasionally, the sparkle of genius could be seen in a decision, a letter, or a phrase. Prison Churchill and his standards of conduct made the fomentation of a whispering campaign or backbench revolt unthinkable. He would not even be faintly disloyal or surreptitious in his dealings with political journalists, since that he rightly despised. His own program as Foreign Secretary was formidable, and his application as strong as ever, particularly over Formosa and the offshore islands, which he confessed was one of the most difficult issues he had ever had to deal with. The crucial first CETO meeting in Bangkok was due for mid-February, and the Commonwealth Prime Ministers' Conference from 31st January to 8 February. The decision of Britain to develop its own hydrogen bomb had its international as well U.S. domestic implications. The year opened with the rail dispute undecided, and with Churchill still clinging to office. The combination increased, the tension between him and Eden, and at this time it seemed difficult for them to agree on anything. Eden recorded on 6 January, motored up to Cabinet, met at 11:30, explained to us that we didn't yet know what Robertson proposed to say at meeting this afternoon, no certainty either that Nur would even now accept, considerable evidence of communist desire for row. Rab told me when he joined W and I at luncheon later of this evidence and that he would rather have row now than later. W and I had rather a sharp altercation at Cabinet. He attacked me for having been bellicose from the start and added, "You'll get your strike all right." I countered that he had chucked the reins on the horse's neck and said I agreed with Times and MCU Guardian's leaders this morning. Canned I lunched with W and Clemmy. Argument continued more mildly there. He said I was a Tory, that my city experience had done me no good and had imbued me too much with rights of private property. I said I had been brought to believe this was a liberal principle. Clemmy agreed. There was much talking at luncheon about the handing over, Clemmy talking C about showing her kitchen, etc. Rab told me in the late afternoon that he would like it to be Commonwealth Conference, but that Easter was more probable. The threatened rail strike was called off on the following day, but the tensions remained, especially over Churchill's obsession with his final summit, now encouraged by Mendes France, and the consequent vagueness over plans. On 13 January, Eden had a long discussion with Harry Cruikshank, in which he reiterated that late June or early July for the change was unacceptable, and that Easter was not good, but just acceptable, since if we were driven to it, May election was conceivable. Best was after conf, because this would spare me long absence. Harry agreed, though he added that best days for change were already past. He said he would tell others. On the 17th, Eden, after a considerable amount of work in W, though I sent him successive copies of broadcast, nor have I heard anything from him for days. He is either ill or in the worst of tempers. The situation was embarrassing for everyone. On 1st February, Eden wrote, "After consultation with Rab, Harold and Bobbity, all of whom agreed situation must be chased up, I asked to see W this afternoon at 3 p.m. All was quiet and smooth. After discussion of my plans, I asked for his. At my suggestion, he sent for calendar. He admitted he could not carry on, and after discussion said I could base my plans on his departure during last week of session after Easter. I told Rab, who confirmed later that W had spoken to him in similar terms. Churchill, once the most resolute of men, had become irresolute. He had few real plans, although many dreams and hopes, particularly in international affairs, These were admirable, but too many of them defied the hard practicalities with which ministers and especially Eden had to deal. Perhaps the saddest aspect of all was that Churchill could not understand why Eden was so tense. Churchill's egotism and sense of destiny had been his greatest strengths, although others regarded them with distaste. But in old age they ceased to be virtues. As Colville wrote in his diary, "The thought of abandoning office grows more abhorrent as the time comes nearer. I doubt if he realizes what trouble is in store for him from his cabinet colleagues if he stays on, but he did stay on. Promises had been made and broken, clear hints had been dropped and then forgotten. Even if Eden had possessed saintly tolerance, which he never claimed as one of his qualities, the situation would have strained any successor's patience to breaking point. To someone of Eden's temperament, the waiting was intolerable. That he tolerated it, at least in public, was a remarkable achievement of enforced self-control. But the difficulties had not been resolved, and in the midst of heavy Foreign Office work, Eden had to cope with Churchill's continuing evasiveness. On 7th February, Eden noted, "Earlier had talked with W. He still maintains plans as described to me, but wants to send message to Ike which does not fit in with line we have all agreed." But on the 10th, Churchill rang to say that he wanted to see him and Butler to agree on the date of the budget and the timing of his departure, which was to be on 5 April. This meeting was held on 14 February. Butler later came to believe that there was a possibility that he might have succeeded Churchill. It is clear that he came to this thought because he was invited with Eden to see Churchill, whereas the reason for his presence was simply to coordinate the dates of the budget statement and, Barry Turwards, when he heard of Butler's incorrect interpretation of his presence, there was no question of who was to succeed Winston. The only problem was the timing. This was to prove to be a very real problem, but meanwhile the work of the Foreign Secretary had to continue, with concerns over the situation in the Far East over Formosa and the Chinese offshore islands, where British and American perceptions continued to differ, and over the Middle East. In the latter, the Iraqis had proposed to strengthen and expand the Arab League by including Turkey with the involvement of the United States and Britain. The possibility of what Eden described as a NATO for the Middle East, involving not only Iraq and Turkey, but also Iran, Pakistan, and Jordan, with strong Western support, was profoundly alluring and exciting. It would strengthen Western interests and act as a major inhibiting resistance to Soviet infiltration and influence. It would also put pressure upon Nasser and give new security to Israel. The Baghdad Pact opened the real possibility of a political and military non-colonialist alliance sympathetic to the West and protective of its interests, specifically oil and the Suez Canal. To achieve this would be another outstanding diplomatic and political coup, perhaps the most important of Eden's period at the Foreign Office, but the obstacle was Nasser, backed in his hostility by the Soviet Union. But although Eden knew there was little possibility of persuading Egypt to join the pact, he took the opportunity of his journey to Bangkok for the first CEDAW conference to stop at Cairo and to see Nasser personally. What happened at this famous meeting has entered Egyptian and Anteden mythology. By the Nasser account, much embellished by others, Eden treated him as a prince dealing with vagabonds and demonstrated traditional colonialist and condescending arrogance, which Nasser's biographer, Haeckel, ascribed to Eden's desire to impress Clarissa Eden. For Eden to have behaved in such a manner would have been so grossly out of character that one should regard this version with skepticism, but it is also strongly denied by others who were present. What was perhaps unfortunate was that the dinner meeting was held at the British Embassy, which Nasser hated for its past associations. The British version is that the meeting was cordial, but that Nasser considered the Baghdad Pact a barrier between Arab states and the West, rather than a form of improving relations between them. Clarissa wrote of Nasser in her diary, "Great impression of health and strength, terrifically. Nasser except regarding the Turco-Iraq Pact, upon which he was very bitter. Nasser professed strong sympathies with the West, which his listeners had good cause to doubt. The only jarring moment was before the talks, when, just as Nasser and Eden positioned themselves to be photographed standing together, Nasser unexpectedly and quite deliberately seized Eden's hand and would not let go until the photographs were taken. Eden was not the only person who pondered on how well this would look in the eyes of the Suez Group, or in Sudan, Iraq, or Israel. He reported to London that, no doubt, jealousy plays a part and a frustrated desire to lead the Arab world. He was undoubtedly right on the second point, but Nasser's ambitions were not to be frustrated for long. No one present on the British side believed that Eden handled the meeting badly. He had greeted Nasser in Arabic, they conversed amicably, and Eden went to considerable trouble to emphasize the positive features of recent Anglo-Egyptian relations. Nor was he condescending, let alone rude, as some Egyptian versions have averred. But there is no doubt that something went wrong, and the cause was mutual suspicion. Eden suspected the genuineness of Nasser's professed devotion to the West, and Nasser suspected that one result of the Baghdad Pact would be to put Arab pressure on him. Both these suspicions were justified, but Nasser clearly regarded Eden as the personification of all he disliked in the British, and Eden, for his part, distrusted Nasser. Also, each seriously underestimated the other, with disastrous consequences. Nonetheless, Although Eden had not expected Nasser to embrace the pact, he still believed, and was to do so for some time, that judicious British and American attitudes and assistance could at least preserve Egyptian neutrality and inhibit Russian influence. Nor was Nasser's opinion of Eden as hostile as he later alleged. In April 1976, Dr. John Laffin wrote to Eden, "I have been looking up my notes on an interview with Nasser in April 1956. He said, 'I respect only two Englishmen, Eden because he is honest and intelligent, Churchill because he is dishonest and cunning. One is a gentleman, the other a rogue.' Eden flew to Bangkok by way of Pakistan, where his reception was notably friendly, and had a wholly delightful stay with Nehru in Delhi. All went well in Iraq, and on his return to London, Eden had no difficulty in persuading the cabinet that Britain should join the pact. The Labour Party, although concerned about Israel, did not oppose it, and later in the year, Pakistan and Iran joined, giving the pact a frontier stretching from the Mediterranean to the Himalayas, as Eden described it. And crucial gaps, it was an excellent example of Eden's seizure of an opportunity, and its formation could well have been a major turning point in the history of the Middle East. But it was not to be. This was his one apparent diplomatic triumph, for as such it was generally perceived at the time, which was to destroy all its participants. And very unfortunate. The timing of this meeting was very important. The Egyptians had expected a warming of relations with Turkey, but when the Turkish Prime Minister Menderes visited Baghdad in January to sign the Mutual Defense Pact, there was an outburst of orchestrated rage against the Iraqis from Cairo, and an attempt by Nasser was hurriedly made, which failed totally, to persuade the prime ministers of the Arab states to condemn Iraq and the Baghdad Pact. The Iraqi Prime Minister Nouri refused to attend the meeting, and Syria and Lebanon were hostile. Only Saudi Arabia, with its implacable hostility to Israel, demonstrated any interest. From Nasser's point of view, this was a major diplomatic humiliation in the Arab world. On 28 February, he received a military one. Goaded beyond endurance by Egyptian-inspired Fedayeen raids, the Israelis launched a major counteroffensive in the Gaza Strip. It was a punitive expedition that was well prepared and conducted with ruthlessness as well as skill. The Egyptian forces were utterly defeated, and although the real cause was bad leadership and training, it was convenient to put the blame on inferior equipment. As the Western powers retained their policy of arms equality, Nasser looked elsewhere. In the Soviet Union, he found ready sympathizers. His needs would be met technically by Czechoslovakia in return for cotton and rice. When this was eventually announced by Nasser on 2007 September, it was accompanied by charges that the British had not been able to meet his requests, that the American conditions would have imperiled Egyptian independence, and that the West was in any event supplying Israel clandestinely with arms. Nasser, perhaps by mistake, had moved into the Soviet sphere. The Russians noted with interest and appreciation how the language of Radio Cairo and the strictly controlled Egyptian press echoed the vehement denunciations of Western imperialism which Nasser uttered wherever he went. Western intelligence knew about the Czech arms deal long before it was publicly announced, as did the Israelis. These events, and not the meeting with Eden, provided the spark that lit the fuse for the explosion in July 1956, when the principal topic of political discussion was the timing of Churchill's departure, and Robert Carr and others had kept him closely informed of developments on that front. They were not sanguine, and Eden could not be blamed for being distracted by these concerns on his travels. When he returned, he found that Churchill had again backed away from his commitment. The major international event had been the sudden and, to the British, wholly unexpected downfall of the Soviet leader Malenkov, and his replacement by the triumvirate of Bulganin and Khrushchev on 8 February. The British ambassador in Moscow, Sir William Hayter, reported to London that none of us could believe our ears when we heard it announced. Bulganin was clearly a dignified figurehead, and when Eden asked for an assessment of Khrushchev, Hayter reported that his personality and the oversimplified, heavy-handed line he takes on foreign affairs, coupled with his total ignorance of them, are not encouraging. He is not the mad dictator type. Indeed, he is a sane and perhaps even good-natured character, a kind of unneurotic Goring. But Hayter also recalled a lunch when Khrushchev had suddenly moved from geniality to belligerence, declaiming that world peace could only be achieved by world communism. What could not be realized at this very early stage was that Khrushchev's arrival was to transform Soviet attitudes towards the Middle East, where they had previously been relatively passive. Hayter divined, rightly, that a dominant objective of the new regime was to get the United States out of Europe. It was several months before it became clear that another one was to force the British out of the Middle East. The more the Russians looked at the Egyptian situation in particular, the more interested they became. Nasser willingly accepted invitations to visit Russia, Poland, Hungary, and Bulgaria, where he was treated with much respect and attention. He was one of the principal stars at the Non-Aligned Nations Conference in Bandung in April, where his cordiality to the Chinese aroused fierce reactions from Dulles. This was all noted in London. But the new situation in Moscow also greatly intrigued Churchill. A new situation had arisen. Would the new Soviet leaders be interested in four power talks at the top level? As will be seen, when Bulganin responded positively in March, Churchill's excitement was great, and he again proposed to delay his retirement. Colville has described the next episode in this melancholy saga. On Friday, March 11th, I set off with Winston for Chequers in a Rolls-Royce he contemplated buying. On the way, we went to the zoo to see his lion, Rhoda, and his leopard, Sheba. Shortly after we had reached Chequers and had settled down, Makin's in Washington, which described various maneuvers suggested by the Americans for inducing the French to ratify the London-Paris agreements. These included a suggestion that Eisenhower should go to Paris on May 8, 1955, the 10th anniversary of VE Day, and solemnly ratify the agreements in company with President Coty, Adenauer, and Sir Winston Churchill. W. did not take in the implications at once. Lord Beaverbrook came to dinner, and it was not until he was gone that W. reread the telegram and the somewhat discouraging and disparaging minute which accompanied it. Of course, he said to me, this meant all bets were off, he would stay, and, with Eisenhower, meet the Russians. I pointed out that no suggestion of meeting the Russians was made, but he brushed this aside because he saw a chance of escape from his increasingly unpalatable timetable. The matter was in fact rather more complicated than this summary, but the essence is absolutely correct. Eden was at Dorneywood, the very new official residence of the Foreign Secretary, which the Edens detested and seldom used. He was grappling with the very sensitive issues involved, not least the possibilities of causing German offense by the choice of VE Day, and did not want the Russians involved. Nor did he want a heads of government meeting at this point, but one of foreign ministers. I think we should certainly say that our aim is still a top-level meeting of the heads of governments, Churchill minuted to Eden on 14th March. If Eisenhower is still resolute against it, as I understand that Aldrich says, he should be made to say so. That would be a relief to me on personal grounds. Eden was worried that ratification might be interpreted as interference in French domestic politics, and would certainly involve a sharp Soviet reaction. The unhappy tension between the two men is only too clear from their exchanges. Churchill to Eden, 12 March. It is the first time President Eisenhower has responded to my appeals, beginning on May 11, 1953, and has shown willingness to visit Europe in person and after securing ratification of the London and Paris agreements, to, quote, lay plans for a meeting with the Soviets in a sustained effort to reduce tensions and the risk of war, unquote. This proposal of a meeting of heads of governments which he could attend himself must be regarded as creating a new situation which will affect our personal plans and timetables. 2. It also complicated the question of a May election to which I gather you are inclining. Your proposed last sentence, in your paragraph 7, might be dangerous as it seems to suggest that the party politics of a snap election to take advantage of socialist disunity would be allowed to weigh against a meeting of the heads of Colville, The Fringes of Power, pp. 705-6. Peril. The British national reaction to this would not be favorable. 4. The magnitude of the Washington advance towards a top-level meeting is the dominant fact before us now, and our reply must not underrate it or fail to encourage its development. Eden to Churchill, 12 March. Prime Minister. 1. I have your message of today. 2. I was not aware that anything I had done in my public life would justify the suggestion that I was putting party before country or self before either. Churchill to Eden, 12 March. Your paragraph 2. Nothing in my minute suggested or was intended to suggest that you were putting party before country or self before either. What I meant, and mean, is that the last sentence of paragraph 7 of your minute would be taken to imply a snap election in May. This would in any case rouse a party struggle of intense bitterness. That our treatment of the Eisenhower Dulles proposal was in any way associated with our electoral schemes, and this became known, as it well might, would certainly be made the grounds for a socialist charge that we had discouraged a top-level approach to the international problem for reasons connected with our party tactics. That is why I deemed the sentence dangerous in this context. I am distressed that you should have read a personal implication which I utterly repudiate into a discussion of policy. There are enough difficulties already without misunderstanding between you and me after all these years. The situation was lamentable, and at the end of the next cabinet, Eden raised the personal issue, and, in Colville's vivid account, W., in the face of silent and embarrassed colleagues, said coldly that this was not a matter on which he required guidance or on which cabinet discussion was usual. In fact, the cabinet was wholly in sympathy with Eden, particularly as they knew that Churchill was ardently pursuing a chimera. Colville's account continues. The ensuing days were painful. W. began to form a cold hatred of Eden, who, he repeatedly said, had done more to thwart him and prevent him from pursuing the policy he thought right than anyone else. But he also admitted to me on several occasions that the prospect of giving everything up, after nearly 60 years in public life, was a terrible wrench. He saw no reason why he should go, he was only doing it for Anthony. He sought to persuade his intimate friends, and himself, that he was being hounded from office. Colville, The Fringes of Power, p. 706, plus Colville, Ibid, p. 706. This is what Colville wrote at the time, and while he felt that he could not correct the entry for publication, he has emphasized to me that Hatred was far too strong a description of Churchill's attitude towards Eden at this time, but his diaries do demonstrate vividly the tension between the two men. Favorably of 4 power talks, even though Eisenhower had rejected them, he concluded that, with 2 serious national strikes and the budget looming, and the date of the election still undecided, he could not possibly go at such a time. On the morning of the 29th, he sent Butler to tell Eden that in these circumstances the timetable must be changed again, as the Churchills were due to dine with the Edens that very evening at what was supposed to be a farewell dinner. Eden would have been justified in having one of his notorious outbursts. But Colville had wisely sent word to Eden's private secretary that amiability must be the watchword, and Eden sensibly kept quiet. On the following day, Churchill called in Eden and Butler to tell them at long last that the timetable would be unchanged, saying to Colville that, "I have been altered and affected by Anthony's amiable manner. The culmination of this extraordinary story at least had some style." Churchill declared that no 2 men have ever changed guard more smoothly. Those who knew what had actually happened were not sure whether he was being heavily ironical, mischievous, or tactful. It was certainly at variance with the facts since 1952, but the final act was played well by all concerned. On 4 April, the Churchills entertained the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh to dinner at Downing Street, of which there are several accounts, some very moving, others very irreverent and funny. A London newspaper strike prevented any national coverage of the end of Churchill's official career, which took place on the following day. On the morning of 6 April, Eden kissed hands as Prime Minister. With television still a rarity, it was somewhat eerie to have the long-awaited affair conducted thus, as though at dead of night. There could also be no press attention given to the warm tributes in the House of Commons that afternoon to Churchill, nor to the welcome given to Eden by both sides of the House. In his charming congratulatory speech, Attlee quoted the advice given to Melbourne by a secretary when he was hesitating whether to accept the sovereign's invitation. "Why, damn it all, such a position was never held by any Greek or Roman, and if it only lasts 3 months, it will be worthwhile to have been Prime Minister of England." In his reply, Eden good-humoredly observed that Melbourne's period of office as Prime Minister had been considerably longer than that, 6 years in fact, and Emrys Hughes asked, amid laughter, about the relationship between Caesar and Antony. It was a happy and civilized House of Commons occasion that emphasized the genuine affection and regard felt for the new Prime Minister, not least on the Labour benches. To be outstandingly qualified, after over 30 years in the House of Commons, a widely popular and respected public figure, one of the best, perhaps the best, as Macmillan and many others believed, parliamentarian of his time and a major figure in international diplomacy. His record spoke for itself, and his critics seemed puny in comparison. His courage, charm, and unrivaled political experience had ensured him the succession without demur. Although the British press was perforce silent, the foreign press, especially in the United States and France, gave him an exceptionally enthusiastic welcome. If the immediate circumstances of his accession had been painful, and if the political situation at home and abroad was uncertain, few prime ministers of modern times have reached Downing Street with more goodwill and widespread respect. Eden was determined from the moment he entered Downing Street that there must be an early general election. The Labour divisions were manifest, the Conservative Party was in good heart, and all the political indications were very promising. To delay until the autumn or even later might not only be to miss a golden opportunity, but would deny the electorate a chance to give an immediate vote of approval to the new government. This was the reasoning, on which all the party advisers agreed. But there was no certainty of victory, and it was a brave decision. It would have been difficult, after this decision was taken, to have had a major restructuring of the government, and the only significant changes were the appointments of Macmillan to the Foreign Office, Selwyn Lloyd to Defence, the Earl of Home to Commonwealth Relations, and Reginald Maudling to Minister of Supply, with some other minor adjustments lower down. This can now be seen to have been a major and significant mistake. There would obviously have had to be a new Foreign Secretary appointed at once, but the opportunity should have been taken for a major reconstruction to make it very definitely an Eden rather than a Churchill government. Woolton, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, who certainly wanted to go and told Eden so, was persuaded to stay, and other opportunities were missed to replace aging or unsuccessful ministers and to bring on younger MPs who had made their mark on the back benches. The result was disappointment among the latter, and a general, if discreetly muted, surprise within the party that so little had been done. This could not happen. Discontent, concern, and criticism were further augmented. Psychologically, as well as politically, it had been a serious error from which the false legend of indecision began, and which was to prove so corroding to Eden's position. Lack of self-confidence outside his only real sphere of knowledge and experience, foreign affairs. When he considered how he was to conduct his premiership, he looked back to Baldwin. "I thought Baldwin's method of frequent consultation alone with each of his principal colleagues was good, and I followed it. We saved the cabinet some extra stress of business that way. In fact, it had been a bad method, which had caused much difficulty and misunderstanding. But Eden was overreacting to the Churchill method of interminable and inconclusive cabinets and substantial paperwork. This was understandable, but it was an error. Collective decision-making has its defects, but there are many advantages. At the outset of his premiership, Eden elected for the Baldwin technique. To ministers long used to another, this was a surprise and a disappointment. Eden informed ministers that he was always available to each one of them in private whenever they wished to see him, but it takes a very confident and senior minister to avail himself regularly of such an offer. There were strong personal factors. Like Churchill, he wanted to have around him men he knew and trusted, and as the government had proved to be generally successful, it would have been a poor reward to end the careers of those who had been involved in that success. Also, Eden's frequent absences abroad since 1951 and his concentration on foreign affairs meant that he was heavily dependent upon the advice of the chief whip, Patrick Buchan Hepburn. But the mistake was less to have a reconstruction in April than not to have one after the election. And from this error, much difficulty arose. As one cabinet colleague later remarked, with truth, Anthony never built a cabinet in his own mold. He inherited one and then tinkered with it. Buchan Hepburn was a man of considerable charm and ability, but it was generally considered in the House of Commons that he was an uneven judge of character and lacked strength, which in a chief whip are grievous limitations. A new team had to be created at number 10. As Jock Colville had decided to leave the public service, it was necessary to find a new private secretary for the Prime Minister. There was general agreement that he should not be a Foreign Office official, but should come from the Home Civil Service. The first choice had had a wholly innocent peripheral connection at Cambridge with Donald Maclean and his circle, and Whitehall nerves were so taut on that matter that he had to be rejected, going on to a career of much distinction in another sphere of the civil service, and Frederick Bishop was appointed, to Eden's satisfaction and pleasure. Being head of Eden's private office was never a bed of roses, but Bishop's. Dedication, Assembly Norman Brooke, Eden had as secretary to the cabinet a wise, experienced, and totally loyal public servant, with Burke Trend as his deputy. As his press officer, Eden surprisingly chose William Clark, the diplomatic correspondent of The Observer, a journalist of great charm and good humor, of unswerving honesty, with a strong internationalist outlook, particularly for developing countries, with which he had great sympathy. It was a curious appointment, not destined to be successful, but Clark's job, no more than Bishop's, was not an easy one. Robert Carr remained as Eden's admirable and devoted parliamentary private secretary, now joined by Robert Allen, who after a notable career in the Navy had attracted Eden's attention. Carr and Allen were exceptionally nice and able young men, in whom Eden had total confidence and trust. But with all the wisdom of hindsight, it might have been better to team Carr with an older and more experienced fellow PPS, of a hardened and cynical disposition. But this was not the type of politician who had any attraction to Eden. He preferred to have close to him those whom he liked and trusted. The trouble was that Eden's frequent and often prolonged absences from the Commons since 1951, either for health reasons or traveling abroad, meant that he had little personal knowledge of present or potential colleagues, especially the latter, except through experience of the former in cabinet or the government, and his only really close political friends remained Bobbity Salisbury and Jim Silsenin. The fact that he was not, and never had been, a convivial House of Commons man proved another disability. When he looked at the Conservative benches, he saw in the main the faces of complete strangers. The great Lord Salisbury, whose vagueness was famous, was said not to recognize even his own cabinet members, and Arthur Balfour studiously never read newspapers. But these were different times. The majority of Conservative members had hardly ever met Eden, except in the most perfunctory manner at best, and only saw him from afar. Many of them sensed, and not only in the Suez Group, that he did not particularly want to know them better. From the beginning, he was an aloof and distant prime minister, ironically more in the Neville Chamberlain than in the Stanley Baldwin tradition. What was in truth a mixture of shyness and reserve was ascribed to vanity and self-esteem, two vices that he conspicuously lacked. Also, his dislike of wearing spectacles meant that he often genuinely did not recognize people, and thereby some oversensitive egotists were offended. Macmillan, in total contrast, was, like Churchill, very much a House of Commons man, reveling in the gossip, banter, and companionship of the smoking room, and attentive to new members, to all of which Butler, in turn, was as indifferent as Eden. These differences in approach and attitude to the parliamentary party were destined to assume great importance. The general election of May 1955 was subsequently regarded as immensely dull and was depicted by the Annual Register as a humdrum affair. There was much talk of electoral apathy and concern about the significance of the new political medium of television. This was not the experience of those involved in the fray, and there was a bad moment for the Conservatives early in the campaign when Gallup recorded that the party's percentage lead of some 4 points had mysteriously disappeared. Public meetings, as I recall vividly, were not only lively, but in many cases singularly bad-tempered. Eden had taken a keen interest in the various drafts of the Conservative Manifesto, which he amended significantly. It was he who added the words, In these last few months, for the first time since 1939, no war is being waged anywhere on the Earth's surface. No impartial observer at home or abroad will deny our country's part in this patient and fruitful diplomacy. A reference to hangovers from the past became relics of the past. The original title, Together for Peace and Prosperity, was considered by Macmillan to be rather banal, and he suggested instead for peace and progress. Eden and Woolton agreed, and the title became United for Peace and Progress. It was also on Eden's insistence that it refused to make easy and specific promises, and in his own radio and television broadcasts, at which he was especially skilled and took professional advice. While he emphasized conservative achievements and labor disunity, he deliberately put himself forward as being less a party politician than a responsible statesman in office. The Bulganin offer for the summit was accepted, Eisenhower and Dulles agreeing to attend out of a genuine desire to assist Eden, and the signing of the Austrian treaty was certainly convenient. Attlee, with the Bevan schism barely concealable, had a difficult task, which he conducted with characteristic dignity, but in hardly an inspirational manner. The conservative posters had a photograph of Eden with the words, "Working for Peace." Again, his idea, to which Labour responded with one of Attlee captioned, somewhat limply, "You can trust Mr. Attlee." The style of the Conservative campaign was based not only on Eden's strong personal views, but on his memories of 1945 and his perceptions of the mood in 1955. It was principally for these reasons, and Eden's understandable desire to emphasize that a new chapter had opened, that Churchill was virtually ignored in the Conservative strategy and campaign. He had expected to play a more public and significant role, and, although he realized why he was being virtually excluded, he was genuinely hurt at. His minimal role as an ordinary. Understandable is the decision itself, but the matter could have been handled better, and more consideration given to the feelings and public respect enjoyed by this astonishing man. Many conservatives felt less enthusiasm for Eden as a result of this, although in fact it was a collective decision. Moreover, Churchill himself seemed to many to behave unreasonably and to expect too large a role. In order to mollify him, it was agreed that he should do a television broadcast. The studio was booked and all arrangements made, but then he cancelled it for reasons that were not made clear. This occasioned much irritation. Eden's own progress around the country was a brilliant success, particularly in Scotland and the West Midlands, which aroused in some memories of Churchill's tour in 1945, but this time, the genuine respect with which he was usually greeted was to be reflected in votes, and his final television performance on 21st May was outstandingly moderate, responsible, and appealing. Peter Tapsell, who had attracted notice at the research department through his speechwriting skills, was deputed by Woolton to assist Eden and to accompany the Prime Minister throughout the campaign. He and Chloe Otto, also of the research department, constituted the entire team. Until Eden received a death threat, they had virtually no security. Even after this, it was minimal. The backup support from London was also small, and subsequently Tapsell was amazed to recall how amateurish the whole thing had been. On occasions, while Eden was actually speaking, Chloe Otto would be typing out the next pages while Tapsell rushed them to Eden on stage. It was, as he has recalled, an entirely one-man show, and we made speeches and even policies on the hoof. It was all immensely wearying, however. Eden's irascibility and rages at minor mishaps did not affect his calmness on the big occasion, not what Tapsell later admiringly called his hypnotic charm with audiences. At the Rag Market in Birmingham, a vast gathering estimated at some 10,000 listened almost reverently. It was an open meeting, not a conservative one, and everywhere Eden went there were cheering and smiling crowds. As always, Eden was impossible to write speeches for. When Shinwell made a wild and inaccurate speech on national service, Tapsell lovingly prepared a devastating response. Eden refused to touch it, as he liked Shinwell and thought he had been an excellent defense minister. In this, as in his whole campaign, he refused to act out of character. When at one open-to-air meeting in London he was asked a question, long forgotten, Eden replied with heat that he would rather lose the election than give a pledge. He could not fulfill. He was so patently sincere that it made an immense impression. Deliberately low-key one, admiringly received. Conservative candidates, even those with uneasy memories of 1945, found that the mention of Eden's name invariably brought applause. But the burden put upon Eden in the last of the old-fashioned general election campaigns, with no daily press conferences, little television, and with Attlee, driven hazardously by his wife, jotting his speeches on small pieces of paper as he went from meeting to meeting, was excessive, and his occasional explosions of anger at some minor defect wholly understandable. By the end of it, his campaign team himself, his wife, Chloe Otto, and Tapsell were exhausted but exhilarated. But when the votes were counted, the Conservatives, who in the last days were expecting a really large majority, were disappointed. On a voters' turnout of 76.8%, it transpired that the Labour vote had fallen by 1.5 million, but that the Conservative vote had also fallen from 13.7 million to 13 to 3. This gave the Conservatives and their allies 345 seats as opposed to Labour's 277, the Liberals 6, and Sinn Féin 2, a healthy majority, but not as healthy as had been expected in the last days of the campaign. Still, it was more than sufficient, and for a party in government to win re-election in peacetime with an increased majority had not been achieved since 1900. Eden's determination to go for a quick election had been abundantly justified, and his own personal authority and popularity greatly enhanced. It was unfortunate that, the victory won, no steps were taken to complete the reorganization of the government, but it was immediately faced, with a locomotive driver's strike and another in the docks, which necessitated the declaration of a state of emergency before both were brought to an end after much industrial and economic damage had been done. Throughout, Eden was concerned to keep the dialogue between employers and unions going, and representatives of the TUC and the Federation of British Industries were invited to Downing Street. He fully shared the dislike of both sides for legislation to curb unions' powers, a clear legacy from Baldwin in the 1920s, and his attitude throughout was firm but conciliatory. What he did achieve was the acceptance of a 21-day cooling-off period between a decision to strike and actual action. Although this was not contained in legislation, its general acceptance seemed at the time to be at least one step forward. Eden's dominant concerns and interests, however, remained in foreign affairs. The 6 principal European powers of the European coal and steel community met early in June at Messina, in Italy, and they agreed to begin work on the establishment of a common European market, free from. Large difference between the approaches of Eden and Macmillan. Eden was extremely dubious about this proposed common market, bearing particularly in mind the special position of the Commonwealth countries, so was Butler. Macmillan, while he recognized the strength of feeling against full British membership of the proposed European common market, urged a much more positive approach, in which Britain should take a lead. There was no meeting of minds on the matter, and relations between the two, never notably warm, cooled appreciably. Eden began to realize the disadvantages of having a strong foreign secretary with a mind of his own. A clear difference was now also opening between the perceptions of Eden and Macmillan about the Egyptian situation. Eden was now so concerned about Nasser's virulent anti-West propaganda and actions that he proposed an international military force to protect the Suez Canal in the event of war between Egypt and Israel. The British decision to permit the French to use Cyprus as a refueling stop for the Mystère fighters being delivered to the Israelis was the cause of Nasser's dramatic public announcement on 27 September that he had secured a substantial amount of modern military equipment, including jet aircraft, from Czechoslovakia. This clear evidence of Soviet involvement was a deeply serious event. Eden told the cabinet on the 4 October that our interests in the Middle East oil and our experience in the area is greater than, and that Britain must not be restricted overmuch by reluctance to act without full American support. He made inquiries of the British ambassador Humphrey Trevelyan in Cairo about Nasser's position. Trevelyan reported that Nasser's position and popularity were greater than ever because of the Czech arms deal and the announcement of keen Russian interest in financing Nasser's most cherished project, the Aswan High Dam. Macmillan's view, as he told the cabinet on the 20 October, was that although the Russians had clearly embarked on a deliberate policy of opening up another front in the Cold War, there was no need for despondency. Eden argued that the best counter would be for the West to finance the dam. On this there was no disagreement, but Eden's gradually increasing hostility to, and apprehensions of, Nasser were not wholly shared by the Foreign Office or the Foreign Secretary, who urged caution. Macmillan told Eden that he did not propose to pursue the Prime Minister's idea of an international force for the canal. The differences were of degree, but they were significant. It was probably at this point that Eden became convinced that he would have to find another Foreign Secretary, a thought that had occurred to him more than once during the summer. But Macmillan was not the only senior minister with whom Eden was having difficulties. Although it is a generalization, it is fair to say that British prime ministers tend to fall into one of two categories, the Olympian and the interferer. From almost the day he entered Downing Street, Eden was the latter. Even if he had had real experience in domestic matters, this constant interference, usually in the form of telephone calls at inconvenient times, would have been irritating to busy ministers who had got used to the latter-day Churchillian Olympian method of conducting business. Perhaps some had become rather too relaxed under this genial regime and needed sharpening up, but Eden's methods aroused the maximum annoyance, creating an atmosphere of tension that was not helpful. Those who had only heard reports of Eden's famous temper now experienced it personally and disliked it. He also seemed excessively concerned about the press, seizing upon some report or allegation and at once demanding, often in peremptory terms, an immediate explanation. Clarissa Eden's fierce and loving protectiveness of her husband and her burning faith in him were admirable and were admired, but this also had its disadvantages. One of the great pleasures of working with Churchill was that, although he hated criticism, he could listen to it, and his private entourage was not frightened of him. Eden, to everybody's surprise, proved not to have this quality as Prime Minister, and he generated a nervousness and self-doubt that at first seemed a mere nuisance, but which over the months became corroding. When even so relaxed and calm a man as Home became exasperated by the daily telephone calls, too often at very early or very late hours, the reactions of others less urbane may be gauged. Some put this down to ill health and overwork. Others began to believe that he simply did not have the temperament to be a successful prime minister. Others, more shrewdly, guessed that the basic cause was his lack of self-confidence in any area except foreign affairs. Even at this very early stage, Eden's lack of practical experience in domestic politics was becoming clear to his colleagues. It would be wrong to exaggerate this unease at Eden's methods of working, but what is striking is that it began so early and pervaded Whitehall and Westminster so soon. Those ministers who had initially welcomed prime ministerial energy after the comparative lassitude of the last period of Churchill's reign now entertained doubts. What they did notice was that his weekends at Rosebower or Chequers had an almost magical effect on his nerves, temper, and judgment. A sweetly full of Wiltshire rest and zest, as Clarissa Eden wrote in her diary. It was a pity that they were not there more often, and for longer. On the matter of handling the press, Eden was a complete innocent, and Clark's abilities were matched by deficiencies that included garrulousness and indiscretions which found their way back to Downing Street. He was in fact immensely loyal, although at times this was doubted by some at number 10, but it was not the best of appointments to a very sensitive post. It was significant that Eden was genuinely astonished and even shocked to learn that in the Churchill regime a small group met regularly to decide which confidential documents should be leaked to the press, and specifically to which newspapers and reporters. One political correspondent in particular was at first bewildered, and then enraged, when his sources of information suddenly dried up, and became notably hostile to the Eden government as a result. For reasons that I do not comprehend, the Barry family, and particularly Lady Pamela Barry, the wife of the owner of the Daily Telegraph, turned against Eden so strongly that Eden began to feel that there was a deliberate vendetta against him. Malcolm Muggeridge was cruel and unrelenting in Punch. Randolph Churchill in the Evening Standard rarely lost an opportunity of pouring scorn and worse upon Eden personally in his column. From a very early stage, the Eden government received a bad press. There was one incident that was very small in itself, but that said much. Clarissa remarked to the Chequers administrator that she did not particularly like seeing the family washing of a tenant fluttering on a clothesline that was clearly visible from Chequers and by the distinguished international guests visiting the Prime Minister. On being told of this, the tenant promptly rang up the press, with the result that a horde of reporters descended, and the cartoonists had a marvelous time. Clarissa was consumed with remorse that a polite request had caused all this turmoil, and was very worried that it might cause her husband more public odium. Eden dismissed it for the absurd triviality that it was, but, magnified out of all proportion, it gave a bad impression at a difficult time, and certainly did not raise the Eden's estimation of Fleet Street, particularly when reporters eagerly asked other tenants about Lady Eden's allegedly imperious methods without receiving any evidence to their disappointment. Eden was resolved to force a stiff and strong pace on his ministers, as he had always done in office, and one is reminded of Cadogan's lament that Eden always wanted to do something. A goad can be a useful device, but when used to excess has its disadvantages. There was also the problem for a party leader that there were certain aspects of politics that Eden keenly disliked, particularly people seeking honors or requesting an opportunity to give him their views. A good and not at all untypical example of this occurred in March 1956 when the retiring chairman of the National Union, Mrs. Evelyn Emmett, wrote to him to remind him, meaningly, that she had worked for the party for. "You can spare me half an hour of your valuable time." Mrs. Emmett, MP for East Grinstead, was far from being one of Eden's favorite colleagues, and he viewed the prospect of a meeting with her with much distaste. The Prime Minister cannot see Mrs. Emmett in the near future, and he does not particularly want to do so at all, Philip de Zulueta of the Prime Minister's private office minuted. What would the Chief Whip advise? I think that the Prime Minister will have to write to Mrs. Emmett anyway, but the terms of his reply will depend on what the Chief Whip says. Heath replied that, I believe she has some inkling of your views about her, and as she is not without influence, it might be quite a good thing to give you her view of the party, as she has seen it as chairman of the National Union for the past year. Perhaps you could spare her a few minutes in 2 or 3 weeks' time? On this wise minute, Eden bleakly noted, yes, A&E, his letter to her notably lacked enthusiasm, and, pleading an unusually heavy burden of work at the moment, postponed the unwelcome occasion for a month, and then reduced it to a hurried 15 minutes. It was all understandable, but in political terms very unwise. There was another side to Eden the Prime Minister, and the man. 10 Downing Street is a home as well as the Prime Minister's office, and the Edens were unusual in that they both loved the house, for which many Prime Ministers and their wives have developed a considerable dislike. Clarissa Eden was particularly interested in restoring the staterooms, which had been grievously redecorated in the 1930s, and she found Sir John Soane's original plans and wallpaper, but her husband, exhorting his colleagues on spending cuts, found it difficult to press this proposal. What nobody realized was that Downing Street was in a terrible structural condition and had to be virtually rebuilt between 1960 and 1963. The later changes were more controversial. Many who knew the old number 10 felt that it had lost its unique character through the changes. Clarissa Eden thought it the loveliest house in London, and for the first time in her life had staff to assist her. Her standards of hospitality were as high as her husband's, and much higher than those of the government's official hospitality organization. At one of her dinners, she heard Dulles say to his neighbor, with vivid memories of many British official dinners, "I bet you £5 I can tell you exactly what every course is going to be." It was with great satisfaction that she saw him lose his bet. She had brought in a private caterer. She very much liked the garden, especially because it had such potential, and at the height of the Suez Crisis was to gain some relaxation by planting roses and lilies. She also saw to it that not all the guests were politicians or visiting statesmen, and that old friends were remembered. Those first, Minister's wife in memory, and her influence was strong, while Eden himself looked years younger than the gaunt and haggard man of 1953-4. With the youthful Robert Carr, the whole atmosphere was one of youth and excitement, in very marked contrast with the last Churchill years. All prospects looked fair. In 1955, Charles Mott Radcliffe, Conservative MP for Windsor, had lost his wife and was deeply saddened and low in spirits. During a division at the House of Commons, Eden went over to him and asked, "How are you sleeping?" To which Mott Radcliffe replied, "Not very well." A few days later, he received an invitation to lunch at Downing Street. He accepted, assuming that it was an official occasion to which he had been kindly invited. When he arrived at number 10, he was greeted by the butler, who apologized for the fact that the Prime Minister was detained, but he had been instructed to show the guest to the drawing room and to offer him a drink. Shortly afterwards, Mott Radcliffe was joined by the Edens, and he suddenly realized that he was the only guest. Eden had gone to great trouble to choose his best wines for the lunch, and Mott Radcliffe was overwhelmed by the care and thoughtfulness that they had put into the occasion. After a delicious lunch and excellent talk, Eden had to excuse himself to return to work, and asked Mott Radcliffe when he had to return to the house. When he said not until later, Eden said, "Then you must go into the drawing room, have a good sleep, and the butler will wake you up with a cup of tea when it is time for you to have to leave." Mott Radcliffe did so, and never forgot this example of Eden's sensitive understanding of his unhappiness and the great trouble to which the Prime Minister and his wife had gone to try to cheer him up. This was not at all untypical. What some of his friends and staff have called, rather oddly, Eden's feminine side, by which they meant his propensity to take political matters too personally and his oversensitivity to criticism, had its very positive aspects. He had always been an admirable host, and Clarissa Eden's touch was sure. If he had few real friends in politics, they were staunch and tried. There was nothing artificial or contrived in his kindness and charm, least of all with children. If he seemed to live on his nerves, and often appeared fraught and tense, he did have the capacity to relax, and Rose Bower was his haven, and the Wiltshire countryside his joy. As Clarissa once wrote, on their return to Rose Bower after a heavy week, "We are very happy to be at the Bower Peas, Lobsters, Strawberries and Cream, Mersault complete peace and enclosure from the world." Eden had found total happiness in his marriage, the only disappointment being that their great desire to have a child was equal to Rose's sweet tragedy, but their devotion to each other was intense, and Eden had a personal contentment he had never before experienced. His health remained good, and it seemed that Cattell's surgery had put him into the small percentage who made a complete recovery from that operation. There were some bad days and nights, but no fevers, and his judgment or capacity for work were in no way affected. His appetite for the latter, however, was perhaps excessive, but it was not in his nature to run at a medium pace when so much needed to be done, and his determination to succeed at his job was intense, in retrospect, too intense. Some selection of Eden's personal minutes in 1955 on matters other than foreign affairs have their interest. Minister of Defense, 6 June. On my recent extended travels throughout the country, I have noticed with some concern what appears to be the steady encroachment of the military authorities on what remains of our agricultural land. Aerodromes as well as army establishments seem still to be going up everywhere. Is my impression correct? And when can we hope to see an end to the business? I feel sure that you are keeping a vigilant eye on all this. Of course, it is always tempting to sprawl, and the service departments are quite good at it. But with all our balance of payments difficulties looming ahead, every acre that can grow food is of value to us. To the Chancellor of the Exchequer, 7 July. I have read the minutes of the Economic Policy Committee with much interest. I do not agree with all that was said about the advantages of increasing prices to the consumer. I quite understand that this, taken individually and in isolation, helps to mop up purchasing power. But is it realistic to suppose that increases in the cost of necessities such as coal and bread will not lead to demands for further wage increases, not all of which can be resisted? Such wage increases push up our costs and reduce our competitive power. We cannot afford to be priced out of the export market. Surely our policy should aim at keeping the cost of living stable? To the same, 13 July. I'm a little concerned at the comparison you make between the remuneration we receive as ministers and the salaries of professional posts of various kinds, for after all, ministerial office is not a career. If people are going to wish to stay in office because of the money they get there, apart from the attractions of political life, they're going to be more difficult than ever to remove, and removed some of them must be, as I know you agree. To the Minister of Labour, 29 July. Lord Nuffield came to see me and authorized me to pass on to you that after a lifetime in the motor car industry, he believed that the secret ballot would solve industrial difficulties. In his view, the men would most of them prefer it. Not one man came out. I expressed my view that the secret ballot, although useful in certain cases, would not cure unofficial strikes. He said that he was speaking, not only of a secret ballot before a strike, but also of a secret ballot in elections of union officials. He emphasized that the Electrical Trades Union was in a dangerous situation being communist-led, and pointed to them as an example of a union which would be much better if its officials were elected by secret ballot. But Walter Monckton, the Minister of Labour, was not convinced. And most regrettably, the matter was dropped for nearly 30 years, to the profound disadvantage of British industry and the trade union movement itself. Eden was definitely interested, and a more confident and experienced Prime Minister might well have overridden Monckton's characteristic irresolution and caution about doing anything that might possibly evoke trade union hostility. But Eden accepted Monckton's judgment, and a great opportunity slipped by. Eden was worried by the economy, the increase in inflation and imports, a poor export record, and the heavy burden of defense expenditure. Ideally, he would have liked to end military conscription completely and revert to all volunteer professional armed forces, but this was resisted strongly by the chiefs of staff, who pointed out, with reason, that only if the government agreed to further drastic cuts in its commitments in Europe, Cyprus, the Middle East, and in the African and Caribbean colonies could this be possible. What Eden did achieve was a reduction in the numbers of those conscripted to 100,000 a year, and he looked forward to abolishing it altogether. This was to be achieved by his successor. On the economy, he wanted more tax cuts, greater incentives for industry and savers, and the raising of reserves. He agreed with Butler's belief that there would have to be a credit squeeze. He spelt out his concerns in a particularly long minute to Butler on 17 August, which, with qualifications, echoed Butler's own concerns and proposed remedies, including the ending of the bread subsidy, which was to cause notable uproar, but was unquestionably right. On the 30 August, he minuted to Butler that we must put the battle against inflation before anything else. If we could take a series of steps aimed at reducing the cost of living, we should have a right to speak tea, and the nation will back us up. Can we work these out? But Butler was moving rapidly in the direction of increasing purchase tax and a comprehensive credit squeeze. Eden's judgment was to prove more sound, but again, he did not press his concerns too strongly on his chancellor. It would have been better if he had. As he wrote to Butler on the 3rd of September, if our plans were thought to be partial either in the political or economic sense, the nation would lose confidence in us, and we should deserve this. Butler would have been wise to heed this advice, but the strain of 4 years at the Treasury and the loss of his wife was exerting its toll, far more than he or Eden fully realized at the time. Eden's concern, minutes, and frequent telephone calls irritated him mightily. One of Rab Butler's most attractive qualities, unless one was on the receiving end, was his sardonic and often malicious wit, which was usually at the expense of his colleagues. The trouble was that these sallies often got to the ears of their victims, who were displeased, and Butler thereby had acquired a reputation for disloyalty. My own view was that he simply could not resist a witticism, and that few of them, if any, were carefully prepared. They just bubbled out, to the delight of those closest to him, but they had an unfortunate habit of being gleefully repeated in Whitehall, and came to the attention of those who had been mocked. If they laughed at all, it was with much uneasiness. Most did not laugh. On a more serious plane, Eden was uncomfortable about what Butler was now proposing. Eden's minutes continued to cover a very wide range of issues. To the Home Secretary, 13 October. I have seen several reports and some complaints of light sentences on drivers who are found drunk in charge of a car. Am I right in thinking that they do get off too lightly? If so, is this due to the law or leniency on the part of the magistrates? If the law is at fault, I feel sure that Parliament would be willing to strengthen it. The Home Office responded that the law was adequate, but that a circular of advice would be sent to magistrates. The results were negligible. Public tolerance of drunken driving was destined to continue on the "there but for the grace of God go I" principle. Eden's resistance to Churchill's great summit of the four powers had been less on substance than on form, and from the beginning of his government he was resolved upon further improvement of East-West relations. The most notable tangible sign of this was the Soviet agreement to the independence and reunification of Austria and the withdrawal of their forces, on which Eden had been patiently negotiating for years. As this was the first instance, and, at the time of writing, the only one of the Russians voluntarily withdrawing from a territory they had occupied by force, Eden was particularly eager to capitalize on the apparent new mood in the Kremlin. Eisenhower and Dulles remained skeptical, but they were willing to help Eden at the beginning of his premiership and also saw the opportunity of building upon the new advances. The Russians had initiated the proposal on 26 May, proposing Vienna, but the Western powers asked for Geneva as a more suitable site, to which the Russians agreed. The meetings were opened by Eisenhower personally, who made enough reciprocal military information to reduce the possibility of serious misunderstandings. Eden proposed a security pact between the powers and a reunited Germany. The latter once again met with a firm rejection by Bulganin, but the discussions were characterized by what the Annual Register has called a uniform amiability. In his report to the House of Commons on the 27th July, Eden was also able to announce that Bulganin and Khrushchev had accepted his invitation to visit Britain in the following spring. All comments were highly favorable, and the passage of the Austrian State Treaty Bill was also marked by warm praise for Eden and Macmillan. Parliament rose for the summer recess with the Conservatives in good heart, and the government standing high, despite denunciation by the economist of the government's program as stodgy. The newspaper, rail, and dock strikes had all ended, and the state of emergency was ended. Abroad, the outlook seemed exceptionally bright. At home, few knew of Butler's growing concern about the economy, which was to prompt him to ask for the recall of Parliament in September. This Eden at first supported, then strongly resisted. But the problems were mounting. One subject that concerned ministers was the arrival in Britain of an increasing number of West Indian immigrants, which by 1955 numbered some 50,000. Churchill had been particularly alarmed by this development, as was Salisbury, who warned the cabinet of the effect on the racial character of the English people if unrestricted immigration were permitted to continue unchecked. Percipiently, he warned of the possibility of massive immigration from the Indian subcontinent, which in 1955 was virtually non-existent. The problem was that under the then concept and law of United Kingdom citizenship and British passport holders, most Commonwealth citizens, had the legal right to settle in Britain, and both Lennox Boyd and Home were concerned by the political effects in the Commonwealth of legislation that would clearly be discriminatory against black and colored Commonwealth citizens, while the whips reported that private members' bills hostile to immigration introduced by Cyril Osborne, MP for Louth, had been decisively voted down by Conservatives. The matter was referred to a cabinet committee chaired by Kilmuir, the Lord Chancellor. It was to be more than 6 years before the Conservative government faced up to this problem, which by 1961 had become considerably worse, and then only timidly, for which it was denounced as racist by Gaitskell and the Labour opposition. Eden's own preference was for limiting entry for 5 years only, and this was one option referred to the Kilmuir Committee, whose labours in the end produced nothing of value. The matter continued to drift with momentous consequences. To be fair, these were very difficult to foresee in 1955. Lloyd George reported that the West Indians were in the main law-abiding, employed, and did not make any undue demands on national assistance. The only real problem they presented in which they were not alone was in housing. This influx must also be seen in the context of an unemployment figure of less than 1% and a labor demand for unskilled workers which was filled by the new immigrants. It is too easy to be wise after the event. Meanwhile, the Cyprus situation deteriorated. Archbishop Makarios may well have been an exceptionally devious and bad man, but the indications were that real control had passed to the communists and to Ioka, which was characterized by fanatical ruthlessness and led with considerable skill and brutality. All British attempts at tripartite negotiation foundered on Greek and Turkish obduracy, especially the former, although Eden, Macmillan, and Lennox Boyd tried hard throughout the summer and early autumn for a reasonable settlement. By the end of September, it was decided to strengthen British forces in the island and to send Field Marshal Sir John Harding as governor. All attempts at mediation having failed, a state of emergency was declared on 26 November. British casualties began to mount, and the atmosphere became acrid. 3 NATO nations were in bitter dispute, and British troops were being killed and injured. The British offered a substantial measure of self-government and economic aid, but Makarios and the Greek government obstinately and arrogantly stood out for complete self-determination and enosis on a majority vote, which the Turks would not contemplate. Passions rose, blood was shed, and in the middle of this dismal tragedy stood the poor bloody British infantrymen. That first summer of the Eden government also included one decision that was to have considerable long-term results. The campaign for the abolition of the death penalty for murder had been active for several years, but the proposal had been consistently voted down in the Commons, although with gradually diminishing majorities. Sadly, it had become politicized, so that with only a few exceptions, Labour was for abolition, the Conservatives for retention. It was a highly emotive issue among Conservative Party activists, and invariably retention was strongly and enthusiastically endorsed by the party conference. But there were already indications that among the new Conservative MPs there was a significant number who were for abolition, at least for a trial period, and their concerns were greatly heightened by the case of Mrs. Ruth Ellis. Ruth Ellis was a sad, brittle, but attractive woman who had, under great provocation and not long after a miscarriage, shot and killed her former. Lover, Blakely, it was a classic case of a crime of passion by a distraught young woman. Murder is murder, and there was no question of her guilt. What few expected was that she would actually be executed. It was a long-standing convention that the decision whether to advise the royal prerogative of mercy or to let the law take its course was exclusively the duty and the responsibility of the Home Secretary, who in 1955 was Gwilym Lloyd George. It was a task that no one in public life envied him, but as he alone had full access to all the details of each case, it was accepted that it must be an individual judgment. The Ellis case evoked exceptionally intense press and public interest, to the point when, most unusually in capital cases, it was discussed by the cabinet. When it was pointed out that public opinion was aroused to an unusual degree, Lloyd George responded that such opinion by itself was an unreliable basis for a policy. To considerable surprise, Lloyd George could find no redeeming features and refused to make a recommendation for mercy. Eden makes no reference whatever to this matter in his memoirs, and there is nothing in his papers about the case. He accepted that the decision was the responsibility of the Home Secretary, in whom he had full confidence, but there are indications that he was troubled about it, and with good cause. Even many hardened supporters of the death penalty were appalled, and its opponents raised a storm of frenzied protest inside and outside Parliament. They could not save Ruth Ellis, who was hanged on the 13th July, but the cause of abolition had made a considerable advance. Indeed, it was her execution that made many previous unthinking supporters of the death penalty reconsider the matter, and it can be seen as a major turning point in public attitudes towards the death penalty. In immediate political terms, Lloyd George's decision did the government no good at all, and the personal position of Lloyd George never fully recovered in the House of Commons. As the events of the following spring and summer demonstrated, a major shift in public and parliamentary opinion was the result of a decision that was manifestly the wrong one. Ruth Ellis' execution also coincided with the publication of a book by Michael Eddowes on Timothy Evans, hanged in 1950 for the murder of his child. The case had aroused little attention at the time, but in 1953 it was discovered that Evans had shared the same house as the palpably insane pathological mass murderer Christie, who had been the principal witness against Evans. At his own trial, Christie said that he had murdered Mrs. Evans, among many others. As The Economist wrote of the book, if Evans had not been hanged but sentenced to life imprisonment, he would be a free man today, for, once the facts in the Christie case were known, no Home Secretary could have kept him in prison. These matters added to the burdens of government and put new strains on the cohesion of the Conservative Parliamentary Party at a very early stage of the new Parliament. Another problem was how to handle the defection to the Soviet Union in 1951 of the Foreign Office officials Donald Maclean and Guy Burgess. The Australian Royal Commission investigating Soviet operations in Australia had produced more damaging information, and the Labour MP, Marcus Lipton, named their colleague, Kim Philby, under the protection of parliamentary privilege as the third man, who had tipped them off that they were under investigation. Nothing had been found against Philby, but he had left the Foreign Service and had become a journalist specializing in Middle East matters. The defection had been under the Labour government, and Eden was anxious not to imply that the then Foreign Secretary Morrison was in any way responsible. Nonetheless, there was genuine public concern, and Eden proposed to Attlee that an all-party conference of Privy Councillors should examine security procedures to prevent any repetition. Attlee entirely agreed, and the debate early in November, opened by Macmillan and closed by Eden, was of a high level. When Eden raised the question of how far are we to go in pursuit of greater security at the cost of the essential liberties of the British people, and invoked the spectre of McCarthyism, he received considerable praise and support, there being no division. It was only several years later that it was known that Philby had indeed been the third man. And Lipton's apology to the House for his allegation was formally expunged from the record. At the time, the speeches of Macmillan and Eden were widely praised. What is strange is that Eden makes no reference whatever to the matter in his memoirs. The feeling at the time was that the government, and Eden in particular, had handled it sensitively and admirably, as indeed they had, given the information at their disposal. The history of this episode has not yet run its course, but it forms no part of a biography of Anthony Eden. The first serious setback to the government's position concerned the economy, a crucial area in which, as with foreign affairs, the Churchill government had seemed to excel. Butler's achievements since 1951 and his uniquely urbane style and self-confidence were very considerable, but the death of his devoted wife Sydney in December 1954 from cancer had been a terrible blow. The domestic shock was not at once fully apparent, but gained increasing force during the year, as he subsequently wrote. If concentrating on profits and restoring purchase taxes reduced in April was a political disaster. It gave Gateskill, actively seeking the Labour leadership, his great opportunity, which he seized eagerly and superbly. Butler fought back with equal verve, destroying the hapless Morrison, who had ineptly moved a motion of censure with a speech of merciless effectiveness that settled the Labour leadership there and then. But Eden, coming to Butler's support at the end of the rowdy debate, made an ineffective speech, shouting above the hubbub of a post-inner Commons, with the opposition out for blood, was not his style, nor was the economy his subject, and although the Conservatives loyally cheered him on, it was with unease. He himself was as unhappy about his own performance as he was with the alarmingly rapid decline of the government's fortunes. The retirement of Attlee at the beginning of December and the easy victory of Gaitskell over Bevan and Morrison for the Labour leadership was another indication that matters were unlikely to become any easier. Gaitskell became leader of the Labour Party at the worst possible moment for Eden and a nervous Conservative Party. The emergence of a younger man as leader of the opposition is never welcome to an incumbent Prime Minister already under pressure. Even less welcome was one who had been Chancellor of the Exchequer and had made a formidable reputation in opposition both in the House of Commons and in his party, in which he had definitely emerged as the spokesman of moderate anti-Bevanite socialism. Highly intelligent, articulate, responsible, and in personality the complete antithesis of Bevan's jibe about a desiccated calculating machine, Gaitskell posed a challenge to Eden from the moment of his election as leader. Conservatives hoped that the animosity between him and the Labour left would continue, but were unsure even about this. A week after Gaitskell's election, the Conservative candidate for Torquay, Frederick Bennett, was re-elected with a fall of 9.4% in the Conservative share of the poll, which in those days was regarded as near cataclysmic. Conservatives had become unused to such reverses, and the reaction was disproportionately strong. The feeling that a significant restructuring of the government was essential was shared by the press, the Conservative Party, and the Prime Minister himself. If it had been done in the long summer recess, it would have been far better, but the personal and political issues Eden faced were not easy. To have replaced Butler before the hapless autumn budget would have looked like base ingratitude to a recently bereaved colleague, to one of the unquestioned successes of the Churchill government, and a major contributor, as many considered, to the May election triumph. Macmillan had hardly settled into the Foreign Office. Cruikshank, as leader of the was universally popular. Buchan Hepburn was considered the outstanding chief whip of his generation, and Lloyd George an excellent Home Secretary. By December, none of these judgments held true. Eden had hoped that he could make his changes carefully and in his own time, but by December the shrill calls for change had become accompanied by severe and unfair criticisms of his weakness and lack of resolution. Thus, when the changes did come at the end of 1955, they gave the unhappy impression of being a hurried response to party and press clamor, whereas in truth they reflected the experiences of the previous 6 months. As early as September, Eden had confided his concerns to Butler, the latter recording in his diary at the time that the PM is an artist far more able and resolute than the newspapers give him credit for. He had, he said, sedulously attempted to avoid interference with the Foreign Office. Having been there so long, he found it difficult to work with so strong a character as Harold Macmillan. Anthony said that he had never had the idea that I should go to the Foreign Office since I would be under him and that he would not like. He fancied Selwyn for the FO and said he would be the best subordinate. But the shuffle itself was maladroit. While it was not the wide-ranging reconstruction many believed necessary, several of the changes proved unfortunate. To move Butler was probably inevitable, and in his own interests as well as those of the government, but his replacement by Macmillan was to prove a profound error. The causes lay deep in long-standing personal antipathy, but the short-term causes were that Eden had found it impossible to stop his eyes wandering often and critically towards the Foreign Secretary. He had appointed a strong, energetic, and ambitious man who enjoyed his job and was demonstrating clear signs of developing his own views and policies. Eden, ironically enough, was in the same difficulties as Prime Minister towards his Foreign Secretary as Neville Chamberlain had been with him. Why Eden had appointed Macmillan in the first place remains a mystery, but by September he believed that he had made a mistake, and Butler's retirement to lead the House of Commons as Lord Privy Seal seemed to provide an excellent opportunity of rectifying the error while mollifying Macmillan by giving him the Treasury. But, far from being mollified, Macmillan was greatly angered by what he considered to be an unmerited demotion after only 9 months from a post he had long coveted, while Butler quickly regretted accepting a post without any departmental element, which he later considered the mental minister, who reveled in ideas and legislative skills which were wasted in his new post. Cruikshank and Woolton retired, but a truly strange selection was that of Walter Monckton for defense. Monckton had little experience in this area, nor much interest in it. He was exhausted after his long period at Labour, and his real ambition, never fulfilled, was to be Lord Chief Justice. He was accordingly a tired and disappointed man who took up his new responsibilities without enthusiasm. Eden had great affection for him, was grateful to him for his advice and assistance, and wanted him beside him in the cabinet. This was very understandable, but to give Monckton a post which he did not want, and in which he was not interested, was a major mistake, how major was to become apparent in due course. But Eden also believed that the period of appeasing the unions, at great immediate benefit but at heavy long-term cost, must end, and a stronger man was needed. His eyes had been on the exceptional Lane MacLeod for some time, and it was he who took Monckton's place. Also, the appointment of Heath as chief whip and the entry of Home into the full cabinet were admirable. A very fortunate survivor of the changes was Nutting, whose conduct as Minister of State at the United Nations General Assembly in the early winter had been such as to cause acute embarrassment and serious discussion about his immediate recall. Eden knew that Nutting's marriage was under serious strain, and for a senior minister to be recalled before the end of the assembly would only increase the rumors that were widespread in New York and bring the matter under intense press scrutiny. It may have been this factor that also prevented Eden from dropping him from the government in the reshuffle, but although his papers on this unfortunate episode are very complete, they do not give the answer. My estimate is that the cause was loyalty to a friend in personal difficulties. It was to prove very singularly misplaced and ill-rewarded, and did not even save Nutting's marriage, which foundered shortly afterwards. Macmillan, who had been understandably outraged by Nutting's conduct as a minister on duty, went from the Foreign Office and Nutting stayed. These were to prove grievous errors, for which Eden paid very dearly. Eden's appointment of Selwyn Lloyd to replace Macmillan occasioned considerable surprise, but brought to the Foreign Office a colleague whom he had hardly known in 1951, but whom he had come to trust and respect. The trouble was that Lloyd's experience in Parliament and foreign affairs did not approximate to Macmillan's, and the suspicion was freely expressed that Eden, intent on being his own foreign secretary, had appointed a tame non-entity rather than tolerate a politician of his own rank in the party. And the House of Commons. This was harsh on Lloyd, and took no account of the tense relationship between Eden and Macmillan, but it did contain the truth. Therein lay the fundamental difficulty of Lloyd's position. He was liked in the House of Commons, but not extravagantly so. His dispatch box manner was somewhat wooden, and he gave the impression, wrongly as it happened, of being devoid of humor and political sensitivity. Abroad, his appointment caused puzzlement. Lloyd himself confessed to having misgivings about a minister with only 8 months' experience in the cabinet taking over the very senior post of Foreign Secretary, and he was not alone. The House of Commons and the press had become used to strong foreign secretaries, Morrison being generally regarded as a melancholy aberration between Bevan and Eden, and Macmillan appearing to take the dominant role that was expected. Lloyd, derided by a rising young political journalist Bernard Levin as Hoylake Urban District Council, did not seem to fit the mold. He sounded legalistic, unfamiliar with the scale of the problems confronting him and out of his depth. Again, there was at least some truth in these apprehensions, but the fact was that Eden had found Lloyd to be a diligent deputy whom he liked and had confidence in, and this was what he wanted and needed, rather than a putative challenger whom he distrusted. No one, least of all the profoundly disgruntled Macmillan, could conceive what momentous results would flow from this decision. The reshuffle was poorly received by the party and the press, and personal criticism of the Prime Minister increased in normally loyal newspapers, notably the Daily Mail and the Daily Telegraph, especially the latter, which carried a virulent article by Donald MacLachlan entitled "The Firm Smack of Government." This said that one of Eden's speaking characteristics was to clench his right fist and punch it into his open left hand, but stopping at the last moment. The implications were clear, and Eden responded with what Butler has called a pained and pungent oath. Eden wrote in his diary for January 3, 1956, "Torrents of abuse these days in press. Daily Telegraph has of course encouraged Tory discontent, because nobody knows the personal vendetta that lies behind it. But on the whole I think that the enemy is overplaying his hand. 7 January. Yorkshire, Plost has a very helpful article as Express had yesterday, but this is about the lot. Otherwise, plenty of attack. Personally, I think overdone. Clark rings up to say people are to carry story that I am resigning in June and begging for denial, which I reluctantly gave. This was a dreadful mistake, as both Eden and Clark soon realized. What was intended to be simply a denial of a specific newspaper story that was pure and inaccurate speculation appeared to take the form of an official statement that only made matters much worse. Butler, asked at London Airport as he was leaving for a much-needed holiday whether Eden was the best Prime Minister we have got, naturally replied, yes, which was widely misquoted as, he is the best Prime Minister we have got, words which ricocheted round the world as a feline disparagement of Eden. When Butler realized what had happened, as Eden noted, Rab from airport and Oliver from his home rang up to complain about press. I promised them I was quite unconcerned. DT had really made the mischief. Eden was genuinely angered by his bad press, but instead of ignoring the matter, as he should have done, he embarked on a counterattack, devoting a speech at Bradford on 18 January to an unwise denunciation of cantankerous newspapers, and pledging that the government and he would serve their full term. His conservative audience cheered him warmly, but even in Bradford there was uneasiness about what seemed to be serious overreaction to the press. It is indeed difficult to quarrel with this estimate. It was an unpromising beginning to 1956. From these domestic tribulations, Eden traveled to the United States on the Queen Elizabeth on 25 January, with the Middle East situation at the top of his agenda. The new Soviet presence in the area was a particular concern, and the potential cause of a major Israel-Egypt arms race. But while the Americans shared this concern, they were not prepared to offer more than moral support for the Baghdad Pact. As Eden noted, they seemed more impressed by Egyptian and Saudi hostility to it than by its membership and potential. The Americans also, for the first time, expressed doubts, principally on economic grounds, about Eden's enthusiasm for Anglo-American support for the World Bank to build the Aswan High Dam. Lloyd considered the talks rather disappointing, the only high spot being Eden's speech to a joint meeting of the U.S. Congress, which contained the passage. Brought to a halt in Europe, Soviet expansion now feels its way south and probes in other lands. There is nothing particularly new in this. You can read it all in Russian imperialist history. But the emphasis has changed, and the symbol and method too. This is a struggle for men's minds, once expressed in these regions in conflicting faiths, but now in rival ideologies. From the Kremlin streams forth into the lands of what we call the Middle East, and into all Asia, a mixture of blandishment and threat, offers of arms and menaces to individuals, all couched in terms of fierce hostility for Western ideals. I do not think it did Antony any good, Butler later wrote. It did not do me any good either. Achieved. Meanwhile, at home, the government had run into severe difficulties over the death penalty issue. The new House of Commons took a different view from the old, and against Lloyd George's advice, voted by 293 to 262 on a free vote on 16 February to suspend the death penalty for an experimental period of 5 years, 48 conservatives voting with the majority. Not only the Ruth Ellis case had caused this change of view. On 24 January, Lloyd George had announced free pardons and compensation for 3 men wrongly convicted of grievous bodily harm against a policeman, as was pointed out by the opponents of the death penalty. If the policeman had died from his injuries, it was virtually certain that at least one of the innocent men would have been hanged. The government, itself divided on the matter, and now knowing that it did not have a majority in the Commons on this issue of conscience, then decided to give time for the passage of a private member's bill introduced by Sidney Silverman, a highly vocal but, in the Tory party, not a widely esteemed Labour MP. Eden contended that the government could not introduce a bill itself, which its chief spokesman had advised against, and promised that it would again be on a free vote at all stages. Silverman's bill was carried on second reading on 12 March by 286 to 262, and then went to full committee on the floor of the House, with results that will be described. This compromise particularly distressed conservative activists and supporters outside Westminster who were overwhelmingly and stridently in favor of the death penalty, but to confuse matters further, all opinion polls demonstrated a majority in favor of abolition. It was not until the autumn, the year after the Silverman bill had been rejected by the Lords, that the government took the lead with a modified bill that limited the death penalty to specific forms of murder. It was carried through Parliament. It would have saved much time, division within the government party, and accusations of weakness and irresolution hurled at the administration by both sides of the argument if this had been done earlier. In January and February, the British government had made great efforts to produce a Cyprus settlement, again with no success. Although the British now had clear evidence from captured documents of Makarios' complicity in the Ioka terrorist campaign, Lennox Boyd and Harding persevered until it was obviously impossible. The decision was then taken to arrest and deport Makarios, together with the Bishop of Kyrenia and 2 other implicated priests, to the Seychelles on 9 March to jam broadcasts from. Have been justified, but the response was strong both in Cyprus and in the House of Commons. That beautiful island became the scene of bitter intercommunal brutality and anti-British campaigns by Ioka, which had no compunction in using schoolchildren in its operations. Harding himself narrowly escaped an assassination attempt, and executions of Ioka terrorists inflamed the situation even further. All British offers of new constitutions, even one that would have given them the overwhelming preponderance in a national assembly, met with total Greek Cypriot opposition. When Lennox Boyd in the House of Commons said that partition could be among the eventual options, under self-determination, he was roundly denounced by the Labour Party and much abused in Athens. He was to be proved absolutely right, although under very different circumstances. Fanatical Greek Cypriot bigotry supported from Greece drove Cyprus down a road that the Eden government, to its credit, attempted to prevent. In wanting everything, the Greek Cypriots destroyed everything, with disastrous results for themselves and Cyprus. In the meanwhile, British troops were killed and injured, Greek and Turkish Cypriots died and suffered, and all British attempts at compromise met the solid rock of utter intransigence. One of the most important factors in life, politics and war, to which historians tend to devote too little attention, is sheer luck, good or ill. Napoleon's faith in lucky generals contained much wisdom. The last Churchill government, for all its qualities, had been blessed with much good fortune, from the ending of the Korean War to the dramatic shift in the international trade balance, for which it had very little responsibility, but which made its task considerably easier. Its members could claim with justification that they had worked for and deserved their good fortune, but it had certainly been a very lucky government. But almost from its inception, the Eden government seemed cursed by bad luck, as if a malevolent being had determined that if anything could go wrong, it would. Butler had stumbled badly over the economy and the world balance of trade had turned against Britain. Lloyd George was in serious difficulties on the home front, not only over capital punishment. Cyprus was becoming grim, Even the long-forgotten IRA emerged with daring and successful raids on Army arms depots. The conduct of American affairs was erratic, particularly in the Middle East, where the new Soviet involvement caused Eden mounting concern. A hostile press now blamed him personally for every new shift in ill fortune throughout the world. His response was to work even harder to change the tide, but at times it seemed inexorable. This sequence of misfortune since the early autumn of 1955 had further increased the burdens of the premiership, coming as they did after 5 intensive years of hard work and severe illness. Now, another blow fell. Jordan and King Hussein personally occupied a particular place in Eden's interests and concerns in his endeavor to strengthen the Baghdad Pact, to the point where his eagerness to attain Jordanian membership of the pact pushed Britain into offering further commitments to Jordan that were so comprehensive that towards the end of 1955, the chiefs of staff were instructed to prepare plans for military action against Israel, including seaborne invasion, if Israel attacked Jordan. The chiefs, in presenting their tentative plans, concluded that Jordan's Arab Legion, commanded by General Sir John Glubb, universally known as Glubb Pasha and almost as celebrated in Britain and the Middle East as T. Lawrence had once been, was not an impressive military force. The British offered tangible military assistance and equipment to Jordan to counter Saudi money and influence, which were sedulously undermining the position of the Hashemite monarchy in Iraq and had ambitions for change in the Hashemite monarchy in Jordan. At Macmillan's suggestion, the chief of the Imperial General Staff, Field Marshal Sir Gerald Templer, flew to Amman to discuss not only supplies of equipment, but a new Anglo-Jordanian pact. As soon as Jordan joined the Baghdad Pact, Eden considered that it would be unwise to press Hussein too hard on this, as the king was now coming under intense pressure in Amman from hostile elements loudly encouraged by Radio Cairo and financed by both Egyptian and Saudi forces. So bad was the situation in Jordan itself, and the legion so stretched, that the British made preliminary measures to hold forces available in Cyprus to go to Hussein's assistance if required. And a clear warning was conveyed to Nasser about his policy of inciting the people of Jordan to civil war and to attacks on her British ally. Saudi Arabia was also told that in the event of a Saudi attack on Jordan, which now looked probable, Britain would fulfill the obligations of the 1948 treaty. This worked. The Saudis hurriedly drew back their forces from the Jordanian frontier, but increased their subversive activities within Jordan. Nasser assured the British ambassador in Cairo, Sir Humphrey Trevelyan, that propaganda against Jordan and Britain would be stopped. In fact, there was no lessening of it, there were more attacks on Iraq, and then an actual increase in virulence against Hussein and Glubb. Those who at the time and later saw Nasser as a genial, if misguided, third world leader of an anti-colonialist crusade, concerned only for the liberty and well-being of his people, made, and some continued to make, a grave error. Egypt's internal problems were acute, even desperate, but Nasser's lavish assistance from the Saudis and the Russians did go to the poverty-stricken fellahin but was devoted to weapons, to the armed forces on whose total loyalty his very life depended, and to deliberate subversion of the two Hashemite kingdoms by every means he could command. As he ceaselessly reiterated, the destruction of Israel was the overriding purpose not only of Egypt but of the Arab world, of which he was the self-proclaimed spokesman. His incessant radio propaganda was coarse but very effective against the infidel colonialists who still tried to be the Arabs' masters through the treacherous Arab puppets they had created and now sustained. In this there was a subtle and clever admixture of truths and untruths, of nationalism and religion, and of exhorting the oppressed to rise against their oppressors. The combination was a deadly one. But Eden, in spite of Nasser's activities and the Czech arms deal, had not entirely lost hope. In October 1955, he had prepared for Trevelyan a note for delivery to Nasser criticizing his conduct strongly, with the result that, "Our relationship has deteriorated. The continued vituperation against us in the Egyptian press and radio has led us to doubt the value of Nasser's assurance. In particular, public opinion in Britain will not tolerate the supply of arms to a country which daily denounces us and which seeks supplies from the East." Britain was determined to defend her position in the Middle East in face of the Soviet threat to the area. In this position, we are entitled to ask Egypt where she stands. If Nasser wishes to continue to denounce Britain and oppose British policy in every way, let him say so. If not, let him make determined efforts to carry out the promise he made to me, and he will find me more than willing to meet him halfway. As evidence of this, Britain was very keen to assist, with the United States and the World Bank, Nasser's most cherished grandiose new project, the Aswan High Dam, in which the Russians were now showing such a keen and positive interest. There was no deception in this. Eden was pressing the Americans hard to support the dam for political reasons to counter Soviet involvement and as a demonstration of Western goodwill. As he said to Clarissa and to others, "If the Russians get the contract, we have lost Africa." But Trevelyan considered this note inopportune, and on reflection, Eden agreed with him that it should not be delivered, for the time being. This may have been a mistake, but it could hardly have made any difference. Then, on one March, without any prior warning, Hussein peremptorily ordered the immediate dismissal of Glubb and his principal officers. Nasser was particularly satisfied, speciously congratulating Selwyn Lloyd, who had the misfortune to be in Cairo when the news broke, on a British action to improve Anglo-Egyptian relations. As suspected, NAD with Glubb on his return to Britain, personal as well as political factors had been involved in Hussein's sudden decision. Eden also knew from the Chiefs of Staff report that Hussein's complaints about the standards of the Legion had some justification, although these were not Glubb's fault. Eden considered that Hussein had made a terrible mistake and, by becoming very temporarily a Nasser hero, had got himself into a very dangerous position. Hussein had certainly been influenced by his ADC, Colonel Ali Abu Nuwar, whom he shortly made Chief of Staff, but who later was found in his true colors and had to flee to Egypt for his safety. The initial reaction of Eden was one of great anger, although it was not quite as violent as Nutting later claimed, at this humiliation to a loyal servant, and to the British position in the Middle East, made without warning by a close ally. Although the British thought that Nasser was not directly involved in Glubb's downfall, it was clear that his allies within the Jordanian government and army had been, and it looked, and indeed, was a notable victory for his all-pervasive influence in Arab affairs. It was certainly seen as such throughout the Middle East and in the Western press. But, after an initial flurry of fierce telegrams from London to Amman that remained sensitive, calmer views gradually prevailed. Glubb had himself behaved admirably when he discussed the situation with Eden at Chequers on 4th March, emphasizing to Eden that allowance must be given not only to the severe difficulties of the young king, but to the natural feelings towards an older man, a famous foreigner, holding such a position. It was deeply in the interests of the West to help Hussein and to repair the damage. This was also the view of the British ambassador in Amman, C.B. Duke, and although indignation continued in London, Nasser made the British point by offering to Hussein to make up all lost British aid, if that happened, while the Russians also offered lavish financial and military assistance. Hussein was now very concerned indeed about his position with good reason, and was anxious to restore Anglo-Jordanian amity. Eden Nutting, in his account, gives a vivid description of keeping Eden up half the night on 1 March, trying to persuade him to modify his indignation against Hussein for Glubb's dismissal. In fact, Eden had striven to avoid any break with Hussein, even at the cost of a disastrous parliamentary debate, as Eden noted in 1970. Eden had no recollection whatever of this discussion with Nutting, and the record of Glubb's visit to luncheon at Chequers on Sunday 4th of March discloses that afterwards Nutting, who avers he was not there, was present at a meeting attended by Salisbury, Monckton, the chiefs of the Imperial General Staff and the Air Staff, and Sir Ivan Kirkpatrick, permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office. Shuckburgh's note records, cooperation with Britain this took place, and the Glubb crisis itself evaporated. If Eden had initially overreacted to Glubb's dismissal, as the tone of his telegram to Amman clearly demonstrates he had, so had the British press and the House of Commons. At the very time that Eden was restoring the situation, and in the absence of Lloyd, carrying the Foreign Office as well as his other responsibilities, the Labour opposition demanded a debate in the Commons on the 7th March. As Eden later wrote, "I had no time to prepare the speech I must make, and it is always difficult to say nothing convincingly." Clarissa Eden wrote in her diary on 7 March, "The events in Jordan have shattered A. He is fighting very bad fatigue, which is sapping his powers of thought. Tonight's winding up of the debate was a shambles." In retrospect, many consider that Eden should have opened rather than closed the debate, but the pressures of time, which made an opening almost impossible for him, and his fame as the master of the wind-up speech were such that no one questioned the decision. Yet Eden was tired, he could not describe how delicate discussions were progressing, and the House was in a noisy mood. Eden later privately described his speech as disastrous, and in his memoirs as one of the worst in my career. What was worst of all was that he lost his temper, a very rare event in public for him, and amid derisive taunts of, "What's your policy?" he petulantly shouted, "Really, the House must listen to the Prime Minister." The Conservatives were upset, the opposition exultant, and he sat down amid howls of "resign" and an embarrassed and feeble cheer from his supporters. I certainly never heard him make so bad a speech before or after, but it is never easy, particularly in a rowdy House, to make a diplomatic speech, and Eden was acutely aware that he must say nothing to affect the gradual warming of relations with Hussein or to harm Hussein's fragile position. In his own words, it was an occasion for doing nothing. This was absolutely right, but the national humiliation of Glubb's dismissal followed by the personal humiliation in Parliament of the Prime Minister seemed, at the time, to be more important than in fact they were. We can now see that Eden was totally right. It would have been easy to denounce Hussein or announce the ending of British aid to Jordan. It could only have made Hussein's position worse, and could conceivably have driven him into the Egyptian and Soviet camp, not by desire, but by force majeure. That this did not happen was a notable achievement by Eden, but not an easy one. Wrote, "I thought that he had deteriorated since our meeting 3 years before. He smiled a great deal more for no apparent reason. He had lost the simplicity which I had rather liked in 1953. He did not exactly condescend, but he gave the impression that he thought he had better cards in his hand, or, to put it another way, with the base agreement in his pocket and communist arms in the hands of his troops, he could do more harm to us than we could do to him. These views were set out in his report to the cabinet on 21st March, when Lloyd said that he was satisfied that Nasser was not willing to work with the West in securing peace in the Middle East, that he was aiming at leadership of the Arab world, and that Britain could not establish friendly relations with Egypt so long as it was ruled by Nasser. This being the case, the purpose of British policy should be to counter and isolate Nasser by strengthening the Baghdad Pact, assisting Britain's other friends in the area, and, with the United States putting economic pressure on Egypt, including the withdrawal from the Aswan Dam project. This statement made a considerable impression on the cabinet, but Eden was more cautious, particularly over the Aswan Dam. But Nutting is correct in one matter in his account. Eden's opinion of Nasser's ambitions, character, and methods had declined precipitately further, and it was at this time that he began to compare Nasser with Mussolini in his private comments. The dismissal of Glubb marked another milestone on the road to Suez. On 18 April, Bulganin and Khrushchev arrived at Portsmouth. Eden had known that the invitation carried considerable political risks, but also great potential advantages in further reducing East-West tensions and improving mutual understanding, not least in the Middle East, in which the Russians were now taking such an active interest, as they had not done under Stalin. He considered the risks worthwhile and took particular care to warn the security services against any activities that could embarrass his guests or the British government. On this point, he was emphatic, and he received a categorical assurance. The actual discussions went well. It was obvious that Bulganin, whose courtesy and bearing were impressive, had no real power, whereas the mercurial Khrushchev was the man to watch. His sensational repudiation of Stalin had led some to believe that he was likely to be less assertive of. Experience of this cruel, cunning, but not wholly unattractive villain, Eden had no delusions about Khrushchev, but he considered that he was a man with whom one could do business, and who certainly had a very clear understanding of realpolitik. Eden was above all eager that the Geneva Agreement should stick, and that the CO chairmen should work together effectively to calm down the still heated situation in Southeast Asia by their respective influences on the United States and China. He also wanted to give the Russians a clear and unambiguous warning about the crucial nature of Middle East oil to the West, and that there should be no misunderstandings about the British withdrawal from the Suez Canal zone. On both these points, he found the Russians perfectly reasonable. But the visit was not generally popular. Émigré organizations and the Jewish community were hostile, and Khrushchev had an unamiable tendency to react violently to any criticism. The spectacle of one man by the side of the road shaking his fist at his car sent him off into a paroxysm of rage. And a dinner party with the labor leadership at the House of Commons broke up in some disorder when George Brown, quite rightly but without tact, challenged Khrushchev's version of recent history. Gaitskell went to the Russian embassy on the following morning to apologize, but the general feeling was that Brown had been right and that Gaitskell's apology had been unnecessarily servile. This incident certainly did not assist Eden in his task, and he was understandably angry that Brown had raised the temperature which he was trying to lower. Press comment tended to be at best unenthusiastic about the nation's visitors, with the expected exception of left-wing journals. Eden later wrote that these were the longest discussions between two powers in which he had ever taken part, and there was no lack of topics. Only when Eden, referring to Middle East oil, said that Britain would be prepared, if need be, to fight for it, did Khrushchev's notorious temper flare. Lloyd later wondered whether there had been a failure in translation that had wounded Russian pride at such a simple and clear remark, for there was no shortage of blunt speaking on the Russians' part, whether Khrushchev was acting or whether it was something he did not want to hear. What is not in doubt is that the point was taken, and Eden was able to calm him down. The visit, mercifully, had its moments of high comedy. At the Harwell Research Station, Khrushchev was asked bluntly when the Soviet Union was going to have free trade unions, and when the visitors reached Oxford, the university and city turned out in force. The windows of the booksellers were filled with biographies of Stalin, and a huge crowd of undergraduates and Oxford citizens linked arms and sang Poor Old Joe to the genial, of Selwyn Lloyd desperately endeavoring to keep a straight face. Amid fireworks and good-natured barracking and heckling, the party left Oxford for Chequers, the Russian visitors considerably impressed by the size of the crowds, although Lloyd suspected that they thought them organized, on the Soviet model. Still, no harm had been done. It is a reflection upon changed times that security was minimal, and it is inconceivable today that a head of state could be so openly exposed to large crowds under such circumstances. But it was a world in which the British Prime Minister drove openly with his wife to and from a virtually unprotected cottage, accompanied only by a detective. This was not the only moment of comedy, as William Deeds has related. Bulganin and Khrushchev paid a state visit to London. For reasons which escape me, the Home Secretary Gwilym Lloyd George and his minions, Lord Mancroft and myself, were either not properly advised of this appointment or forgot it altogether. The Home Office of those days was not at all the jolly, welcome-on-the-mat place it is today. So when B&K arrived at the entrance, they were shunted by the doorkeepers into a small, unattractive chamber on the immediate left of the entrance, reserved for unwelcome visitors, aliens, and so forth, and told to cool their heels. This was unfortunate, but only the start of much greater misfortunes. Lord Mancroft was the first of us to reach the beleaguered Russian leaders. In course of this operation, someone in the crowd outside the Home Office shouted, "Boo!" A policeman on duty in the Home Office muttered, "Hear, hear," but I mustn't say so. Lord Mancroft thought this droll, and passed it on attributably to a representative in the press. Adding injury to insult, it appeared in print. The Prime Minister was enraged. Lord Mancroft was summoned to number 10 for a wigging. He now tells me, though I had forgotten this detail, that he came to me for tea and sympathy before going to the Prime Minister. I appear to have advised him that the Prime Minister was very apt to get excited over such trifling matters, and that on no account should Mancroft offer his resignation. Eden was. Mancroft didn't. For important visitors to be publicly disparaged by a minister was hardly trifling, and Eden was entitled to be angry. Much was at stake, and whereas insults to the visitors from Labour politicians could be borne with some equanimity, this was a bit much. In the event Eden calmed down, Mancroft remained, but it was unhelpful at a tricky moment. Far worse now occurred. When the visit ended, an agreed communiqué was issued, which said remarkably little, but Eden made a broadcast on the evening of 27 April, the day of the Russian leaders' departure, in which he admitted little progress on some subjects, notably Germany again, but agreement that both parties wanted a settlement of the Arab-Israeli dispute, and greatly. On television and radio, Eden said that no doubt those who had wanted a revolutionary agreement would be disappointed, but could mark the beginning of a beginning. Meanwhile, rumors had been appearing in the press about the mysterious disappearance of a British naval frogman, Commander Lionel Crabb, RNVR. Eden had been well informed about the keen interest of naval intelligence on both sides in the warships of the other, and not only in what could be seen and assessed above the surface, or from agents operating in each other's naval shipyards and design teams. The Royal Navy knew that Russian frogmen had been examining their ships' hulls underwater when they had been on an official visit to Leningrad in the previous October, and were anxious in return to inspect the Russian cruiser Orjonikidze and her accompanying destroyers when they docked at Portsmouth with the Russian leaders. The British were particularly interested in two features of this ship below the waterline, and it was because he was fully aware of this that Eden issued very firm and quite unambiguous orders that this temptation must be resisted. It was not until 29th April that the Admiralty, the press hot on the trail, issued a statement that Crabb did not return from a test dive which took place in connection with trials of certain underwater apparatus in Stokes Bay in the Portsmouth area about a week ago. On 4th May, the government received a formal note from Moscow pointing out that a frogman had been seen floating near the Russian warships in Portsmouth Harbor and asked for an explanation. In 1970, having consulted his papers, Eden dictated this memorandum for his biographer. Though this sad event took place on Thursday, April 19th, the ministers knew nothing about it until May 3rd, when the First Lord of the Admiralty and the FO were informed. My recollection, and that of Mr. Bishop, is that Lord Silsenin came across to me from the Foreign Office on the following day. I then asked Sir Norman Brooke, who was Secretary of the Cabinet, to prepare a short report for me on the incident. This was submitted to me on May 8th. On May 9th, I addressed a personal minute to Sir Edward Bridges asking him to inquire into the circumstances under which the operation had been mounted and miscarried. This was the more necessary since I had issued a minute before the arrival of the Russians forbidding any such activity. This report was submitted to me on May 18th, and after examination and consideration, was discussed at a meeting between the Foreign Secretary, the Minister of Defense, the First Lord of the Admiralty, and myself. In relation to that particular incident, we decided to ask Bridges to look further into the question of ministerial responsibility for and interdepartmental coordination of certain types of covert operation. I did not at any time take any part in the inquiries myself, still less did I cross-examine any witnesses, as suggested in an article which appeared in the color supplement of the Sunday Times in the winter of 1969-70. Eden had good cause to be very angry indeed that his specific orders had been so blatantly ignored. As sometimes happens, the decision had been taken at a relatively low level, and Silsenin and his senior officers and officials and the heads of British intelligence were completely exonerated of responsibility. What Eden's intense inquiries did reveal was that Crabb had indeed been attempting to survey the hulls of the Russian cruiser and her attendant destroyers, and it had to be assumed that he had been discovered and killed. Eden acted swiftly and firmly to take control. Instead of permitting the junior Navy minister in the Commons to answer the barrage of questions now being tabled by Labour members, he stated himself on the 9th of May that what had been done without the government's authority or knowledge, that appropriate disciplinary measures were being taken, and that it would not be in the public interest to disclose the circumstances under which Crabb had disappeared. On the same day, the British government conveyed to the Russians a note that fully acknowledged that Crabb had indeed approached the Russian warships without permission, and apologized completely. There is good reason to believe that the Russians were not particularly distressed by the incident, which they had obviously anticipated, and were not disposed to embarrass the British government after a visit that had resulted in some remarkably positive reporting about Britain in the Russian newspapers. Gaitskell would have been wise to have taken the same course, but to the dismay of many on his own side, anxious to make his reputation as a hard-hitting opposition leader, he initiated, in opposition time, a full debate on the matter on 10 May. In fact, as so often happens, the collective view of the House of Commons was that the matter was over, and that, outside certain newspapers, there was fading public interest in it. Eden chose to wind up the debate, which caused some nervousness on the Conservative benches after the Glubb debate fiasco, but he was proved entirely justified. He was at his most calmly authoritative and was listened to with quiet respect. He would say no more on the subject. He had done and was doing his best to improve Anglo-Soviet relations. The government had had no responsibility for this event. He deplored the debate and sat down amid warm approval from his side in virtual silence. When the government had a majority of 87, 30 above its average figure, Gaitskell had rescued the government from what was potentially an acute embarrassment, while the style and manner of Eden's response and speech completely restored his House of Commons position. But the government did not enjoy a quiet summer. Eden had no doubt that it was right to permit time and free votes on the death penalty bill, but by doing so had put Lloyd George in a highly uncomfortable personal position and also exposed those conservatives who supported the bill to very heavy and often almost hysterical difficulties in their constituency associations. The fervor and intolerance of these views were very strong, and there was widespread criticism of the government for having let the matter get out of its control and allowing such socialist legislation. Also, as it had been agreed to have the committee stage on the floor of the House and not in standing committee, much other business suffered. In the long and heated debates and votes, the bill received some odd amendments, including one to retain the death penalty for murder committed by a person serving a sentence of life imprisonment, while rejecting one to retain it for the murder of policemen. On report stage, the amendment was defeated, thereby increasing the confusion and ill feeling. The third reading was carried on the 28th June, to the fury of its opponents in the House and among conservative supporters outside, the latter being the more serious. It was rejected by the Lords, but the subject would not go away. As all reports from the constituencies indicated, there was much rank-and-file discontent with the government. The dismissal of Glubb was seen as a national humiliation about which the government had done nothing, the visit of the Russian leaders had not pleased the party at large, and feeling in favor of the death penalty was running very high indeed, so that it took a brave Conservative MP to be on the other side. These also blamed the government for putting them in this predicament, and accused it of not giving a lead. Again, there was much talk of indecision at the top. By-elections may be a poor guide, but they matter to politicians far more than most are prepared to acknowledge. The Torquay by-election had upset the Conservatives, although to modernize a majority of over 10,000 hardly seems sufficient cause for panic, but on 7 June the government nearly lost Tonbridge, the general election majority of 10,196 reduced to 1,602 in a straight fight with Labour. The cause in 600 of abstention and local factors were partly blamed, but a major factor was expressed in a letter to the Times by a Conservative lady, a Mrs. Beryl Platts, who wrote that although she was not a Tonbridge voter she would, middle classes. Her letter, which received considerable attention, ended. The Conservative agents who describe that result as due to apathy delude themselves. It is a wonderfully encouraging gesture from a class which, after all, refuses to be exterminated. 4. And let the Conservative headquarters be under no misapprehension about this. If we refuse to vote, and thereby admit the Socialists to power, we allow a period of socialist legislation which can later be revoked. If we permit the Conservatives to frame socialist measures in their ill-considered bid for left-wing support, we are saddled with such measures forever, which is the greater evil. The formation of the Middle Class Alliance and the People's League for the Defense of Freedom were also seen as portents of increased conservative disaffection with the government and the Prime Minister, but opinion polls disclosed that, although the government was clearly losing ground, Eden's personal rating remained high, and it was then noted that in Tonbridge the Labour vote had also fallen, although not as precipitously as the Conservative. The problem lay within the Conservative ranks, not in any public surge towards Labour. On June, Eden, speaking in Norwich, strongly defended the British position on Cyprus, which was needed as a war base for the defence of British interests. No Cyprus, no certain facilities to protect our supply of oil, no oil, unemployment, and hunger in Britain. It is as simple as that. This was the language the disgruntled Conservatives wanted to hear. Eden conducted so much of his business as Prime Minister in private meetings with individual ministers or on the telephone, to which his colleagues felt he was inordinately attached, that his personal minutes to ministers give us a less accurate record than in the case of Churchill governments, when so much was committed to paper, at Churchill's insistence and to the pleasure of historians. Those that there were, however, do give us the flavour of Eden's premiership. Some examples can be given. To the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, On food prices, January 1st, 1956. This is surely a policy of despair for the cost of living. The spiral is to be encouraged so that the state should pay less to the farmers. I could never agree to that. To the President of the Board of Trade on the Gelatine and Glue Industry, 7 January, I am not at all satisfied with the reply which it is proposed that I should send. I really do not understand what is going on. It is very sad that we should have to think of knocking this little industry about for the sake of some possible advantage in Europe. European producers are knocking us about quite enough as it is. March. This necessity must have been obvious long ago, and we should have been warned of this. The more the planners, the worse the plans. To the Chancellor of the Exchequer on Defense Expenditure, 24 March, we ought to establish first what are the right things to do. It is at a later stage that we should consider how much of it we can afford. This has always been considered to be the right method of dealing with the problem of defense expenditure. To the same, on the White Paper on the Economic Implications of Full Employment, 24 March. Your white paper seems to have attracted quite a lot of attention. There is no harm in that provided that it is read aright. Some of the press, however, seem to have been too easily led to interpret what was intended as informative background as a statement of policy. To the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, 28 May. Can you explain to me why, if we have such a large surplus of milk, we cannot make more butter and cheese instead of pouring the milk down the gutter? To the same, on the proposal to increase sugar prices, 15 October, at a time when stability of prices and wage claims are uppermost in our thoughts. I should be grateful if you would explain these mysteries to me. These are obviously only a small selection. Throughout the year, Eden was dominated by the international situation, especially in the Middle East. To the Foreign Secretary, 30 April. Middle East. On the Middle East generally, we should pursue our attempt to reach agreement with the United States on a common policy, Suez, the first phase. By July 1956, Anthony Eden had been Prime Minister for 15 months, and the first 5 months of the year had been especially grueling. His own personal position had improved from its low point at the beginning of the year, and his failure in the glove debate had been largely forgotten, although not by him. His concerns about the Middle East remained strong, and the reality of the new Russian presence and influence in the area was a constant refrain in his conversation and minutes. But he believed that one benefit of Khrushchev's and Bulganin's visit was that they had no doubts about the vital nature of British oil interests, and in spite of the crab episode, Anglo-Soviet relations were cordial. Macmillan's first budget, with its concentration on encouraging savers, had gone well. Butler was developing into a highly successful leader of the House of Commons, and Heath was already proving himself an exceptionally able chief whip. By-elections had not been at all good, but they had not been completely disastrous, and John Morrison reported a reasonably good mood in the 1922 committee. The Commonwealth Prime Ministers' Conference, which lasted from 28 June to 6 July, had been another burden, with much discussion about Britain's role as a nuclear power and its implications for Commonwealth relations, as well as alarm about possible British involvement with the proposed European Economic Community. Macmillan produced an ingenious alternative, a European free trade area that attracted Eden but not all his colleagues. Macmillan found the discussions with the Commonwealth Prime Ministers notably ill-informed and prejudiced, but at least something had been achieved. Eden, who believed deeply in the Commonwealth and was equally suspicious of supranational European organizations, always enjoyed these meetings, but this year they were especially difficult and lengthy and were, as always, accompanied by. He was tired and in urgent need of a good holiday. One of the many advantages of Eden's marriage was that Clarissa Eden believed in holidays and knew better than anyone, with the possible exception of his Dr. Horace Evans, how important they were for her husband. Happy weekends in the cottage were invaluable, but did not constitute a real holiday, which Eden had not had since he became Prime Minister. Indeed, not since his 1953 convalescent voyage. As Eden later wrote, "When the July days came, our thoughts turned to holiday plans. The year before they had not worked out, but this time my wife and I had firm hopes of 3 weeks' rest in August. We both longed above all things for hot sunshine and seas in which to bathe. The Governor of Malta, Sir Robert Laycock, had most kindly found for us one of the loveliest villas in the island, by the sea. We began to count the days. These hopes existed under somber shadows. By the early summer, the British evacuation of the Suez Canal zone was virtually complete, but relations with the Nasser regime remained at best cold and formal, as the stream of abuse against the West and its Middle East friends in Israel continued without respite from Radio Cairo. Those conservatives who had seen the zone agreement as a classic act of appeasement of a dictator, and one which had not worked, remained vociferous in their condemnations, supported by a significant element in the British press. The arrival of the Russians in Egyptian affairs may have been given more importance than in fact it warranted, but in the House of Commons and outside in the Conservative Party there was mounting concern, sometimes openly expressed, but also conveyed discreetly through the whips or the party organization to Downing Street. Eden was fully aware of these emotions, as he was of the volatility throughout the Middle East, for which Nasser was very largely responsible. This was clearly shown in Eden's minutes. "I entirely agree with you and the Secretary of State for War that we should not accelerate our withdrawal from the Canal Zone," he wrote to Monckton on 19th January, and again to Monckton on 10th March. We have just got to get it into these people's heads that the situation in the Persian Gulf may become highly dangerous at any moment. We cannot allow the oil to be endangered. Therefore, a plan must be worked out without further delay as to what reinforcements are necessary and where they. A fortnight, as Babi put meetings that suggests, are not going to get us anywhere. Both the political and military difficulties have got to be overcome. We have the resources. We must take the necessary measures to make them available. This is apart from the question of showing the flag in the Gulf, etc., about which I understand that action is being taken. I know that you are fully alive to this. We must make sure that others are. I will give you all backing in my power. To Lloyd he minuted on 18th of March that we have no present interest in bringing Egypt and Sudan together or in pressing on with the dam. On 12 April, he urged Monckton to continue our trickle to Israel, particularly anti-tank and anti-aircraft weapons, although on 8th of June he was pondering, in considering economies, I have been wondering whether we could perhaps wind up our base in Egypt altogether. Eden's greatest concern was over the Israeli-Jordanian situation. His nightmare was a war between the two nations, in which Britain would be legally and morally bound to support Jordan but at dreadful political cost in both Britain and the United States, especially with an American presidential campaign looming. British public opinion would be difficult to anticipate accurately, but King Hussein's popularity in the West had definitely fallen as a result of the dismissal of Glubb, and sentiment in favor of Israel was not limited to the Jewish community. Also, if a conflagration did break out, how could it be contained? These were sobering matters on which to reflect, and British influence and energies were concentrated upon avoiding such a disaster and in building up the Baghdad Pact. In fact, the Israeli government was less concerned about an open conflict with Jordan than with the ominous situation in the south, the continued banning of its shipping through the Suez Canal, the impasse in the Straits of Tiran, and the entirely new element in the arrival in Egypt of sophisticated Russian aircraft with their pilots and advisors. A very modest military element, as the Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion and the Israeli commanders knew only too well. They had turned to the French, who were receptive. But a modern air force cannot be created swiftly by the mere acquisition of new aircraft. Thus, it was the arrival of the Russian and Czech pilots in Egypt, rather than the aircraft, that caused such consternation in Tel Aviv. Air power had played a relatively minor role in the 1948 Arab to Israeli War, which goes far to explain why the Israelis had been so surprisingly negligent in this area, while building up a formidable citizens' army, originally planned to deter the Arab Legion, but now facing a major new. Absolutely crucial, as the North African campaigns in the war had demonstrated so clearly and brutally. In that terrain there are very few hiding places, and the finest of armies cannot survive if control of the air is lost. Opinion in Israeli military circles was hardening in favor of a preemptive strike against Egypt, but this would be impossible without at least parity in the air. Thus the Israelis began to talk seriously to the French, the latter, obsessed with the Algerian War and the active encouragement and assistance given to the nationalists by Nasser, at once agreed that they had much in common. The Franco-Israeli conversations, whose ultimate purpose was the toppling of Nasser, were pursued in great secrecy. The British were not involved, and because of their other concerns in the area, could not be involved. Another new factor was the variable approach of the Americans, and particularly Dulles. Eisenhower, while convalescing from an operation for ileitis, had formally handed day-to-day control of affairs to Vice President Nixon, but the reality was, as Nixon later said, Dulles was really the general at that point. Dulles' overfrank and boastful claims for his brinkmanship had aroused much public criticism, and his position as Secretary of State seemed in such jeopardy that Eisenhower had to issue a public statement of confidence. But the fact was that Dulles was very definitely in charge at this moment. He, also, had lost patience and faith in Nasser. Nasser had lied to him about the Eastern Bloc arms supplies, and had ignored his strong request not to go to the Bandung Non to aligned conference, where he had spent much time with Dulles' arch-enemies, the Chinese. Now he was being armed by the Russians. Ahram, edited by Nasser's close friend Mohammed Haykal, built up the tension. The American ambassador to Cairo, H.A. Byrode, who had worked hard to improve us-Egyptian relations, now had an unfortunate altercation with Nasser after a labor expert on his staff was badly beaten up when allegedly suspected of being a spy. Dulles sent a letter about the Czech arms deal that amounted to a virtual ultimatum about the continuation of American goodwill, which Nasser contemptuously ignored. These events amounted to a humiliation for the United States, joyfully reported on Radio Cairo and in Ahram. The position of the Egyptian ambassador in Washington, Dr. Ahmed Hussein, who, like Byrode, believed in good and positive relations between the two countries, became as difficult as that of Byrode in Cairo. The ability of Nasser to make powerful enemies from a position of considerable military and economic weakness was indeed considerable, but every snub and rebuff to the West further heightened his popularity and position not only in Egypt but virtually throughout the Arab world. There was much bluff in all this. Although it is still an open question whether this was deliberate or whether Nasser really believed he had little to fear from outside forces, but there was now acute division in the Middle East between those who believed that Nasser was a savior and those who regarded him as a perilous menace. There was no doubt on the latter point in Tel Aviv, Baghdad, Paris, or London, but the real and crucial blow came in Washington. The Aswan Dam, built by the British, had been the most beneficent engineering and economic project in Egypt since the Suez Canal, the purpose being to control the waters of the Nile and so avoid the arbitrary floods which swept down each year, and which, although bringing the precious water in silt, came only briefly and violently. For years, plans existed for another dam higher up the Nile, an even greater project in terms of scale and cost. It was built up into the project that would be the salvation of Egypt, providing not only the life-giving water throughout the year, but abundant cheap electricity. And no opportunity was missed by the Nasser administration of creating expectations far beyond what were actually feasible. If this constituted brilliant public relations, giving excessive hopes for a glittering future, it was also politically cynical, as not only Western but Egyptian engineers had grave technical doubts about the value of the dam, doubts which had been fully justified. But to express such reservations in Egypt was treasonable, and the arguments over the high dam had nothing whatever to do with its technical merits, cost, environmental implications, or effectiveness. It had everything to do with politics and the survival of the Nasser regime. The World Bank, at Egypt's request, had undertaken feasibility studies which concluded that the dam was technically sound and within the capacity of the Egyptian economy, given reasonable foreign financing arrangements. Nasser informed the Americans that he preferred Western financing to Russian and, urged on by Dulles and Eden, the bank's president Eugene Black seemed to have reached a high measure of agreement with Nasser by the end of January 1956, although the Egyptian president remained suspicious about British and American conditions which in fact were standard loan conditions, but which were seen by Nasser as unreasonable and which he wished to see changed. There was a clear opportunity at the beginning of February 1956 for the matter to be resolved definitely, and very much in Egypt's interests. Nasser, convinced he could improve the terms, refused to settle and insisted on changes. Dulles' vision of linking the dam with a comprehensive Arab-Israeli settlement, on which he sent Robert B. Anderson on a secret mission early in 1956, had foundered on hostility both in Israel and in Egypt, thus, when Nasser submitted. Changed. Nasser had staked much of his internal prestige on the high dam, and had certainly learned enough from other dictators to judge the importance of symbols, and of the value of offering glowing prospects to allay current discontents, of which there were many in Egypt. The withdrawal of the British may have been popular politically, but financially it was a heavy blow to the precarious Egyptian economy. While the Egyptian armed services seemed to prosper, the lot of the poor did not improve at all, and the mercurial nature of the Cairo mob was a constant cause of worry to the Egyptian leadership. Nasser and his ministers had many enemies, who were watching him closely, and who included officers in the army who deeply resented the treatment of Nasser's predecessor, General Neguib. If there was a certain element of paranoia in Nasser's entourage, has to be conceded that they had much to be paranoiac about. There was also the factor, which was gravely underestimated in the West, that there was little enthusiasm either for communism or for the arrival of Russian and Eastern Bloc military equipment, or for advisors who spoke little English or Arabic, and whose training manuals were in incomprehensible Russian or Czech. Communism as a creed and a political force was greatly feared by the Egyptian governing and commercial classes, whether pro or anti-Nasser. But Bayreuth had now fallen out with Dulles, and his keen understanding of the situation, matched only by that of Harold Katia, the senior Foreign Office official responsible for Middle Eastern affairs, was now coolly received by Dulles. Furthermore, his new Assistant Secretary of State was Herbert Hoover, the son of the former president, who knew a great deal about the engineering and technical aspects of dams. He was also notoriously suspicious of the British, and considered that the high dam was not only technically unfeasible and even undesirable, but that the wily British, and particularly Eden, wanted the dam to be built by them, principally at American expense for purely British political interests in the Middle East. The belief that the British wanted the contract solely for themselves, although Hoover and George Humphrey, the Secretary of the Treasury, believed it fervently, was incorrect. The rest of their assessment was right. Eden and Dulles recognized clearly that this was a political dam, a Western dam. It would be funded from the West, and as it would take 10 years to build, it would give the West a major stake in the Egyptian economy, keep out the Russians, and greatly assist in reducing West Egyptian tensions. That was its purpose, but Humphrey and Hoover saw it in other terms. Eden had been very enthusiastic indeed about the dam. In November 1955, Eisenhower had telegraphed details of very disturbing information. We have just received about the likelihood of an Egyptian-Russian deal over the Aswan Dam. If the Russians were to succeed in this, they would of course be ruthless with the Sudan and abuse their control of the Nile waters. The outlook for Africa would then be grim indeed. Eden responded that Britain would join the Western Consortium as, "I am convinced that on our joint success in excluding the Russians from this contract may depend the future of Africa." On 15th of December, he telegraphed to Eisenhower that it is a political rather than a commercial matter. We must surely press home and clinch the agreement now we have got so far. British information was that the Saudis, the Russians, the Egyptians, and the Syrians were working together. If we don't want to see the whole Middle East fall into communist hands, Eden cabled Eisenhower on 16 January, we must first back the friends of the West in Jordan and Iraq. This we are trying to do. On 5 March, he warned Eisenhower about Egyptian and Soviet collaboration to destroy the Baghdad Pact, which he again urged the United States to join. A policy of appeasement will bring us nothing in Egypt. Our best chance is to show that it pays to be our friends. This was to be a constant theme, to which Eisenhower was not unsympathetic. But Eden's urgings for a common line were not successful, although Eisenhower wrote to him on 5 April that, "We SD not be acquiescent in any measure which WD give the bear's claws a grip on production or transportation of oil, which is so vital to the defense and economy of the Western world." Eden assured him that he would tell the Russians that any interference with Western oil supplies will create a most dangerous state of tensions, since the British are not the kind of people to let themselves be quietly strangled. With this, Eisenhower entirely agreed, but then he fell ill and was out of action at the critical time. In Washington, Eugene Black was prepared for the World Bank to advance $200 million, provided that the United States provided another $130 million and the British dollar $80 million. The British agreed at once, which only deepened Humphrey's suspicions. Hoover and Humphrey, member of the administration who could match Dulles' power, turned decisively against the dam, and Humphrey was adroit at manipulating congressional opinion. This was not too difficult. The pro-Israel politicians were warned of the consequences of supporting the economy of a country dedicated to the destruction of Israel. Southern senators and congressmen were given dark warnings of the impact on the price of cotton of a fertile Nile Valley. Nasser's notorious check arms deal alarmed the forces of anti-communism in American politics and the press. But it was only gradually that Dulles turned. If he had not been so constantly rebuffed by Nasser and had not become so personally hostile towards him, it might have been possible for him to have used his position with Eisenhower to resist these pressures, but his heart was not in the matter. He saw the great advantages of a strong Western influence in Egypt, but he also now had enough experience of Nasser's trickery and dissimulation to make him not unsympathetic to the complaints that now poured in upon him. Outside of some officials in the State Department and the World Bank, the dam had few American friends. Also, and this was critical, enthusiasm for the dam had notably declined on the other side of the Atlantic since the beginning of the year, and it was Selwyn Lloyd's view conveyed to Makins that it should wither on the vine. In his account in Full Circle, Eden spelt out the reasons why the British came to this new judgment: the raising of the Egyptian demands and conditions, their heavy expenditure on Soviet bloc arms, Egyptian machinations in other Middle East countries, the constant anti-West, and particularly anti-British propaganda from Radio Cairo, and manifestly greater Soviet influence. But whereas Lloyd had become positively hostile towards any dealings with Nasser, Eden took the view that the dam matter could continue and that there was no need to hurry. Although Eden's own support for the dam had notably waned by July, he saw no need for any precipitate action. This was the situation when the Egyptians informed Dulles that their ambassador would return to Washington in July, and that he was instructed not to insist on their previous conditions. This put Dulles into a quandary. Several accounts of what then happened have been seriously inaccurate, not least Selwyn Lloyd's, and it is necessary to describe these crucial developments. Anglo-American discussions on financing the dam had continued throughout June. 3 options were considered: either to withdraw the Western offer or to reaffirm it, or to leave it open, linked to some proposal such as a conference of Nile Valley states or further negotiations on the terms. No decision was taken, the British view still being that it ought to languish. On 13 July, Makins discussed the matter with Dulles, who told him that he had spoken to Eisenhower about it that morning and would discuss it again with him on the following week. Dulles said that his own opinion was hardening against proceeding with the offer, which he was sure the Egyptian ambassador would raise directly with him in the following week. His reasons were the opposition to the dam in Congress, the Egyptian economic situation, and his doubts whether Western aid would improve relations with Egypt. The congressional situation clearly worried Dulles, who told Makins that Congress was now trying to run foreign policy. This was confirmed on the Monday, 16 July, when the Senate Appropriations Committee reported on the Mutual Assistance Bill. Specific congressional approval. On that day, London commented on Makins' report of his discussion of the 13th with Dulles and suggested that the Egyptians should be told that their lavish spending plans raised questions about their ability to handle the dam project. And on the next day, the 17th, Makins was instructed to propose this to Dulles and to tell him that the British were not in favor of withdrawing from the project and wanted to hold out the hope of giving further aid to Egypt. London also hoped that there would be further exchanges before a decision was taken. One can clearly see the hand of Eden in this particular telegram. On the 18th, Dulles told Makins he would be seeing the Egyptian ambassador on the next day at 4 p.m. and would like to discuss the line to be taken in the morning. Makins reported to London that he had the clear impression that Dulles intended to withdraw the American offer, which would automatically end the World Bank's involvement, but had not yet decided on the manner in which he should tell the Egyptians of this, nor whether he should keep the door open for other forms of aid, as the British had suggested. London replied that this approach would suit us very well, a significant difference from the previous message to Makins. At their meeting on the morning of the 19th, Dulles told Makins that personally he would like to play the matter longer as London wished, but after seeing Eisenhower he had come to the conclusion that the congressional situation did not allow this, and it was quite possible, given its mood, that it would forbid any aid at all to Egypt. Makins said that the attitudes of the two governments were much in line, although his government would still prefer to let the matter rest where it was. Dulles agreed, but said that the decision had been taken by the president and that the United States government took full responsibility for it. Makins' telegram to London crossed the one from London on the same day, which had been sent at the close of business in the Foreign Office. Thus, for several vital hours, Makins had in effect been without instructions beyond the telegram on the 17th. This dilatoriness did not imply any feverish concern by Eden and Lloyd, who were fully informed by Makins of what Dulles was likely to do and the reasons for it. If they had been concerned, there could have been direct and immediate contact at foreign minister or even prime minister to president level. It was very reasonable to assume in Washington that London was not particularly troubled about the matter, which was exactly the case. The American records show that Dulles advised Eisenhower against he had implied to. The dam had been rather stronger on the 13th than Makins on the same day, but he was frank with Makins, whose report to Al Makins to talk Dulles out of his decision or to impress upon him any particularly strong British views. Eden subsequently wrote that, "We were informed but not consulted and so had no prior opportunity for criticism or comment. We were sorry that the matter was carried through so abruptly, because it gave our two countries no chance to concert either timing or methods. In fact, there had been perfectly sufficient time for London to give any criticism or comment, 6 days, in fact, and Lloyd's version that Makins was informed 1 hour before the meeting. I had no idea that there was going to be this abrupt withdrawal is equally wrong." E. London's attitude made Dulles draw the obvious and right conclusion that the British were indifferent. Dulles' conduct of American foreign policy can be legitimately criticized on many counts, but not on this one. Subsequent complaints by Eden and Lloyd about Dulles' handling of the matter are only justified in the unfortunate manner with which Dulles handled his meeting with Ambassador Hussein on the 19th, but they have no justification whatever in claiming that they were ill-informed about what the Americans had decided. Eden was on firm ground in his account in recording his preference for playing the matter long, but a preference is not a particularly strong line to take in such a situation. Thus, at 4 p.m. on the afternoon of the Roth, Ambassador Hussein duly called on Dulles at the State Department with a letter from Nasser, which in effect met all the American and World Bank conditions. But he opened the discussion with a foolish joke that if the West did not finance the dam, the Russians would. As it happened, this disastrous gaffe had no effect on the decision that had already been taken, but it enabled Dulles to work up a fine demonstration of indignation about his treatment by Nasser before informing Hussein curtly that a communique had already been issued to the American and world press announcing American withdrawal from the project. This meeting may be fairly adjudged to stand high in the catalogue of the most unfortunately handled diplomatic exchanges of modern times. Interestingly, Dulles then doubted whether he had made the right decision, confiding his concerns to senior State Department officials. But the deed had been done. And the view in London was that any differences between the British and American governments on the issue were those of nuance between outright refusal and implied refusal. Thus, at the Cabinet on the 20th, with minimal discussion, it was agreed that Britain would follow the American line, and on instructions Harold Cacha saw the Egyptian ambassador in London that afternoon to convey the British decision, emphasizing that it had been taken entirely on economic grounds, that Britain wanted good relations with Egypt, and that the decision did not mean that she was not interested in the future development of the Nile Valley. The decision was the same, but the manner in which it was conveyed was a very marked improvement on Dulles. Nasser may well have planned what then happened, but it was the manner of the American decision that gave him the opportunity to describe this as a deliberate humiliation to himself and his country. There was little he could do to strike back at the Americans, but the British were another matter. The fact that this was indeed a political dam was graphically demonstrated by an incident which, like others in this account, has not been previously published. The Board of Trade had made an independent study of the project and had come to the conclusion that even if the Americans and the World Bank withdrew, it could be financed and undertaken by a West European consortium. The senior officials had gone further and had in effect drawn one together. When the American decision was announced, the Permanent Secretary, Sir Frank Lee, put the matter before the President of the Board of Trade, Peter Thornycroft. Thornycroft was so impressed by the detail of the work undertaken by his department and the strength of the consortium that he considered he should see the Prime Minister personally about it, which he did in a private discussion in Downing Street. Although Thornycroft had known Eden for a long time in Parliament and in government, he had never previously personally experienced one of Eden's famous rages. He now did. Eden described the proposal as, among other things, a monstrous suggestion, and worked himself up into a fury that amazed Thornycroft, who had thought that his officials had produced a solution to the problem that ensured Western involvement at no significant government expense. He was left in no doubt that he had intruded into an area in which he and his department had no place whatever, and that the Aswan Dam project was definitely dead. None of his cabinet colleagues knew of this. It was to prove a very significant instance of Eden's methods of conducting his office. As Nasser well knew, the British claim that they had taken their decision purely on economic grounds in itself seen as an insult to the Egyptian economy and capacities was specious and inaccurate. This had been a political decision designed to put Nasser in his place, an expression of Western hostility to his policies, propaganda, and attitudes. The fact that the decision was bound to push Nasser further into the Soviet orbit was remarkably ill appreciated in London, and this had been the true cause of Dulles' unease about whether he had, after all, done the right thing. What was also underestimated was the Western assessment of Nasser's own. Talley classified him as another Mussolini, vain megalomaniac, with vaulting ambitions and grandiose ventures in whose dreams of fame and glory his unfortunate people were cast not only as his admiring audience, but as docile participants, and if need be, victims. It was not as bad an assessment as many have alleged, and there are certain very striking features in common between the two men, but Eden never asked himself the key question. In such circumstances, what would Mussolini have done? No one in Washington, London, or Paris remotely anticipated what Nasser's response would be. It is very probable, as Haeckel has stated, that Nasser had anticipated this rebuff. Several years later, he told Erskine Childers that, "I was sure that Mr. Dulles would not help us by financing the Aswan Dam. I was surprised by the insulting attitude with which the refusal was declared. Not by the refusal itself. There were many in Washington and London who believed and hoped that it might destroy Nasser's position and lead to a more congenial Egyptian leadership. But any examination of Nasser's character and political record should have led to the conclusion that he was certain to react violently." Lloyd, in a discussion in the cabinet on 17 July, had agreed to circulate a memorandum on how the withdrawal of the Western offer should be put to the Egyptians. But throughout there was no sense of urgency in London or any appreciation of what, if any, reaction there would be apart from more abuse from Radio Cairo and Ay Ahram. There was also no sense of possible reactions in Washington, apart from Dulles, where the decision was generally applauded. If Nasser had anticipated the Western rejection, he had not anticipated its manner. What is not beyond doubt is that he had made contingency plans, and that what then happened was not on a sudden impulse. Foreign ownership of the canal had been an Egyptian grievance for generations, and plans had certainly been made for taking over the canal when the concession ended in 1968. On 23 July, it was decided that these plans would have to be drastically brought forward. As Nasser later said, "Of course, we had studied the military situation of Britain, the economic situation of Britain. We had studied every aspect before the declaration of the nationalization. It was clear to us that Britain would not be ready to have any military movement before 3 or 4 months. We studied the deployment of the British troops, and, of course, there were British troops in Libya, British troops in Germany. We thought at that time that it would be possible to reach a sort of a settlement during these 3 months." On 24 July, Nasser denounced the United States in violent terms in a speech opening a new pipeline near Cairo. This had been expected. But 2 evenings later, before a vast crowd in Alexandria, he concentrated upon Britain, and when he used the words de lesseps, this was the prepared code for the seizure of the property of the Suez Canal Company by force, the nationalization of the company, and the proclamation of military law in the canal zone to be put into immediate effect as it was. The humiliation and anger at the American-British treachery were thus brilliantly converted into a spirit almost of exultation among the immediate crowd and the vast listening audience beside radios throughout the Arab world. The Western imperialists had struck at the future of the Egyptian people. They had struck at Arab nationalism. The friends of the hated Israel were bent on the ruination of a poor but brave people. Very well, they shall learn that those people would take back into their possession what was rightfully theirs, and would no longer be slaves in their own country. It was superb oratory, but, more importantly, careful plans could now be implemented. The great international waterway, on which Nasser had given firm guarantees on the 10th of June, was within hours under Egyptian military control. The Suez crisis had begun. Eden was the host at an official dinner at Downing Street on the evening of 26 July in honor of King Faisal of Iraq, when the news of Nasser's speech and actions was received. The reactions of the Iraqis were very similar to those of the British, and Nuri told Selwyn Lloyd that the British should hit Nasser hard and quickly. Another guest at this celebrated dinner was Hugh Gateskill, whose own diary account reads, "He thought perhaps they ought to take it to the Security Council. I said, supposing Nasser doesn't take any notice?" Whereupon Selway said, "Well, I suppose in that case the old-fashioned ultimatum will be necessary." I said that I thought they ought to act quickly, whatever they did, and that as far as Great Britain was concerned, public opinion would almost certainly be behind them. But I also added that they must get America into line. Eden was calm and gave instructions to summon the chiefs of staff, the American chargé d'affaires, a bee foster, and the French ambassador, Jean Chauvel, for immediate consultations after the dinner. Reports by those who were not there that the occasion broke up in confusion and alarm are emphatically not confirmed by those who were present. There. Iraqis was a particularly told Kilmuir that none of them could leave the room until the Lord Chancellor had done so. The meeting was attended by 3 of the Chiefs of Staff, Marshal of the Royal Air Force Sir William Dixon, Lord Mountbatten, First Sea Lord, and Sir Gerald Templer, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, the American and French representatives, and those cabinet ministers who had been present at the dinner, Eden, Salisbury, Kilmuir, Home, and Selwyn Lloyd. It was agreed to concert common action with the United States and France, and ministers postponed further decisions until a cabinet to be summoned for the following morning. The Chiefs of Staff were instructed to prepare an assessment of the military options, and a draft statement to be made by Eden on the following morning in the House of Commons was agreed. Reports were still coming in from Cairo from the British Embassy, but the general situation was only too grimly clear. The most vivid account is by William Clark. It was a deeply humiliating meeting. In effect, the Prime Minister said that there had been an act of aggression against us, and while asking the Foreign Office to look into our legal remedies, he wished to respond forcefully and immediately. What could the Chiefs of Staff recommend? Their answer was ill-prepared but perfectly clear. We could do nothing immediately. It was suddenly obvious that Britain was armed to participate in a nuclear Armageddon with the Soviet Union or in small colonial guerrilla wars, but had no capacity for this kind of emergency. On the following morning, if ministers had had any doubts as to the response of the British press and Parliament to Nasser's action, they were swiftly removed. Without serious exception, the action was condemned, often in terms so vehement and warlike as to be alarming, but the message was very clear and very emphatic. A Conservative MP, Nigel Nicholson, whose political career was to be destroyed by the Suez Crisis, has admirably described the mood. It was not so much what he did as his method of doing it, which united this country against him. It was a dictator's typical gesture of defiance, a quid pro quo for his disappointment in failing to tempt the American and British governments to invest in his project for an Aswan Dam, a highwayman's exploitation of the geographical accident that the Isthmus of Suez lay in Egyptian territory. All this, and much more, was said by spokesmen of all political parties during the first days of August. It was an act of robbery which the British nation and most of their Western allies were not prepared to accept with a mere protest. In France, the reaction was even more virulent. Thousands of Frenchmen had shares in the Canal Company, and in addition to the practical implications, the French government and people had had enough of defeat and humiliation, and Nasser's involvement in the Algerian War had made him even more hated in France than in Britain. Prime Minister Guy Mollet and Foreign Minister Christian Pineau shared these emotions entirely. Nasser must be brought down, and force would be needed. They took that position from the beginning, and from it they never wavered, supported by every shade of political opinion in France from de Gaulle in retirement to the Communist Party. They were untroubled about how it might be done. It was to be a war of revenge for the very salvation of metropolitan France. The British press is not invariably an accurate reflection of the popular mood, but on this occasion it was, and the House of Commons instinctively reflected British anger with equal acuteness. It was difficult indeed to find a newspaper, commentator, or member of Parliament which did not condemn the Egyptian action and call for action to repeal it. Even the Daily Herald, no friend of the government, declared that no British government can resign itself to Colonel Nasser's being in control of a vital British Commonwealth lifeline. This upsurge of feeling was indeed astonishing, and it certainly astonished Nasser. I was surprised by the reaction of Britain, he later said. I was waiting for reaction from Britain. I was surprised by the amount of the reaction of Britain. The House of Commons met in an angry mood. Although the sitting did not begin until 11 a.m., the building was surprisingly full long before this, and I vividly recall the strong emotions of MPs of all parties. This was reflected at 11 a.m. Eden's statement was short, calm, and moderate. The action of the Egyptian government affected the rights and interests of many nations, and consultations were taking place with the other governments immediately concerned. Gateskill, to warm cheers, FOM Conservative members, who looked to me considerably disappointed by Eden's somewhat prosaic and cautious statement, went further by denouncing the action as high-handed and totally unjustified, and there were even warmer cheers for the Labour MP Reginald Paget, who remarked that this weekend technique was precisely got and made pointed references to the perils of appeasing dictators. Eden was not pressed further in the House and went to chair an immediate cabinet meeting. The House dispersed after the brief exchange, and there were serious and, in some cases, anguished discussions in the lobbies and corridors, If there were any voices raised in defense of the Egyptian action, I did not hear them. The mood was one of outrage at an act of international piracy which could obviously have the most grievous consequences for Britain and the West. There was a certain complacency among the members of the Suez Group, which, although unlovely, was certainly very understandable. It has often been claimed, notably by those who have endeavored to portray Eden as a weak and indecisive man, that personal political pressures forced him into his course. Nobody can fully understand the Suez Crisis, Nigel Nicholson has written, unless he takes into account growing unease that Britain's position in the world and the reputation of the Conservative government at home were being whittled down through lack of strong leadership. Although Nicholson was to be an opponent of the government's policy, if somewhat belatedly, although courageously, is never unsympathetic to Eden in his account, but this particular charge is wholly wrong, Butler subsequently put his finger with great accuracy on where Eden differed from many of his new supporters. I admired his courage, his gallantry, his wartime record, and his Foreign Office achievements. He seemed thoroughly in character in standing up for British rights in the Middle East, and I supported him. These were deep-seated emotions affecting liberal-minded people, but they coalesced only too easily with less generous sentiments, the residues of illiberal resentment at the loss of empire, the rise of colored nationalism, the transfer of world leadership to the United States. It was these sentiments that made the Suez venture so popular, not least among the supporters of the embarrassed Labour Party. Such attitudes were wholly alien to Eden's record and personality, and at no point in his long career had he been anything but unsympathetic to extreme right-wing conservative imperialism, now once again typified by the Suez Group and its adherents in the party outside Westminster. He did not remotely belong to the same political school as the MP Captain Charles Waterhouse or the jingo sections of the British press, and he had no reason to feel any gratitude to or respect for these elements who had worked so sedulously to portray him as weak and ineffectual. He was certainly not prepared to court them, to have their ringing endorsement. Made even Joseph Chamberlain uneasy, was not particularly welcome. Eden saw the seriousness of Nasser's actions immediately, and at once took charge. He led, rather than followed, cabinet and party feeling. What subsequently happened was his responsibility, from which he never shrank. To allege or imply that he was blown along by popular and political emotion on a course which otherwise he would not have taken is to mistake completely his own character and to misunderstand what really happened. But it would be equally wrong to claim that no personal factors were involved. Eden had seriously jeopardized his domestic political position and reputation over the base withdrawal, and he had shown an understanding of the realities of Egyptian nationalist feeling that was wholly opposite to the colonialist attitude of which he was accused by Nasser. His relations with Neguib had been good, and he had tried to establish the same relationship with Nasser. With good reason, he considered that he was entitled to some degree of reciprocal understanding for his even-handedness in Middle Eastern affairs, and he had consistently emphasized that the Baghdad Pact, far from being anti-Egyptian, would be strengthened with Egyptian participation. And now Nasser had done this. As his life and career had shown, Anthony Eden was a warm-blooded, sensitive, and emotional man with strong feelings on men and events. He put great store on high standards of conduct, good manners, personal relationships, friendship, and integrity. He had a detestation of dishonest and dishonorable politicians, which was why he always had so much time for men like Churchill, Bevan, de Gaulle, Bracken, Salisbury, and Bomber Harris. If to personalize one's politics is a deficiency, it is one that Eden has shared with most statesmen. A cold cynic like Talleyrand has his place, but Eden was of a totally different type, as his entire life demonstrated. Thus, in Eden's eyes, what Nasser had done was a callous betrayal of his solemn pledges and agreements, which was despicable in itself, and he was clearly a man without integrity or reason. He now posed a grievous threat to British and Western interests that was intolerable. As all close to him quickly realized, Eden was now consumed with a real personal hatred of Nasser and all he represented. As he wrote in the foreword to Full Circle, "The lessons of the 30s and their application to the 50s are the themes of my memoirs." Like the French from the outset of the Suez Canal crisis, he was determined to destroy this new Mussolini. How this was to be achieved was a more complex matter, but this was his objective. As the meeting with the Chiefs of Staff had made clear on 26 July, there was no possibility whatever of taking immediate military action to recover the canal and thereby to deliver a mortal blow to Nasser. Such action. Necessary to move from the memoirs and recollections of those involved to an account of what actually happened. There are discrepancies between them on several occasions, and even the most accurate omit much, while the versions of others read very strangely when compared with the records of what they actually did and said. This is, accordingly, the first authentic account from the British sources of the unfolding crisis. The cabinet met immediately after the exchange in the House at 11:02 a.m. Also present were Heath, Aubrey-Jones, Templer, Mountbatten, and Boyle. Eden opened by informing the cabinet of the meeting with the American charge and the French ambassador the previous evening. He had told them that Her Majesty's government would take a most serious view of this situation, and that any failure on the part of the Western powers to take the necessary steps to regain control over the canal would have disastrous consequences for the economic life of the Western powers and for their standing and influence in the Middle East. Our first aim must be to reach a common understanding on this matter with the French as our partners in the canal enterprise and with the United States government. The legal situation had to be faced. The cabinet agreed that we should be on weak ground in basing our resistance on the narrow argument that Colonel Nasser had acted illegally. The Suez Canal Company was registered as an Egyptian company under Egyptian law, and Colonel Nasser had indicated that he intended to compensate the shareholders at ruling market prices. From a narrow legal point of view, his action amounted to no more than a decision to buy out the shareholders. Our case must be presented on wider international grounds. Our argument must be that the canal was an important international asset and facility, and that Egypt could not be allowed to exploit it for a purely internal purpose. The Egyptians had not the technical ability to manage it effectively, and their recent behavior gave no confidence that they would recognize their international obligations in respect of it. It was a piece of Egyptian property, but an international asset of the highest importance, and should be managed as an international trust. The cabinet agreed that for these reasons every effort must be made to restore effective international control over the canal. It was evident that the Egyptians would not yield to economic pressures alone. They must be subjected to the maximum political pressure which could only be applied by the maritime and trading nations whose interests were most directly affected. And, in the last resort, this political pressure must be backed by force. At this point, it is necessary to pause to consider certain crucial features of this decision. In the first place, the assessment and conclusions were agreed unanimously by a full cabinet, whose only major absentee was Butler, who was unwell, and which was attended by the Secretary of State for Defense, Monckton, and by the Chiefs of Staff. The presence of Mountbatten becomes significant in the light of later events. Secondly, it had been recognized at the outset that technically and legally speaking, Nasser had been within his rights. What was intolerable was that a power that was no friend of the West now controlled the canal. Thirdly, the cabinet assumed, quite wrongly, that the Egyptians did not have the technical competence to run the canal. Fourthly, while political pressure would be applied in the first instance, it would be accompanied by the threat, and, if need be, the use of force. Aubrey Jones then spelt out the grim statistics. The oil passing through the canal represented 2/3 of the fuel supplies of Western Europe. In 1955, 14,666 ships had passed through it, 1/3 of them British, and 3/4 belonging to NATO countries. Britain's total oil reserves were only 6 weeks. The cabinet then turned to the Chiefs of Staff for their initial assessment of the military situation. It was as follows. Egypt had 3 infantry and 1 armored divisions, and about 500 tanks. 2/3 of this force was in the Sinai. There were between 600 and 800 Soviet and Eastern Bloc technicians attached to the Egyptian forces, but it was not known whether they would be involved in active operations. A military operation against Egypt, including consequential responsibilities for keeping the canal in operation and controlling the area, would require the equivalent of 3 divisions. The necessary forces would be made available for this purpose, but, as a great quantity of vehicles and other heavy armored equipment would have to be transported to the area by sea, the necessary preparations for mounting the operation would take several weeks. It would be necessary, moreover, to requisition ships and possibly to direct labor. The chiefs were more optimistic about the air and naval situation. While the military plan was being worked out, preparations would be made to build up a ring of bomber forces at points around Egypt. Fighter squadrons would also be sent to Cyprus. The size of the air force needed would depend on the type of bombing to be carried out. The cabinet agreed that effects on our Arab allies in the Middle East and the Persian Gulf if force were used against Egypt. It was important that the operations should be so planned as to reduce to the minimum the risk that other Arab states would be drawn into supporting Egypt. Consideration should be given to the possibility of cutting the oil pipeline from the canal to Cairo, which was vital to the economic life of Egypt's capital. The possibility of referring the dispute to the Security Council, following Gaitskell's remarks, was considered, but Eden took the view that it would invite a Soviet veto, as did others. The record of this crucial cabinet continues. The Prime Minister said that against this background, the cabinet must decide what our policy must be. He fully agreed that the question was not a legal issue, but must be treated as a matter of widest international importance. It must now be our aim to place the Suez Canal under the control of the powers interested in international shipping and trade by means of a new international commission on which Egypt would be given suitable representation. Colonel Nasser's action had presented us with an opportunity to find a lasting settlement of this problem, and we should not hesitate to take advantage of it. The fundamental question before the cabinet, however, was whether they were prepared in the last resort to pursue their objective by the threat or even the use of force, and whether they were ready, in default of assistance from the United States and France, to take military action alone. The cabinet agreed that our essential interests in this must, if necessary, be safeguarded by military action, and that the necessary preparations to this end must be made. Failure to hold the Suez Canal would lead inevitably to the loss, one by one, of all our interests and assets in the Middle East, and, even if we had to act alone, we could not stop short of using force to protect our position if all other methods of protecting it proved unavailing. The cabinet then dealt with a number of consequential matters, involving the blocking of Egyptian sterling balances in London and the protection of British citizens in Egypt. Exports of military equipment to Egypt were banned. The final conclusions were clear enough. The cabinet agreed that HMG should seek to secure, by the use of force if necessary, the reversal of the Egyptian government's action to nationalize the Suez Canal Company. Invited the Prime Minister to send a personal message to the President of the United States, asking him to send a representative to London to discuss the situation with representatives of the governments of the United Kingdom and France. Appointed a committee of ministers consisting of Lord President, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Foreign Secretary, Commonwealth Secretary, Minister of Defense, to formulate further plans for putting our policy into effect. Instructed the Chiefs of Staff to prepare a plan and timetable for military operations against Egypt should they prove unavoidable. This was the genesis of the Egypt Committee, whose secretary was Norman Brooke. The Egypt Committee acted as a kind of inner cabinet and was also responsible for supervising the military operations and plans. A subcommittee of the Economic Policy Committee was set up to deal with the effects of the emergency on the economy, and a defense committee of the permanent secretaries of the departments concerned, under the chairmanship of Norman Brooke, and other departmental committees were established. Within hours of Nasser's action, a new Whitehall structure had been created. That afternoon, Eden informed Eisenhower of the position of the British government. We are all agreed that we cannot afford to allow Nasser to seize control of the canal in this way in defiance of international agreements. If we take a firm stand over this now, we shall have the support of all the maritime powers. If we do not, our influence and yours throughout the Middle East will, we are convinced, be finally destroyed. 2. The immediate threat is to the oil supplies to Western Europe, a great part of which flows through the canal. We have reserves in the United Kingdom which would last us for 6 weeks, and the countries of Western Europe have stocks, rather smaller as we believe, on which they could draw for a time. We are, however, at once considering means of limiting current consumption so as to conserve our supplies. If the canal were closed, we should have to ask you to help us by reducing the amount which you draw from the pipeline terminals in the eastern Mediterranean, and possibly by sending us supplementary supplies for a time from your side of the world. 3. It is, however, the outlook for the longer term which is more threatening. The canal is an international asset and facility which is vital to the free world. The maritime powers cannot afford to allow Egypt to expropriate it and to exploit it by using the revenues for her own internal purposes, irrespective of the interests of the canal and of the canal users. Apart from the Egyptians' complete lack of technical qualifications, their past behavior gives no confidence that they can be trusted to manage it with any sense of international obligation. Nor are they. It's so that it may be capable of handling the increased volume of traffic which it must carry in the years to come. We should, I am convinced, take this opportunity to put its management on a firm and lasting basis as an international trust. 4. We should not allow ourselves to become involved in legal quibbles about the rights of the Egyptian government to nationalize what is technically an Egyptian company, or in financial arguments about their capacity to pay the compensation which they have offered. I feel sure that we should take issue with Nasser on the broader international grounds summarized in the preceding paragraph. 5. As we see it, we are unlikely to attain our objective by economic pressures alone. I gather that Egypt is not due to receive any further aid from you. No large payments from her sterling balances here are due before January. We ought in the first instance to bring the maximum political pressure to bear on Egypt. For this, apart from our own action, we should invoke the support of all the interested powers. My colleagues and I are convinced that we must be ready, in the last resort, to use force to bring Nasser to his senses. For our part, we are prepared to do so. I have this morning instructed our chiefs of staff to prepare a military plan accordingly. 6. However, the first step must be for you and us and France to exchange views, align our policies, and concert together how we can best bring the maximum pressure to bear on the Egyptian government. Eden concluded by proposing an immediate tripartite meeting at a high level, either in London or in Washington. Eisenhower responded to Eden on 28 July, informing him of Robert Murphy's dispatch to London. While we agree with much that you have to say, we rather think there are 1 or 2 additional thoughts that you and we might profitably consider. We are of the earnest opinion that the maximum number of maritime nations affected by the Nasser action should be consulted quickly in the hope of obtaining an agreed basis of understanding. D. This was to be the first of many exchanges between the two leaders, and demonstrated at the very outset a fundamental misunderstanding. American attitudes of affection and admiration for British courage and decency, although not universal, were strong throughout the war and in the post-war period, but even among those most admiring of Britain, this did not extend to British imperialism. Life magazine in 1942, in its open letter to the people of England, wrote that One thing we are sure we are not fighting for is to hold the British Empire together. We didn't like to put the matter so bluntly, but we don't want you to have any illusions. For once, an editorial faithfully reflected both official and popular sentiment. Its causes lay deep in the American experience and history, and in the manner. That Churchill of all men should have found it incomprehensible. Thus, self-determination was as crucial to Roosevelt as it had been to Woodrow Wilson. For Churchill, it related wholly to the German enslaved peoples of Europe. For the Americans, it was a global principle. Sumner Welles was the classic personification of this view, but so was every American president from Roosevelt to Eisenhower. There was an obsession with federal solutions on the American model. But above all, there was a conviction that the war had been fought for a great principle. In Eisenhower's own description, it had been a crusade. The British post-war withdrawal from India, Burma, Malaya, and Palestine had accordingly been warmly approved in Washington. The Middle East as a whole was more complex, as American interests were directly involved, and in Libya there had been in effect a pragmatic Anglo-American approach, as in Iran. The inconsistency lay in the fact that American concern about combating communism in such a sensitive area was often in competition with its insistence on the movement by the British and French towards colonial independence. Egypt had almost become a touchstone of this ambivalence. The 1954 Canal Zone Agreement had been seen by the Americans as a major achievement, to be applauded and approved. As Dulles told the National Security Council on November 1, 1956, "For many years now, the United States has been walking a tightrope between the effort to maintain our old and valued relations with our British and French allies on the one hand, and on the other, trying to assure ourselves of the friendship and understanding of the newly independent countries who have escaped from colonialism." But Eisenhower's views were far more definite. He had been very impressed by the American preparations for the independence of the Philippines. He certainly did not accept what he called Churchill's almost childlike faith, that the answer to all problems was Anglo-American partnership, as has rightly been written. He believed that the United States was the natural leader of the newly independent countries of the post-war era. Dulles, on the other hand, was obsessed by the perils of communism, the protection of American oil and other interests in the Middle East, the need for maintaining Britain and France as the United States' key allies in Europe, and his slowly developing but now strong personal antipathy to Nasser. It was this confusion of priorities and objectives in Dulles' mind that made him an almost impossible man for the British to do business with. But it also made him a very dangerous man to do business with, for his confusion did not reflect the clarity of the president's ideas. Eisenhower was deeply cautious. While Dulles' language was too often that of a risk-taker, Eisenhower was determined to keep America out of conflict, and his anti-colonialism was fundamental and genuine. Dulles, for all his faults, recognized the immense complexity of the Middle East situation, its real dangers, and the need in an area where America was weak to bolster Western influence and power. Eisenhower did not. And Eisenhower, not Dulles, ran American foreign policy. This complicated dichotomy in American attitudes lies at the heart of subsequent events. Now we can see it clearly. At the time, it was not clear at all. An additional complication was that Eisenhower, who was recovering from his operation for ilitis, had just been renominated as Republican candidate for the presidential election in November, although the convention would not be until August. The only serious doubt about his re-election was his health, but he had made a strong recovery from his heart attack and operation, and was emphatically the candidate. Eisenhower, both at the time and subsequently, became very angry whenever it was hinted that his approach to the Middle East was at all affected by domestic political considerations, and the evidence, both private and public, strongly supports him. But although Eisenhower's belief that the United States should be the champion of colonial peoples working towards independence, even though, as he wrote on 3rd August, we frequently find ourselves victims of the tyrannies of the weak, was sincere and strong, his reputation as a peacemaker was important to him personally and to his presidency. His vice president, Richard Nixon, who later considered the American attitude in the Suez Crisis to have been a serious mistake, judged that domestic political factors did have a significant effect on Eisenhower's approach, and that if there had not been a presidential election, different policies would have been pursued. This, of course, is conjecture. What is incontestable is that Eisenhower's claims that the election had no effect on his attitude can be viewed with skepticism. Yet it certainly was not paramount. He was too big a man for that. But the looming election was not irrelevant to his thoughts, and this should have been better appreciated in London than it was. At this point, in London, an important misunderstanding occurred. Hugh Gaitskell's own sympathies, and even more those of his wife Dora, were strongly with Israel, which made him personally anti-Nasser. These were sincere emotions on which the Israeli ambassador in London sedulously and justifiably played. Also, there was a long and honorable close. Ruling Israeli Labour Party and strong British Labour sympathy with and support for Israel in its beleaguered position. The Labour Party had its Arabist supporters, but they were exceptional, and of these few had any sympathy for Nasser and his military regime. Gaitskell was outraged by Nasser's nationalization and military occupation of the canal, which he rightly saw as inspired by hostility against Israel as well as the West. Given the choice between an unscrupulous military regime in Cairo that was dedicated to the destruction of Israel and a socialist democracy in Israel, he saw no choice at all. Also, far from being the desiccated calculating machine of Bevan's imagination, Gaitskell was a man of much warmth, intensity, and patriotism, qualities which were consistently underrated by the conservatives, including Eden. When Gaitskell asked for a private and confidential discussion, Eden willingly agreed. During this meeting, Eden emphasized that the government had no immediate plans for military force, although this could not be ruled out if other alternatives were fruitless. With this, Gaitskell was wholly satisfied, but what he told those closest to him was that the government had no intention whatever of using armed force. This is not what Eden had told him, and I very much doubt whether Gaitskell had misunderstood what Eden had said. The fact is that he did not demur. Gaitskell's attitude was echoed by Bevan, who wrote an article in Tribune that was immensely displeasing to the slowly marshalling anti-war faction in the Labour Party, which had been dismayed by Gaitskell's approach. Bevan, who fully shared Gaitskell's sympathy with Israel and his dislike of Nasser, never took a high moral line over the crisis, and in the early stages, while preserving his position, was not at all unsympathetic to Eden's policy. Under intense pressure from his Bevanite former allies, notably Barbara Castle, he qualified his stance, but he never went as far as they did. He liked and admired Eden and loathed Nasser, and wanted the latter brought down. In this, he was far closer to Labour opinion than people like Castle, Douglas Jay, or Christopher Mayhew, or those other Labour MPs who could reliably be counted upon to support any cause contrary to British interests and in those of Britain's enemies. There were several fellow travellers of this ilk, and Bevan despised them heartily. So did Richard Crossman, a passionate Zionist who was unfortunately abroad throughout August, and so did Alfred Robins and Gaitskell himself. Thus, apart from some mutterings from the more disagreeable portions of the Labour Party, there appeared to be a remarkable unity on the opposition front bench in support of the government. Afternoon of 30 July, the Shadow Cabinet met, and in Gaitskell's contemporary account, there was some anxiety about our going too far in a bellicose direction, and it was felt important that we should stress exactly what our attitude was to nationalization, as contrasted with the breaking of international agreements or concessions. Gaitskell, with James Griffiths, saw Eden that evening at his request to stress that the Labour view was that force would be appropriate in self-defense, or at any rate, in circumstances which could be properly justified before the United Nations. Gaitskell also proposed that Israel should receive more arms from the West, with which, Gaitskell thought, Eden privately agreed. Eden told Gaitskell that he favored international control of the canal, and when Gaitskell asked if, in the event of Nasser not accepting this, the British would use force, Eden replied, "Well, I don't want to take that hurdle yet. I have already made it plain, I may say, that I doubted whether we could support force merely on those grounds." During the afternoon of 30th July, the first substantive paper to the Egypt Committee was circulated by Macmillan, urging that British shipowners should pay their canal dues directly to the Suez Canal Company in London, that Britain should place controls over Egyptian sterling, thereby putting her out of the transferable account area, and that she should persuade the United States and France to take comparable action. When the committee held its first meeting that day at 7 p.m., Macmillan's paper was accepted. On the following morning, the tempo quickened when the Egypt Committee agreed to jam Egyptian broadcasts to Cyprus and was informed by the chiefs of staff that it would be necessary to call up between 10 and 12,000 reservists, that an artillery regiment should be posted to Cyprus, and that British troops in Libya could be concentrated on the Egyptian border. Also, 2 additional fighter squadrons could be sent to Cyprus. Such preliminary steps might provoke Egypt or the Soviet Union to raise the issue in the Security Council. On the other hand, they would help to avert, in this country, the criticism that the government were inactive. Moreover, the execution of the military plans might be delayed. Chiefs were instructed to submit a list of preparations which could be put in hand forthwith and would have the effect of bringing the operations forward. Ministers could then consider which, if any, of these measures were likely to disturb public opinion or to provoke other countries to raise the matter in the Security Council. Militarily, it would be to our advantage if the Egyptian armored division now astride the canal could be induced to move east of the canal. A demonstration by Israel might achieve this, but such a move would tend to range the other Arab states on the side of Egypt, and it was an essential aim of our policy to isolate Egypt from the other Arab countries. For this reason, the French should be strongly discouraged from pursuing their proposal to reinforce Israel with Mystère aircraft. Other preparatory plans were made. 3 aircraft carriers were to be made ready to proceed to the Mediterranean, a cruiser, and 4 destroyers of the home fleet were to be put at 4 hours' notice, but there was not to be a general suspension of summer leave in the home fleet. Meanwhile, there had been a somewhat casual discussion in Washington between Eisenhower, Hoover, and the Deputy Under Secretary of State Robert Murphy. Dulles was in Peru attending the inauguration of the new president, but there seemed no need to recall him. Murphy was instructed to fly to London to see what it's all about. And Eden also told the Egypt Committee that Eisenhower was thinking on the lines of a conference of the affected maritime powers. This was not greeted with any enthusiasm. More to the taste of ministers was Eden's message to the Australian and New Zealand governments, also to be transmitted to Canada and South Africa, informing them of the determination of Her Majesty's government to carry the issue of the Suez Canal to a final conclusion, our readiness to have recourse to military measures in the last resort. What was being overlooked in London, or severely underestimated, was the American dimension. Dulles was not alone in his suspicion that, as in 1914 and 1939, the British would start a conflict, on the calculation that we would be bound to come in, and Eisenhower had been more disturbed by Eden's telegram than Murphy seems to have realized. At a meeting on 31st July with Dulles, Hoover, Humphrey, the CIA head Allen Dulles, and the Chief of Naval Operations, these doubts were forcibly expressed. The President thought the British attitude unwise, and the United States could not support military action without congressional approval, which was very unlikely to be given, particularly in an election year, and would probably require a special recall. Admiral Burke wanted to support the British, and John Foster Dulles said that Nasser must be made to disgorge his theft. But the President was emphatic. A conference of maritime powers and international pressure was one thing, a Middle East war was entirely. Another, to support the British in such a war, might well array the world from Dakar to the Philippine Islands against us. Dulles was instructed to proceed immediately to London. The principal cause of this sudden urgency in Washington was the reports from Murphy, who had seen Lloyd and Pino on the evening of 29 July and on the morning of the 30th. There was also a meeting of the Egypt Committee that morning, which demonstrated how far apart the British and the Americans already were, and the different directions in which they were moving. At this meeting, it was agreed that if there were to be a conference of maritime powers, as the Americans urged the British purpose, should be to limit the function of the conference to the approval of a declaration of policy, would form the basis of a note to the Egyptian government which we would be prepared, if necessary, to dispatch on our own responsibility, and which would be a virtual ultimatum. If Colonel Nasser refused to accept it, military operations could then proceed. There was no talk at this vital meeting of using force as a last resort. Indeed, the record bluntly states, while our ultimate purpose was to place the canal under international control, our immediate was to bring about the downfall of the present Egyptian government. This might perhaps be achieved by less elaborate operations than those required to secure physical possession of the canal itself. On the other hand, it was argued that our case before world opinion was based on the need to secure international control over the canal. In addition to the regular membership, this meeting was also attended by Butler, Mountbatten, Anthony Head, Templer, Boyle, and Harold Watkinson. It was agreed to enter into naval staff talks with the French without commitment on either side. Forces in Cyprus and Libya should be increased, which would require calling up between 20,000 and 25,000 Class A reservists. 24 Valiant bombers were to be deployed in Malta, Tripolitania, Aden, and Bahrain. 50 Canberras and 2 Hunter squadrons were to be sent to Cyprus. All airfields were to be well stocked with bombs. There was one change of thought. While Eden remained concerned about the possibility of Israel taking advantage of the situation by attacking Egypt, he had changed his mind about dissuading the French from sending more misters and would consult the Iraqi Prime Minister Nouri. If his response was not unfavorable, further supplies of aircraft to Israel might be considered. This meeting marked another escalation in the British commitment, while Selwyn Lloyd, always the lawyer, and his foreign officer advisors, Provy Committee especially, Macmillan, were concentrating upon what really mattered, namely the downfall of Nasser and the rapid deployment of British and French forces to achieve this. Murphy had lunch with Eden and Lloyd at Downing Street after this meeting. While Murphy emphasized that the purpose of his visit was to discover British intentions and that he was not empowered to reach decisions, he reiterated Eisenhower's desire for the maritime conference, wisely not adding that this was simply a device to calm down the situation. Eden said that if the American government could not take action themselves, we would hope that they would keep a watchful eye on the Soviet Union and would restrain Israel. But Murphy's arguments made some impression upon Eden, and at the Second Egypt Committee that day he moved away from his morning position and said that such a conference would help to occupy the necessary interval before we should be in a position to take other action. But the Anglo-French attitude was well summarized by Lloyd. There would be a resolution, a note to the Egyptians, and, in the event of an unsatisfactory reply, action would follow. In other words, the ultimatum policy remained, and the sole purpose of the conference would be to order Nasser to repeal the nationalization order. The Anglo-American Gulf became wider. Eden informed the committee that the French had offered a division and a parachute brigade. For military operations against the Egyptians, it was understood that the French contribution would be ready for action in about 30 days. It was understood that the French were anxious to participate in any military action to re-establish their traditional position in the Middle East. In view of the large share which the French at present held in the Suez Canal Company, it would be difficult to exclude them altogether from any subsequent international arrangements for the control of the canal. Macmillan, who had emerged as the warlike fire-eater in the cabinet, then raised the matter of the problems that would arise after the military occupation of the Canal Zone and of part of Egypt, while the International Organization for Control of the Canal and a new regime in Egypt were being established, and he and Salisbury were asked to examine this. Somewhat incongruously, but interestingly, Thornycroft expressed concern about inflammatory articles in the press, for example on the prospects of the use of force. Head announced that the chiefs of staff were examining plans for operations short of a full-scale amphibious assault which might be undertaken initially as a means of overturning the present regime in Egypt. Of this meeting, which marked a critical point, has at least the merit, the only one, of being succinct, we then had another meeting of the Egypt Committee. There was a long discussion of the forthcoming conference and various other matters. The call-up notices for the reservists were delayed for 24 hours. And that is all. That evening, Murphy dined with Macmillan at 11 Downing Street, although Murphy in his account gets the date wrong and says that Barber, the American minister, was present when in fact it was the Charge Foster. The key other figures present were Macmillan and Lord Alexander. There is no doubt at all that Macmillan, in his own words, succeeded in thoroughly alarming Murphy. His message was that the British were fully prepared to put the matter to the test by the use of force. The French would participate, and it might start in August. Murphy concluded that Macmillan was saying that the matter could only be resolved by force and that its use was imminent. Macmillan has always denied this and recorded in his diary, "We must keep the Americans really frightened. They must not be allowed any illusion. Then they will help us to get what we want without the necessity for force." But the records of the Egypt Committee, which Macmillan had just attended, hardly justify this assessment. Macmillan was, as one of his colleagues has said, highly belligerent. And although Murphy later wrote that he thought the Anglo-French attitude not justified, he went after this fatal dinner immediately to the American embassy to report the conversation to Eisenhower. The president had already been very concerned by Eden's cable, and Murphy's report shocked him. The fact was that the British were in no position to launch an immediate operation, although Murphy was not as wildly far off the truth as Lloyd and others have claimed. But whether there was a misunderstanding of what Macmillan said, and I doubt that there was the reality, was the reaction of Eisenhower. As already mentioned, he ordered Dulles to fly to London immediately. He then wrote this letter for Dulles to hand personally to the British Prime Minister. It is one of the key Suez documents and must be given in full. Dear Anthony, from the moment that Nasser announced nationalization of the Suez Canal Company, my thoughts have been constantly with you. Grave problems are placed before both our governments, although for each of us they naturally differ in type and character. Until this morning, I was happy to feel that we were approaching decisions as to applicable procedures somewhat along parallel lines, even though there were, as would be expected, important differences as to detail. But early this morning I received the message, communicated to me through Murphy from you and Harold Macmillan, telling me on a most secret basis of your decision to employ force without delay or attempting any intermediate and less drastic steps. We recognize the transcendent worth of the canal to the free world and the possibility that eventually the use of force might become necessary in order to protect international rights. But we have been hopeful that through a conference in which would be represented the signatories to the Convention of 1888, as well as other maritime nations, there would be brought about such pressures on the Egyptian government that the efficient operation of the canal could be assured for the future. For my part, I cannot overemphasize the strength of my conviction that some such method must be attempted before action such as you contemplate should be undertaken. If unfortunately the situation can finally be resolved only by drastic means, there should be no grounds for belief anywhere that corrective measures were undertaken merely to protect national or individual investors, or the legal rights of a sovereign nation were ruthlessly flouted. A conference, at the very least, should have a great education effort throughout the world. Public opinion here, and I am convinced in most of the world, would be outraged should there be a failure to make such efforts. Moreover, initial military successes might be easy, but the eventual price might become far too heavy. I have given you my own personal conviction, as well as that of my associates, as to the unwisdom even of contemplating the use of military force at this moment. Assuming, however, that the whole situation continued to deteriorate to the point where such action would seem the only recourse, there are certain political facts to remember. As you realize, employment of United States forces is possible only through positive action on the part of the Congress, which is now adjourned but can be reconvened on my call for special reasons. If those reasons should involve the issue of employing United States military strength abroad, there would have to be a showing that every peaceful means of resolving the difficulty had previously been exhausted. Without such a showing, there would be a reaction that could very seriously affect our people's feeling toward our Western allies. I do not want to exaggerate, but I assure you that this could grow to such an intensity as to have the most far-reaching consequences. I realize that the messages from both you and Harold stressed that the decision taken was already approved by the government and was firm and irrevocable. but I personally feel sure that the American reaction would be severe and that great areas of the world would share that reaction. On the other hand, I believe we can marshal that opinion in support of a reasonable and conciliatory but absolutely firm position, so I hope that you will consent to reviewing this matter once more in its broadest aspects. It is for this reason that I have asked Foster to leave this afternoon to meet with your people tomorrow in London. I have given you here only a few highlights in the chain of reasoning that compels us to conclude that the step you contemplate should not be undertaken, until every peaceful means of protecting the rights and the livelihood of great portions of the world had been thoroughly explored and exhausted. Should these, it is arreous to assume in advance that they needs must fail, then world opinion would understand how earnestly all of us had attempted to be just, fair, and considerate, but that we simply could not accept a situation that would in the long run prove disastrous to the prosperity and living standards of every nation whose economy depends directly or indirectly upon East-West shipping. With warm personal regard, respect, and friendship, and with earnest assurance of my continuing. Eden's interpretation of this letter was that the President did not rule out the use of force. This is technically true, but the whole tenor of the letter was in the opposite direction, and was confirmed by Dulles, who added his own comment on Eisenhower's letter, writing to Eden that it refers not to the going through the motions of having an intermediate conference, but to the use of intermediate steps as a genuine and sincere effort to settle the problem and avoid the use of force. This, as has been revealed, was very definitely not the view of Eden and the Egypt Committee. But although Eisenhower may have seriously misinterpreted the British position of immediate military action, Murphy's report had been a remarkably accurate portrayal of the government's mood, almost embarrassingly supported by a popular press baying for war, which had prompted Thornycroft's justifiable intervention at the Egypt Committee. Indeed, the mood in Britain and France was for war. As soon as possible, when Dulles went to Downing Street to see Eden, he was enthusiastically cheered, the crowd believing that the old wartime relationship still existed, and that the Americans were strongly behind them in recovering the canal by force and bringing down Nasser. Dulles was genuinely moved by this reception, and mentioned it often. It served to augment his personal ambivalence, with tragic consequences. The British were not enthusiastic about the American proposal for a conference of the signatories of the 1888 Convention with certain additions, notably the United States and the Soviet Union. But Eden and Lloyd were encouraged by Dulles' general reactions, and knew that any early military action was out of the question. If the 22 nations to be invited could put real pressure on Egypt, it might be worthwhile. If not, they had at least tried. Their forebodings were not reduced when Nasser again raised the rhetoric by denouncing the conference as imperialistic, and stating that Egypt would not attend. The Americans were told that if Egypt did not have its way, there would be great disturbance in the area. Exhilarated by the ecstatic popular support for his coup, and wholly underestimate the extent of the anger in London and Paris, Nasser was now in a malignantly gloating mood. He failed to realize that not only was all this being closely monitored, but that a considerable number of key individuals now took his bombast with deadly seriousness. When he decreed the canal to be the Arabs' Canal, and its nationalization the beginning of the creation of a vast Arab empire, and the complete destruction of Israel, he was believed, and not least in Tel Aviv. Nasser never thought that the British and French would actually use force. He and his commanders should have been prepared both mentally and practically for the possibility, but they were not. So Nasser enjoyed his triumph. Radio Cairo poured out its vitriol, wholly unaware that there were men in London, Paris, and Tel Aviv who were in real earnest in their plans for his destruction. Hubris is usually accompanied by folly. This was yet another example. Although Eden and Dulles were uncomfortable with each other, they, in Lloyd's words, treated each other with exemplary courtesy, whatever they thought. Perhaps that was part of the trouble. The real trouble was that while Dulles was ambivalent, Eisenhower was not. Eden and Eisenhower, in sharp contrast with several other participants in the Suez Crisis, had one thing in common: complete consistency. Eden was determined from the outset to bring Nasser down, preferably peacefully, but he clearly recognized that this almost certainly involved the use of force. His lead in the Egypt Committee was consistently to this end. To him, if Nasser succeeded, the position of Britain and the West in the Middle East would be destroyed irretrievably. Nasser and his regime were the enemy and must be defeated. If this could be done by political pressure buttressed by military force, so much the better. If not, then that force would have to be used. This was his position. For his part, Eisenhower, once he realized from Murphy that the British were serious, was implacably opposed to the use of force to resolve the canal issue. He did not share Dulles' personal hostility to Nasser, as he remarked to Dulles on 31st July. It was wrong to give undue stress to Nasser himself. He felt Nasser embodies the emotional demands of the people of the area for independence and for slapping the white man down. He also considered that Nasser was within his rights, and that the power of eminent domain within its own territory could scarcely be doubted. He rightly dismissive of British claims that the Egyptians were incapable of running the canal. Eisenhower did not think that the nationalization of the canal was worth a war. The British and the French thought that it was, particularly the latter. Dulles hovered in the middle, inconsistent throughout, breathing hot and cold bewilderingly. We assumed that the American attitude was one of prudence rather than divergence, Eden later wrote. The trouble was that there was divergence within the United States administration. If Dulles had been as emphatic as Eisenhower, much misunderstanding would have been avoided. The go-between became the menace to understanding. Dulles was definitely surprised by the intensity of the British feeling, especially when he stayed briefly with Salisbury at Hatfield. In his private conversation with Eden, there were only the two present. Eden left him in no doubt of his resolve, and when he asked whether, in the event of an Anglo-French military operation against Egypt, they could rely on the moral support of the United States, Dulles assured him that he could always count on the moral support and sympathy of the United States. He also told Eden that he did not want to know anything of their military plans. There is no reason whatever to disbelieve Eden's immediately recorded version of this vital discussion, and for a time Dulles soared in his estimation. If Dulles had said that the president would not have it, nor would the American Congress, this might not have changed British and French determination to bring the matter to a head, militarily if need be, but it would have represented the truth of the situation, and Eisenhower's later anger would have been more fairly directed against his ambiguous emissary than against Eden. The Americans were also uneasy about the Panama Canal, on which they had a lease in perpetuity with Panama, and which they regarded as an American and not an international waterway, thereby in a totally different category to Suez, but however satisfactorily they regarded their legal case. The principle of arbitrary unilateral seizures of canals was not one they wished to encourage. This was another real element in the American ambivalence as personified by Dulles, who saw and warmly approved of Eden's speech on that 2 August. As Dulles repeatedly emphasized, Nasser, by whatever means, must disgorge the Suez Canal. It was a memorable phrase. No possible blame can be attached to Makins, whose objective reports on initial American reactions were very accurate. The fact was that, with a divided U.S. administration, and the matter having been raised to the highest political level, the role of Foreign Office and State Department officials had already been gravely reduced, and was to be reduced even further. Hoover definitely had the ear of President Eisenhower, and in London, Sir Ivan Kirkpatrick was to be a strong and consistent supporter of the government and of Eden personally, partly because of security, but principally because leaders like dealing directly with leaders, the Foreign Office and the State Department as official units were largely ignored. In consequence, even high officials in London and Washington knew very little about what was going on. This often happens in major crises, and it was certainly not the habit of Eisenhower or Dulles to confide in career diplomats on major issues. If Eden had had a more experienced, self-confident, and popular foreign secretary, it is possible that the decision-making circle in the Foreign Office might have been discreetly enlarged, to the advantage of the government as a whole, but on both sides of the Atlantic, the dialogue was confined to the top echelons. Makins in Washington and Sir Gladwin Jebb in Paris knew very little of what was happening. This would not have been serious had not Dulles, as his biographer writes, insisted on sustaining a tortured ambiguity. He thought the seizure was legal, but he frowned upon it as bad international practice and so would not give it full countenance. In fact, Dulles went much further, and his personal loathing of Nasser was manifest in his discussions with the British. He was definitely not his master's voice. Much has been made of Eisenhower's concern with his image of the peacemaker president and his hostility to imperialism. But although these undoubtedly played an important part in his reactions, the real difference was one of perceptions. Eden saw Nasser's action as, in his own words, a thumb on our windpipe of vital significance to Britain, the Commonwealth, and Western Europe. As Hoover never tired of emphasizing, American interests in the canal were not great or direct, and both he and Humphrey were deeply suspicious of ill-defined British oil interests in the Middle East. They suspected a British trap. Eisenhower, on the basis of Murphy's report of the Macmillan dinner, foresaw a Middle East war of horrifying dimensions involving, directly or indirectly, 3 of the closest allies of the United States, Britain, France, and Israel. His initial relaxed reaction to the nationalization had been transformed into energetic concern to prevent a conflict at almost any cost. No doubt, his motives were mixed, and he was an infinitely more shrewd and, on occasion, ruthless politician than he was given credit for at the time. The British in London, in spite of all Makins told them of the reality, genuinely believed that Dulles ran American foreign policy, with a somewhat lazy and uninvolved president somewhere in the background, who would, if it came to the crunch, support his old wartime allies and friends. They seriously underestimated Eisenhower's strength and resolution, and also his personal. For all his charm, was authoritarian. He took the Truman view that the President of the United States' word and authority amounted to a military order and were not subject to negotiation or question. And this also applied to America's allies. But if Eden misjudged Eisenhower, the President misjudged Eden, the French, and the Israelis. The faults were not all on one side. Cross purposes. The British government was not at all attracted by the American insistence on a conference, especially as it would include the Soviet Union, and at a hurriedly convened meeting of the Egypt Committee at the House of Commons at 3:03 p.m. on 1st August, this was declared to be unacceptable. Nonetheless, the Americans were adamant that all possible steps should be taken to mobilize international opinion against Nasser. Furthermore, the conference must be well prepared. The British eventually agreed with considerable reluctance, urging that the conference should be as brief as possible and should issue a strong communiqué as the price of United States cooperation, as the minute of a full cabinet called at the House of Commons early that evening records. Ministers suspected, rightly, that the real American purpose was to introduce a delaying tactic to calm things down, but felt they had no choice. On this day, the chiefs of staff submitted their outline plan for action against Egypt. All thought, if any had existed, of a rapid coup de main had gone. This was to be a deliberate and major operation, carefully mounted. We wish to emphasize that the parachutists and assault forces must not be committed to operations inadequately trained. We consider that time must be allowed in the program for adequate rehearsal for amphibious and airborne assault forces. The concept of operations is based on poising a ring of forces within striking range of Egypt. When this is sufficiently far advanced, an ultimatum will be issued, failing acceptance of which a maritime blockade and air action will be instituted, and if this is still necessary, an assault will be made on the northern end of the canal and a threat posed to Alexandria. The assault forces which could be mounted are so slender that it would be necessary to mount and maintain a sufficiently heavy scale of air attack to ensure that a landing would not encounter serious opposition. For the same reason, it would be highly desirable to supplement the seaborne assault with a maximum parachute drop which is feasible within the aircraft and airfield capacities. Subsequent operations would probably involve occupying the entire canal and possibly restoring law and order in Egypt. We do not plan to become involved in the permanent occupation of Egypt. If air action is instituted, the initial aim would be to neutralize the Egyptian Air Force. All that is possible to say at this stage is that, with or without requisitioning, personnel moves would be completed within 28 days. Moves of freight and vehicles could be completed in 5 to 6 weeks from the date that requisitioning is authorized. The chiefs also asked permission for high-level aerial photography. This was indeed a cautious approach, involving a slow build-up, but as it was now clear that there could be no military action until the conference had been completed, the proposals of the chiefs were approved by the Egypt Committee in principle on 2nd August, which also approved requisitioning of merchant ships. It was at this meeting that Macmillan raised the possibility of involving Israel. It would be helpful if Egypt were faced with the possibility of a war on two fronts. Lloyd and the chiefs were asked to consider this. Meanwhile, Kilmuir, the law officers, and the legal advisor to the Foreign Office had produced a paper, circulated on 1st August, which proved to their complete satisfaction that Egypt had broken international law, thereby totally reversing their original advice. Lloyd was delighted, and the paper certainly gave Eden effective ammunition for the speech he was preparing for the next day in the Commons, but close inspection raises many doubts. 1. The threat of force to keep British or French subjects working in the canal is itself a breach of international law. 2. The fact that this threat has been made establishes that in the absence of this compulsion, Egyptians would not be able to operate the canal and so provide free passage in accordance with their obligations under the Convention. 3. The Convention was entered into on the basis of a company operated by Britain and France. 4. This company has in the course of years acquired an international character, which is confirmed by the history of the company and various agreements made by the company with the Egyptian government. 5. Some years ago, an eminent international lawyer gave an opinion to this effect which was seen by the Egyptian government and not dissented from at the time. 6. To nationalize a company of such an international character is of itself a breach of international law. One does not have to be a lawyer to recognize that this was very thin gruel, but at the time it did not seem to matter, and the paper was only very perfunctorily discussed. No one apart from Kilmuir and Lloyd was interested. In the legal niceties, Nasser had seized by force a major international waterway of crucial importance to Britain and Western Europe. Only later was the flimsiness of the legal argument exposed, but at the time it was. Ueschendin were running too high. Na in the Emon's feelings, the key problem if one were being legalistic, was that the 1888 convention said nothing about the ownership of the canal, but referred only to a definite system destined to guarantee for all times and for all powers the use of the Suez Maritime Canal. Nasser's 1954 undertaking to maintain the international character of the canal had already been broken over Israeli ships, and his nationalization and physical military seizure of it were certainly a total violation of his undertaking, but was it, strictly speaking, a breach of international law? The best endeavors of Kilmuir, the law officers, Lloyd, and the Foreign Office, and one can estimate how hard they tried, could produce only this. Eden, as he had been from the beginning, was not much interested in tortured arguments over legality recalling the Rhineland debacle. It was a political issue, involving immense national and Western interests, not an issue for the International Court of Justice, and he was refreshingly right. Relations between Eden and Gaitskell were cool, but Eden readily agreed to another meeting on 2nd August. Gaitskell's diary account, written weeks later, states that I pressed him once more about the use of force. There was not disagreement on the military precautions, but I said, "What is your attitude to be if Nasser refuses to accept the conclusions of the further conference?" As I recollect, and so implied in what I subsequently wrote to him, he said, "I only want to keep open the possibility of force in case Nasser does something else." I must add, in fairness, that he claimed later that he had said that he only wanted to keep open the possibility of force, or if Nasser did something else. But at any rate, I certainly thought he said the first. On 2nd August, Eden opened the first major debate on the crisis in the House of Commons with a speech of considerable moderation and calmness. He rehearsed the legal arguments, but his principal point was that Britain could not accept arrangements for the future which left the canal in the unfettered control of a single power that could exploit its position at will. The closure to all Israeli ships demonstrated what could be done with devastating consequences to the West and Britain. He referred to discussions with the Americans and the French, and to precautionary military preparations, announcing the calling up of reservists, one of his most effective points. In a particularly effective speech, even more impressive because it was delivered in a low key to a packed and sympathetic House, was to point out that Nasser had endorsed the agreement between the British government and the Suez Canal Company only 6 weeks before. These undertakings are now torn up, and one can have no confidence in the word of a man who does that. In marked contrast, Gaitskell delivered a speech of considerable passion in which he denounced Nasser personally for his intention to destroy Israel and for his subversion in Jordan and other Arab countries. It is all very familiar. It is exactly the same that we encountered from Mussolini and Hitler in those years before the war. At the end, in a relatively brief passage, he advised great care in using force. It might be necessary in self-defense or as part of some collective defense measures, but nothing must be done that would involve Britain in being branded as the aggressor. Gaitskell would not even have introduced this last-minute qualification if he had not been persuaded by Douglas Jay and John Hind. Jay has recorded that Gaitskell at first thought this unnecessary and had unfortunately been induced by his sympathies with Israel and a visit from the Israeli ambassador to include some words in his speech about Hitler and Mussolini. But he agreed to our suggestion. Subsequently, Gaitskell's defenders and his biographer, Philip Williams, fastened upon this passage to acquit him of inconsistency, but the fact was that the speech was not only passionate but bellicose, and other speakers from both sides were quick to echo the comparison with the pre-war dictators. What is interesting is that it was not Eden but Gaitskell who, first apart from Reginald Paget, introduced the analogy with the 1930s dictators into the Commons debates, although it had been freely expressed in the press. Gaitskell had been the first to propose economic sanctions against Egypt, and it now seemed that he had gone considerably further, as indeed he had. He described Nasser's seizure of the canal as part of the struggle for the mastery of the Middle East, and said that issues of prestige were also involved. If Britain failed to assert her rights, she would lose not only her allies in the Middle East, but her oil. As Paul Johnson, who regarded this speech as disastrous, has written, "The tone of the speech, and this, rather than the references to the Charter, is what impressed the House and the Prime Minister was one of restrained bellicosity. Plus, Nasser's claim that canal revenues could finance the Aswan Dam. Gaitskell asked, how can he, at one and the same time, both keep the canal going, spend the necessary money on the repairs, extensions, and reconstruction, pay the compensation or service the compensation loan to the shareholders, and also find money for the Aswan Dam? Gaitskell also referred, with considerable passion, to Nasser's ambition to destroy Israel and create an Arab empire. His sole object was to raise his prestige in the Middle East. It was strong meat, and one had to be there to appreciate how strong it was in its delivery. As Paul Johnson has fairly written, the government cannot be blamed for assuming that the majority of the Labour Party supported its threats of force. Throughout this account, I consistently endeavor to be fair to everyone involved, including Hugh Gaitskell, for whom, as I have said, I had warm feelings. It is, after all, not every leader of the opposition who reads the first book of a very young and junior clerk of the House of Commons and then goes out of his way to congratulate the author in private and in public, and I loved the fire and spirit of Dora Gaitskell. But his claims subsequently that Eden had misled him do not hold up, and indeed it would be more accurate to state that Gaitskell, even from his own account, misled Eden as to Labour's resolve. I doubt very much whether this was deliberate. Gaitskell was himself torn between, on the one hand, his deep sympathies with Israel, his detestation of Nasser personally, and of what he had done and was doing in the Middle East, and on the other hand, the elements in his own party that were in some cases simply pro-Nasser and pro-Arab and instinctively anti-imperialist, or in others pacifist. He gained support in the shadow cabinet against saying anything that could be judged unpatriotic and irresponsible. His own feelings, as the record shows, were more robust. His hostility to Nasser was expressed with much fervor and eloquence. His qualifications were notably more sotto voce. It was in this way that he seriously misled Eden, the House of Commons, the press, and public opinion. It is insufficient to state that Gaitskell's lapses in communication were a serious professional weakness. The tone of Gaitskell's speech and those of other Labour MPs, notably Herbert Morrison, and the reception in the House gave ministers great satisfaction, but there was an unfortunate tendency to assume that this meant that the opposition was fully behind the government. One member, at least, was not deceived. Churchill had been eyeing the Labour benches very carefully. When Heath asked his opinion, he replied, "It won't last." I also had noted the ominous silence in some Labour parts of the House when Gaitskell launched into his vehement assault, but no member apart. An SSD any doubts, and the House rose for the summer recess with the appearance of complete unity, understandably encouraged. Eden wrote to Eisenhower on 5 August. In the light of our long friendship, I will not conceal from you that the present situation causes me the deepest concern. I was grateful to you for sending Foster over and for his help. It has enabled us to reach firm and rapid conclusions and to display to Nasser and to the world the spectacle of a united front between our two countries and the French. We have, however, gone to the very limits of the concessions which we can make. I do not think that we disagree about our primary objective. As it seems to me, this is to undo what Nasser has done and to set up an international regime for the canal. The purpose of this regime will be to ensure the freedom and security of transit through the canal without discrimination and the efficiency and economy of its operation. But this is not all. Nasser has embarked on a course which is unpleasantly familiar. His seizure of the canal was undoubtedly designed to impress opinion not only in Egypt, but in the Arab world and in all Africa too. By this assertion of his power, he seeks to further his ambitions from Morocco to the Persian Gulf. I have never thought Nasser a Hitler. He has no warlike people behind him. But the parallel with Mussolini is close. Neither of us can forget the lives and treasure he cost before he was finally dealt with. The removal of Nasser and the installation in Egypt of a regime less hostile to the West must therefore also rank high among our objectives. You know us better than anyone, and so I need not tell you that our people here are neither excited nor eager to use force. They are, however, grimly determined that Nasser shall not get away with it this time, because they are convinced that if he does, their existence will be at his mercy. So am I. It was one thing to call up the reserves. The proclamation was signed by the Queen on the 2nd August, and to talk of military action, whether in the early or last resort tone, and very much another to plan and achieve it. Eden had no lack of suggestions from his colleagues. Salisbury, to Eden's surprise, was the first of the doubters. He fully shared Eden's determination that international control of the canal must be restored, and had no objection to the preliminary military precautions, but he was very concerned to ensure that Britain was in the right morally and legally, and could present its case to the country and international opinion on a firm base, particularly by reference to the UN Security Council, on which he tended to agree with Gaitskell. But on 2nd August, he wrote apologetically, "My dear Anthony, I felt today that we were all being very unhelpful with our ifs and ands over the United Nations, etc., but tiresome though all these things are, and short though the time is in which decisions have to be made, I really think we made some progress. And Bob Dixon, whom some of us had a word with since I saw you, has an idea about a form of reference to the UN, which may turn out to have advantages over anything we have thought of yet. I, of course, entirely agree with what you said, that it is vitally important to know what are the views of Foster and Pinot about a reference to the UN before they leave tomorrow. When we know that, we can plan ahead, both over Parliament and other things. I am afraid the burden on you must be very heavy. I only wish that I was of much use. But I believe that, as a result of tomorrow's Big Three meetings, things should sort themselves out a great deal, both over the UN and over what the Americans may be willing to do in other things. I shall be in London and at your disposal at any time, if at all you want me. Yours, Babadi." In notable contrast, Macmillan pressed for military cooperation with Israel, but at the Egypt Committee on 3rd August, Lloyd obtained approval for urging the Israelis to take no action, including a proposed test mobilization, until after the conference. But Macmillan submitted on 7th of August an alternative plan. He proposed that the invasion should be from Libya with a landing west of Alexandria, to take it in reverse and seize the port facilities, from which we can seek out and destroy the Egyptian forces and government. What worries me is that I feel that the direction on which the chiefs of staff have framed the plan is the wrong one. It is to occupy the canal. The object of the exercise, if we have to embark upon it, is surely to bring about the fall of Nasser and create a government in Egypt which will work satisfactorily with ourselves and the other powers. All this seems to me to lead to the conclusion we ought to think very carefully again as to the whole character of the plan before it is finalized. Summary. I think it is doubtful whether the purpose of the plan is the right one. I think it is doubtful whether sufficient force is being made available to make it effective. I think we should consider urgently the minimum that we can accept without the use of force and yet secure our purpose. I hope that further thought will be given to the Israeli question. On 3rd August, Macmillan chaired a special meeting attended by Salisbury, Gladwin Jebb, Leslie Rowan, and Foreign Office officials to consider the post-operation administration of Egypt. Again, Israeli participation was discussed. It was pointed out that the disadvantages of Israeli participation did not outweigh the disadvantages of failing in the military enterprise, but the meeting was of the Il Paseo Fort of AC Israeli presence alone should tie down considerable Egyptian forces. The meeting recognized that it would probably be difficult, perhaps impossible, to restrain the Israelis, who could in any case be expected to try to extract a price for meeting our wishes. Agreed that occupation of the canal would be temporary and would end when a congenial Egyptian government had been established, with an international authority responsible for running the canal. Meanwhile, Eden's anxieties remained concerning the possibilities of an Israeli attack on Jordan and of the Anglo-French activities being seen as anti-Arab or even worse, pro-Israel. Macmillan saw the extreme military usefulness of working closely with the Israelis. Eden saw the immense political problems, and on this their estimates sharply diverged. The instructions to Jebb stated that it is most important, from the point of view of public opinion, especially in the United States and in Asia, that the purpose of our action should appear to be confined to establishing the security of the international waterway across the Isthmus of Suez, and not as being complicated by political designs against the Egyptian regime. It follows that the leakage of a document appearing to define our objective in wider terms could be disastrous. Selwyn Lloyd's version of these instructions significantly makes no reference to this key passage, which could reasonably be described as giving advice on public relations that was less than frank about the general thrust of British policy. This gulf between what was being said, international agreement for the running of the canal, and what was actually being planned became even more evident at meetings of the Egypt Committee on 7 and 9th of August. On the 7th, Macmillan's paper was only briefly discussed, but while his proposals were not dismissed, the majority conclusion supported the strong practical and political arguments in favor of an operation directed towards the Suez Canal. Macmillan, clearly not part of the majority, then pressed for more air resources. The chief of the air staff said that the limiting factor was not aircraft but the capacity of the available airfields. For political reasons, it was proposed that bombs should not be stored on the airfields until about a week before the operations were to begin. Sufficient airlift was being reserved for this purpose. On the 9th, the committee authorized Monckton to hold regular press conferences for service correspondents, and then turned to the interrelation between the forthcoming international conference, the summoning of Parliament, and the launching of any military operation, the minutes record. They recognized that very difficult problems of timing were involved. Some diplomatic exchanges with the Egyptian government would have to be carried through after the end of the conference. It was difficult to estimate in advance how long a time these might occupy. Although we should be unwilling to allow them to be unduly protracted, we might be liable to lose the support of other powers if we appeared to be unwilling to entertain any reasonable counter-proposals which the Egyptian government might make. We needed, therefore, some room, in point of time, for diplomatic maneuver. On the other hand, a military operation, once it was mounted, could not easily be delayed for more than a few days. And, if force was to be applied with sufficient speed after a final Egyptian rejection of our reasonable demands, the preparatory movements must begin at a relatively early stage. Some of them indeed before the end of the international conference. Similar difficulties would arise in connection with the summoning of Parliament. There were obvious difficulties in convening Parliament before the final attitude of the Egyptian government was known. On the other hand, if Parliament were sitting when the final rejection of our demands was made, they would expect to be told what further action the government proposed to take. It would be highly embarrassing, to say the least, to have to invite Parliament to approve a proposal to launch a military operation against Egypt. If the issue were put to Parliament at that stage, such division of opinion as there was in the country would tend to be accentuated. It would not be easy for the government to proceed with their intentions on the basis of a relatively narrow majority in a division in the House of Commons. In both the two world wars and in the Korean War also, the government had then invited Parliament to endorse their action. It should be noted at this point that these comparisons were highly inappropriate and historically very questionable. In 1914, the only serious parliamentary opposition to British involvement in the war had come from small minorities in the Liberal and Labour parties, and although relations between the governing Liberals and the opposition Conservatives had been exceptionally bad, on this issue there was no disagreement. The intervention was also strongly supported by the Irish nationalists. In 1939, the mood of the House of Commons was considerably more belligerent than that of the government, and certainly much more than Chamberlain's, and it was the Commons as a whole that was clamoring for a declaration of war by the government. In the case of Korea, the only opposition to involvement came from fragments on the Labour left, and the Labour government knew that it would receive overwhelming support. From the Ming early stage it was that it was doubtful whether such virtual unanimity would be forthcoming. Technically, the advice given to the Egypt Committee was right, although on historically somewhat flimsy grounds. Politically, it was conspicuously at odds with the circumstances of 1914, 1939, and 1950. These considerations seem to point to the conclusion that any military action against Egypt should be launched in retaliation against some aggressive or provocative act by the Egyptians. Various possibilities under this head were discussed. The conclusion emerged that the government might be compelled to take advantage of any provocative act by Egypt, even though it came at a time when the preparations for military operations were less well advanced than might have been desired. Selwyn Lloyd was asked for a study of possible actions by the Egyptian government which might justify forcible retaliation. Norman Brooke was asked to put forward a possible timetable from the opening of the forthcoming international conference to the launching of a military operation against Egypt. The keynote of the military planners was complete Anglo-French integration on the wartime and NATO model. British officers were to be in charge at all levels with French deputies. General Sir Charles Cately, the commander-in-chief, had Vice Admiral Barjot as his deputy, and the task force commanders and deputies were, for the Navy, Vice Admiral Durnford Slater and Rear Admiral Lancelot; for the Army, Lieutenant General Sir Hugh Stockwell and General Beaufry; and for the Air Force, Air Marshal Barnett and General Broughon. The difficulties that arose stemmed principally from personality clashes rather than national ones, and from political rather than purely military differences, significant though the latter became. If the object of the operation was to destroy Nasser, the obvious place for landing was Alexandria, providing not only the best landing beaches but also the shortest route to Cairo. But if the purpose was to seize the canal, then the landing would have to be at or near Port Said, which was physically as well as militarily far less attractive, with shallow and shelving beaches and a causeway that was 25 miles in length and very narrow in most places. Also, as the port and harbor facilities in Cyprus were so limited and shallow, the bulk of the invasion fleet would have to sail from Malta over 1,000 miles away from Port Said. Alexandria had the additional merit of being nearly 200 miles closer to Malta. From the military point of view, Alexandria had everything in its favor, and Port Said very little. In these circumstances, it was not Saprisi disliked the Port Said prospect, and the first plans envisaged the far more attractive military proposition of landing at Alexandria. This was originally code-named Hamilcar, until it was realized that the French spelt the word Amilcar, and the code name was changed to Musketeer. On 8 August, the plans, which involved the Alexandria landing followed by a pitched battle with the Egyptians, and finally, on the 8th day, the occupation of the canal, came before the chiefs of staff. For this operation, some 80,000 men would be required, with substantial sea and air support, and there could be no question of launching a force of this size until the middle of September. Among the military, there remained a significant coup de main school, particularly among the French, but it was a minority, and the notion was never put forward as an alternative to Musketeer. As the plans developed, they changed. The Egyptian Air Force was to be destroyed by Royal Air Force bombing, after which the troops would land at or near Alexandria on 15 September under naval bombardment, and with airdrops, the great battle would take place between the 6th and 14th days. Some doubts do arise about whether Cairo would be entered. Stockwell later said that his plans did not envisage this, but, as will be seen, the possession of Cairo, directly or indirectly, became a major feature of the objectives, although the military plan itself was to be changed drastically. Beaufry was later very critical of the British obsession with planning and of their methods, but the real difficulty lay in attitudes and experience. The British military psyche had rightly been dominated by what went wrong at Gallipoli and Arnhem and what went right in the later stages of the North African campaign and the D-Day landings. While it was axiomatic to the British that Allied and Egyptian civilian casualties must be kept to an absolute minimum, the French, with their experience of Algeria and Indochina and their passionate hatred of Nasser, had few qualms on this score. Also, while many of the British planners worried about the absence of a clear political directive, the French saw the situation very clearly. It was to destroy utterly the Egyptian army and air force and remove Nasser. On this, even the French communists were in full agreement, and throughout there were never the doubts or opposition to military action that developed in Britain. The British thoroughness and application to detail were admirable and demonstrated the value of the teaching of military history and the hard-won experience of 2 world wars. But as no plans existed for the invasion of Egypt, everything had to be done virtually from scratch, and although everyone worked very hard in miserable subterranean offices in London hated by all, the fact was that this took time if the thing was to be done properly. One can be very sympathetic both to the British planners and to the impatient French, but the preparations disclose some very uncomfortable facts. On paper, Britain seemed to be still one of the world's great military powers, with 750,000 under arms, a powerful and admired navy, and one of the best air forces in existence. The fighting capacities of the British servicemen were known to all and respected by all, not least by Eisenhower. It had been the declared aim of the government to have forces available for limited wars outside Europe, which, for a major colonial power as well as a NATO member, made much sense. The only trouble was that the capacity to do this on any serious scale was extremely limited, and was certainly not available for an operation such as Musketeer. Indeed, the more the planners looked at the material at their disposal, the more troubled many of them became. With the exceptions of Korea, Malaya, and Cyprus, the British had not been involved in a major conflict for 10 years. Virtually all of their equipment was of wartime and even pre-war vintage, and most of it had proved notably inferior to that of other armies even in the war. There was a dismal shortage of transport aircraft suitable for parachutists, and the principal carriers, the Hastings and Vickers Vallettas, of which there were only 5 squadrons, were of venerable lineage. Even the new FLN self-loading rifle was deemed unsuitable for North African conditions and was replaced by the hand-loading No. 4 rifle. The list of British military weaknesses for mounting, transporting, and launching such an operation was long indeed. The British chiefs of staff and their planning staffs were later accused of planning on the assumption that they were taking on Rommel and his panzers instead of the Egyptians, and preparing for a rerun of Overlord rather than merely landing in Egypt against weak opposition and a paltry enemy. There was truth in this, but both the British and the French remembered that the Egyptian soldier was not to be despised, and fighting for his own country on his own soil could be a formidable proposition. The British in particular could recall, as could the French, that neither had realized what a tough proposition the Turkish soldier could be in similar circumstances, and 46,000 British Commonwealth and French soldiers had been killed at Gallipoli as a result of this error. If some of the British officers rated the Egyptian armed forces higher than in fact they were, this was undoubtedly an error on the right side. But it all meant delay. The politicians and the press of both countries might be calling for swift and decisive action, but the military planners knew that men's lives were at stake. It is a fair criticism that this led to excessive caution and, for some, a magnification of the difficulties, but it had been implanted in everyone that bad planning, wishful thinking, and underestimation of the enemy provided the perfect conditions for disaster, and too many, including Eden himself, had personal experience of the consequences of such miscalculations. Also, not only men's lives but careers were at stake. It was not a question of doubts about the morality of the operation that caused the delays, but the sheer practical problems of men, materiel, and military logistics. This is a political and not a military account of the Suez Crisis, but obviously the two cannot be separated. If, as Head had claimed in the House of Commons and the 1956 White Paper on Defense had averred, the British had been equipped and trained for such a limited war, matters would have been very different. The reality was that they were not. The scale of the political and military problems, both domestic and international, was already becoming apparent. Home reported that of the major Commonwealth countries, only Australia and New Zealand wholly took the British line. The Canadians were very lukewarm about any military action, and although agreeing with British outrage at Nasser's action, their views faithfully reflected Dulles' ambiguities, Nehru was evidently sympathetic to Nasser, and his strong hostility to any action representing imperialism and colonialism meant that little help could be expected from that quarter. The Pakistan government, while more understanding of the British position, made it clear that it could not support any Anglo-French military action to recover the canal. At home, while the general mood seemed very supportive of the government, there were definitely second thoughts emerging in the newspapers and even in the Conservative Party, who now began to hope that the London Conference would clear the matter up on terms that could be sold to the British public as an honourable and fair settlement. In contrast, there were strong and large elements in the party and press who were becoming impatient already, calling for action as soon as possible and beginning to talk again about indecision at the top. The Chiefs of Staff on 10 August presented Musketeer to the Egypt Committee. There were 4 options: the Port Said landing, the Alexandria assault, limited operations at Port Said with the main attack at Alexandria, or a feint at Alexandria and the main landing at Port Said. They made it clear that the last 2 could be discarded at once, and strongly recommended the full-scale seaborne assault on Alexandria after the destruction of the Egyptian Air Force. The committee at once accepted the new proposals, which had been signed by Mountbatten, Templar, and Air Chief Marshal Sir Ronald Ivelaw Chapman on behalf of the chairman Dixon. Mfati Ripoli, British troops in Libya were used in operations against Egypt. There would be violent reactions and British forces would have to be used to restore order in the country, apparently closed another of Macmillan's options. There was also considerable concern about the French, as their security was notoriously bad. The chairman of the Joint Intelligence Committee was ordered to make a special visit to Paris to impress this upon the French, and the chiefs were told to restrict information to the French. Other arrangements to deal with political propaganda were announced. The French deputy force commanders were complaining so vehemently about the lack of information given to them that they threatened to return to Paris en masse. At a hurriedly convened meeting at Chequers on the following day, 11 August, it was decided that they must be given full information, but that in the French government only Mollet and Bourges-Monnery should be kept fully informed. This saved the Joint Planning Group from a startlingly early collapse, but French suspicions that they were being increasingly used by the British as subordinates rather than equals were absolutely justified. After Eden's decision that the French deputy commanders must be brought completely into the planning process, matters improved significantly, but from beginning to end, Musketeer in its various forms was British-led and British-dominated. These difficulties were compounded by those on the political front. On the 7th of August, the doubts in the Labour Party had been made public for the first time in a letter to the Times by Douglas Jay and Dennis Healey, written with Gaitskell's approval. Gaitskell was now becoming worried about hostile Labour reaction to his common speech, and the Healey-Jay letter reiterated, virtually word for word, his argument that force could only be used in self-defense, or in pursuance of our international obligations and the United Nations Charter, or if Nasser were to violate the far more important principle of the security and freedom of the canal, but he has not yet done this. A unilateral act of force would be a stupendous folly unless and until Colonel Nasser resorts to force himself. This was not quite the ringing denunciation of the use of force under any circumstances that has been claimed for it, and it can rightly be said to represent Gaitskell's own view that it was certainly not an option to be rejected. The Labour and Liberal parties had, after all, raised no objection to the calling up of the reserves and other military measures announced by the government. If, as Gaitskell later averred, Eden had deceived him in their conversations that force would not be used in any circumstances, why had he supported the military measures? Also, the Healey-Jay letter did not, as Jay has claimed, argue against any use of force, but specifically gave examples of when it would be justified. An impartial reader of this letter would have been just assuming the government and opposition were marginal at this stage. On 8 August, Eden broadcast to the nation. In this, he himself used publicly, for the first time, the analogy with the pre-war dictators and said that our quarrel is not with Egypt, still less with the Arab world, it is with Nasser. With dictators, you always have to pay a higher price later on. There was no question of denying her a fair deal or a just return, but if anyone is going to snatch and grab and try to pocket what really belongs to the world, the result will be impoverishment for all and a refusal by some countries at least to lead their life at such a hazard. Meanwhile, we have too much at risk not to take precautions. We have done so. That is the meaning of the movements by land, sea, and air of which you have heard in the last few days. We do not seek a solution by force, but by the broadest possible international agreement. That is why we have called the conference. We shall do all we can to help its work, but this I must make plain. We cannot agree that an act of plunder which threatens the livelihood of many nations shall be allowed to succeed, and we must make sure that the life of the great trading nations of the world cannot, in the future, be strangled at any moment by some interruption to the free passage of the canal. How this measured statement could be described by Jay as hysterical, and be interpreted by some Labour MPs as the prelude to an immediate invasion is difficult to comprehend, and Gaitskell certainly did not interpret it in this way. But he felt compelled by the pressure of his colleagues to break his holiday and return for a special shadow cabinet meeting on 12th of August, and he saw Eden again on the 14th. Their discussion seems to have been virtually identical with that on the 2nd, and Gaitskell was satisfied. The shadow cabinet's statement put particular emphasis on the final part of Gaitskell's 2 August speech, but endorsed it, and Gaitskell returned to his holiday. If, as The Economist wrote on 18th August, the Labour leadership has extricated itself with some delicacy from the charge of being allied with the government's more belligerent supporters, it had not made the reversal which was later claimed for it, or which Eden later believed it had made, when he wrote with much feeling that the retreat then began amid a clatter of excuses. Morrison had urged Eden to keep in close personal touch with Gaitskell, which Eden was very willing to do, but Gaitskell insisted on bringing colleagues, and his own manner did not help. Eden noted in his diary of the 14 August meeting, but of unremarkable quality, we listened with all the attention we CD command, but suddenly Bobbity CD take no more and burst out with indignation that he and the Prime Minister, having spent all their lives in foreign policy, CD not see the purpose of this lecture. I had a feeling that Nye silently enjoyed this outburst. We plodded on. The Suez Crisis has spawned many myths, and 2 have proved the most enduring. The conservative version, which regrettably Eden himself partly encouraged in his memoirs, is that Gaitskell was initially a fervent supporter of military action, but was then forced to back down into all-out opposition by his party's left-wing and neo-communist fellow travelers. The Labour myth is that Gaitskell was consistent throughout in denouncing the military option, a version that equally cannot be sustained. The Economist on 18 August commented with some tartness that most Labour members will now follow the official line which proclaims, with a slight stretch of the imagination, that what he is saying now is what he has been saying all the time. In this sense, there had been a step backwards from the fervour of the 2 August speech, described by Lord Stansgate as heady wine, but it cannot be described as a total volte-face, as has often been claimed. The other Labour myth, that Eden completely and deliberately deceived Gaitskell at their meetings on 2 and 14th of August, can also be totally rejected, and although Eden's biographer may regret that he did not tell Gaitskell more, there are always some constraints, personal as well as political, in such discussions. If there was a misunderstanding, it was not as substantial as was later claimed by Gaitskell's friends, and certainly did not amount to deliberate and Machiavellian deception of him by Eden. Gaitskell considered that he had totally set out his colleagues' concerns in his letter to Eden on the 3rd of August, in which he emphasized that while one or two members of our party indicated in the debate that they would support force now, this is, I am pretty sure, not the general view. If Nasser were to do something which led to his condemnation by the United Nations as an aggressor, then there is no doubt, I am sure, that we would be entirely in favor of forceful resistance. But I must repeat what I said in my speech yesterday, that up to the present I cannot see that he has done anything which would justify this. In his reply, Eden could give no specific assurances about the use of force, on which Gaitskell reiterated his concerns, but he became convinced that the government was only using the threat of force to bring Nasser into serious negotiation. This was not at all as major a misunderstanding of Eden's position as Gaitskell later believed, but he does seem to have underestimated Eden's absolute determination not to accept the Nasser coup. Routinely, Eden's broadcast was extremely effective, clear view of the situation, but in retrospect it can be seen that his anxiety not to be seen as anti-Egyptian and colonialist made the controversy too personalized. Also, if there had been any faint chance of Nasser attending the London conference or sending a representative, this broadcast effectively ended it. Butler was not the only senior minister who, while supporting Eden's determination to stand up for British rights and the sanctity of international agreements, and not at all indisposed to the use of force if all else failed, was uneasy at the Hitler and Mussolini comparisons. Nasser was not in politics for the good of our health, he later wrote, but he was no Hitler, no incarnation of evil, no megalomaniac who had to be toppled before free men could rest easy in their beds. This analysis of Nasser's personality and purpose is very much open to question. If he was not a megalomaniac, he was certainly very close to being one, and Butler's view of the Nasser regime as a popular movement, not an imposed tyranny, is rather strange, but the important point is that this represented a very clear difference of perception between Butler and Eden. Even more important than Butler's doubts were those of Walter Monckton. As he later wrote, I was in favor of the tough line which the Prime Minister took in July when Nasser announced the nationalization of the canal, and I must say that I was not fundamentally troubled by moral considerations throughout the period for which the crisis lasted. My anxieties began when I discovered the way in which it was proposed to carry out the enterprise. His wife, however, was firmly convinced that his doubts began earlier and that he was disturbed by the thought of violent action. Unhappily for everyone, and not least for his own reputation, he kept these doubts to himself. Except for one intervention in the cabinet on the 28th of August, Eden had no reason to doubt the full support of his Minister of Defense, who was a key member of the Egypt Committee and attended all its meetings until October. His biographer has described Monckton's position as a loyal but irresolute member of the team, which constituted very much the worst of all worlds. It was not until relatively late in the crisis that Eden had any clear indication of the doubts and uneasiness of his Minister of Defense. If ever personal and political loyalty were misplaced, this was the occasion. At least one cabinet member later considered that Eden was very ill-served by his senior ministers Macmillan, Butler, and Monckton, recalling that Macmillan was excessively vehement about military action. Methods that Monckton was not only timid but did not share his lack of enthusiasm with his colleagues, and that Butler did nothing at all. He simply distanced himself and gave no opinion one way or the other. The rest of us were not only junior, but were overawed by Eden, not because he was the Prime Minister, but because of his great reputation in these areas. And so we went along with what we thought was wholly agreed by our seniors. The performance of Mountbatten is even more difficult to comprehend. His own subsequent version of the coup de main proposal, as has already been demonstrated, is wholly inaccurate according to versions he later sedulously circulated and put out in his autobiographical television memoirs. He had been dead against the operation from the beginning, which sits rather uneasily with his other claim for being the mastermind of the mythical coup de main. Also, like Monckton, he kept his doubts to himself. Silsenin intended to share them, but he was due to retire on September, and he persuaded Mountbatten not to send to Eden a draft memorandum on the political aspects. 2 subsequent letters of resignation by Mountbatten to Eden were drafted, but, somewhat mysteriously, never sent. And, as the records clearly demonstrate, Mountbatten did not fight his corner as strongly as he later claimed. Indeed, he did not fight at all. What is unquestionable is that his patent lack of enthusiasm for a military resolution had a strong influence upon Monckton. Yet outwardly, as his official biographer writes, he remained a loyal public servant doing his duty in preparing for war. This is not an impressive position for a man in a key post. This was the problem. Mountbatten's doubts, at least in private, developed into strong opposition, but the circle who knew of them was very small and did not even include the admiral who was his first choice to be in charge of the operation, nor his own naval assistant. His 2 first lords, Silsenin and then Viscount Hailsham, knew and sympathized, but Mountbatten accepted the advice that the political decisions were for ministers, and that the chief's responsibility was to carry out the cabinet's orders. One can have some sympathy for Mountbatten's position, but his case would be much more substantial if there had been a wider appreciation of his attitude and if Monckton had been a stronger minister. Mountbatten regarded Eden as a very old friend, a highly exaggerated description which makes his silence, so far as Eden and all members of the Egypt Committee except Monckton were concerned, even more deplorable. His biographer makes as good a case as Poss, although clearly with some uneasiness, even if he did not set out his opposition formally to Eden at an early stage. Ziegler writes, "He can have left no doubt in Downing Street about his views." The trouble was that until very late he did, and Downing Street had no knowledge in the crucial early period that one of the chiefs of staff held these views. One can appreciate Mountbatten's dilemma, but his conduct was certainly unheroic, and far more importantly, seriously misled the Prime Minister and the Egypt Committee, virtually amounting to a dereliction of duty. Mountbatten was not just a serving sailor who had risen to the top of his profession. He was the former Viceroy of India, a close relative of the royal family and a major public personality, with far greater public attention and influence than most ministers. His overt opposition to the military option, even as a last resort, and confined to the Egypt Committee, would probably not have stopped the military preparations, but it would surely have had a major impact. It is true that there would have been no shortage of willing volunteers to take his place as First Sea Lord, but if even the threat of resignation had been known, the consequences must have been considerable, and would have confronted ministers with alarming political repercussions when the first bellicosity in Parliament and press was beginning to fade. But Mountbatten's views were not generally known. He attended all the vital meetings. He confined his views, so far as ministers were concerned, to the naval and military aspects of musketeer. If he remained silent out of friendship for Eden, on which both Eden and his present biographer were and are skeptical, it was a friendship singularly misplaced, not least because Eden knew of Mountbatten's strong opposition to Munich as a young officer. In the event, he did Eden the gravest disservice possible. On 6th of August, there was a puzzling intervention by Churchill, who invited himself to Chequers. Eden had hoped for a strongly supportive attitude, but Churchill, who the Edens thought had sadly deteriorated mentally and physically, read out a paper he had prepared, whose principal feature was the need to involve the Israelis in a joint attack on Egypt. When Eden pressed him on this, Churchill admitted that he had got the idea from Macmillan. There was also some desultory historical reminiscence about Napoleon's invasion of Egypt. In his memoirs, Eden dressed up the occasion more favorably, but at the time he was deeply disappointed and sad. The domestic political difficulties now became even more apparent. On the morning of 14 August, as Eden reported to a meeting of the full, recall a parliament if a crisis arose in the recess, and had indicated their opposition to the use of force to impose on Egypt any conclusion reached by the forthcoming conference. They considered that any international action should be considered at a special session of the United Nations, and that the new authority should be set up under that organization. They had, however, recognized that if any new incidents occurred, such as interference with ships using the canal, a new situation would arise in which force might be justified. This was an accurate account. Concern was also being expressed in the cabinet about the forthcoming trades union conference and the changing mood of public opinion. Though there had been initially a reaction in favor of taking firm action against Egypt, the public were now becoming increasingly impressed by the difficulties of such a course and its possible repercussions in other Middle East countries. It seemed possible that there would be insufficient public support for the use of force against Egypt unless some new incident occurred. It was therefore important to impress on the public that if Colonel Nasser were allowed to get away with his recent illegal action, the United Kingdom's position in the Middle East would be undermined, with serious consequences to trade and employment in this country. Eden had asked the Australian Prime Minister Robert Menzies to attend this cabinet. Menzies was robust in his view that Colonel Nasser's action followed the pattern of all military dictators, and this aspect should be emphasized. The Australian government were united in their support of the stand taken by the United Kingdom, and he was taking steps to ensure that public opinion in Australia was fully aware of all the dangers. He believed that American opinion was now alive to the risks involved in the present situation. Selwyn Lloyd intervened to tell the cabinet, most of whose members had had no access to the workings of the Egypt Committee, that it was important to avoid giving the impression that the conference had been called merely to endorse decisions already taken to employ force against Egypt. But Eden was considerably more frank when he told his colleagues that military preparations were being completed, and together with the French, there would be ample force to deal with Egypt. There would, however, be a difficult question of timing, since the United Kingdom forces could not be maintained in a state of readiness for any protracted period. The cabinet agreed with Eden that canal dues should not be paid to Egypt. American payments were principally responsible for between 30 and 35% of the dues being received by the Egyptians. To say that this was a major irritant in Anglo-American relations is to underestimate the matter, and the cabinet willingly approved Eden's proposals, to be subsequently outraged by Monckton's silence when they learned his real views. As Butler later wrote of Monckton, in a mainly sympathetic portrait, he had insufficient firmness of purpose. This is characteristically Butlerian, and, also characteristically, it says all that needs to be said. The one minister who expressed concern about lack of information to the cabinet was Duncan Sandys, to whom Eden wrote on 22nd of August. In view of the point you raised with me, I feel I should explain to you, before the next meeting of the cabinet, the limits within which the cabinet can discuss the possibility of a military operation in the eastern Mediterranean. Up to now, the cabinet have considered this only as a hypothetical question, viz., should we be prepared to take this course in the last resort if all attempts to achieve a satisfactory settlement by other means had failed? If that situation should arise, the cabinet as a whole will of course be asked to take the final decision in the light of all the circumstances at the time. I have meanwhile arranged for the cabinet to meet from time to time since Parliament rose, so that my colleagues might be kept informed of the progress of the international conference. It would not, however, be possible for the cabinet as a whole to discuss the plans for any military operations that might have to be undertaken. Knowledge of the details must, for obvious reasons of security, be confined within the narrowest possible circle. Such political guidance as the military authorities may need in the preparation of their plans must continue to be given by me, in consultation with a small number of my most senior cabinet colleagues, and as necessary, such departmental ministers as may be directly concerned. Although Sandys remained troubled, he felt he had made his point about the final decision. Eden's papers record no other minister who had challenged the manner in which the crisis was being handled. On 14 August, Norman Brooke submitted a provisional timetable to the Egypt Committee. 16th August International Conference opens. 23rd August International Conference concluded. 25th August, 27th of August. 29th August, 5th September counter-proposals received from Egyptian government. Egyptian counter-proposals rejected. 7th September. 17th September. Preliminary air bombardment begins. 20th September assault landing in Egypt. Dispatch of note to Egyptian government, calling on them to accept the majority recommendation of the conference parliament meets. Assault force sails from United Kingdom. Certainly gave a false impression, whereas Eden's account of his meeting with Gaitskell and his account, admittedly brief, of military discussions with the French demonstrated that the military option was under active consideration. It would have been far better if the full cabinet had been circulated with the records of the Egypt Committee in spite of the security risks, which surely could have been overcome, but not a single member of the cabinet who was not on the committee raised the point. The only senior minister who, in my judgment, had legitimate cause for complaint on this score was Butler. Although it was true that he had no departmental responsibilities, he was a major personality in the government, he was the leader of the House of Commons, and he commanded a large and important following in the Conservative Party inside and outside the House of Commons. Although temporarily in eclipse after the sad end to his remarkable tenure of the Treasury, he was widely regarded as having stepped into Eden's shoes as Crown Prince. On the other hand, Butler was unwell and lonely, and certainly did not press for information. If he had done so, it is indeed difficult to believe that Eden would have denied it to him, but Butler did not. This was unquestionably an error on his part, which he later freely admitted in conversation with, but Eden was also to blame for not ensuring that Butler was kept completely informed at all stages, even though he never asked. In my only discussion with Eden about Suez, this was the one aspect about which he was clearly uncomfortable. But there was no question of Eden deliberately excluding Butler from the inner circle. The sheer accident that Butler was unwell had meant he was not present at the early meetings, and his lack of departmental responsibilities virtually automatically excluded him from the Egypt Committee. But Butler should have insisted on complete information, and although he did not, Eden should have ensured that he received it. Thus it was tacitly accepted that these grave matters should be handled by the Prime Minister's inner team, and for any student of cabinet government this may appear to be extraordinary, were it not for the fact that everyone believed that the wartime practice had worked so well, and confidence in Eden was so high. It was also unanimously considered that this was a wartime situation. No one except Monckton had any idea of the strength of his own reservations and those of Mountbatten. If Eden and the cabinet had known at this stage, it is doubtful whether their judgment would have been significantly different, but those cabinet members who were uneasy about the changing public mood would have been given important evidence of unease at the heart of the operation. As it was, they were left in complete ignorance of this and were misled, intentionally or. The committee appears to have done no more than take note of this, and indeed Eden said that it was clear that, once the military operation had been launched, it would be practically impossible to call it off, unless Colonel Nasser's government collapsed before any action took place. It would also be impracticable to maintain the necessary forces at a high state of readiness in the eastern Mediterranean for more than a day or two. In the circumstances, it would be preferable to delay the final decision to launch any military operation until it was certain that such action was required. This was a significant step backwards, and the first of many delays. The first factor was that the British were beginning to hope that, with strong American assistance at the conference and the United Nations, Nasser might back down or have his prestige so lowered that his regime might fall. In Eden's view, Dulles had implied that they recognized the possibility that force might be used in the last resort, since he had asked whether we would be ready to justify such action before the United Nations. This was not Eisenhower's view at all. But Dulles told Eden, who reported to the Egypt Committee on 20 August, that he was troubled about divided opinion in Britain, having spoken to Gaitskell. Dulles had cautioned against provoking Nasser, but had also said that although the United States would not take part in any military operation, he had warned the Soviet foreign minister that the United States government would not stand by if the United Kingdom and France were involved in a war, which suggested that in the event of hostilities, the United States would at least provide material help. So, once again, the British and Americans were at cross purposes to an ominous extent. The issue of American attitudes had a very practical aspect, as U.S. equipment supplied to Britain under the Mutual Defense Aid Program was under strict conditions for employment only in the context of NATO. Eden's later comment on the performance of the Americans was understandably sour, but it is justified. If the United States government had approached this issue in the spirit of an ally, they would have done everything in their power, short of the use of force, to support the nations whose economic security depended upon the freedom of passage through the Suez Canal. They would have closely planned their policies with their allies and held stoutly to the decisions arrived at. They would have insisted on restoring international authority in order to insulate the canal from the politics of any one country. It is now clear that this was never the attitude of the United States government. Rather did they try to gain time coast along over. Its immediate predecessor. None of these was geared to the long-term purpose of serving a joint cause. The old spoor of colonialism confused the trail. Dulles' own biographer is hardly less damning. During the critical 3 months following nationalization, Eisenhower and Dulles were not really on the same wavelength. Eisenhower was Olympian and categorical in his opposition to force. Dulles seemed more to share the Anglo-French anxiety that an unpredictable Nasser could not be trusted, and that force might thus be justified in the last resort. He conveyed this feeling to his allies with a prudent obliqueness, but he maddened them at critical junctures by suddenly shifting his stance to avoid the danger of a public difference with the president. Dulles had returned to London on 15th of August to find the British and French alarmed by reports in Washington that at a meeting between him and Eisenhower and congressional leaders on the 12th, they had said that the United States would accept an international body for the canal that was merely advisory to the Egyptians. Of this meeting, Eden wrote in his diary, Foster came over at 12:30 and he and Winthrop and Selwyn had a good talk until luncheon. F seemed quite as firm as before and ready to table joint resolution himself. He also seemed not to exclude possibility of joint use of force. I gave him certain details of our plans, in part in order to show him where we stood. He seemed to like idea that first step following Egyptian refusal might be to pay our money elsewhere. Pinault seemed quite steady. At lunch with Lloyd and Pinault, Dulles was left in no doubt that Britain and France were insistent upon an international authority with real operational control. Dulles was impressed, and in his opening speech when the conference convened on the 16th proposed that the canal be operated by an international body established by treaty and associated with the United Nations. He placed much emphasis on the 1888 convention, which had been grievously assaulted. The question was whether confidence in it could peacefully be repaired. If not, we face a future of the utmost gravity. The British and French were delighted. Eisenhower was not. This was a decisive moment. On the following day, Krishna Menon introduced an Indian counter-proposal which was in fact the original American one, namely to set up an international advisory body of user interests and to make Egypt a party to a solemn agreement which comes, under the obligations nations. As Eisenhower made clear to Dulles on 19 August, this exactly mirrored his own views, but Dulles had already made his speech and could not turn back in any case, as he told Eisenhower the advisory solution was absolutely unacceptable to the British and French. It would be a major concession to Nasser and should be held in reserve only as a matter of last resort in order to obtain Egypt's concurrence. It was unfortunate that it had been Menon who had made the proposal. Menon was personally obnoxious, long-winded beyond patience, arrogant, and only neutralist in the sense that he was patently anti-Western and pro-Russian. He also offended Dulles by gratuitously saying that Nasser had acted not only legally but properly in nationalizing the canal. Dulles despised Menon personally and had no time for neutralists in the Great Crusade against the communist peril. When the Russians, still remaining surprisingly quiet, intimated their support for the Indian proposal, this settled the matter for him. Eisenhower, in a remarkable abrogation of presidential responsibility and wholly contrary to his own views, cabled to Dulles that, "I understand the box you are in," and assured him of his support and approval in whatever action you finally decide you must take. British and French policies may have had their problems, but the American position was chaotic. Dulles now persuaded 4 countries heavily dependent upon American aid, Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, and Ethiopia, to sponsor a resolution on the lines of his speech. This was supported by 18 nations, while 4 others, the Soviet Union, India, Indonesia, and Ceylon, supported the Indian one. Dulles had also arranged that the New Zealand Foreign Minister Thomas MacDonald should suggest that a committee of assenting nations present the proposal to Nasser. The Soviet foreign minister protested that this would be an ultimatum, but it was agreed. Eden now wished, understandably enough, that the author of the 18-nation proposals should take them himself to Nasser, but Dulles refused. In Hoop's devastating words, although he had invented, presented, argued for, and dragooned others into accepting what became the majority proposal, Dulles now wished to slip away from further responsibility. Caught between distasteful choices, his tactical sense prevailed. He cabled Eisenhower saying, "I think it is preferable that we should become less conspicuous," and returned home. Thus, the task of presenting the majority conference proposals to Nasser was given to a team led by Menzies, which arrived in Cairo on the 3rd of September, presented the proposals. As Humphrey Trevelyan had clearly warned London from Cairo, there was no possibility of their acceptance. Eden and Lloyd have laid much emphasis on Eisenhower's specific rejection of the use of force in his press conference of 4 September as a major factor in Nasser's rejection of the 18 powers proposals, but while it made Menzies' mission even more difficult than it already was, Trevelyan had been absolutely correct in his estimation of Nasser's attitude, also demonstrated by the fact that Nasser had told his military commanders that the Franco-British military preparations were bluff. Menzies told him that this might well not be the case, but Nasser's self-confidence was very high. The Menzies mission returned with nothing except a suggestion that an independent body should be established to consider the various views. Menzies may not have been the best person to lead the mission, of which he wrote a very long personal account to Eden, and which he has described more briefly in his own memoirs, but it was a hopeless venture. Perhaps not surprisingly, the accounts by Menzies and Nasser of their meetings and of each other vary very considerably. What is at least clear is that they developed a strong mutual detestation for each other, and the Egyptian press and Radio Cairo faithfully abused Menzies as the Australian mule. Menzies told reporters at London Airport that Egypt will have nothing to do with any peaceful solution of the canal problem which does not leave Egypt sole master of the canal, which was precisely the position. But while this farce was being played out, there had been further developments. Military and political discussions in the Egypt Committee during the conference had been inevitably limited on 22nd August. Eden successfully resisted Monckton's request for aerial reconnaissance of Egypt at the crucial stage of the international conference, although this meant a further postponement of D-Day to 19 September. On the 24th, he reported on his exchanges with Dulles, had told the committee that 17 days would elapse between a decision to attack Egypt and landing, and was asked if this could be reduced. At the 24 August meeting, Salisbury passed Eden a note suggesting that the matter should be put to the UN, and if we get no response to the needs of the situation, saying that we have no option but to leave UNO, on the ground that it is clear that it is quite ineffective for the purpose for which it was created, the maintenance of justice and the sanctity of treaties. We must therefore resume our liberty of action. Robert Menzies, Afternoon Light. My faculty is act frami, means by which we can do so within the terms of the Charter to which we have solemnly adhered. It might even be that such a threat by us might bring UNO up to the jump. I fully realize that from the PT of view of BR public opinion, it would be a pretty formidable step to take. It would indeed. As Salisbury realized when Eden explained the American hostility to referring the matter to the UN at present, although that did not mean totally ignoring the Security Council in the long run. Eden also recalled to Salisbury what had happened over Korea in 1950, when the Russians had made the fatal error of walking out of the Security Council, an error never repeated. Nor did Eden agree that the British and French were unable to use force within the Charter, and Salisbury withdrew his comments. But it demonstrated how even one of the cleverest and most experienced members of the cabinet felt so much frustration. On the 27th, Macmillan circulated a paper on the Egypt crisis and the British economy, which estimated the cost of a war at £100 million, but that disruption of oil supplies would be the most serious possibility. If supplies from the Persian Gulf as well as through the canal and pipelines were lost, the economic position of the UK and Europe would not be viable. Our economy would be slowly strangled. At this meeting, Lloyd urged reference of the dispute to the Security Council, which was agreed to by the full cabinet on the 28th. This meeting was a full review of the situation. It was agreed that there could therefore be no doubt that if Colonel Nasser's policy succeeded, our whole position in the Middle East would be undermined, our oil supplies would be in jeopardy, and the stability of our national economy would be gravely threatened. But Monckton, while agreeing that if all other methods failed, force would have to be used, expressed for the first time his serious doubts. If, together with the French, we took military measures against Egypt, our action would be condemned by a substantial body of public opinion in countries overseas, including several of the independent countries of the Commonwealth. Within the United Kingdom itself, opinion would be divided. Our vital interests in other parts of the Middle East would also be affected. We must in particular expect sabotage against oil installations in other Arab countries. Moreover, once we had sent military forces into Egypt, it would not be easy to extricate them. We might find ourselves saddled with a costly commitment. While, therefore, he was ready to agree that we must contrive to use force in the last resort, he hoped that we should first exhaust all other means of curbing Colonel Nasser's ambitions and, in particular, that we should let no opportunity pass of securing an agreement by settlement. Salisbury also urged the achievement of British purposes by peaceful means, with recourse to the United Nations before any military action, but he reminded the cabinet of the lessons of the 1930s about checking dictators at the outset. Kilmuir strongly agreed, although he was worried that the real issue be eroded by ineffective international debate. Butler argued that the national interest could only be secured if the government had strong public and parliamentary support, which required that they had taken all practicable steps to secure a satisfactory settlement by peaceful means. Eden summed up the cabinet's feelings on these lines, but emphasized the dangers of delay that could alienate the French and encourage Nasser, while at the same time increasing the difficulties of any military operation. While, therefore, the possibilities of a peaceful settlement should be fully explored, this should not be allowed to weaken our resolution or to reduce the weight of our pressure on the Egyptian government. That afternoon, the Egypt Committee approved Musketeer but also postponed D-Day by 7 days. On 27 August, Eden had written warmly of Dulles to Eisenhower and stressed the Soviet interest in instability in the Middle East. All this makes me more than ever sure that Nasser must not be allowed to get away with it this time. It is certainly the most hazardous that our country has known since 1940. The reply was unexpected and very unwelcome. Eisenhower wrote that he was now hopeful, that Nasser will give way without the need for any resort to force. I am afraid, Anthony, that from this point onward our views on the situation diverge. As to the use of force, or the threat of force at this juncture, I continue to feel as I expressed myself in the letter Foster carried to you some weeks ago. Even now, military preparations and civilian evacuation exposed to public view seem to be solidifying support for Nasser, which has been shaky in many important quarters. I regard it as indispensable that if we are to proceed solidly together to the solution of this problem, public opinion in our several countries must be overwhelming in its support. I must tell you frankly that American public opinion flatly rejects the thought of using force, particularly when it does not seem that every possible peaceful means of protecting our vital interests has been exhausted without result. Moreover, I gravely doubt we could here secure government authority even for the lesser support measures for which you might have to look to us. I really do not see how a successful result could be achieved by forcible means. The use of force would, it seems to me, vastly increase the area of jeopardy. On September, Eden sent to Eisenhower a very long and detailed reply, setting out the British hopes that the Menzies mission would succeed, but that if it did not, then the general position, unacceptable to the British, remained unchanged. There has never been any question of our suddenly or without further provocation resorting to arms while these processes were at work. In any event, as your own wide knowledge would confirm, we could not have done this without extensive preparation lasting several weeks. Again, Eden dwelt heavily upon the experience of the 1930s and, more recently, of standing up to the Russians over Berlin. Similarly, the seizure of the canal is, we are convinced, the opening gambit in a planned campaign designed by Nasser to expel all Western influence and interest from Arab countries. He believes that, if he can get away with this and if he can successfully defy 18 nations, his prestige in Arabia will be so great that he will be able to mount revolutions of young officers in Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Syria, and Iraq. We know from our joint sources that he is already preparing a revolution in Iraq, which is the most stable and progressive. These new governments will in effect be Egyptian satellites, if not Russian ones. They will have to place their united oil resources under the control of United Arabia, led by Egypt, and under Russian influence. When that moment comes, Nasser can deny oil to Western Europe, and we here shall all be at his mercy. The difference which separates us today appears to be a difference of assessment of Nasser's plans and intentions, and of the consequences in the Middle East of military action against him. You may feel that, even if we are right, it would be better to wait until Nasser has unmistakably unveiled his intentions. But this was the argument which prevailed in 1936 and which we both rejected in 1948. Admittedly, there are risks in the use of force against Egypt now. It is, however, clear that military intervention designed to reverse Nasser's revolutions in the whole continent would be a much more costly and difficult undertaking. I agree with you that prolonged military operations, as well as the denial of Middle East oil, would place an immense strain on the economy of Western Europe. I can assure you that we are conscious of the burdens and perils attending military intervention, but if our assessment is correct, and if the only alternative is to allow Nasser's plans quietly to develop until this country and all Western Europe are held to ransom by Egypt acting at Russia's behest, it seems to us that our duty is plain. We have many times led Europe in the fight for freedom. It would be an ignoble end to our long history if we tamely accepted to perish by degrees. With this analysis, Eisenhower found himself in total disagreement, as he made plain in another long letter on 9 September to Eden. He considered that you are making of Nasser a much more important figure than he is, and his view of picture too dark and severely distorted. ISIS of prolonged, the use of military force against Egypt under present circumstances might have consequences even more serious than causing Arabs to support Nasser. It might cause a serious misunderstanding between our two countries because I must say, frankly, that there is yet no public opinion in this country which is prepared to support such a move, and the most significant public opinion that there is seems to think that the United Nations was formed to prevent this very thing. It is for reasons such as these that we have viewed with some misgivings your preparations for mounting a military expedition against Egypt. We believe that Nasser may try to go before the United Nations claiming that these actions imply a rejection of the peaceful machinery of settling the dispute, and therefore may ask the United Nations to brand these operations as aggression. At the same time, we do not want any capitulation to Nasser. We want to stand firmly with you to deflate the ambitious pretensions of Nasser and to assure permanent and effective use of the Suez Waterway under the terms of the 1888 treaty. It seems to Foster and to me that the result that you and I both want can best be assured by slower and less dramatic processes than military force. There are many areas of endeavor which are not yet fully explored because exploration takes time. Nasser thrives on drama. If we let some of the drama go out of the situation and concentrate upon the task of deflating him through slower but sure processes such as I describe, I believe the desired results can more probably be obtained. On 4 September, it was agreed to recall Parliament for a 2-day debate on the 11th and 12th. It was also agreed to supply both Saudi Arabia and Israel with arms which they had requested. Hailsham reported that 2 Soviet submarines had left the Baltic manned by Egyptian officers and Russian crews. At full cabinet on 6 September, Eden fully reported Eisenhower's continued disquiet at the prospect that the United Kingdom and France might have it in mind to take military action before all the possibilities of securing a peaceful settlement had been finally exhausted. At this point, the chiefs of staff and the military force commanders made a remarkable volte-face, which has never been fully explained. The port said option had been definitely abandoned, and all planning had been for the Alexandria landing. Now, on 7 September, in a paper circulated by Monckton on their behalf, with certain omissions for which he took full responsibility, they had returned to the port said option. This had been the first and rejected proposal of the British Joint Planning Staff, and its unexpected resurrection caused Eden and the Egypt Committee understandable consternation. It has frequently been alleged that this was a political decision made Eden on grounds of national and international opinion, whereas exactly the opposite was the case. Why it was done remains a mystery, since all the military factors that had led to the previous recommendation remained, except that the port said option had become militarily even less attractive. Beaufort was astonished, and he found Stockwell fulminating against the politicians, whereas the reality was that the politicians were fulminating against the military. This was especially true of Eden, who was intensely angry. Cately and the chiefs declared themselves alarmed by the delays and now envisaged a prolonged economic, naval, and air action against Egypt until the Nasser government capitulated, after which the land forces could enter Port Said without an assault landing. Even so, they envisaged some very bitter fighting. It would be a mistake to underestimate the courage of the Egyptian soldier. He has always fought resolutely. It is only his officers who had failed. Monckton's paper had an additional point. It is therefore of the greatest importance that this invasion of Egypt is launched with our moral case unassailable and the start of the war clearly and definitely Nasser's responsibility and no one else's. The revised musketeer caused Eden considerable concern, which he raised with the chiefs of staff on the 7th, as it seemed certain to result in extensive devastation and a much higher loss of Egyptian civilian lives than had been considered earlier. The plans also seemed to him to be dangerously inflexible. On the Roth, Monckton circulated the new plan, which was chilling. The opening phase is a sudden and intensive air attack on the Egyptian Air Force aimed at its complete neutralization. At the conclusion of this phase, which should occupy only a few days, we would put over to the Egyptians that they were now unprotected from the air and helpless to resist whatever other pressure we might choose to exert. If this did not produce a favorable reaction, the next phase would be a systematic and graded application of pressure by air attack on certain carefully selected economic and military targets, accompanied throughout by psychological warfare. The principal economic target would be the oil supply to Cairo. We would also hope to bring about the demoralization of the Egyptian army. The third phase would be the move into Port Said of a land force designed to restore order in the canal zone and to assist in the reopening of the Suez Canal. This was to prove a decisive turning point. All Eden's military and political experience warned him against Musketeer Revise, and he argued against it with great vehemence and, according to one of the chiefs, with considerable rudeness and anger. Indeed, he had much to be angry about. For with the troops, aircraft, and ships mobilized, and after weeks of the most intensive planning that any officer involved could recall, which by contrast made the wartime exercises seem leisurely, the whole plan was to be totally changed. Why? Eden kept demanding, to which he simply got the reply that the chiefs of staff had changed their minds. If Monckton had been a different kind of defense minister, he would have been asking the same questions, but even Head was acquiescent to the new advice. Everything about Musketeer, Revise, was wrong, except that its sole purpose was to seize the canal, which both politically and militarily made some sense. It meant that all the planning had been wasted, that it would all have to start again from the beginning, and that the original purpose had been lost. As Eden recognized, rightly the French would be incensed, and the result could only be further delays, with the consequent reduction of real pressure upon Nasser. But even Churchill at the height of his power would have hesitated to overrule his senior defense ministers and chiefs of staff and force commanders on a matter of such magnitude, and there was the personal factor that whereas Eden regarded Stockwell as prickly and temperamental, he liked and respected Cately, who was the commander-in-chief and one of the principal authors, almost certainly the author of Musketeer Revise. Thus, against all his inclinations and experience, and with great reluctance and unhappiness, Eden felt he had to accept the military advice. He was not to realize that the chiefs of staff were to let him down again. The Egypt Committee accepted Musketeer Revise on the 10th September. As one of the senior military planners remarked, without originality, it was back to the drawing board. The committee also decided that as the Egyptian government would be incapable of running the canal without the European pilots, they would no longer be advised to stay at their posts. Further economic pressures were discussed. Now, over a month had elapsed since Nasser's action. Large numbers of British reservists had been recalled. Merchant ships either requisitioned or marked down for requisition. The Mediterranean fleet substantially augmented. Huge quantities of stores, equipment, and ammunition conveyed to places convenient for the main southern England ports. And anyone rising early could see columns of military vehicles now painted in an unfamiliar sand color filling the roads. In Malta, Dom Mintoff, no friend of Britain, kept his Labour Party friends in Britain closely informed on the state of readiness there. Eden became so concerned about open press reports of movements that he made a personal appeal to newspaper owners and editors, but what could not be concealed was the mounting restiveness in the armed forces, especially among the reservists. They had returned to the colors with great enthusiasm, and regular units were pressing to be included in the operation, but as the weeks passed and nothing appeared to be happening, the mood changed. This was also very evident in the press and in the Conservative Party in Britain. In France, impatience had developed into intense frustration. The French wanted Nasser smashed militarily as quickly as possible, and were not much troubled about the legal or moral niceties, a mood exactly reflected in Israel. While the British, pressured by the Americans and with increasing doubts within the cabinet, hesitated and appeared to the French to be dithering, exasperation grew in Paris. The unilateral abandonment of Musketeer for Musketeer Revised by the British was merely another source of grievance and worse to the French, but even before this they had begun to look elsewhere for more resolute and more ruthless allies. The first intimation that France was interested in coordinated action with Israel against Egypt reached us on September 1, 1956, Moshe Dayan has written. Ben-Gurion was present, and he instructed me to reply that in principle we were prepared to cooperate. If what was required from us was only intelligence on Egypt's armed forces, this information would be furnished by the office of our military attaché. If the French had in mind the participation of the Israeli army in military action, the Minister of Defense was prepared to send me to Paris to discuss it. Although these were only exploratory talks between Israeli and French military representatives, they marked a crucial new dimension in the crisis, and one which the British knew nothing about. The position of the British government had now become acutely difficult. At home, it was under increasing criticism both from those who wanted rapid military action and from those who wanted none at all. There was a distinct drop in morale in the armed forces. Unpleasant accusations from the right wing of the Conservative Party and its press, disquieting noises from several Commonwealth countries, and discordant but certainly unhelpful warnings and proposals from the United States, where the presidential campaign was now being conducted in earnest. But Dulles had thrown in another idea. While on a weekend break at his retreat on Lake Ontario, he had brooded upon the Suez situation and returned with a proposal for a Suez Canal Users Association, whereby the users would employ their own pilots, pay the skiway, which would pass on to the Egyptians what they considered a fair share. These proposals were handed to Makins on 4 September. Eden was, understandably, astonished, asking Makins if Dulles was really serious. Makins replied that he was, but the more Eden looked at it, the more attracted he was, particularly by the fact that canal dues would go not to Nasser but to the Users Association. If the United States were to participate fully, and it was, after all, an American plan, not only would Nasser's revenue be reduced so drastically from the canal as to be minimal, but the reality of control would be removed from Egyptian hands. The Suez Canal Company would simply now be called the Suez Canal Users Association. Although the French, still calling for action, were skeptical, Eden was very anxious to push this plan despite the reservations of Lloyd and Macmillan, who saw it merely as a delaying device. Dulles certainly urged its merits very strongly upon Eisenhower and the French, whom he told that it had the full authority of the United States, and would be pressed by them upon the Egyptians if they refused. Economic sanctions could be imposed. It is very easy to see why Eden was so attracted. If Nasser had accepted, it would have been a virtually total climb down and have made a mockery of nationalization. It was for this very reason that it was a ludicrous proposal. It repudiated the 18-nation proposals, with its emphasis upon agreement with Nasser, and it wholly ignored the crucial issues of sovereignty and jurisdiction. It had become a technical, not a political problem, to be resolved by these means. Nasser was for once wholly justified when he pointed out that it is impossible to have two bodies to regulate navigation through the canal, and he commented caustically on the likelihood of the British accepting a Port of London Users Association, which would pay the British what it deemed appropriate. On 11 September, Lloyd informed a full cabinet that the Menzies mission had failed, but that although the United States was strongly opposed to military action and reference to the United Nations, it now favored the Users Association which he described. Macmillan said that it was unlikely that effective international control over the canal could be secured without the use of force. He regarded the establishment of the Users Organization as a step towards the ultimate use of force. It would not in itself provide a solution. It should, however, serve to bring the issue to a head. This was of great importance from the point of view of the national economy. If we could achieve a quick and satisfactory settlement of the issue, confidence in sterling would be restored, but if a settlement was long delayed, the cost and the uncertainty would undermine our financial position. He therefore hoped that Parliament could be persuaded to give the government a mandate to take all necessary steps, including the use of force, to secure a satisfactory settlement of this problem. But Monckton, showing his true colors for the first time, wholly disagreed. He saw the possibility that the Nasser regime could be overthrown by means short of war, and that any premature recourse to force, especially without the support and approval of the United States, was likely to precipitate disorder throughout the Middle East, and to alienate a substantial body of public opinion in this country and elsewhere throughout the world. Kilmuir and Salisbury argued that if the Egyptians rejected the association proposal, the use of force was not inconsistent with the UN Charter. Butler remarked that the Conservative Party in the House of Commons would be ready to support the use of force if they were satisfied that all practicable steps had been taken, without success, to secure a settlement by peaceful means. But in spite of Monckton's intervention, the cabinet agreed with Eden that every reasonable effort must be made to restore international control by peaceful means, but that if these should fail, we should be justified in the last resort in using force to restore the situation. It would be a difficult exercise of judgment to decide when the point had been reached when recourse must be made to more forceful measures. With this, there was no disagreement. There had been intense telegraphic communications between London and Washington, in which the precise form of words to be employed in the statements to be made in each capital was discussed and agreed. But although the State Department and the Foreign Office seemed to be clear about exactly what was to be said, Eisenhower held a press conference on the 11th, at which he was asked if the United States would support Britain and France if they had to resort to force, to which he replied, "I don't know exactly what you mean by backing them. As you know, this country will not go to war ever while I am occupying my present post, unless the Congress is called into session and Congress declares such a war. And the only exception to that would be in the case of unexpected and unwarranted attack on this nation, where self-defense itself would dictate some quick response while you call Congress into action." The full text of this statement was not available in London until after the cabinet meeting, and its full impact and importance were not immediately appreciated. Eden subsequently, and indeed for the rest of his life, considered that his acceptance of SQUA was the greatest mistake of his career, for which he reproached himself greatly. He was certainly shaken when, on the morning of 12 September, Selwyn Lloyd, having seen what Eisenhower, of the TUC General Counsel Charles Geddes, and its International Committee. Gateskill was fully aware of the fact that they spoke for many trade unionists. Gateskill's biographer repeatedly claimed a complete consistency in Gateskill's position. The reality, and it is no disparagement of Gateskill at all to say so, is that he had to react to changing circumstances and to the changing balance of opinion within his shadow cabinet and his parliamentary party. It was only gradually that his own personal leadership began to emerge, but meanwhile he was an uneasy leader of a divided labor movement. This changed mood was very clear when the House of Commons met on 12 September. The Labour Party had expected Eden to announce a reference to the Security Council following Nasser's rejection of the Menzies mission. The Suez Group was hoping for the announcement of military action. What they got was the announcement of the Users Association. Up to this point, after Eden had given a calm review of the course of the crisis and the grave issue involved, he had received a quiet and serious hearing. The details of the association, he said, had yet to be worked out, but he could give a broad outline. The Users Association will employ pilots, will undertake responsibility for coordination of traffic through the canal, and in general will act as a voluntary association for the exercise of the rights of Suez Canal owners. The Egyptian authorities will be requested to cooperate in maintaining the maximum flow of traffic through the canal, but I must make it clear that if the Egyptian government should seek to interfere, Mr. Harold Davies, deliberate provocation, the Prime Minister, with the operations of the association, or refuse to extend to it the essential minimum of cooperation, then that government will once again be in breach of the 1888 Convention. I must remind the House that what I am saying is the result of exchanges of views between three governments. In that event, Her Majesty's government and others concerned will be free to take such further steps. Mr. S.O. Davies, what do you mean by that? The Prime Minister, as seemed to be required. Mr. E.S.O. Davies, you are talking about war. The Prime Minister, either through the United Nations or by other means, for the assertion of their rights. Eden ended his speech to a thunderous conservative ovation and opposition tumult. Gaitskell, who had known nothing about the Users Association beforehand, protested at the clear threat in Eden's speech, demanded a pledge not to use force contrary to the Charter, and called for more negotiation. Unworkable, and that the British should go to the Security Council, but it was too late. The Cabinet had endorsed SCUA, the House of Commons was reassembling, the debate was to open in a few hours. The exact phrasing had been agreed with Washington. Lloyd's doubts were too late for practical politics, time was pressing, and at long last it seemed that the Americans had grasped the situation. But the fault did not lie with Eden. It was the American plan, and the exact agreed words between London and Washington were these: I must make it clear that if the Egyptian government should seek to interfere with the operation of the association or refuse to extend to it the essential minimum of cooperation, then that government will once more be in breach of the Convention of 1888. In that event, Her Majesty's government and others concerned will be free to take such further steps as seem to be required either through the United Nations or by other means for the assertion of their rights. This was the agreement, as the telegrams make plain. There was no doubt or ambiguity. These were the precise words to be used in Washington, London, and Paris. While ministers, especially the Egypt Committee, grappled with the increasingly complex situation, there were conflicting impressions of opposition attitudes. Bevan had emerged as strong a denunciator of Nasser as Gaitskell, the latter recording after a shadow cabinet meeting that Bevan was in no doubt about Nasser being a thug, about the need for international control. But on 24th August, Gaitskell had given Dulles the clear impression that half the country would not support the use of force and instead favored international control, without describing how this might be achieved in the face of Nasser's intransigence. In an interview in the Manchester Guardian at the end of the month, Gaitskell said that Nasser is an ambitious military dictator, but so far what he has done does not justify armed retaliation. What he now proposed, somewhat oddly, was that the West should boycott the canal if Nasser refused to negotiate on the London proposals, a line he had also taken with Dulles. What he had in mind was alternative pipelines and transport, and increased American supplies of oil to Western Europe, which ignored the immediacy of the problem, as well as the other implications of Nasser's success. Gaitskell's position was complicated by the fact that his left, and the traditional pacifist element in his party, had now strongly reacted against his own early line, and that of Morrison, whereas Morrison was seeing Eden regularly to give him his strong support, which was echoed by the President. Speed, MG-10, White House. How Eisenhower had failed to grasp the implications of Dulles-Squay proposals is unfathomable, but he was appalled by the clear threat implied in Eden's speech. Dulles accordingly called an immediate press conference in which he dissociated the United States from every aspect of SCUA that had made it so attractive to the British. The most damaging remark was that, if opposed, American ships would not shoot their way through the canal, a phrase of great vividness but quite irrelevant. The most remarkable feature of this performance was that Dulles had faithfully read out the agreed statement, in exactly the terms used by Eden in the Commons, but it was in answer to supplementary questions that Dulles caused such chaos. We do not intend to shoot our way through. It may be we have the right to do it, but we don't intend to do it as far as the United States is concerned. I do not recall just exactly what Sir Anthony Eden said on this point. I did not get the impression that there was any undertaking or pledge given by him to shoot their way through the canal. As Eden later wrote, it would be hard to imagine a statement more likely to cause the maximum Allied disunity and disarray. Eisenhower later in his memoirs derided SCUA and remarked that any thought of using force almost ridiculous. But the fact was that he had endorsed the SCUA initiative and then pulled back, leaving the British Prime Minister stranded. In the unhappily long saga of Anglo-American duplicity, this ranks very high. What Dulles and Eisenhower had done was to wreck SCUA and put the British government, in the middle of a major parliamentary debate, in a desperate position. Once again, Anglo-American unity was seen to be at best tenuous, and Eden's reaction to Dulles' performance was understandably sulphurous, a reaction in which he was joined by a substantial majority of the Conservative Party and press. Even a hostile commentator like Paul Johnson described it as a double cross, and his biographer has nothing to say for Dulles at all except complete denigration. In Hoop's words, insisted on playing the leading role in formulating the international authority and SCUA plans, and he ardently advocated their adoption by his allies. The readiness of those allies to accept and pursue the proposals rested heavily on the supposition that the United States was a serious party at interest. Moreover, by any objective reckoning, Neither plan was realizable without concerted Western pressure, and probably not without resort to force. Yet Dulles showed no hesitancy in backing away from all such implications after his allies, at his urging, were publicly committed. He insisted, in short, on total control, but very limited responsibility, was now trapped by it. With perhaps excessive loyalty to the United States, almost saintly in the circumstances, William Clark was instructed by Eden to tell the press that SCUA was a British proposal, although slyly adding that it had a foster father. The Commons debate resumed on the 13th with confusion on the Tory benches and much passion on the Labour side. From the Conservatives, a former Attorney General Sir Lionel Heald called for reference to the Security Council before a resort to force. Gateskill demanded of Lloyd an assurance to this effect, which in view of the commitment to Dulles Lloyd could not give. When Eden wound up the debate, Gateskill demanded whether the British would shoot their way through the canal, to which Eden replied that if Egypt rejected SCUA, the matter would be referred to the Security Council. The debate ended with votes which the government won by majorities of 70 and 71. It had been, as Lloyd wrote with understatement, acrimonious. The apparent consensus of early August had collapsed, so had British and French governmental confidence in the administration of the United States. If it had been, in the House of Commons terms, one of the worst days a modern British government has had to endure, it also marked a new low point in Anglo-American relations. Eden was optimistic enough to write to Churchill on the 10th September that the Americans seem very firmly lined up with us on internationalism. The BBC is exasperating me by leaning over backwards to be what they call neutral and to present both sides of the case, by which I suppose they mean our countries and the dancing majors. But on 21st September, he reported to Churchill that I am not very happy at the way things are developing here, but we are struggling hard to keep a firm and united front in these critical weeks. Firm is even more important than united. Foster assures me that us is as determined to deal with Nasser as we are, but I fear he has a mental caveat about November 6th. We cannot accept that. If the British were angered, as they were, by American perfidy, for the French this further betrayal confirmed everything they had suspected about the Americans' resolution and good faith, and they were indignant with the British for having persuaded them to go along with this farce. Nasser rejected SCUA out of hand, and brought in pilots from Yugoslavia, Russia, Greece, and East Germany to assist the Egyptians, who had succeeded in putting through as many ships a day as before nationalization. The British and French had been humiliated again. There is a profound unreality about the further deliberations of the 18 nations when they met again in Lancaster House on 19 September to discuss the corpse of SCUA, which Dulles insisted was still alive. But in his speech, Dulles further bewildered the British and French by declaring, "We all want a world in which force is not used." True, but that is only one side of the coin. If you have a world in which force is not used, you have also got to have a world in which a just solution of problems of this sort can be achieved. I do not care how many words are written into the Charter of the United Nations about not using force, if in fact there is not a substitute for force, and some way of getting just solutions of some of these problems, inevitably the world will fall back again into anarchy and into chaos. Dulles remained firmly against reference to the UN at the beginning, but under pressure wobbled again. In private discussions with Selwyn Lloyd, he said it was imperative that Nasser should lose, but that a war would make him a hero. There should be economic measures, such as refusing to buy Egyptian cotton, discouragement of tourism, switching purchases of oil, and making use of Jewish bankers. Lloyd described this as a rather fatuous little homily, but SCUA was still technically breathing. Difficulties did arise about what it was to be called. Lloyd's entertaining account should not be omitted from this somber chronicle. It had first been called Casu. That turned out to be a dirty word in Portuguese. Various other combinations were tried. Almost all of them meant something revolting, usually in Turkish. Eventually, SCUA survived all tests, and the Suez Canal Users Association came into being. Truly has it been often remarked that tragedy and farce are close companions. By this stage, the Anglo-French position had become hapless. Dulles' performances had persuaded many, including Nasser, that the Americans were not in reality believers in their own idea, and Dulles' continued hostility to referring the matter to the Security Council exasperated Eden, who decided that the British and French must retrieve the initiative. So on 23 September, the request was made. Macmillan was in America at this time, attending a meeting of the International Monetary Fund. He found Eisenhower relaxed and anti-Nasser, preoccupied with his RE to election campaign. But Dulles was indignant about the Security Council reference. The result was that the United States voted not only for the British item on the agenda, but also for an Egyptian item that denounced the Anglo-French military precautions as a threat to international peace. There was the additional problem that the French, while agreeing to go along, considered the UN reference futile. Although Molay contemplated the remote possibility of a peaceful settlement, Pinot gave Eden and Lloyd the clear impression when they met the French leaders in Paris on 26 September that there must be military action before the end of October, and that the French were not interested in any other solution. Meanwhile, the Israelis were becoming incensed at continued murderous Fedayeen raids from Jordan. On top of this, Dulles held another press conference on 2nd October, the day Lloyd arrived in New York, in which he said that the United States cannot be expected to identify herself 100% either with colonial powers or the powers uniquely concerned with the problem of getting independence as rapidly and as fully as possible. These and other comments again seem to concede the Egyptian claim that this was a purely colonial problem. Next, when asked if Squaw's teeth were being pulled, Dulles said that, "I know of no teeth, there were no teeth in it so far as I am aware." Dulles apologized to Makins on the following morning, but Eden and Lloyd were incensed, Lloyd later remarking that it was just as well that he did not see Dulles until 5 October. This was a bad meeting, Pino also being present. Eisenhower, Dulles said, was against war and the use of force, but then he agreed that it was right to keep its potential use in being. He also said, as Lloyd reported, that if attempts to secure a peaceful solution at the Security Council failed, then it would be permissible to use force as an alternative. The Security Council debates that began on 5 October followed a foreseeable pattern, and in the private sessions, the Egyptian Dr. Fawzi was studiously vague. Menon arrived with his own proposals, and absolutely no progress was being made. This did not prevent Eisenhower from telling the press that progress was most gratifying, and that there is a very real prayer of thanksgiving, whereas all that had been achieved was an inchoate agreement to use the Anglo-French 6 principles, which included respect for Egyptian sovereignty, free and open passage through the canal, its insulation from the politics of one country, and provision for arbitration in any disputes as a basis for negotiation. Dulles explained away the president's statement to Lloyd that no one should take election speeches too seriously. Not surprisingly, Fawzi quoted Eisenhower's words with much satisfaction, as did Radio Cairo, while the American press, briefed by the U.S. mission to the UN, was well informed about the rift between the Allies. When the resolution came for a vote, that part setting out the 6 principles was agreed to, that part calling on Egypt to conform to them was vetoed by the Russians. The French considered that. This justified all their skepticism about the UN. Lloyd believed that something had been achieved, and that the British had been seen to be negotiating in good faith. In London, there was exasperation and much caustic comment on the futility of international organizations, which was hardly fair on Dag Hammarskjöld, the UN Secretary-General, but it was a view widely shared in and out of the government. Meanwhile, the French, their cynicism about the UN and doubts about British resolution amply confirmed, had turned elsewhere. Suez, the crisis. The secret discussions between the French and the Israelis on how to remove Nasser were initiated by the French, now intensely frustrated with the British as regards both purpose and timing. On both matters, Ben-Gurion agreed with them, but the immediate Israeli concern was the steady increase in raids from across the Jordan border, which they were determined to respond to. This demonstrated how real was Eden's fear of a major Jordanian-Israeli conflict, as Ben-Gurion himself fully appreciated. The British were very serious about Jordan, and after an Israeli foray against an Arab Legion post, during which there was hard fighting and many casualties, the British response was a communication in such severe terms that Ben-Gurion became justifiably concerned. He did not share the general Israeli view that Eden was pro-Arabist and anti-Israel. He did appreciate the importance that Eden attached to British links with Jordan and Iraq. The stern British warning was heeded. Ben-Gurion was not interested in invading Jordan or in capturing the Suez Canal, the Gaza Strip, or the Sinai Peninsula. What he was very interested in was control of the west coast of the Gulf of Aqaba and the Straits of Tiran, thereby making Eilat a major port to further his dream of the development of the Negev. Border raids from Jordan would be retaliated against, but so long as Jordan did not support Egypt militarily and allow the Iraqi army to use Jordanian territory, there would be no major action against Jordan. The next stage of the Paris negotiations involved Foreign Minister Golda Meir, Transport Minister Moshe Carmel, the Director General of the Defense Ministry Shimon Peres, and Dayan. Ben-Gurion was worried about the United States and very suspicious about the British, and when the Israeli delegation met Pinot, Bourges-Montnery, and other senior French representatives on the 30th September, it was made clear by Pinot that this was exactly the view of the French. Eden, Pinot told the Israelis, was in favor of military action, but others in Britain were not, preferring a policy of passively waiting for some miracle. There was the additional point that the French coalition government was becoming tense and fragile. Military advisors were alarmed at the prospect of a winter campaign. Ministers were apprehensive of the political consequences of further delay. It was made plain by the French to the Israelis that they wished to accelerate the matter. Pinot then made a key point, which led to what can rightly be called the turning point in the Suez saga, that under the 1954 Anglo to Egyptian treaty, the British had the right to return to the Canal Zone in an emergency, so that war between Israel and Egypt could provide Britain with a juridical pretext to put her army back in the Canal Zone. But Pinot also told the Israelis that if Britain drew back, as seemed to him very possible, the only alternative was a French-Israeli plan of military action. The Israelis remained worried about Britain's close links with Jordan and about the likely reactions of the Americans and the Soviet Union. The French believed, on their British information, that Dulles would be acquiescent, and that a relatively short campaign would preclude Soviet intervention, but they emphasized that these were judgments, not certainties. What worried them most was that they did not have suitable bombing aircraft, which the British did, and they proposed that the Israelis open the campaign in the hope and expectation that the British would join in later. The Israelis very reasonably found this an unattractive proposition, not least because Ben-Gurion strongly doubted whether the French could or would act militarily with Israel without the British. Nonetheless, detailed military discussions were held. The Israelis' plan was that they themselves should be responsible for destroying Egyptian forces in the Sinai to the east of the canal, while the French should eliminate the airfields west of it and seize the canal itself. But when the French also spoke of taking Cairo, the Israelis were unenthusiastic. The Israeli purposes were to be strictly limited. In Dayan's words, "We too would have wished to see Nasser replaced by a new regime in Egypt, which would establish peaceful relations with Israel. But this was not an integral ingredient of our military objective, as it was for the French and British. In capturing Sinai, we would gain our objectives even if Nasser remained in power." This was indeed a fundamental difference of purpose, but Dayan was highly attracted by the opportunities offered by French-Israeli action even without the British. On their return to Israel, fortified also by French assurances on the delivery of new equipment, Dayan and his officers began to formulate their plans. There was one particularly important moment. The Israelis asked how long it would take them to reach the canal, replied that it would be achieved within 5 to 7 days. The French were incredulous, and when later. Informed of this, so were the British. Their assessment was at least 2 weeks. Much was to hinge upon this miscalculation, equal to the French, and in this they had Israeli support. Also brought forward the possibility of creating a pretext for action, such as sending an Israeli ship to seek passage through the canal and thereby courting a hostile Egyptian response. Ben-Gurion would have none of this, telling those around him that he was not interested in any contrived casus belli of this nature. Ben-Gurion's apprehensions remained, particularly about the air aspect. If the French could not use Cyprus, they would have to operate from Israeli bases, and thus Israel itself would be subject to air attack. His judgment was now moving towards rejecting Israeli participation, but Dayan was vehemently in favor of the plan. Ben-Gurion pressed the French on the later stages of the campaign and after, to which the French had no answers, giving the Israelis the clear impression that they wanted action as soon as possible to recover the canal and would deal with the consequences later. Ben-Gurion's doubts were not assuaged. For Israel, defeat or even partial victory could have grave, and even fatal, results, and the stakes were terribly high. Eventually, Ben-Gurion agreed that the talks on operational planning and equipment with the French could continue, but without the British involvement, the project looked and was immensely hazardous, politically even more than militarily. The French returned to Paris on 5 October, with much agreement at the military level, although much less at the political. But another crucial step had been taken. Even Ben-Gurion had not said that the project was impossible or too perilous to contemplate seriously, and Dayan proceeded with his planning. Then, on 10 October, the Israelis launched their major attack on a Jordanian police fort with a diversionary assault. Both were successful, but the Arab Legion fought back hard, and the British, presented with the specter of the Anglo-Jordanian Treaty, had reacted strongly. Thus, at this point, there was no British involvement in the developing Franco-Israeli plot. The strain of the crisis was beginning to tell upon almost everyone closely involved, particularly upon the Prime Minister and all at Downing Street. Parliament had been in session for much of the year before Nasser seized the canal, and ordinary members of Parliament could thankfully disperse for rest early in August, but ministers and senior military and civil officials could not, although some drew a certain consolation that August proved to be an especially bleak, wet, and miserable month. Eden had had an exhausting year of very varied fortune and tension, and, even if he had been in entirely good health, he deserved and needed some rest this he. Furthermore, he took upon himself a disproportionately heavy physical and emotional proportion of the burden. Throughout his life, Eden had always publicly dismissed his recurrent afflictions, and even in private maintained a fierce hostility to surrendering. Also, he had always had a remarkable capacity for resilience after illness and an eagerness to return to normal working and activity, often before it was wise. But he had not realized fully how the failed 1953 operation had made him vulnerable. On 21st August, there had been an ominous warning. Felt rather wretched after a poor night. Awoke 3.30 onwards with pain. Had to take pethidine in the end. Appropriately, the doctors came. Kling was more optimistic than Horace. We are to try a slightly different regime. Agreed no final decision until a holiday had given me a chance to decide in good health. A holiday, apart from a day or two snatched in Wiltshire, was out of the question. The final decision related to the possibility of another operation or a drastic change of treatment if the abdominal pain returned. It did. On 7th September, Eden wrote, "A fair night, sleep at least uninterrupted, but not long 5 hours." On this occasion, he did not call the doctors and successfully concealed his discomfort, but the heavy strain was beginning to have its effect. and it was after this bad night that he had had his vitally important meetings with the chiefs of staff, Monckton and Cately, about more changes to Musketeer Revise. Eden was not enthusiastic, but was eventually persuaded by Cately in a private meeting between the two of them later in the day that it was essential. To political strains, which were acute, with constant meetings and discussions, delayed meals, and physical pressures, there were also personal worries. Clarissa Eden was unwell, and it was while he was visiting her at the beginning of October at University College Hospital on a Friday afternoon that Eden suddenly felt freezing cold and began to shake uncontrollably with a violent fever. The doctors were summoned, and he was put to bed in a room close to his wife's. His temperature rose to 106 degrees until the fever responded to treatment. He was allowed to leave on the Monday, feeling much refreshed by my rest, as he later wrote. This was deceptive. As Eden was to learn, these violent fevers, which were the direct result of the 1953 operation, were short-lasting, but, although they left him feeling surprisingly well after treatment, even exhilarated, they were profoundly weakening and then caused bouts of lassitude against which Eden fought irritably. Perhaps wrongly, the doctors considered that. Dr. Kling, an eminent American general practitioner. Colleagues positively wanted a war, he positively did not, but he clung to the last resort formula without at any time truly specifying exactly what it was. It was, accordingly, with much relief that he left defense, and the true causes were carefully and successfully concealed. Indeed, it hardly caused a ripple. This event gave Eden the chance he had privately long sought to appoint Head, who as war minister had been closely involved from the beginning and who was an enthusiast rather than a doubter. He also had youthful ardor and health and practical military experience, all of which Monckton had conspicuously lacked. One can only conjecture how matters would have been different if he had been in command from the outset. Communications between Eden and Eisenhower had slowed down in September, but Eden was so encouraged by the discussion between Macmillan and the President that he wrote on 1 October, enclosing a warning letter from Bulganin, that small wars can turn into big wars. Eden declared, "There is no doubt in our minds that Nasser, whether he likes it or not, is now effectively in Russian hands, just as Mussolini was in Hitler's. It would be as ineffective to show weakness to Nasser now in order to placate him as it was to show weakness to Mussolini. The only result was, and would be, to bring the two together. No doubt your people will have told you of the accumulating evidence of Egyptian plots in Libya, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq. At any moment, any of these may be touched off unless we can prove to the Middle East that Nasser is losing. That is why we are so concerned to do everything we can to make the Users Club an effective instrument. If your ships under the Panamanian and Liberian flags would follow the example of those under your flag, that would greatly help. I feel sure that anything which you can say or do to show firmness to Nasser at this time will help the peace by giving the Russians pause." Eisenhower, in reply, remarked that Bulganin's letter was rather forbidding, and wholly agreed that it is clear that the Soviets are playing hard to gain a dominant position in the Near East area, and it is likely they have developed quite a hold on Nasser. This problem will probably remain with us whatever may be the result of the talks in New York. I know that Foster is working there closely with Selwyn Lloyd, and I deeply deplore the suggestions of the press both here and abroad that you and we are at cross purposes. I got a chance at this morning's press conference to say something on how much Britain and the British mean to us, DE. There were at the same time other cables and letters between the two, chiefly relating to the German purchase of British tanks, which did not take place, and to a proposed announcement on the conversion of British bombers for American nuclear bombs, which iteration of a number of sensitive issues, both in our domestic political situation and in our relations with other allies, which the proposed announcement might raise by domestic political situation. Eisenhower meant the presidential election. It would hardly look good for the peace candidate to agree to such an announcement. But although there is no hard evidence to confirm this supposition, it is my clear interpretation of Eden's eagerness to make such an announcement that he wished to cause both the Russians and the Egyptians deep concern and to emphasize the strength and depth of the Anglo-American military alliance. If this was the purpose, it did not work. Eisenhower's letter was a masterpiece of its kind, while applauding all public evidence of keeping before the world the high degree of cooperation and mutual confidence in the United States-United Kingdom relations, which is typified by our joint efforts in the military atomic field. He wished to hold in abeyance the proposal which was the subject of your letter, with the understanding that we would continue our study of the question, and that at a later date we might again examine the advisability of proceeding. There was, accordingly, no announcement of the kind Eden had proposed. In view of what you say, Eden cabled on 28 October, a quite remarkable delay in response to such an important message. I accept that we should leave this in abeyance for the time being. The curtness and delay in the reply speak volumes for Eden's disappointment and resentment at Eisenhower's reaction, but also for how their relationship had become so distant and cool. At the Conservative Party conference at Llandudno, there was considerable drama, and not only before the immediate audience and the television cameras. The debate on Suez was marked by two very different speeches, one of great courage against the prevailing temper and the government's policies by William Yates, MP for the Wrekin, and one fervently, indeed passionately, in favor of it by Nutting, which could only be described as highly belligerent and vehemently anti-Nasser. This speech was to have been given by Salisbury, but he became suddenly unwell. Nutting later claimed that he had been instructed to make the speech at the direct order of Downing Street, and that when he spoke to Eden by telephone he was told, "You will be making bobbity, it round by special messenger, just get on the train and don't argue." Eden had no recollection of such a conversation, and in any event Salisbury's speech had not been cleared by the cabinet. Nutting then claimed that he and his private secretary toned down Salisbury's draft, although it remained a very combative piece of prose. Other accounts tell a very different story. Heath recalls Nutting saying to him gleefully, "This is Nutting's speech and Nutting's day," and that Nutting loved making the speech and the great applause it received. This was certainly the clear impression not only of everyone there, but of those who watched it on television, and Nutting's performance lacked nothing in fire and fervor. Anything less than an unhappy and reluctant man reading out someone else's speech would have been difficult to imagine. Eden wrote in 1967, "I was not conscious of opposition on Nutting's part to the policies which the government were pursuing until some date after the party conference, where he delivered Lord Salisbury's speech. I would hardly have asked him to make that speech had I any such premonition, for clearly it needed to be delivered by somebody who believed in it. Nor, as I recall, did the author show any reluctance to make this speech. On the contrary, he showed some reluctance to have it attributed to Lord Salisbury. Mr. Edward Heath can confirm this. Lennox Boyd's account is contained in a memorandum to Nutting of June 20th, 1967. A copy of Lord Salisbury's speech was also given to Mr. Allen Lennox Boyd. He arrived in Llandudno earlier than Mr. Nutting, for whom he left a message to contact him at whatever time he arrived, however late. Mr. Nutting called on him late in the evening, and they discussed the speech. In this conversation he made no comments to Lord Boyd which made him think that Mr. Nutting was anything but in agreement with the sentiments he was proposing to expound. On Eden's return from the conference on 14 October, the French acting foreign minister, Albert Gézier, and General Maurice Challe, a deputy chief of staff of the French Air Force, came to see Eden at Chequers at Molet's urgent request. Nutting was present as Lloyd was still in New York. Challe set out the plan. Israel would be encouraged to attack Egypt across the Sinai. The British and French would give them enough time to defeat the Egyptians and then demand that both sides withdraw from the canal to allow the Anglo-French forces to occupy it. Eden was non-committal, and Lloyd, when informed of the plan, initially hostile, but Lloyd had only just flown from New York. They flew to Paris on 16 October. This meeting took place without officials present, not even the ambassador Gladwin Jebb, who was at the time deeply resentful at his exclusion. Molet and Eden continued to prefer a peaceful settlement on satisfactory terms, which still emphatically included an effective international authority to control the canal. As this was clearly not possible, and disillusionment with Squaw and the Americans was so strong, they turned to alternatives. The French thought that the Israelis would attack Egypt, but did not reveal to Eden and Lloyd the extent of their discussions with them. But when the question was directly put to Eden, if the Israelis did attack Egypt and the canal was threatened, would the Anglo-French force intervene? He replied that he thought the answer was yes, but that he would have to consult the cabinet. Eden's caution over the Challe plan had been genuine, but at some point, and on this his papers do not give the answer, he became converted to it. At the cabinet on 18 October, however, the minutes do not confirm Lloyd's later account that Eden had told his colleagues the full story and sought and received their approval for the plan. Nor is it at all likely that the minutes are incorrect, as the plan itself was still remarkably vague. The French, however, were convinced that Eden had agreed and, no doubt with some exaggeration over Eden's enthusiasm, put the plan to the Israelis. Dayan's account is accurate. The first paragraph stated that Britain and France would demand of both Egypt and Israel that they retire from the canal area, and if one side refused, Anglo-French forces would intervene to ensure the smooth operation of the canal. The purpose of this paragraph was to provide the legal, political, and moral justification for the invasion of Egypt by Britain and France. The second paragraph declared that the British would not go to the aid of Egypt if war broke out between her and Israel. But this was not the case as regards Jordan, with whom Britain had a valid defense treaty. The French strongly emphasized to the Israelis that Britain would join the campaign only if she could appear as an intermediary, as one who restored order. Not surprisingly, Ben-Gurion's suspicions were not reduced, but he agreed to fly to Paris with Paris, Dayan, and the head of Dayan's bureau, Mordecai Bar-On. After an extremely long and difficult flight, they arrived at the Villa Coublé military airfield outside Paris on 22 October. The meeting place was a villa at Sèvres, on the outskirts of the city, the home of an eminent French family, the Bonnier de la Chapelle. The French participants were Mollet, Pinault, and Bourges-Monori. Discussions were long, somewhat confused, and at times almost acrimonious. Ben-Gurion set forward a comprehensive solution of the entire Middle East question, involving inter alia the partition of Jordan, whereas the French were interested only in the immediate military problem. This, they insisted, was immediate indeed. There was no doubt about French resolve, but the longer the crisis continued, the more difficult was Eden's position in Britain, while Nasser's links with the Russians grew daily stronger. The weather was bound to deteriorate, the Americans were involved in their presidential elections, and the Russians were experiencing severe difficulties in Eastern Europe. The Anglo-French forces could not be kept much longer in a state of readiness. Action would have to be taken soon, or not at all. Ben-Gurion, obsessed with his comprehensive solution, was not persuaded. Dayan was eager to be involved in any joint military operation against Egypt and could see all the advantages. Ben-Gurion could see the perils. His concerns and his demands rose. The 17-hour flight had been exhausting for the Israelis, but Ben-Gurion, although far older than his compatriots, was fresh and alert. He wanted solid guarantees and objectives wider than the destruction of Nasser. Pinot reiterated the plan. Israel would start military operations against Egypt, which she was fully entitled to do. Britain and France would then issue an ultimatum to Egypt and Israel demanding their withdrawal from the Canal area. When Egypt refused, the Royal Air Force would destroy the Egyptian Air Force and airfields, and the Anglo-French force would seize the canal. At 7 p.m., Selwyn Lloyd arrived at Sèvres, somewhat shaken by having been narrowly involved in a serious car accident while being driven from Paris. First, he met the French. Pinot told Lloyd that the Israelis had decided to attack the Egyptians, which they had every right to do, but they needed British and French air support. This certainly reflected Dayan's views, but not Ben-Gurion's. Dayan's portrayal of Lloyd was bleak. Britain's foreign minister may well have been a friendly man, pleasant, charming, amiable. If so, he showed near genius in concealing these virtues. His manner could not have been more antagonistic. His whole demeanor expressed distaste for the place, the company, and the topic. This opinion was fully shared by the other participants, who rightly considered that Lloyd was wholly a cold unconvinced by his mission and was personally unattractive stick, as one has described him. Dayan. The story of my life, p. 180. Lloyd's recollection was of a room of people asleep. One young man was snoring loudly in an armchair. Ben-Gurion himself looked far from well, seemed to be in a rather aggressive mood, indicating or implying that the Israelis had no reason to believe in anything that a British minister might say. Lloyd had only one official with him, one of his private secretaries. Lloyd has given his account of what then happened, of which there is notas, yet another British version available. A very detailed account was written by Bar-On at the time, but on Ben-Gurion's insistence, honored by his successors, it has never been published nor made available to anyone outside a very limited circle. Ben-Gurion was a strange man, but he was a man of his word. He later assured Eden personally that, so far as the state of Israel was concerned, what happened at Sèvres was a secret, and would always remain so. And so, officially, it has remained. Lloyd spoke in a somewhat unattractive, hectoring manner familiar to those who knew him better than the Israelis. He intimated that agreement with the Egyptians over the 6 principles was close, but the problem was that it would strengthen Nasser, and what was now proposed was an Israeli attack, to reach the canal within 48 hours, on which the British would, with the French, issue their ultimatum to both sides. If the Egyptians rejected it, the Anglo-French attack would be launched, the canal seized, and Nasser overthrown. Little of this attracted Ben-Gurion, but Dayan was enthusiastic. His account, verified by other sources, is that Selwyn Lloyd was not shocked. He did not even seem surprised at my plan. He simply urged that our military action not be a small-scale encounter, but a real act of war, otherwise there would be no justification for the British ultimatum, and Britain would appear in the eyes of the world as an aggressor. To this, Lloyd insisted Britain could not agree, for she has friends, like the Scandinavian countries, who would not view with favor Britain starting a war. I did not dare glance at Ben-Gurion as Selwyn Lloyd uttered this highly original argument. I thought he would jump out of his skin. But he restrained his anger, though not his squirming, and all I heard was the scraping of his chair. The French were gloomy about the meeting, and Ben-Gurion very unimpressed about what he now called Dayan's plan. But at meetings with the Israelis on the following day, Lloyd having flown back to London late at night, the discussions turned more to timing than to principle. Ben-Gurion remained very doubtful and pessimistic. Dayan remained highly positive. When Dayan in Paris saw Pinot later in the day, it had. To Eden, when he returned on the afternoon of 24 October, Ben-Gurion had been persuaded by Dayan. The structure had been agreed, only the details remained to be settled. Pinot reported that the British had agreed to advance the timetable and that their ultimatum would include the demand that British and French forces enter the canal zone, so that Egyptian rejection would be a certainty. At 4.30, the British representatives Donald Logan and Patrick Dean arrived for the last act in the agreement. The meeting was long, and the Israelis adjourned at one point for their own discussions, Ben-Gurion being notably tense. This was not a matter to be decided orally or by a handshake among friends. Indeed, the atmosphere of mutual mistrust was not improved by the fact that the British had sent officials rather than ministers. Everyone insisted on a typed and signed agreement, especially Ben-Gurion. The Treaty of Sèvres was as follows. On the afternoon of October 29th, Israeli forces would launch a full-scale attack on the Egyptian forces. On October 30th, the British and French governments would appeal to Egypt for an absolute ceasefire, the withdrawal of forces to 10 miles from the canal, and acceptance of the temporary occupation of the key positions on the canal by Anglo-French forces. There would, simultaneously, be an appeal to the government of Israel for an absolute ceasefire and withdrawal of forces to 10 miles east of the canal. If either of the two governments rejected the appeal or failed to give its agreement within 12 hours, the Anglo-French forces would intervene. If the Egyptians refused, the Anglo-French forces would attack early on October 31st. Israel agreed not to attack Jordan, but if Jordan attacked Israel, the British would not go to Jordan's assistance, as the Anglo-Jordanian Treaty referred specifically to the defense of Jordan against Israeli attack. Israeli forces would seize the western shore of the Gulf of Aqaba and ensure control of the Gulf of Tiran. This is what happened. Lloyd subsequently claimed falsely that we had not asked Israel to take action. We had merely stated what would be our reaction if certain things happened. He also claimed that Logan and Dean had only signed the Severus document as a record of the discussion on which the three delegations would report. Furthermore, it was agreed which. Lloyd also omits to mention that there would be total official secrecy between the parties on what had been agreed. Not only then, but permanently. 24 Dean reported to a special meeting at Downing October. In addition to Eden, those present were Butler, Macmillan, Head, and Mountbatten. It was agreed that the plan would be recommended to the full cabinet on the following day. As always, Mountbatten willingly assented. Only when action actually began did he express his opposition, and then only feebly. The sequel was even more remarkable. Eden was dismayed that any written documents existed, and ordered Dean and Logan to return to Paris on the 25th to destroy the record. They were left for several hours by themselves, inside locked doors, in the Quai d'Orsay while the request was being considered. They were eventually told by Pinot that the request had been refused, and that in any event, a copy was already on its way to Israel. It did not require too much ingenuity to deduce that Pinot had been telephoning Tel Aviv. At Eden's insistence, the British copy of the protocol was sent from the Foreign Office to 10 Downing Street, and has not survived. The others have. It is very difficult for his biographer to be precise about the factors that pushed Eden from an absolutely legitimate position to what was perilously close to being an illegitimate one. Those who were closest to his thinking, Brooke, Kirkpatrick, and Head, are dead, and although Macmillan wholeheartedly supported virtually any means of bringing Nasser down, Eden did not confide in him any more than he did in Butler, who was loyal but doubtful and distant. Eden did not keep a diary at this time, and although his records are copious, they do not give the clue. We know that he was desperately worried about the almost daily evidence from intelligence sources of Nasser's increasing links with the Russians, his concern about Middle East stability and Western interests if this continued were genuine, and fully merited. He was acutely aware of the increasing puzzlement and boredom of the armed forces, especially those in Cyprus and Malta, and sensitive to the derisory cartoons in Punch and other journals about the grand old Anthony Eden. He had 10,000 men. He marched them up to the top of the hill and marched them down again. He knew of the conservative restlessness. The pressure from the French was constant. All these factors are clear and are understandable. To recall the reservists and call off the whole operation was never put forward once by a minister as a conceivable option, but Nasser's skillful refusal to do anything that would earn UN condemnation meant that no new casus belli existed. I must assume, and it is an assumption, that Eden felt he had exhausted the non-military routes to international control and the humiliation of Nasser, that time was rapidly passing, and that the new plan provided a way out of the dilemma that could be put forward to national and international. Peace, it was plainly, as he knew, a pretext for achieving the destruction of Nasser, but it was so obvious a pretext that one still wonders why he believed it would not be seen as such. Also, despite Dulles' contradictory signals and Menzies' fierce loyalty, he must have known that American reactions were more likely to be hostile than otherwise, as would be those of the bulk of the Commonwealth. He could have had no illusions at this stage of the probable reaction of the labor opposition, but what he did believe, and on this there is no doubt whatever, is that he would have the strong support of a significant majority of the British people who cared little for niceties and wanted Nasser toppled and our canal returned to its rightful owners. His almost mystical love affair with his countrymen was never so graphically demonstrated. He believed that the servicemen were eager to attack, as indeed they warraned that the British, like the French, were fed up with humiliations from megalomaniac tin-pot dictators. On this he was also right, although the majority was not to be as large as he believed it would be. And there was also his personal hatred for Nasser, which has often, and quite wrongly, been seen as the only motive for his actions. Whatever the final factors that made him take the course of becoming involved in the French-Israeli plan, and I'm sure they were a complex combination of many, once he took it, he knew there could be no turning back, and he seemed to become relieved and relaxed once it had been decided. He was certainly not suffering from the delusions of a sick man, as some have claimed. The calculations were fairly precise, but no one, least of all Macmillan, had foreseen the one catastrophic weakness in this exercise of realpolitik, which was not military, but political and economic. Eden had told the full cabinet on the 18th in general terms of his conversations with the French. He added that there were some signs that the Israelis might be preparing to make some military move. While we continue to seek an agreed settlement of the Suez dispute in pursuance of the resolution of the Security Council, it was possible that the issue might be brought more rapidly to a head as a result of military action by Israel against Egypt. Butler had been privately told by Lloyd what was probable, and he had given his support. This was, incidentally, the last cabinet attended by Monckton as Minister of Defense. But at the next meeting, on the 23rd, Eden told his colleagues, it now seemed unlikely that the Israelis would launch a full-scale attack against Egypt. The United Kingdom and French governments were thus confronted with a choice between an early military operation or a relatively prolonged negotiation. If the second course were followed, neither we nor the French could hope to maintain our military preparations in their present state of readiness. The French government were seriously concerned at this possibility and disposed to favor earlier military action. They would not, however, be in a position to take such action effectively unless we gave them facilities to operate from Cyprus, and it was possible that they might press us to grant those facilities. There was then a discussion about possible Egyptian proposals, and Lloyd said that he would not exclude the possibility that we might be able to reach, by negotiation with the Egyptians, a settlement which would give us the substance of our demand for effective international supervision of the canal. He saw no prospect of reaching such a settlement as would diminish Colonel Nasser's influence throughout the Middle East. The Prime Minister said that grave decisions would have to be taken by the Cabinet in the course of the next few days. For the present, however, the discussion could not be carried further until the attitude of the French government was more clearly known. At the Cabinet on the 24th October, Eden told his colleagues that the military operation which had been planned could not be held in readiness for many days longer, and he outlined the salient features of the plan without revealing what had been agreed at Sèvres. If a military operation had to be undertaken during the winter months, it would be similar in scope to that which had been planned for the summer, and it would have the same objectives. The first objective would be to obtain control over the Suez Canal by landing an Anglo-French force after a preliminary air bombardment designed to eliminate the Egyptian Air Force and to weaken the power of resistance of the Egyptian army. It could, however, be assumed that if such an operation were launched, Israel would make a full-scale attack against Egypt, and this might have the effect of reducing the period of preliminary air bombardment. The second objective of the operation would be to secure the downfall of Colonel Nasser's regime in Egypt. In response to concerned questions about whether this would unite the Arab world in support of Egypt, Eden replied that, although this was a serious risk, a far greater one was the extension of Nasser's power and influence. It was known that he was already plotting coups in many of the other Arab countries, and we should never have a better pretext for intervention against him than we had now as a result of his seizure of the Suez Canal. If, however, a military operation were undertaken against Egypt, its effect in other Arab countries would be serious unless it led to the early collapse of Colonel Nasser's regime. Both for this reason, and also because of the international pressures which would develop against our continuance of the operation, it must be quick and successful. But the chiefs of staff continued to be worried about what would happen after Musketeer Revise, and on the 25th submitted another PAPS 19, implications of having to take and occupy Cairo, and possibly Alexandria as well, requiring 3 or 4 full divisions. But the chiefs, while spelling out the strategic and logistical problems, did not signify that they were insuperable. They would involve the removal of 1 infantry division from Germany, a large commitment of the strategic reserve to Egypt, the prolonged retention of some reservists, and the need to retain national service at its present level. In full cabinet on the 25th, Eden unfolded the plan. It now appeared, however, that the Israelis were, after all, advancing their military preparations with a view to making an attack upon Egypt. They evidently felt that the ambitions of Colonel Nasser's government threatened their continued existence as an independent state, and that they could not afford to wait for others to curb his expansionist policies. The cabinet must therefore consider the situation which was likely to arise if hostilities broke out between Israel and Egypt, and must judge whether it would necessitate Anglo-French intervention in this area. The French government were strongly of the view that intervention would be justified in order to limit the hostilities, and that for this purpose it would be right to launch the military operation against Egypt, which had already been mounted. Indeed, it was possible that if we declined to join them, they would take military action alone or in conjunction with Israel. In these circumstances, the Prime Minister suggested that, if Israel launched a full-scale military operation against Egypt, the governments of the United Kingdom and France should at once call on both parties to stop hostilities and to withdraw their forces to a distance of 10 miles from the canal, and that it should at the same time be made clear that, if one or both governments failed to undertake within 12 hours to comply with these requirements, British and French forces would intervene in order to enforce compliance. Israel might well undertake to comply with such a demand. If Egypt also complied, Colonel Nasser's prestige would be fatally undermined. If she failed to comply, there would be ample justification for Anglo-French military action against Egypt in order to safeguard the canal. We must face the risk that we should be accused of collusion with Israel. But this charge was liable to be brought against us in any event, for it could now be assumed that, if an Anglo, French operation were undertaken against Egypt, we should be unable to prevent the Israelis from launching a parallel attack themselves, and it was preferable that we should be seen to be holding the balance between Israel and Egypt, rather than appear to be accepting Israeli KO operation in an attack on Egypt alone. Selwyn Lloyd strongly supported Eden, painting an alarming picture of increasing Egyptian and Russian penetration and influence. Our influence throughout the Middle East was gravely threatened. It was true that, from the point of view of opinion throughout the Arab states, Israel's intervention in our dispute with Egypt would be unfortunate, but there seemed to be little prospect of any other early opportunity for bringing this issue to a head. As so few members of the cabinet had had any knowledge of what had been planned, Eden's explanation of what he proposed caused very considerable surprise, and to some astonishment. This was by no means negative, as several were deeply impressed by what seemed a brilliant device to bring down Nasser without incurring odium, and some were carried away by the cleverness involved. But voices were also raised against the proposal, several ministers being particularly concerned about American reactions and the position at the United Nations. Derek Heathcote Amory was especially worried on this score, but, as Minister of Agriculture, he had little standing. This should have been the moment for a decisive intervention by Monckton, who was privately distressed by an alliance with the Jews, as he always called the Israelis, against Arabs. But although he expressed concern, no such intervention was forthcoming. The majority view was with Eden to accept the plan, although enough voices were raised in hesitation and doubt to have given him pause, but of course by now it was almost too late. Butler had given his assent. Salisbury, who might well have joined the doubters, was still unwell. If Butler had been a serious doubter, Ian MacLeod might well have joined him. But the cabinet agreed in principle that, in the event of an Israeli attack on Egypt, the government should join with the French government in calling on the two belligerents to stop hostilities and withdraw their forces to a distance of 10 miles from the canal, and should warn both belligerents that, if either of them failed to undertake within 12 hours to comply with these requirements, British and French forces would intervene in order to force compliance. As the cabinet records emphasize, this was not the decision of a united cabinet. The records do not give the names of ministers who argued that the operation might do lasting damage to Anglo-American relations. There was no prospect of securing the support or approval of the United States government. We should not appear to be holding the balance evenly between Israel and Egypt. We could be charged with failure to comply with our obligations under the tripartite declaration, in seeking to separate the two belligerents we should be purporting to undertake, an international function without the specific authority of the United Nations. These were solid and merited arguments, but at the end the operation was agreed to. What was particularly strange is that no one put his finger on the real weakness in the plan, which was that if Egypt and Israel accepted the Anglo-French ultimatum, there could be no political justification for. The proposal only realized this gradually. Others do not seem to have grasped it at all. One can only guess at why those ministers who held such strong doubts did not carry them further. Although they knew nothing about Sèvres, and many did not know about it for several years, it was perfectly obvious that nothing was going to be done to stop the imminent Israeli attack, and that this was a clear pretext for putting Musketeer Revise into operation. No one present at this meeting could have been left in any doubt of what Eden, strongly backed by Lloyd, Macmillan, Kilmuir, and Head, and with Butler's acquiescence, was proposing. He himself, without any elaboration, had raised the question of collusion with Israel. Cabinet ministers did not know everything, but Eden's statement to them was abundantly clear and frank. None could possibly claim that he was deceived or did not know what he was consenting to. Monckton later explained his inaction by saying that his resignation would have brought down the government. Amory's modesty, his lack of experience in foreign affairs, and relatively low position in the cabinet seemed to have inhibited him from going further than expressing strong and sincere reservations at the cabinet table, although his unease became very clear later. What they were now presented with was something quite new, which had never been envisaged except by Macmillan, eager for CO operation with the Israelis from the outset since the canal had been nationalized. Eden himself had used the words pretext and collusion. His colleagues were realistic and practical politicians, but it was clearly one thing to use the threat of force as a last resort, to buttress diplomatic and political pressure, and quite another, actually, to use it as part of what was plainly a conspiracy. It may well have been a justified conspiracy, but there was no doubting what it was. One factor, as Monckton conceded, was that the ordinary man in the country was behind Eden. If this factor affected Monckton, with no remaining political ambitions, its impact on others can be assessed. I have never been able to convince myself, Monckton wrote on the 7th of November, that armed intervention was right, but I have not been prepared to resign. I have lived on from day to day, and am still so living on in the hope that I could within the cabinet contribute towards a settlement as soon as possible. MacLeod later told Butler that, if the latter had resigned, he would have done so as well, but Butler, with whatever misgivings, had given his support to the plan. Another factor was Macmillan's absolute confidence, after his talk with Eisenhower, about the American reactions. As he later wrote, "We altogether failed to appreciate the force of the resentment which would be directed against us, For this, I carry a heavy responsibility. I knew Eisenhower well, and I thought I understood his character. I believed that the Americans would issue a protest in public, but that they would in their hearts be glad to see the matter brought to a conclusion. But although Macmillan can justly be criticized for his role during the crisis, on this aspect the blame lay in continued American ambivalence, particularly on the part of Dulles. The signals from Washington had been, and were to continue to be, hopelessly and fatally mixed, but the decision had been made and had been ratified by the cabinet. The doubters did not press their doubts to outright opposition in cabinet, or to resignation, or even to the threat of resignation. It was at this moment that a series of utterly unexpected events occurred in Eastern Europe. Dulles' reiterated language about the liberation of Eastern Europe had been faithfully and regularly broadcast by the Voice of America and Radio Free Europe, and it was widely believed that in the event of revolution, the West would intervene. When it did happen, the Americans were not only taken by surprise, but had no plans at all to assist those they had been actively encouraging for years to rise against their communist and Russian masters. As Eisenhower's own biographer has written, liberation was a sham. Eisenhower had always known it. The Hungarians had yet to learn it. First, disturbances and riots in Poland, which the government could not control, swept aside the Soviet-dominated regime and brought in Gomulka. On 22 October, the Hungarians followed their example with massive demonstrations demanding the return of Imre Nagy, who had been removed by the Russians the year before. Although Nagy was restored on the same day, rioting continued, and the pent-up frustrations and hatred against the regime and the Russians boiled over into harsh fighting when the Russians sent in troops and tanks to restore order. Eisenhower adamantly refused all suggestions for assistance to the rebellion, and for a few days it, by the vehemence of the Hungarian resistance, first exercised restraint and then withdrew. For a very short time, it seemed that the Russian Empire had suffered a major and perhaps mortal blow. This event, and his election campaign, may go far to explain why Eisenhower did not anticipate what might happen in the Middle East. His principal fear was that Israel, clearly preparing for something major, would attack Jordan to recover the West Bank and Jerusalem, while the British and French would take advantage of this situation to seize the canal. United States intelligence let him down badly. Heavy radio traffic between England and France was reported, which could not be decoded. The air reconnaissance reports disclosed major military activity in the Middle East, but the elaborate network of agents and other sources could give no definite information about what it all meant. When the Israelis ordered mobilization on the 28th, Eisenhower assumed that they were about to attack Jordan and sent strong warnings, particularly as Jordan, Egypt, and Syria had joined in the Pact of Amman with an Egyptian commander-in-chief. It was only too late that the American administration realized what was actually happening and considered they had been comprehensively double-crossed by their three closest allies within days of the presidential election and at a time when the Russians were in deep trouble in Europe. Eisenhower reached for the tripartite declaration. Pearson-Dickson, now permanent representative at the UN, described it as ancient history and without current validity. Eisenhower did not, unlike many around him, particularly blame the British and French for maintaining tight security, but he had good cause for complaint about the quality of the advice and information he received from American sources. There is also the factor that he could not bring himself to believe that the British and French would do something that he regarded as foolish and dangerous, and he seriously overrated American influence on the Israelis. What then happened was a complete surprise to the president and his advisors. One of the many extraordinary features of the Suez story is how this can have been so, after all that had happened, with all the evidence and knowledge of the Anglo-French military buildup on Cyprus and in the Mediterranean, and the clarity of the declaration of the British and French of their determination to bring the matter to an issue if they failed to achieve their objectives by other means. The Americans had been deceived far less by their allies than they had deceived themselves. They did not see the matter in this light, but it was the truth. On 29 October, the Israelis launched Operation Kaddish against Egypt, the first phase being a parachute landing at the eastern end of the Mitla Pass, while behind them came the Israeli armor and infantry, with every Israeli aircraft that was serviceable in the air above the Sinai. Off Haifa, the French destroyer Kersaint attacked and immobilized an Egyptian destroyer that had attempted to bombard the port. The Israeli estimate of the operational capacity of the Egyptian Air Force, considerably lower than those of the British and French, proved to be accurate, although that of the Israeli Air Force was not outstandingly better. The Egyptian forces were often in well-prepared and well-defended positions and, provided the attack was frontal, gave a good account of themselves. It was only when they were bypassed and their retreat closed that they lost confidence. The Israelis advanced having seized the initiative, but this was not as easy a battle as has sometimes been described, and Dayan and the Israeli commanders had many anxious moments during the 30th, although they were making progress. There were also failures in local command caused by over-eagerness, the most conspicuous being the attack on the Mitla Pass by Colonel Sharon, which cost the lives of 38 men killed and 150 wounded. Also, the commander of the 7th Armored Brigade went into action 24 hours earlier than his orders required, with what could have been disastrous results, Fortunately for the Israelis, although the Egyptians fought well, the quality of their command was not high, and the determination and initiative of the Israeli forces were better. But it was nothing like the easy walk to the canal that has been often depicted. As Fullick and Powell have rightly remarked, the Israeli army was by no means the flawless instrument which some of its propagandists have suggested, nor was the Israeli Air Force, with only 14 of its misters serviceable, its old meteors, and often raw pilots. Throughout those long 2 days, the intervention of the Royal Air Force assumed vital proportions, as Ben-Gurion had anticipated. The British cabinet met at 10 a.m. on 30 October. Eden informed his colleagues of the Israeli invasion and of the draft notes to be sent to both governments, that to the Egyptians to ask that Anglo-French forces should be allowed to move temporarily into key positions at Port Said, Ismailia, and Suez in order to guarantee freedom of transit through the canal. These were approved as a basis for the forthcoming consultation with French ministers. In reply to questions about American reactions, Lloyd said that Winthrop Aldrich had told him that his government was proposing that the Security Council condemn Israel as an aggressor, but he would appeal to the Americans for their support for the Anglo-French operation. Although many ministers thought such an appeal unlikely to succeed, we should do our utmost to reduce the offense to American, Israel. Our reserves of gold and dollars were still falling at a dangerously rapid rate, and, in view of the extent to which we might have to rely on American economic assistance, we could not afford to alienate the United States government more than was absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, the Egypt Committee approved cuts of 10% in motor fuels to garages, but petrol rationing would take 2 months to implement. The meeting with the French was, of course, a formality, and the notes were handed to the representatives of Egypt and Israel shortly before Eden made his statement in the Commons at 4:03 p.m. Preliminary orders had already gone to Kately, and British and French forces put on full alert. At 1:08 p.m. London time on 30 October, Eden sent Eisenhower a detailed message. After briefly reminding Eisenhower of the abortive debates in the Security Council, it continued, "Now this has happened. When we received news of the Israel mobilization, we instructed our ambassador in Tel Aviv to urge restraint. Soon afterwards, he sought and obtained an assurance that Israel would not attack Jordan. This seems to me important, since it means that Israel will not enlarge the area of conflict or involve us in virtue of the Anglo-Jordan Treaty. In recent months, we have several times warned the Israeli government both publicly and privately that if they attack Jordan, we would honor our obligations. But we feel under no obligation to come to the aid of Egypt. Apart from the feelings of public opinion here, Nasser and his press have relieved us of any such obligation by their attitude to the tripartite declaration. Egypt has to a large extent brought this attack on herself by insisting that the state of war persists, by defying the Security Council, and by declaring her intention to marshal the Arab states for the destruction of Israel. We have earnestly deliberated what we should do in this serious situation. We cannot afford to see the canal closed or to lose the shipping which is daily on passage through it. We have a responsibility for the people in these ships. We feel that decisive action should be taken at once to stop hostilities. We have agreed to go with to the Security Council, and instructions are being sent this moment. You." There was little in this to which Eisenhower could reasonably object, but he was so alarmed already by what he had heard, by his discussion with the British chargé d'affaires, John Colson, at the White House the previous evening, and by Dixon adamantly maintaining that his government would not be involved in any UN action against Israel, that as he cabled Eden, he could now foresee the Security Council branding Israel an aggressor, Egypt appealing to the Soviet Union for help, and then the Middle East fat would really be in the fire. It is this latter possibility that has led us to insist that the West must ask for a United Nations examination and possibly intervention, for we may shortly find ourselves not only at odds concerning what we should do, but confronted with a de facto situation that would make all our present troubles look puny indeed. Our appeal for concerting policies and removing any misunderstandings was immediately overtaken by Eden's second telegram of the day informing him of his imminent statement in the Commons, of which Lloyd had given Aldrich a copy. "We are asking for Port Said and Ismailia and Suez. As the Israelites appear to be very near to Suez, the requirement affects them as well as the Egyptians. We are emphasizing, of course, that this is to be a temporary measure pending a settlement of all these problems. As I told you in my previous message, we entirely agree that this should go to the Security Council, but as you know well, the Council cannot move quickly in a critical position, and we have felt it right to act, as it were, as trustees to protect our own interests and nationals. You may say we should wait until we are asked to move by the Security Council, but of course there could never be agreement on such a request. Either side may refuse, in which case we shall take the necessary measures to enforce the declaration. Now you will wonder why, apart from the Security Council, we have acted so promptly. Of course, my first instinct would have been to ask you to associate yourself and your country with the declaration, but I know the constitutional and other difficulties in which you are placed. I think there is a chance that both sides will accept. In any case, it would help this result very much if you found it possible to support what we have done, at least in general terms. We are well aware that no real settlement of Middle Eastern problems is possible except through the closest cooperation between our two countries. Our two governments have tried with the best will in the world all sorts of public and private negotiations through the last 2 or 3 years, and they have all failed. This seems an opportunity for a fresh start. I can assure you that any action which we may have to take to follow up the declaration is not part of a harking back to the old colonial and occupational concepts. We are most anxious to avoid this impression. Nothing could have prevented this volcano from erupting somewhere, but when the dust settles, there may well be a chance for our doing a really constructive piece of work together and thereby strengthening the weakest point in the line against communism. This, of course, was wholly different in tone and content to the previous cable. Aldrich was astounded and angry when Lloyd gave it to him shortly before Eden was to announce the ultimatum in the Commons. Lloyd had thereby made a dangerous enemy. Eisenhower heard of it from press reports. These blunders brought personal factors into the crisis, which were to assume vital and large proportions in the next few days. Eden's telegram to Eisenhower was sent 3 hours before his Commons statement, which should have given adequate time for the president to receive. And deciphering delays were later blamed for what happened. This explanation was regarded with great suspicion by the Americans as by others. On that crucial day, Eisenhower had been told by Ben-Gurion that there was no question of an Israeli ceasefire, and certainly not of a retreat. In the early afternoon, Dulles read to him the Anglo-French ultimatum taken from the Press Association teleprinter. Eisenhower was dismayed but calm, and would not join in what has been described as an anti-British frenzy in the White House and State Department. Yet he was appalled at what he considered the sheer ineptitude of the plan. His first reactions in reply to Eden's messages had been cautious, and by no means unsympathetic, but when he heard the ultimatum, his reply was swift. For once, the message did not begin, "My dear Anthony," which was a sign in itself of his reactions. "Dear Mr. Prime Minister, I have just learned from the press of the 12-hour ultimatum, which you and the French government have delivered to the government of Egypt requiring under threat of forceful intervention the temporary occupation by Anglo-French forces of key positions at Port Said, Ismailia and Suez in the Canal Zone. I feel I must urgently express to you my deep concern at the prospect of this drastic action even at the very time when the matter is under consideration, as it is today by the Security Council. It is my sincere belief that peaceful processes can and should prevail to secure a solution which will restore the armistice conditions as between Israel and Egypt and also justly settle the controversy with Egypt about the Suez Canal. Sincerely, DDE then." To British dismay, Eisenhower issued this singularly bleak but by no means totally condemnatory message to the press. Eden subsequently, in private discussions, blamed himself for not having kept Eisenhower better informed, but it is indeed difficult to see how this could have been done without breaking the vow of secrecy with the French and Israelis, and Eden knew well that although Dulles might be variable, Eisenhower had been consistently hostile towards military action throughout, and would almost certainly have done everything in the power of the United States to prevent the operation being launched at all. But it would. Eden would have been wise to have taken closer note of a revealing letter Eisenhower had written to him in March 1953. "I once had a very wise commander who used a very simple illustration to point out to me the difference between command and leadership. It goes, put a piece of spaghetti on a platter, take hold of one end and try to push it in a straight line across the plate. You get only a snarled up and knotty looking thing that resembles nothing on earth. Have been far better if Aldrich had not been treated in the way he was, and if Eisenhower had not learnt of the Anglo-French ultimatum from Press Association reports." When Eden later on the 30 October sent Eisenhower a long cable of explanation, it was too late. The British felt that they had been badly treated by the Americans throughout the crisis. The way in which the matter was handled by the British when the crisis broke made the Americans feel with much intensity that they had been badly treated. Personal relations between Eden and Lloyd and Winthrop Aldrich were not as good as they should have been, but after the way the U.S. ambassador was treated, they deteriorated fatally. But the principal reason for Eden not taking Eisenhower or Aldrich into some degree of confidence was the deadly assumption that the Americans would lament publicly and do nothing. No countries in the world were closer to the United States spiritually and historically than Britain, Israel, and France. Macmillan, like Eden, was absolutely convinced that the Americans, on the eve of a presidential election, would tacitly support their allies against an avowed enemy of Israel and the West. In any event, what could the Americans do? It would be inconceivable for the Sixth Fleet to intervene to attack her NATO allies, and the American military and political presence in the area was a limited one. If the new British ambassador, Kacha, had been in place in Washington, whither he was traveling by sea, and if he had had the ear of the president, matters might have been better handled at the personal level, but this was not the situation. Eden made his statement at 4:03 p.m. in the House of Commons. The immediate reactions were more of astonishment and confusion than of enthusiasm or anger, although each was evident in the subsequent exchanges. Gateskill had had no prior knowledge, 15 minutes' notice can hardly be described as such, and his first task, which he handled extremely competently, was to urge caution on the Labour Party until the situation was clearer, and to secure a brief debate later that evening. In the debate, Gaitskell's approach was to accept Eden's view that an attack by Israel on Egypt must be halted at once, but that Britain should propose in the Security Council an immediate Israeli withdrawal and prompt redress of her grievances. He also, more convincingly, probed about consultation with the United States and the Commonwealth, and asked what the government would do if it proved that the Israeli forces were too far from the canal to threaten it. From the backbenches, Dennis Healey made the first major speech denouncing the government's ultimatum, and when Eden refused to give an assurance that the Council, the House. Although the government had its usual majority, 270 to 218, this had a major effect upon Eisenhower. "I could not dream of committing this nation on such a vote," he told an agitated Senator Noland, who was pressing for a special session of Congress, which Eisenhower refused to call. The news also had a considerable impact on Nasser and at the United Nations. This had been a major misfortune for the government, for which Eden must take the responsibility and not the party managers of the Commons business. Gaitskell's response had not been at all unreasonable. In the view of many of his supporters, it had been much too reasonable, and he had seemed to be giving the government the benefit of the doubt until the situation was clearer. Eden knew that the matter was certain to be raised in the Security Council. He should have indicated that, although Britain could not necessarily feel bound to accept any decision contrary to her interests and those of Israel, this was clearly a situation that threatened international peace and security. This would, of course, have been somewhat duplicitous, but the assurance could have been sufficiently vague to have averted a vote that was, both nationally and internationally, highly damaging. It also raised tempers and tensions in the Commons to an alarming degree. Meanwhile, the situation at the United Nations had become chaotic. At the Security Council on 30 October, the Secretary-General, Dag Hammarskjöld, reported on the Canadian General Burns' attempts on behalf of the UN to secure a ceasefire and announced the expulsion by Israel of a UN observer team on its line of advance. Then the Soviet ambassador Sobolev read out an Associated Press report of the Anglo-French ultimatum, to which Dixon could only lamely reply that he was awaiting the full text of an important statement by Eden in the House of Commons. The Council adjourned until the afternoon, when Dixon, in the view of one who was there, obviously shaken plus, read it out. The U.S. Representative Cabot Lodge then introduced a resolution demanding Israeli withdrawal and stating that compliance with this would remove the basis for the Anglo-French ultimatum. This was promptly vetoed by the British and French to general astonishment and American anger. Then, in a remarkable example of tactical quick thinking, the Russians submitted the American resolution again with an amendment removing the clause calling on all UN members to refrain from the threat or use of force. This also was vetoed by the British and French. B. Hammarskjöld was genuinely shocked by the ultimatum from the two nations he most admired, and told the Council that his position was impossible if major members were to behave in this manner. There was a flurry of speeches in which the British and French joined in urging him not to resign. In private, Dixon angrily told Hammarskjöld that he was not playing fair, which drew a particularly sharp response. The Yugoslavs then produced another sensation by invoking the so-called Uniting for Peace resolution, originally put through in the Soviet absence in the Korean crisis in 1950 by the United States and its allies. Notably Britain, whereby in the event of disagreement and veto over a threat to the peace, breach of the peace, or act of aggression, the matter should be referred at once to the General Assembly, which in October was then in full session. The Americans, who almost certainly had put the Yugoslavs up to it, strongly supported the resolution, but although the British and French protested, procedural motions in the Council cannot be vetoed, and it was thus decided. The Anglo-French veto not only paralyzed the Security Council and enraged the Americans, but on 1 November completely ended Gaitskell's caution. He denounced the action in his strongest and most impressive speech so far as an act of disastrous folly whose tragic consequences we shall regret for years, and pressed for assurances which ministers refused to give. Political passions were rising rapidly, and did so further when that evening the British bombing offensive against Egypt began. The military results were to be devastating, but so were the political ones. There had been nothing in the notes about bombing, and, although the British were meticulous in attacking only airfields and military targets, the simple fact that the Royal Air Force was bombing a country with which Britain was not at war and without any declaration of war, intending only to separate the belligerents, raised the political temperature to such a level that after scenes unparalleled in modern experience, the Speaker wisely suspended the Commons for 30 minutes to let tempers cool. It was a brilliantly timed intervention, and had its effect, Bevan in particular calming Labour MPs by arguing that suspensions of the House could only be to the benefit of the government. After the suspension, Eden spoke to an opposition motion of no confidence. There could be no better example of Eden's hold upon the House of Commons than this speech. He opened in an atmosphere not far removed from frenzied hatred on the Labour benches, but he deployed the government's case at first calmly, and then with mounting strength and eloquence until the Labour benches were almost silent, and the conservatives exultant. Eden sat down amid intense conservative cheering and a remarkably subdued opposition. Speaker Morrison, inspired throughout, but notoriously verbose speaker with a high-pitched voice not congenial to the House. There was a roar of laughter, the House emptied, and very briefly, the tension broke. The British air offensive had not been without its difficulties, and the concern about inflicting civilian casualties had meant that the heaviest bombs dropped were only of 1,000 pounds. But the Egyptian Air Force had been eliminated, and the greatly feared MiGs and Elysians, operated by Russian and Czech pilots, had been hurriedly flown to Syrian and Saudi Arabian airfields. The British fighter bombers on the morning of 1st November had complete control of the air and were vexed only by the shortage of targets. French corsairs sank an Egyptian torpedo boat, and the British carrier and Cyprus-based aircraft destroyed all military targets they could find. In the Red Sea, the cruiser HMS Newfoundland, in an Anglo-French task force, encountered and sank an Egyptian frigate escorting a convoy in the direction of Sharm el-Sheikh. The Egyptians fought back bravely, but it was a brief and unequal contest. By the evening of 1st November, the Egyptian position was desperate, but it was not until the next day that Radio Cairo was destroyed. London had been under the impression that it was in Cairo. In fact, it was 15 miles outside the city, in the desert, and totally vulnerable. For 24 vital hours, Radio Cairo had the air informing the world, with horrific and totally inaccurate accounts of the barbarity of the British bombing of innocent civilians. Having destroyed 260 Egyptian aircraft on the ground, for the loss of 7 British and French aircraft, the air war had been successfully accomplished in military terms, but at severe political cost. Even those in Britain who supported the government were unhappy about this aspect, not least because it was unexpected, and, after the experiences of the Second World War, not many could accept that only military targets had been hit, although in fact this had been the case. The British could easily have bombed Cairo into panic, if not surrender, and Port Said and Alexandria as well. There was literally nothing to stop them from doing so, and a more ruthless foe would not have hesitated. But Eden's insistence threw out on the very minimum of civilian casualties prevented this course, and his biographer is glad that it was so. As a leading Israeli commented, humanly it was admirable, politically and militarily it was not. He wanted to win a war without inflicting any casualties. This is not possible. One can too easily think of other political leaders who, with the enemy at his mercy, could have ended the matter within hours by concentrated bombing and slaughter. There was nothing to prevent the British inflicting aerial devastation upon the Egyptian cities and exposing the bombastic hollowness of Nasser's claims and the ineptitude of his military judgment. The carnage would have been terrible. But Eden would have nothing to do with such notions. It was not even a temptation. Everyone, including the Americans, expected the Anglo-French invasion to follow almost immediately, and the wholly unexpected announcement that Russian forces were pulling out of Hungary made American rage even greater. At the very moment when it appeared that Soviet colonialism in Eastern Europe had received a devastating blow, from which it might never recover, although Eisenhower did not share the euphoria of the Dulles brothers on this, here in Egypt was a classic example of the old colonialism. But Eisenhower himself kept remarkably calm, some would say too much so, although he was firm in his speeches and television appearances, and ordered an immediate embargo on U.S. military sales to Israel, ignoring a clearly opportunistic appeal from Adlai Stevenson to do the reverse. This would have been the moment for the Americans to have made a decisive intervention to stop the operation. As they were to prove, they had the means to do so. UN resolutions are all very well, but there are other methods of imposing pressure. The fact that Dulles, long unwell, at this moment had to enter hospital for a major operation for cancer may have had some impact upon the mysterious blandness of Eisenhower's public statements, as compared with Lodge's sanctimonious censure at the UN. But although Dulles fumed at Allied perfidy, he remained ambivalent, half hoping that the Egyptians would be crushed militarily and Nasser broken. It is not difficult to see in Eisenhower the same divisions and mixed emotions. He was angry at not having been consulted or even warned adequately. He could see no point in the military operation, which he thought was itself being handled badly, but he was an honorary British citizen, had a veneration for British fighting qualities, and fully shared Eden's and Dulles' opinion of Nasser. As he told General Alfred Gruenther, "I believe that Eden and his associates have become convinced that this is the last straw, and Britain simply had to react in the manner of the Victorian period, a shrewd but hardly censorious assessment. The American pressure was to be applied in the Security Council, to an extent that is usually not understood, at the United Nations, and especially the Security Council. There develops among the national representatives and senior members of the Secretariat an atmosphere something akin to a global club in which, as in the House of Commons, friendships and alliances. It was not that the British mission was disloyal to its government. The problem was that it did not know what was going on, and in Urquhart's words, while their public statements caused general indignation, their personal dilemma and obvious dismay evoked considerable sympathy. The effort of concealing these feelings, Dixon later wrote, and putting a plausible and confident face on the case was the severest moral and physical strain I have ever experienced. Plus, one of the most painful aspects of all was the complete breakdown of relations with the Americans and Canadians, the latter even angrier, if it were possible, than the former, but the strain with other Commonwealth delegations, with the exception of the Australians, was hardly less hurtful. The Russians could hardly credit their good fortune, and the spectacle of Sobolev leaping from the dock to become a chief prosecutor was only marginally less bearable than Lodge's assaults. The first ever emergency special session of the General Assembly met at 5 p.m. New York time on 1 November and lasted with a 2-hour break for nearly 12 hours in an atmosphere of tension and drama that made a lasting impression on everyone present. At 4:02 a.m. New York time on 2 November, the Assembly adopted a resolution calling for a ceasefire, the withdrawal of Israeli, French, and British forces, and the reopening of the canal. The novelty was the proposal by Lester Pearson of Canada for a United Nations force large enough to keep these borders at peace while a political settlement is being worked out, a truly international peace and police force. The only United Nations force in the brief history of the World Organization had been the one involved in the Korean fighting, which had been an entirely Western and American-led military operation only conducted under the UN flag as a result of the Russian absence from the Security Council. Although Hammarskjöld himself was initially highly skeptical of the practicality of creating such a force, seeing only too clearly the daunting political, military, and logistical difficulties, the idea took hold, Dixon conceding, on instructions from London, and quoting directly from Eden's speech, that if the United Nations were willing to take over the physical task of maintaining peace in the area, no one would be better pleased than we. Politically, both internationally and in Britain, a wholly unexpected and potentially lethal card had been put on the table. It was not only in New York that British representatives were having a hard time. Virtually identical telegrams had been sent to British high commissions in Canada, India, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, explaining the British position to be conveyed to the respective governments. Nehru reacted as hostilely as was expected, although the tone of his long reply was more regretful than condemnatory, ending with the words, "I have set down my feelings freely and frankly, for I think it is due to a friend that I should do so. Unless these wrong courses are halted, the future appears to me to be dark indeed." In London, Mrs. Pandit, while following her instructions faithfully and leaving the British in no doubt about India's condemnation, succeeded in preserving civilized relations. From Australia, although Menzies reported much sympathy and support for the ultimatum, we are however distressed by what appears to be an open conflict in Security Council between United Kingdom and France on one hand and United States on other. He ended, "My thoughts are with you. You must never entertain any doubts about British quality of this country, having said that I should express hope that you would make it your personal business to do everything possible to secure some broad basis of agreement with the United States, having regard to fact that our common enemies would regard a serious cleavage in democratic ranks as one of their greatest successes in Cold War." Eden took this as an endorsement, but said that the United States could not have agreed to what we proposed, and we should have found ourselves involved in a long wrangle. From Ceylon came strong condemnation from SWRD Bandaranaike, expressing my sense of shock and perturbation and urging immediate withdrawal. More serious was the message from New Zealand Prime Minister Sidney Holland. He reported on November that his government sent an assurance of our deepest sympathy for the United Kingdom in the situation now confronting her. It is our desire, as always, to be of the utmost assistance, but he added that they were shocked by the Anglo-American breach in the Security Council and outside, and critical of the lack of Commonwealth consultation. The fact that the New Zealand warship Royalist might take part in active operations opened the real possibility of New Zealand becoming isolated and even charged as a fellow aggressor. Although Menzies and Holland, especially the former, were sympathetic to the British, the strength of the American reaction had clearly deeply disturbed them, and in both countries the opposition parties were pressing hard on the matter of lack of prior consultation. The worst time of all, the acting High Commissioner in Ottawa had a notably painful meeting with the Prime Minister Louis Saint Laurent, who spoke under obviously great emotion and indeed anger. He said he had nothing good to say about Nasser, but Canada could not accept the idea of using armed force to get rid of him. Saint Laurent was personally affronted by the fact that, like Eisenhower, the first he knew of the British action was from press reports of Eden's common statement. The Pakistani reaction, in contrast, was surprisingly mild and not at all unsympathetic, but it pointedly drew attention to the impact not only upon the Commonwealth, but upon Pakistan's membership of the Baghdad Pact. And from Baghdad itself, the Crown Prince gave a clear warning of the effect of the action on Arab opinion, and complained that has put the friends of Britain, among whom I count myself, in a critical position towards Arab and Iraqi opinion. Sir Michael Wright, the British ambassador in Baghdad, reported that he had done my best on my existing instructions to explain the position to him, but he refused to be comforted. He said that if immediately, or within a day or two at most, action by Her Majesty's government to compel Israel forces to withdraw from Egyptian territory could be achieved, position would be altered very much, and perhaps decisively for the better. But failing this, he doubted whether Iraq regime and government could hold the position much longer. A week was the very outside. To this, Eden responded in a personal message to the Crown Prince, giving the most categorical assurance that the sole purpose of the intervention of British forces is to put a stop to hostilities between Israel and Egypt and to safeguard the canal. We believe that only the presence of our forces at key points can secure these results. All our information shows that Israel has inflicted decisive defeat on Egypt, and that only the action we have taken has saved Egypt from further disasters. We hear that the Israeli forces intend to abide by our latest request not to advance further than 10 miles from the canal, although the gates of Egypt itself are now wide open to them. This at least is something gained, and I hope it will soon be apparent to the world that our action was the only one which could have brought about this result. As soon as we have occupied the key points on the canal, we shall ask the Israelis to withdraw from Egyptian territory. Thus, for once, the United Nations was a faithful reflection of the anger, confusion, and dismay with which nations usually friendly to Britain and ministers on excellent and long-standing personal relations with Eden reacted. With the exceptions of Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, and all three were qualified in their support, the British and French were utterly isolated. In the Arab world, as the ambassadors reported, the Libyans were enraged, whereas the Iraqis had been courteously horrified. In spite of a few personal supporters, notably the Belgian Foreign Minister and former Prime Minister Paul-Henri Spaak, Western European governments found themselves, and their public opinion, increasingly drawn into the American camp. Eden had told his cabinet that the attack on Egypt must be quick and successful, but it could not be quick, as the sailing time from Malta for the main landing forces meant that, sailing on the 29th, they could not reach Port Said until 6 November with the airborne landings, on Port Said and Port Fouad on the 5th. Even at this very late hour, the force commanders were discussing, sometimes heatedly, further changes to musketeer revise, while the Israelis mopped up remaining resistance in the Sinai. British and French aircraft ranged freely in the Egyptian skies, while below them the Egyptians were carrying out the sinking of block ships in the canal and completely closing it. On Egyptian initiative, the Syrian oil pipeline, vital to the west, was blown up. Anti-British demonstrations convulsed Arab capitals. Paris was calling for greater speed, even the acceleration of the airborne assault, but the logistics of musketeer revise were inexorable, and the fleet sailed on across the Mediterranean, very impressive to behold, but very slow. Time now became the government's worst enemy as the political situation abroad and at home moved against it. By now in Britain, so all-pervading was the crisis that no one seemed capable of talking or thinking of anything else. Like Munich, it divided families and broke long friendships. Dinner parties became hazardous and frequently broke up in acrimony. The universities, which had been dormant politically for the past 5 years, reacted as strongly as elsewhere. It was argued, then and later, that the universities and the intellectual community were totally opposed to Suez. In reality, these elements were also deeply divided, and among those who publicly supported the government were the doyen champion of the League and UN Professor Gilbert Murray, Isaiah Berlin, and the American Professor Al Goodhart. Others, then less eminent than they were to become, were also strongly supportive. The more one looks at what actually happened, the more one appreciates how fallacious are the generalizations. In any group, and almost in any family, the divisions were acute, and usually acrimonious, but what is important to emphasize is that a very substantial body of British opinion, intellectual as well as populist, strongly supported the government and Eden. And it is this fact that makes the courage of those conservatives, notably Edward Boyle and Nigel Nicholson, who took an opposite view, all the more praiseworthy. As a member of the then majority, I recognized this. And so did Anthony Eden, whose view of these honorable dissidents was always to be considerably different from the one he took of others who were so valiant at the outset and so unheroic when the crunch came. Normal political allegiances were shivered into fragments. There were lifelong conservatives who were opposed to the government's action, and staunch labor men and women who applauded it. This complete preoccupation with Suez was faithfully reflected in the House of Commons. Ministers went to the dispatch box to make speeches and statements, debates were held, bills were passed, but so dominant was the one subject that I suspected that a wily minister could have passed almost any legislation without anyone noticing. It was, in fact, this calm conduct of business under Butler's shrewd and smooth guidance that was so impressive, and in such contrast to the uproar and tumult that now accompanied any statement, question, or speech on Suez. Those conservative MPs who opposed the operation were few in number, were not an entity, and had no leader. There were 8 of them who, it transpired, were wholeheartedly against the operation: Nutting, Boyle, Robert Boothby, J.J. Astor, Sir Frank Medlicott, Colonel Banks, William Yates, and Nicholson. They were not so much a group as 8 independent-minded MPs, but behind them there was another group, of which Sir Lionel Heald and Alexander Spearman were the most significant, whose concern was profound, and who were leaning towards abstention and might well break into open rebellion. Given the government's relatively small majority, and the likely impact on international and Egyptian opinion of a split government party, every vote suddenly became vital. Those conservative MPs who were opposed to, or highly critical of, the government's action did not lack courage. All indications were that Eden now enjoyed unparalleled support in the Conservative Party and a great deal outside it. The letters and telegrams of support deluged Downing Street, and also MPs' resolutions of complete support were passed with acclamation by Conservative associations. To stand against all this was brave indeed. Eden appreciated this, and so did Heath. It must be left to Heath to give his account of how he handled the situation, but it was seen on all sides as masterly. One of the rebels has told how sympathetically and fairly he was treated by Heath. Although there were times when the weight of the burden showed, Heath retained his aplomb and cool-headedness to a remarkable degree. He gave several the impression that he had his reservations about the entire enterprise, but his job was to keep the parliamentary party together in the storm. The fact that he achieved this was a remarkable political and personal performance. If Suez was, like Gallipoli, a mighty destroyer of reputations, it made Heath's. George Hutchinson has given an accurate assessment. Outwardly, and in every practical way, he was at the Prime Minister's side, drumming up support for Eden in the House, robust in his defense of government policy, sometimes berating his own backbench critics, on other occasions appealing to them with honeyed words and reasoned phrase. No chief whip could have exerted himself more than Heath did in holding together, with some semblance of unity, a parliamentary party that was in part extravagantly warlike, in part apprehensive, in much lesser part opposed to its leader. What he really felt about the Suez policy he is not disposed to discuss, but I have reason to believe that his heart was not in it. But another conspicuous and admirable feature of this storm was the degree of self-control shown by the majority of MPs and how cross-party friendships managed to survive unscathed. There were still periods of good humor and courtesy when the subject was not being discussed, and here the dignity and strength of Speaker Morrison and his deputy Sir Charles MacAndrew were of priceless value. The number of Labour MPs who actively supported the operation was very small, but there were a number whose sympathy for the government was plain, and who in private left little doubt that they hoped the operation would succeed. Some were motivated by simple patriotism. British servicemen were at war, rightly or wrongly, and should be supported. The issues on the merits of their causes could come later. Others had been deeply impressed by the fervent, positive reaction of their working-class supporters to Eden's action, and were nervous about the political costs. To this group, Gateskill seemed to be going too far and was too passionate. Bevan's mixture of scorn and probing questions was considerably more to their taste, and in any event was far more effective. Thus the Labour Party had its troubles as well, and these were more acute than most outside commentators and observers appreciated, then or later. In the civil service as a whole, but particularly in the Foreign Office, there was acute division, and in the case of the Foreign Office, great passion. Nor was it simply a case of the Arabists in protest. There were indeed several of these who strongly supported the operation and fully shared Nouri's hostility to Nasser. As in all other instances, the causes for taking one side or the other were complex and personal. It was not the case, as Professor Hugh Trevor Roper, now Lord Dacre, claimed in a review in 1961, that the Foreign Office had supported Eden in 1938, but was against him in 1956, as Eden noted in 1961. In 1938, Harvey and Katja supported me. Cadogan was inclined my way, but would have liked compromise. Vansittart, Roger Makins was for appeasement, and A. Sargent a period of wishing to appease Mussolini, though he certainly was on my side in 1956 and against Munich. Our embassy in Berlin, appeasement inclined, but Ike certainly in favor in 1956 in every conversation or meeting we had, and we had many. Therefore, truer to say FO divided on both occasions, but there was a very significant difference. As the letters he had received in 1938 demonstrated, Eden then had the warm support of the younger members of the service, whereas this was not the case in 1956 when the final crisis came. Any objective assessment of Foreign Office opinion in the two crises must conclude that in 1938, a very substantial majority supported Eden, whereas in 1956 it was the reverse, although the number who did support the Suez policy was rather greater than is generally believed, particularly during the early stages. Indeed, if the circle of those kept informed had been widened, this degree of support would probably have been larger. What ultimately distressed and angered many was that they had been kept in the dark by their political masters until the final crisis broke, and it is impossible not to feel strong sympathy with them. The junior Foreign Office ministers were in a particularly difficult position until Nutting told them they had no knowledge of the circumstances behind the ultimatum and found themselves deluged with messages and telephone calls from Foreign Office officials at home and abroad threatening resignation. In considering their position, they came to the conclusion that, with British troops about to go into action, they should not resign and should put maximum pressure upon their officials to remain at their posts. There is no question that their decision was the right one, but it was not easy. It is important to emphasize this intense polarization, as some accounts have concentrated entirely upon the opposition to Suez and have ignored the strong support that Eden and the government received. The travelers on my number 11 bus from Chelsea to Westminster were staunchly pro-government and contemptuous of the unpatriotic socialist intellectuals who opposed it. Eden was told that the Queen's milkman left his eminent customer in no doubt of his views of the rightness of her government, but there were many who were shocked and ashamed, and their anger was intense. It was a novel and distressing experience for Eden, the pastor and champion of one nation, to find himself in this position. He had expected opposition, but not on this scale or of this intensity. Lloyd described him as tired, but very calm. He made the same impression on those who worked closest with him. From the first, he later wrote, I was convinced that the course on which we had decided was the only acceptable one in a grim choice of difficulties. Did not expect it to be popular, but my colleagues and I had been grappling with the deteriorating situation for months, and we were confident in our course. That makes for calm. All this was true, but the price in fatigue, self-control, and nervous tension was gradually being exacted, and although Eden may not have been aware of this, others were. He seemed to age remarkably quickly, and to begin to look not only tired, but drawn. The pressures on his time were daunting enough, in Downing Street and in the Commons, and to these were added inner strains on a delicate temperament, which were in reality even more serious, although obviously closely related to the physical burdens. The emotional link between Eden's temperament and his eventual physical collapse are impossible to quantify, but they must have been of considerable significance. Thus, for the time being, he bore up with remarkable resilience to the storm, but for how long? One cabinet minister, summoned to Downing Street at a late hour, was concerned to hear Eden pacing in the flat above him, up and down, talking incessantly. That worried me. Clarissa's total support and love were vital to Eden at this crisis, and he had someone in whom he could confide everything. When Clarissa told a conservative ladies' group that she felt as though the Suez Canal was flowing through the drawing room, it was a heartfelt remark. There were meetings at impossible hours, incessant telephone calls, and a mound of correspondence. When Clarissa Eden attended out of interest the major anti-Suez rally addressed by Bevan in Trafalgar Square, she was recognized and warmly cheered, but felt it politic to return home. She was totally staunch and coped superbly with the chaotic situation at Downing Street. The fact that she was still recovering from her illness made her performance even more valiant. The unhappy fact was that not all Eden's colleagues were confident in our course. William Clark submitted his resignation to Eden's genuine and deep regret. Theirs had not been a totally successful relationship, but Eden was saddened by his decision and wrote Clark a personal handwritten note of regret and gratitude. To Clark's immense credit, he refused all, and there were many to speak or write of his time at Downing offers. In his, they were very high, loyalty and. There could not be at the time any precise or even approximately precise measurement of British public opinion beyond impressions, anecdotal information, or the press. That from the British Gallup organization reveals, for what it is worth, that on 1 to 2 November, in answer to the question, speaking generally, do you agree or disagree with the way Eden has handled the Middle East situation since Israel marched into Egypt? The response was 40% in agreement, 46% in disagreement, and 14% don't know, in answer to the question, do you think we were right or wrong to take military action against Egypt? 37% approved, 44% disapproved, and 19% had no opinion. These figures were to change dramatically in favor of the government, and on 10 to 11 November, the approval figure was 53%, with disapproval 32%, a proportion almost exactly repeated in another poll at the beginning of December. It has struck one particularly perceptive American observer and historian that although on the poll figures there simply was not anything like a substantial majority in favor of the use of force, neither the pros nor the cons were in a clear majority on any occasion. What does emphasize the complexity of the divisions was that on the 1 to 2 November poll among those who approved were 68% of conservatives, 16% Labor, and 24% Liberal voters. By the 1 to 2 December poll, the respective figures were conservative 81%, Labor 22%, and Liberal 30%. Thus, although a clear majority of conservatives approved and a clear majority of Labor and Liberal voters did not, support for the government was not confined to their own supporters. All of the latter approve of what had been done. Nor did, with all the qualifications necessary for such polls, what is interesting about them is that they confirmed what one felt and heard at the time that E. Leon D. Epstein, British Politics in the Suez Crisis, ch. Here was a truly divisive issue that crossed party boundaries to a remarkable extent. Nor did the national press reveal any clear indications, there being an almost equal division between pro-Suez and anti-Suez, with some, including the Times, either neutral or undecided. The provincial press was overwhelmingly pro-Suez, the only exception being the Glasgow Daily Record. Of the independent quality papers, only the Observer was totally hostile, and the reactions of most of the press could have been anticipated on party lines. Whether it mattered is highly questionable so far as British opinion was concerned. It will be a dark day when the British elector takes his politics from a newspaper, and it has not yet dawned. But it unquestionably did matter to opinion abroad, particularly in the United States and in the Soviet Union, where every evidence of division and dispute was eagerly seized upon and exploited. The Russians ensured that Nasser was fully informed, and the British press and the British opposition, unwittingly and without any dishonor to themselves, gave immense comfort to those who were determined to resist the Anglo-French-Israeli successes. The opposition of The Economist and The Spectator, neither of which could remotely be described as left-wing journals, had a special impact abroad. It was abundantly plain that here was a nation totally divided about the policy of its government, and this made a far deeper impression than reports of uproar in the Commons, or mass demonstrations in Trafalgar Square, or the signing of petitions in universities. There had been a crucial shift of opinion within the Conservative Parliamentary Party since 30 October. One parliamentary private secretary to a cabinet minister, himself to be subsequently in the cabinet, was a strong supporter of the operation until he discovered how long it would take for the main force to land. In this, he was not alone. Others discerned that, in spite of his overt support for the government, Heath was profoundly troubled by what was being done. This realization was to be a key factor in Heath's ability to keep the Conservative Party together during the crisis and to prevent divisions that might well have brought the government down, but it unquestionably fueled the concern of the doubters. The cabinet kept its counsel, and its collective loyalty to Eden was complete, but the unhappiness in certain faces could not be concealed. Gateskill appears to have been well informed of these mounting doubts, which in the event he was to attempt to exploit with disastrous consequences. That they existed was the truth, although the motivations varied. By 1 November, even those ministers who remained committed supporters of the operation were becoming severely rattled. It is not enjoyable to face a House of Commons in tumult, with an opposition moving in relentlessly, without total support behind one end the scenes in the House. Unashamedly frightened of the ordeal. Even worse was the feeling that it was the opposition and not the government that was winning the argument. This made what Eden called the weak sisters even weaker, and all but the most convinced uneasy. The delay in launching the invasion increased this tension. There was accordingly a very definite psychological change among several ministers, who began to cast around for some reasonable way out of this appalling situation. Thus, albeit almost invisibly, full support for Eden and the invasion began to dribble away at the top. The Suez group below the gangway sensed this and increased their own pressure. The national press was in total confusion and disarray, with pro-Suez journalists working in anti-Suez newspapers and vice versa. The Observer reported an alarmingly large number of subscription cancellations as a result of its strong opposition to the government, but in most cases it was difficult to determine whether taking a particular stance gained or lost readers. Those papers and journals opposed to the operation gained in fierceness of comment, while those in favor began to show a decline in self-confidence. What was obvious to everyone was that the country was completely divided, and that although all known indications were that the government had a majority of public support, it was by a perilously small margin. Those who recalled vividly that victory in the war could not have been achieved without total public and political support were particularly troubled. Added to this unpleasant and demoralizing situation was the factor of physical and emotional fatigue. Ministers would go to bed exhausted and wake up without having gained much benefit from sleep to face the uproar again. It was not surprising that nerves and tempers were affected. Indeed, it would have been very surprising if they were not. Although backbenchers were not as badly affected, the toll on Conservative MPs coping with long hours in the House, in committees, in groups and cabals, and with a mountainous constituency mail was not inconsiderable. It was a burden borne comparatively easily by those who were totally supportive of the government, or by the very small minority who were totally opposed to the action, but upon those who were torn by harshly conflicting loyalties, it was very substantial. Everyone was in a high state of emotion, and the parliamentary atmosphere became poisonously charged. One felt that the House of Commons was close to a collective nervous collapse, so fraught was the temper of the time, and these are not the best circumstances for the calm and deliberate making of vital decisions. Rumors flew everywhere, and there were hot words between colleagues, as outside, many friendships abruptly and permanently ended. Michael Hughes Young described it as a nightmare for the whip's office, and so it was, but it was a nightmare for everyone. It seemed and probably was impossible to continue living at such a frighteningly high condition of emotion and division. All of this seeped back from the frenzied House of Commons to ministerial offices and the cabinet room. Subsequently, many MPs on both sides of the Commons felt ashamed of the uproar and their own participation in it. As I have emphasized, there were definite gradations of support and opposition in Conservative and Labour ranks. Also, in senior Conservative circles, there was now serious alarm that it was not inconceivable that the government might actually fall or be fatally embarrassed, as in May 1940. And the Conservative instinct for survival and for at least the appearance of unity can never be underestimated. Thus, the chairman and officers of the 1922 committee, although completely in support of the government's actions, now smelt real danger, as did Heath. And they also, if subconsciously, began looking for a way out. The feeling that this could not go on indefinitely was common to all conservative MPs, whatever their individual feelings, so a very substantial majority of conservatives wanted a swift military resolution, the capture of the canal and the fall of Nasser. The minority wanted the operation stopped on reasonable terms, but both groups were united on the quick resolution of the crisis. All this was faithfully reported by the whips, but ministers in the Commons could see and hear it for themselves, in itself a justification for the British system whereby ministers must be members of Parliament and the majority of them in the Commons. It was in this context of high emotion, acute division, and tension at home and abroad that the Anglo-French invasion fleet sailed slowly towards Port Said. The Israelis had been too quick, the British too slow. Evening. Defeat. The decision to invade having been taken by the governments of Britain and France, and the national and international political situations being so inflamed, everything now depended on the capacity of the Anglo-French forces to achieve a swift military result. Thus, logistics and timing now became crucial, and both became more crucial to Eden's expectations with every hour. If the tensions at 10 Downing Street became almost unbearable, so did they elsewhere. It was the failure of anything to happen that was so acutely demoralizing. The Israelis were especially indignant, having completed their part of the arrangement, that the Anglo-French invasion was so tardy. Even the ultimatum was so late that the British embassy in Tel Aviv was asked by the Israeli Foreign Office if it had received a copy, to the former's complete mystification. After the Egyptian Air Force had been eliminated, there could have been no other end to the Sinai campaign than a total Israeli victory. Although the Egyptians, since the Anglo-French ultimatum, had pulled forces back to the canal, an hourly expected invasion, as did everyone else, nothing happened except more British air attacks, which, because of the British insistence on the minimum of civilian casualties, were strictly limited, with the exception of the wholly successful, if very belated, destruction of Radio Cairo. The preparations of the military commanders had been meticulous, but the invasion fleet from Malta advanced slowly. When time was vital, the invasion forces plowed on through the Mediterranean. Eden's reluctant agreement to musketeer Revise now proved to have been his major error, although the blame lies more with Monckton and the military advisors. But Eden, as a former soldier himself, also desperately wanted the minimum of casualties and the maximum deployment of force. British hesitation was also emphasized when the Egypt Committee, late in the evening of 1 November, decided not to attack Egyptian oil installations for fear of Arab retaliation elsewhere, and also because it would conflict with the stated objectives of the intervention and wreck the Egyptian economy, which we would subsequently need to repair during our occupation of parts of Egyptian territory. On 2 November, at a 4:03 p.m. meeting, the Cabinet, on Eden's recommendation, resolved that the United Nations should be informed that they and the French would be prepared to transfer the responsibility of policing the area to a UN force as soon as one could be effectively established in the area, but that the Anglo-French action could be suspended only if Israel and Egypt accepted such a force and if both accepted the presence on the canal of the Anglo-French forces. Butler reported on the need for such a commitment for domestic political reasons, while Lloyd spoke alarmingly about the possibility of United States oil sanctions and the dire political consequences in the Middle East and the Gulf, which made a considerable impact on Macmillan. But it was agreed that the operation should not be suspended. When the cabinet met later on 2 November, Eden told his colleagues that the French agreed to the submission to the UN, but insisted that the military operations must continue. While this was still the majority view, some ministers very reasonably argued that to continue with invasion after promising to hand the issue to the UN would give rise to the charge that the offer had not been made in good faith. Eventually, some form of compromise was reached, in that Eden should state that we were willing to stop military action as soon as it was agreed that, until the United Nations force was constituted, detachments of Anglo-French troops should be stationed on Egyptian territory between the two combatants. But now, the chiefs of staff and head proposed further delays. The plan to land airborne troops at El Kantara on the 4th in advance of the general assault on Port Said on the 6th was now deemed too hazardous in view of the Egyptian buildup. Also, there would have to be preliminary bombardment of Port Said, which would cause considerable physical damage. Civilian casualties might also be heavy. Alternative landing places had therefore been considered. This was disclosed at a meeting of the Egypt Committee at 2 p.m. on Saturday, 3 November, in Eden's room at the House of Commons, as the House was still in turbulent session. It almost defies belief that, after 4 months of planning for the operation, the chiefs of staff, all present at this meeting, should come up with major changes at this stage, especially as their original plans had not included the Israeli element. It was now seriously proposed that the landings should not be at Port Said, and Haifa was one of the alternatives. It had an excellent harbor, and there were good roads leading southwards to the Suez Canal area. He said that it was politically desirable to establish Anglo-French forces at key points along the Suez Canal at the earliest possible date. It was revealed that Cately took the view that the Port Said operation was still militarily sound, and that the Egyptian forces in the area amounted to only a brigade. The poor performance of the Egyptians against the Israelis gave no indication that they would fight more resolutely than they had in the Sinai. The only result of this extraordinary meeting was that it was agreed that Head and Templar should fly out immediately to Cyprus to see Kately before final decisions were taken, and to confirm that the operation must go ahead as planned, with emphasis on limiting civilian casualties in the naval bombardment. All operations were to be strictly limited to the Canal Zone. This was within 3 days of the invasion. With the United Nations, the House of Commons, British public opinion, and the Arab world in turmoil, and with the force steaming towards Egypt, closely monitored by the American Sixth Fleet, the Egyptian Air Force destroyed without a declaration of war, it was now being seriously suggested that while the military operation should go forward, it should be totally changed. On the next day, Sunday, 4th of November, at the Egypt Committee, Lloyd warned of economic and other sanctions against Britain and France, but argued that it was essential to occupy the canal. However, he went on to say that heavy civilian casualties would finally alienate opinion in the United Nations. But Head could now report Egyptian troop withdrawals from the canal to Cairo, adding that Port Said could be secured by a parachute drop behind the town with a minimum sea bombardment. It was agreed, on Eden's urgings, that the operation should go forward, and as soon as possible, especially in view of the increasing disorder in the canal area and the disintegration of authority in the region. That meeting had been at 12.3 at Downing Street. There was another at 3.30. Lloyd reported that the British ambassador in Baghdad had cabled that unless the British condemned Israeli aggression, the British position in Iraq would become untenable. Lloyd also reported that in the UN, sanctions were looming, and that the Israelis were now prepared to accept a ceasefire if the Egyptians were. The Egyptians had already agreed. Thus, the whole avowed purpose of the operation had been achieved. What was the point of going on? One minister, unnamed in the minutes, almost certainly Amory, Monckton not being present, said, "Difficult to counter the allegation that our real objective all along had been to attack Egypt. The censure would be particularly severe if the Anglo-French landings were resisted by the Egyptians and there were heavy civilian casualties in Port Said." But it was also agreed that the Israelis had only accepted a ceasefire, not a withdrawal, and had also rejected the proposed UN force. And unless some buffer were inserted between Israel and Egypt, hostilities might well break out again and become more widespread as a result of intervention by other Arab states on behalf of Egypt. The principal argument urged by Eden was that any further delays, even by 24 hours, would make it politically more difficult to resume military operations. No UN force was in being, and the Anglo-French forces, which would shortly be landed in Egypt, would be regarded as advance elements of the international force or trustees on its behalf, and the responsibility for policing the Middle East would be handed over to the international force as soon as possible. The United Kingdom and France would be in a stronger position when effective forces were firmly established in the Suez Canal area. This was a clever way of appearing to meet the terms of the UN resolutions while going ahead with the invasion, but perhaps it was too clever for some ministers, as the only decision of the committee was to refer the issues to the full cabinet, which met at 6:03 p.m. Calm deliberation was not assisted by the fact that ministers could hear the noise of the large anti-government demonstration in Trafalgar Square, addressed by Bevan among others. In Lloyd's account, there was a steady hum of noise, and then every few minutes a crescendo and an outburst of howling or booing. Eden told his colleagues that there were 3 options before them: to proceed with the initial phase of the occupation, while informing the United States that although this was imperative, they remained willing to transfer responsibility to a UN force in due course, in which British and French units must be included, to suspend the parachute landings for 24 hours, or to delay military action indefinitely. There was a very long discussion, at the end of which Eden asked his colleagues formally to indicate their views. The minutes do not give details of how ministers voted, but another record was being kept, which has been made available to me. It reveals that 12 were for going on, 3 were for postponement, and 3 were for stopping. Amory then indicated he would accept the majority decision. Monckton, at Long. When the 3 service ministers, Hailsham, Nigel Birch, and John Hare, were asked for their views, it transpired that only Hailsham was for going on, Hare actually favoring the third course. There was then an adjournment as the government was awaiting further information on the Israeli position. The vote, Butler later wrote, seemed to nonplus the Prime Minister. He said he must go upstairs and consider his position. If he could not have united support, the situation might arise in which someone else might have to take over from him. When this appeared in Butler's memoirs in 1971, Eden was considerably surprised and asked for a copy of the full minutes. These are exceptionally full and make no reference to such a statement. What the minutes do state is that the Prime Minister, summing up the discussion, said that it was evident that the overwhelming balance of opinion in the cabinet was in favor of allowing the initial phase of the military operation to go forward as planned. Eden had no recollection of making the statement attributed to him by Butler, nor had Lennox Boyd, Head, or Lloyd when Eden consulted them after the publication of Butler's book. What actually happened was that Eden took Butler, Macmillan, and Salisbury aside and, as Clarissa Eden's diaries described the conversation, told them that if they wouldn't go on, then he would have to resign. Raab said if he did resign, no one else could form a government. Macmillan and Salisbury agreed. The adjournment was to await the Israeli response to the conditions of the UN. When this was received, the cabinet reconvened to be told that, contrary to earlier reports, the Israelis had not accepted the conditions for the ceasefire and were not prepared to withdraw from occupied Egyptian territory. Clarissa Eden recorded that everyone laughed and banged the table with relief except Birch and Monckton, who looked glum. The cabinet therefore agreed that the initial phase should be put into effect, and on this no dissentients are recorded. Nor did Monckton resign. Unanimously, with whatever misgivings, the decision was taken. Eden sent a brief report to Churchill, who was asking to be kept informed that these are tough days, but the alternative was a slow bleeding to death. Relations between London and Washington had become very considerably worse, but Eisenhower's preoccupation with his election and the terrible situation in Hungary, combined with Dulles' major operation, rendered the presidential pressure on Eden less than it might have been, although the tone of his telegrams and telephone conversations with Eden was clear enough. At an early stage in the crisis, Clark had answered the telephone to hear Eisenhower, thinking he was speaking to Eden, using barrack room language and demanding, "What the hell is going on?" Reports reached London from the invasion fleet that the Sixth Fleet was not only shadowing it, but was becoming deliberately interfering, and that an American submarine had hurriedly surfaced after it had been detected by British destroyers who were preparing to attack it, an event whose consequences would have been beyond calculation. American accounts strongly deny this version, but the American admiral commanding did move his ships away. It was the break with the Americans that worried Eden's ministers more than any other single factor, while significantly it did not worry the French at all. Eden had already apologized to Eisenhower for the fact that he had heard of the ultimatum from the press, but there had been a notable absence of direct contact between the two capitals, and relations between Lloyd and Aldrich in London and Dixon and Lodge in New York were very bad indeed. Late on the evening of 4th November, Eden sent Eisenhower a long message expressing his great grief that relations should have become so strained but strongly defending the Anglo-French action and their determination to occupy the key points on the canal. After a few days, you will be in a position to act with renewed authority. I beg you to believe what we are doing now will, in our view, facilitate your action. I would most earnestly ask you to put the great weight of your authority behind the proposal which we are now making to the United Nations. I believe as firmly as ever that the future of all of us depends on the closest Anglo-American cooperation. It has of course been a grief to me to have had to make a temporary breach into it which I cannot disguise, but I know that you are a man of big enough heart and vision to take up things again on the basis of fact. If you cannot approve, I would like you at least to understand the terrible decisions that we have had to make. I remember nothing like them since the days when we were comrades together in the war. History alone can judge whether we have made the right decision, but I do want to assure you that we have made it from a genuine sense of responsibility, not only to our country, but to all the world. Called communication, which had worried Eden from the beginning of the crisis. The position of Cadogan was extraordinary. He was not only an old friend of Eden and chairman of the governors of the BBC, but he was a director of the Suez Canal Company. When a senior official of the BBC had refused a request that Menzies should broadcast on the crisis in August, Eden had telephoned Cadogan to protest, and Cadogan had entirely agreed with him that the decision was nonsense and had it changed. But Cadogan was never, as was claimed, a government conspirator, and although Eden urged that the BBC should bear in mind its very heavy responsibility. At this crucial time, there was no question of interference. Indeed, on 14 September, Cadogan saw Butler and Gaitskell to make it clear that if requests for ministerial broadcasts were made and accepted, so would requests to reply. There is no truth whatever in the canard that Eden instructed Kilmuir to prepare an instrument, in effect, to take over the BBC, but he was naturally concerned that the government's case was fairly presented. Eden's broadcast, on television and radio, on the evening of 3rd November put the government's case and his personal one as a man of peace, a League of Nations man, a United Nations man, I'm still the same man, with considerable effectiveness. Gaitskell claimed the right of reply, but the government strongly claimed that a prime ministerial national broadcast was not in the same category as a party political broadcast, and therefore there was no right of reply. Although Cadogan was a supporter of the government's policy, there was no question of Gaitskell being denied his opportunity under the arrangements of 14 September. Downing Street certainly protested, but this is very different from planning to take over the BBC by legal maneuvers which the directors and staff successfully resisted. Gaitskell's broadcast on the evening of Sunday the 4th November was regarded by many as outstanding, by others as disgraceful and even treasonable. The logic that Britain should have formed part of a UN force to separate the belligerents was indeed somewhat unrealistic, and the talk of Britain's moral standing in the world, delivered in a rather sanctimonious manner, was not convincing at all. But the key passage was an appeal to unhappy conservatives to bring Eden down and to find a new prime minister who would halt the invasion and order an immediate ceasefire. The broadcast was powerful, but but the immediate political result was to rally doubtful and hostile conservatives to Eden and to incense others, including the troops. Steaming towards Port Said, one could be a friend and admirer of Gateskill, and yet consider his broadcast to be maladroit. It certainly did the government no harm then or later, and was in contrast with the skill with which he and Bevan harried ministers in the Commons. Gateskill's real political offense, and one that undoubtedly drew doubters into the government camp, was that he was broadcasting as British servicemen were about to enter battle, whose feelings, and those of their families, Gateskill did not seem to take into account at all. If it was a brave speech, it was also remarkably insensitive and made the Labour opposition look unpatriotic and politically opportunistic rather than acting on principle. His friends explained that it had to be prepared very hurriedly, and Gateskill was also feeling the strain of the crisis. This was perfectly true, but the result was more helpful to the government than to its enemies. What the broadcast did do, at a time when the proceedings of the Commons were not broadcast, was to demonstrate internationally how acutely divided the British were. No one knows with exactitude why the Russians made their intervention on the following day, having been remarkably quiet throughout the crisis. But one factor in their calculations must have been to exploit the bitter division not only in the Atlantic Alliance but also in Britain. Gateskill supporters can reasonably claim that he had not created these divisions, and of his absolute sincerity there is no question. What was in question was his tactical judgment. As his biographer wrote of his broadcast, the appeal was counterproductive and rallied waverers to Eden. Gateskill seems genuinely to have misjudged the likely reaction of the dissident conservatives. Also, Butler was not the only man who thought the appeal to bring Eden down was to him directly, and this did him no good at all in the Conservative Party. By Monday morning, 5th November, when the Anglo-French parachutists fell on Port Said and Port Fouad, the government had unexpectedly regained the political initiative at home. On 5th November, Nutting's resignation was announced. He had warned Lloyd of his views on the 22nd of October, which came as a very considerable surprise to Lloyd and a great shock to Eden. Edward Boyle had also resigned, and there were strong rumors of others. Nutting gives a somewhat lachrymose account of his final meeting with Eden. Eden, when he read it, vehemently denied that the meeting ever took place, and his own records support this contention. Nutting had agreed to postpone the announcement of his resignation, which he coupled with his resignation from Parliament, but the timing of the announcement as it happened, although not intentionally, was the most embarrassing of all times for Eden, Lloyd, and the government. And his presence at some of the key meetings, his decision was bewildering. Eden considered that personal as well as political factors played their part. But Eden's comments then and later were of pain and sadness rather than bitterness, although there were passages in the first proofs of Nutting's book that made him very angry. Nutting's was not a name to be used in Eden's company without a dark shadow falling. He had made Nutting, he had saved him at a very difficult moment, their correspondence and conversations had always been close and intimate. Nutting had privately and publicly denounced Nasser before as well as during the crisis. What on earth had happened to him? For the rest of his life, Eden mused over this without finding the solution. Others around him regarded it as an act of gross betrayal of a friend and patron. Eden regarded it as inexplicable, except in terms of a man who had succumbed to pressure and whom he had grievously overrated and overpromoted. Nutting's argument was that what was actually being done, and the circumstances under which it was being done, represented a major change from the previous policy. He saw it as a deliberate conspiracy, of a particularly obnoxious kind. He subsequently made this point passionately and eloquently, and there were many who agreed with him. Of his sincerity there is no question. What Eden questioned was his consistency. Few events in Eden's political career caused him greater mystification or sadness. The landing of the British and French parachute regiments early on 5th November was an unpleasant and dangerous operation conducted with courage and determination, and resisted with spirit, a resistance overcome with severe Egyptian casualties and few among the French and British. It was a confused battle which taxed the skills of subsequent historians, but the French capture of Port Fouad was a fierce affair, and the battle fought by the 3rd British Parachute Regiment in the cemetery at Port Said was not for the squeamish. The pent-up frustration of these elite soldiers, the perils of the drop, and the sight of some of their comrades killed or injured had a cumulative effect which was not to the advantage of the Egyptian defenders. The ferocity of the French Paris attitude had much to do with their experiences in Algeria, Indochina, and men are not recruited into 3 para for the gentleness of their souls, as the Egyptians discovered to their cost. By the afternoon, the Anglo-French parachutists were in control, and the French commander, Chateau Joubert, contacted the local Egyptian commander, Brigadier El Moghi, by telephone to propose a ceasefire. This was refused, but as the afternoon continued, El Moghi had second thoughts and was in touch with Chateau Joubert through Colonel Rashdi, the local chief of police, to arrange a meeting with him and Brigadier Butler. This took place just after dark. Butler demanded an Egyptian surrender, which Rashdi, who seems to have taken charge on the Egyptian side, at once refused. But a temporary ceasefire for the sake of tending the wounded and resuming the cut water supplies was agreed. Unfortunately for Eden, the report reached London via Cyprus in a mangled form in which Butler's emphasis on the brevity of the ceasefire was omitted. When it was handed to him, he was in the House of Commons supporting Lloyd in a torrid debate about the British leaflets, Lloyd's position being made more uncomfortable by the fact that he had not seen the documents quoted at him by the opposition. When he had read the note passed to him, Eden at once intervened to say that a ceasefire had been agreed and that surrender terms for Port Said were being discussed. The Conservative members erupted in joy, and Labour looked nonplussed for the first time since 30 October. But within an hour, the report was being denied. Fortunately, the House had been prorogued, or Eden's position would have been even more embarrassing. It is important to emphasize that the account in Cately's dispatch that surrender terms were agreed and that El Moghi was overruled, which Eden repeated in his own account, is not correct. And, although the Russian consul in Port said Chikov was very active in keeping Egyptian resistance going, Eden's belief that the Russian government had intervened to break the surrender was wrong. The Russian dilemma had been acute, and the situation in Budapest remained bad, although their forces were gradually destroying the Hungarian resistance. There was nothing practical they could do to assist the Egyptians, but on the evening of 5 November, they decided to resort to bluster by sending messages to Eden, Mallet, and Ben Gurion announcing Soviet determination to crush the aggressors and to restore peace in the East, together with threats of rocket attacks. A message to Eisenhower sought a joint Soviet and American involvement to stop the fighting. The tone of these messages revealed how deeply worried the Russians were. Budapest was in chaos, Poland was ominous, and now it seemed that their great hope of a major client state in the Middle East was being destroyed, and Nasser with it. Then the Russian military and their agents the limitations of the Egyptian armed forces, and they almost certainly had good information about the size of the British Armada now approaching Egypt. Military action with the Russians, and if they intervened, the Americans would respond, with force if necessary, with everything in the bucket, in his own words. All military personnel were recalled, and American units put on full alert, a message which the Russian leaders could not miss, and did not. Eden's own reply was robust and firm, fortified by the knowledge that the Russians did not possess rockets remotely capable of hitting London, Paris, or Tel Aviv. The only effects of the Russian intervention, which was only verbal, were to arouse Eisenhower and to increase Eden's personal standing, especially with his own party. The Anglo-French seaborne forces landed at first light on the morning of 6 November after a heavy naval barrage, and by 9 a.m. the British commanders heard incorrectly another request for surrender. Inspired by the endeavors of the Italian consul in Port Said, it was another false report, and, although casualties were not heavy, the landing forces experienced difficulty in moving forward rapidly, and there does seem to have been both confusion and lack of initiative in exploiting the situation, which was now entirely in favor of the invaders, so much so that many commentators believe that Kantara could have been taken by nightfall. As it was, in spite of these delays, the operation justified all the hard work of the planners, and by the afternoon there was little standing between the British and French forces and the seizure of the canal. But a far more potent force than the Russians had intervened. A run on the pound had developed, and with the canal blocked and the Syrian pipeline severed, the position of sterling had become critical. Some 15% of the country's gold and dollar reserves went in November, and when Macmillan telephoned Washington early on the morning of 6 November to ask for assistance, he was bluntly told that it would be available only if a ceasefire were arranged before midnight. Only in that eventuality would the United States support a loan from the International Monetary Fund and give other assistance. For Macmillan, this was decisive, but he in particular now realized that the public pretext for the invasion had collapsed. The alleged purposes of the operation had been achieved, and it was becoming impossible to provide any convincing defense for continuing it to the Americans and to Parliament. He was certainly the first cabinet minister of the front rank to change his ground, but, although the economic pressure from the United States was now becoming unbearable, it was not the only factor in his volte-face. The pressures on the British government had become too strong. The Bulganin threats had stiffened the resolve of many conservatives, but the of Soviet intervention in the area deeply worried others, including members of the cabinet when it met at 9:05 a.m. on 6 November. The issue was stark and the situation menacing. The French were frantically urging that the operation must continue, but the majority of the cabinet had now swung against this option, especially Macmillan, dismayed by the prospect of oil sanctions and by the sheer size of the rift with the Americans. It was on this point that most alarm concentrated, and the prospect of a viable United Nations force became increasingly attractive as a reasonable way out of the morass. Some ministers were now genuinely frightened that there could be a general war in the area that could be impossible to control. Others were deeply concerned by the acute divisions in the country and by the possibility that the Conservative Party itself might split. All were very tired, and the strain on Eden himself had become intolerable. There was now a clear majority for an Anglo-French ceasefire if the Egyptians and Israelis agreed, which they were certain to do, at some point during the day, the exact time to be determined in the light of operational considerations. Eden, Himself desperately tired and disillusioned, felt that he could no longer stand against the combined pressure of the opposition, his own cabinet, and the United States. In retrospect, it is easy to see and say that the operation should have been continued until the canal was entirely occupied, which would almost certainly have been achieved within 48 hours. Also in retrospect, the near panic among ministers caused by the run on the pound and the withdrawal of sterling balances seems grossly exaggerated compared with the glittering opportunity of complete control of the canal and negotiation from a position of considerable strength. But there was no question of the cabinet accepting such a lead by this stage, and Eden had no doubts on this score. He was almost alone. This was a political decision, made in the knowledge that the Egyptian military resistance was fading rapidly and that there was little to prevent the capture of the canal. Although the build-up to the operation had been fatally slow, the actual execution had been very competently achieved, with relatively few casualties. The men were jubilant, knowing that they were in the presence of a totally defeated enemy. What they did not know was that the political resolve to continue had gone. Eden had been deserted by all his senior colleagues except Lloyd, Head, and Stewart, and Macmillan's defection had been crucial. Butler and Salisbury now led the majority that in effect demanded acceptance of the Hammarskjöld offer under the Assembly resolution. The American pressure had become even more intense, and mounted during the day. At Bourges-Monnery were for the French going on alone, but Molay, supported by the majority, refused. The French were angry, very angry, what they considered British weakness and even treachery, but few in Paris believed that continuation was now possible. At 1:43 p.m., Eden telephoned Eisenhower to tell him of what had been decided. Eisenhower's relief was intense. There were ministers who found the decision heartbreaking, but they had to accept it. The pressure of the House of Commons itself had become unbearable. The booing and uproar and tension still existed, and Eden himself looked exhausted, although his self-control was extraordinary and impressed even those most passionately opposed to his policies. As a performance of grace under fire, it was admirable, but one could only estimate the physical and emotional cost. What we did not know was that he had now been abandoned by his own ministers, eager for a reasonable formula that would end the nightmare. For this is what it had become for everyone. The ghastly reports from Budapest of Russian savagery were merged with others from the Middle East. Pride in British military skill and courage was mingled with anxiety. The Russians may have been bluffing, and probably were, but the prospect, however remote, of them and the Americans becoming involved in the Middle East cauldron was a daunting one. Eden now knew that he could not persuade his cabinet to carry on with the military operation, and at 6 that evening he announced in the House of Commons that he had information from New York that Egypt and Israel had agreed to a ceasefire in view of this, and the proposal to establish a United Nations international force, British and French forces would cease their operations at midnight. There was then an extraordinary scene in that extraordinary week. There was a burst of sustained cheering from the labor benches, but a considerable number of conservatives leapt to their feet to wave order papers and applaud Eden. It was indeed difficult to judge whether this was out of the false belief that they had won, or relief that it was over, or simply loyalty to their leader, but it was also evident that many did not stand and cheer, and the members of the Suez group were aghast and embittered. For Eden himself it was a black day, and although he conducted himself firmly and with the authority he had never lost in the House, he looked very much older than he was. One who saw a great deal of Eden throughout the crisis, and who was very critical of certain aspects of Eden's personality, has said that in the last few days he seemed almost in a state of exaltation, and certainly his dignified and impressive responses to the tumult and disgraceful scenes in. Enemies, he also had as friends. He believed, and rightly, that he had much support in the country, and that the British serviceman would triumph over the enemy. He had done everything possible to meet American concerns. He had agreed to the international conference, to Squaw, and had been to the United Nations. He had exhausted all the possibilities of peaceful international control over the canal. He had no doubts that Nasser was an evil brigand who imperiled British and Western power in the Middle East. He was not, as has been alleged, torn by pangs of conscience, or so ill that he was incapable of logical thought, although as always his moods had been mercurial during the crisis, and on occasions very mercurial indeed. He had no doubts that he had been right. But to have to accept the ceasefire under duress from the United States and his colleagues was a shattering event. Having traveled so far, and on the verge of complete victory, it had been snatched away. The adrenaline that accompanies high tension and drama is dangerous when the drama ends, as this one had, so suddenly and harshly. Suddenly, he looked aged and ill, defeated and broken. The whole personality, if not prostrated, seemed completely withdrawn. A Labour MP, J.P.W. Malalieu, wrote in an especially vivid account, looking sadly down on him from my seat in the gallery, immediately opposite him, I thought Eden looked strangely alone. I did not, of course, then know how alone he really was. Passing resolutions creating a United Nations force was a simple act, but creating one was more difficult, and there were no precedents or experience to guide Hammarskjöld and his very small staff. The British and French hope that it would include their forces was dashed by Eisenhower, who told Eden that it must not include any troops from the major powers, in order to exclude any possible Russian involvement. To this, Eden replied that although he personally agreed he must consult the cabinet, which considered the matter at a long meeting that began at 11:03 on the morning of 7 November. Eisenhower had been easily re-elected as president with a majority of nearly 10 million votes on the previous evening, and, after the Egypt committee meeting, Eden telephoned to congratulate him and suggest an immediate meeting in Washington between the president, himself and Mollett, to discuss how matters could proceed after the ceasefire. Eisenhower was cordial. It is always a good time to telephone a politician on the morning immediately after an electoral victory, and was very willing to accept Eden's suggestion, but he added that he should consult others before making the matter definite, and promised to call back as soon as possible. Eden's active mind had already recovered from the shock of upon capitalizing of the position on the ground to achieve his purposes. He was elated by Eisenhower's reaction, and preparations were made for an immediate statement in the Commons and an early flight to Washington. But Eisenhower consulted General Goodpaster, a particularly close confidant, and Hoover, who had spoken to Dulles in hospital. All were against the meeting, as it would give the impression of the United States' willingness to discuss the future of the Middle East outside what they had achieved at the United Nations. All seemed to have scented a trap, which was perhaps understandable, but was not the case. Eden was trying once again for a joint policy in the Middle East. But Eisenhower bowed to his advisors. Eden, with an official by his side, had eagerly awaited Eisenhower's call. The first was for clarification that the topic would be a general discussion on the Middle East, which Eden confirmed. When the second one came, Eden snatched the telephone excitedly, but as Eisenhower spoke, the official could see Eden's face harden and then sag. The whole tone had changed. The meeting would have to be postponed. All Eden's arguments were politely but emphatically rejected. When Eden put down the instrument, what remained of his spirit seemed to have gone. Selwyn Lloyd, sent to the United Nations to attempt to restore the situation, reported to Eden on 15th November that more and more people are privately reproving me for our having ordered a ceasefire too soon. In spite of all this sort of talk, I am sure that they would all join the hunt against us again, given the chance. On the 18th, he cabled from Washington to Eden that there is no desire here to see Nasser built up, but there is no grip in the administration as to what is immediately involved, or what should speedily be done. It will be 1917 and 1941 all over again. The plain fact, he told Eden on 19 November, is that, as Bell said, the president is the only man who matters, and there is no one round him to give advice who is of the slightest use. Dulles. Ambiguity remained to the end. When Lloyd went with Katja to see him in hospital in Washington on 18th of November, an act of notable kindness in the circumstances, Dulles asked him, "Selwyn, why did you stop? Why didn't you go through with it and get Nasser down?" Lloyd replied that, if you had so much as winked at us, we might have gone on. The tantalizing possibility remains, although a very small one, that if Dulles had not had to go into hospital at the crucial moment there, might Lloyd's cable to Eden after the meeting was less dramatic. He said that he have been an American wink, and might, but Dulles could not have overridden the president, nor the much more vehement views of Hoover and Humphrey. By the evening of 6 November, the essential political and military fact was that the operation had been stopped and could not be started again. Nasser was triumphant, his standing and prestige now so high as to send waves of fear, fully justified through the pro-Western governments of Iraq, Libya, and Algeria. The Russians, having done hardly anything, could also look upon the results with deep, if surprised, satisfaction. Emotions in France were bitter against the Americans, and in some quarters against the British for having proved when it came to the supreme test that they were completely in the hands of the United States. De Gaulle, in exile, drew the lesson. From Suez there was to result the creation of the French independent nuclear deterrent, withdrawal from NATO, a foreign policy in Europe and towards the East based on perceptions of French national interests alone, and the tragically long delays before Britain was permitted to join the common market and come to be regarded by the French as truly European. It was to be a long time before the United States government appreciated the full extent of its own defeat in the area, or was prepared to admit it. With relentless morality, the Americans were to force the Israelis back to their original 1948 boundaries, having secured no guarantees or concessions at all from Egypt, Jordan, or Syria. They opened the way for massively increased Soviet intervention in the Middle East, and a consequent destabilization, particularly in the Lebanon, that tragically lasts to this day. But, far from being hailed, as they had expected, as the saviors of people struggling against colonialism and of emerging third world nations, they found that hostility against them remained, now augmented by a certain understandable contempt and incomprehension over what American foreign policy was. King Faisal and Nuri were to be among the first and the most conspicuous victims of the Western defeat, but many more were to follow, Although Eden could not foresee all of this, he knew that the West had suffered a severe, indeed catastrophic defeat. If, even at this stage, the Americans had realized this, it could have been possible to create a joint Anglo-American policy that made use of Nasser's military defeat and the overwhelming British, French, and Israeli military position on the ground and in the air to fulfill some of the purposes of the operation, especially the establishment of a new form of international control over the canal. For the reality was, in spite of the gloatings of the repaired Radio Cairo, that Nasser's immediate position was bad, and there could be little prospect of real Soviet assistance for some time, while the Anglo-French position was very strong indeed. On American insistence, all this was to be thrown away, be seen as a gross abrogation of leadership, which was to have dire consequences, but at the time it was even more than that. It was a snub, a stinging rebuke, a punishment from the commander-in-chief to insubordinate juniors. Again, the impact upon the French was even greater, if that were possible, than on the British. As events were to prove, the Anglo-American alliance could be repaired, but the opportunity of a joint Western policy in the Middle East based on strength had gone. At the full cabinet on 7 November, ministers were acutely and very seriously divided. There were some who agreed with Eden and Eisenhower about the involvement of major power contingents in the UN force, others who considered that if the British and French forces were withdrawn, they would be throwing away their tangible gains, and some who considered that having a Soviet element in the UN force would be a positive advantage. What was common ground was that urgent steps must be taken to harmonize Middle East policy with the Americans, and the matter was referred to the Egypt Committee, which met again at 3 p.m. the Argentines had proposed. A resolution that was generally acceptable, except that it insisted that British and French forces should not be in the UN force, and that it said nothing about settlement of the future of the canal or the Egypt-Israel dispute. It was eventually decided that Dixon should vote for the resolution while making clear British reservations on certain aspects of it. The chiefs of staff were now very concerned about the precarious military position of their men and about how matters could proceed. The tacit aims of the operation, a settlement of the canal situation on favorable terms and the downfall of Nasser, could not be achieved without further military action. They judged it likely that the Russians would reconstitute the Egyptian Air Force and thereby pose a serious threat to all our forces in the area. They posed 3 alternatives to renew the military action and occupy the entire canal, to withdraw unconditionally, or to retain the present positions until they could be handed over to a UN force. The second alternative, they argued, would be seen as a defeat for the West and a major victory for Nasser and the Soviet Union, and they favored the third. To make their argument even stronger, they set out a worst-case account of what would be required to fight a Russian-sponsored war in the Middle East. This was probably the most decisive paper of all, especially as Kately was reporting a serious fall of morale after the ceasefire. But Eisenhower's continued refusal to discuss long-term issues until the British and French had withdrawn their forces reported to the cabinet on the 8th, gave added emphasis to the reports of Butler and Heath that the government's political position in the House of Commons was vulnerable. Their position would remain insecure so long as there appeared to be some divergence of policy between them and the governments of the United States and other Commonwealth countries. In these circumstances, it remained urgently necessary that we should reestablish close relations and understanding with the United States government. The decision was reached to initiate immediate staff talks with the commander-designate of the UN force, General Burns of Canada, for the orderly and effective transfer of responsibility from the Anglo-French contingent, namely, retreat. The British rather desperately now put great emphasis on the importance of their clearing the canal, which Eden stressed strongly in telegrams and telephone calls with Eisenhower, and which Katcha also pressed. There were certainly practical considerations. The British had the facilities on the spot and the experience to clear the canal, but the dominant considerations were political and psychological. The Egyptians, amazed and relieved by their unexpected rescue from disaster, refused to allow this clearance so long as foreign troops remained on their land. American salvage experts were convinced that an international team could be quickly assembled. The Egypt Committee on 9 November resolved that the British should clear that part of the canal which they controlled, and should refuse to withdraw forces until the UN force arrived. Hailsham took a strong line on this issue, claiming that no other organization had the expertise to achieve the clearance, in which he was supported by Home, who had consulted the Commonwealth High Commissioners who agreed that some schemes should be evolved by the United Nations which would use the British machinery which was on the spot, and competent to do the job. Lloyd was instructed to press this point hard at the United Nations, but the fact was that most obstructions were in those parts of the canal still held by the Egyptians. Nasser, his self-confidence now mightily restored, was implacable on his conditions, and the Americans would not support the British. On 8 November, there was another vote of confidence in the House of Commons in a mood of angry anti-climax. Now that the ceasefire had taken place, those conservatives who had been opposed to the operation and had been inhibited from speaking out publicly through a sense of responsibility to the servicemen going into action could make their opposition known. It also seemed possible that the Suez Group, dismayed by the ceasefire, would either abstain or even vote against the government, and there was a real possibility that its majority would fall so low as to amount to a defeat. But feelings were running so high in the Conservative Party outside Westminster that even to abstain would have been regarded as treachery of the most unforgivable kind, as it was. This at least partly, in what was regarded as the most crucial division since the war. These were Nigel Nicholson, Sir Frank Medlicott, Nutting, Cyril Banks, Boyle, J.J. Astor, Boothby, and William Yates. Although Spearman and Peter Kirk did vote with the government, their known opposition to Suez caused them considerable difficulty in their associations. Of the others, only Boothby, Yates, and Boyle survived politically, evidence in itself of how deeply the party outside Westminster felt about the matter. But neither ministers nor whips had any illusions about the intense strains within the parliamentary party. We now enter the shadows of the Suez crisis. By stopping when they did, the British had incurred the maximum of odium and the minimum of advantage. The position of the Anglo-French forces was itself perilous. From clear victors, they had become vulnerable. Conservative MPs had, surprisingly, thought of the UN force in modern military terms, fully equipped as a fighting force with armor and aircraft, as the Egypt Committee was told on the 15th, and were now clamoring for number withdrawal until provision had been made for clearing the canal, the international settlement of the canal, and, even more ambitiously, a resolution of the Arab-Israeli dispute. But ministers had to deal with realities, the most important of which was that no support would be forthcoming from the United States until at least a start had been made on the withdrawal of the Anglo-French forces, as the Egypt Committee was somberly informed on the 15th. At this meeting, Eden fought hard and successfully for insisting on a phased withdrawal with conditions, of which the clearance of the canal was the most crucial. But as Lloyd, now back in New York, realized only too well, the British had lost the opportunity of making any conditions. The United Nations force was being drawn together, a remarkable example of ingenuity and improvisation, but with the difficulty that the Russians and Egyptians objected to the presence of a Canadian contingent. On 19 November, the Egypt Committee, chaired by Eden for the last time, agreed to the arrival of a neutral country UN company in Port Said, where tension was particularly acute, but faced the fact that the clearance of the canal was dependent upon the withdrawal of the Anglo-French forces. To see him, what Eden did not know was that Butler and Macmillan were in touch with Washington by way of Aldrich. The retreat was on, but the Prime Minister, still trying vainly for a meeting with Eisenhower, did not realize it until many years later. The combination of strain, physical exhaustion, and bitter disappointment had exerted its eventual price on Eden. The brief period of exaltation had definitely passed. Now all was anticlimax, and a time for many regrets, the greatest of which was that he had agreed to the 6 November ceasefire he himself was determined to go on, but those closest to him had become so worried by his condition that they persuaded him to see his doctors. They were wise to do so, but it marked another decisive moment in Eden's fortunes. It is possible, although improbable, that under Eden's leadership the government might have extricated itself from the situation on better terms than proved to be the case, but although his fevers had not returned, his doctors were deeply concerned about his health. His fever in October had undoubtedly weakened him, and the immense strain of the previous months was now showing. His doctors could not decide whether he was seriously ill or merely suffering from exhaustion, but on 19 November they were adamant that he must have a complete rest, preferably in a warm climate. When they heard of this, Ian and Anne Fleming at once offered the Edens the use of their house in Jamaica, Goldeneye. It seemed the perfect solution to an apparently temporary problem, but in the event it had every possible disadvantage. Butler, on whom the burden was now placed, was understandably amazed at the proposal, later writing with laudable restraint that it did seem the most extraordinarily remote suggestion in the middle of such unprecedented troubles. Harold Macmillan's strong character reacted in a fit of temper against Evans. He said that the Prime Minister could not possibly be withdrawn to that extent, leaving our troops in an uncertain predicament. The situation was made even more difficult by the fact that Goldeneye was a long way from the residence of the governor, Sir Hugh Foote, to which all secret telegrams and messages had to be sent for security reasons. These then had to be taken by special messenger over poor Rhodes to the Flemings' home. Evans wanted Eden to have a complete rest and to relax. Ministers wanted to be in touch with him, and he with them. By agreeing to go to Goldeneye, none of these contradictory objectives could compromise. The position of Butler was the most unenviable of all, as he later wrote with much feeling, "I was left in charge of the government with the odious duty of withdrawing the troops, re-establishing the pound, salvaging our relations with the U.S. and the UN, and bearing the brunt of the criticism from private members, constituency worthies, and the general public for organizing a withdrawal, which was a collective responsibility." The most serious results of the decision were political. The announcement that the Prime Minister would fly on the 23rd November to a place so far from the country and the crisis was greeted with dismay and astonishment by the Conservative Party and the press, Randolph Churchill being especially sarcastic, writing in the Manchester Guardian that the only parallel to the position of the British troops in Egypt was Hitler's refusal to withdraw his army from Stalingrad. But even Hitler did not winter in Jamaica, a jibe for which he was, rightly, never forgiven by the Edens, and which greatly embarrassed his father. But press comment, which was mixed, and in many cases not at all unsympathetic, was of far less importance than the reactions in the government and party. There was serious renewed talk of Eden's resignation and a feeling that this was a situation that was both embarrassing and hopeless unless and until Eden's return to full health and activity could be guaranteed. On this point, neither the doctors nor his colleagues could in all honesty give any assurances. It was assumed in Washington that Eden's days as Prime Minister were numbered, and direct dealings must be done with Butler, Macmillan, and Salisbury. This was in itself perfectly reasonable. They were, after all, the key men in London, but the exclusion of Selwyn Lloyd in New York was significant. Eisenhower sent Eden a glowing telegram of friendship to Jamaica, but the American pressure on the British government to withdraw now became even more fierce. On the 24th November, the day after the Edens left London for Jamaica, the General Assembly passed by 63 votes to 5 a resolution censuring Britain and France and demanding the immediate withdrawal of their forces from Egypt. A Belgian attempt to delete the censure and make the withdrawal gradual was defeated by 37 to 23. On this, the Americans abstained, but they voted for the main resolution. The American attitude to this amendment was absolutely decisive. With their positive support, they could have carried with them enough votes to have ensured its success. Although General Assembly resolutions are not mandatory, the passage of the Belgian amendment could have had very considerable significance. But it was also. The demands were brutal, and Butler and Macmillan, especially the latter, saw no alternative other than to comply. The stick was further assaults on sterling and the British economy and the denial of oil. The carrot was full assistance and oil supplies if the British and French withdrew unconditionally. It was the final point on which Eden would have struggled to resist had he been in London, but it is very doubtful that he would have been successful without a major and probably terminal crisis in the cabinet. Conservative fury was directed against the Americans. Over 100 MPs signed a motion censuring the United States for gravely endangering the Atlantic Alliance, but ministers had to deal with the actual and grim realities. Perhaps the president was bluffing, but the word from Washington and Aldrich was uncompromising, and the cabinet capitulated. The key figure in the surrender, or bowing to the inevitable as it might be described by others, was, again, Macmillan. The economic pressure applied by the Americans was severe, and the combination of events had made the run on sterling and the evaporation of reserves more frightening to the Treasury. Several of Macmillan's colleagues, and certainly Eden, considered that Macmillan saw the situation in excessively dire terms. Others thought that he was making a deliberate move for the leadership. On 27 November, the cabinet was told by him that it was urgently necessary that we should reestablish satisfactory political relations with the United States. We should have to announce, early in the following week, the extent of the drain on our reserves of gold and dollars during November, and it was desirable that we should have secured by then the support of the United States government for the action which we should need to take to support sterling. On the following day, he was even more explicit. It was evident that American goodwill was essential, and that this goodwill could not be obtained without an immediate and unconditional undertaking to withdraw the Anglo-French force from Portsea. He therefore favored a prompt announcement of our intention to withdraw this force, justifying this action on the ground that we have now achieved the purpose for which we had originally launched the Anglo-French military operation against Egypt, and that we were content to leave to the United Nations, backed by the United States, the responsibility, which the General Assembly could now be deemed to have accepted, for settling the problems of the Middle East. This was a devastating statement. Macmillan may have been right in deducing that the situation was hopeless, but this, coming from formerly, was a confused discussion in the cabinet which centered on the acute difficulties certain to be experienced with Conservative MPs, and about conditions a strong element in the cabinet did not believe that all was lost, and that the presence of the Anglo-French forces on the spot and the rout of the Egyptian armed forces gave them an immensely powerful negotiating position. And what would the French say? The majority of the cabinet accepted that withdrawal might be necessary, but not unconditionally. On this, however, Macmillan was adamant. American support was crucial to salvaging the economic crisis, and it was dependent upon unconditional withdrawal. There was no question of immediate withdrawal, as ministers pointed out at the next cabinet, on the 29th. All soundings of backbenchers had disclosed that the Macmillan proposal, although it was such a well-kept secret that few knew he was the author, was wholly unacceptable to all but a few. The cabinet resolved to seek more assurances and conditions, but at their meeting on the 30th of November, it became clear that the decision was inevitable. What was now required was a formula that made withdrawal less odious to their supporters. Macmillan, who had played so strong a role as an initiator of the operation, was now the strongest participant in its ending. The jibe by Harold Wilson that Macmillan was first in, first out was not literally true, but his part in the unconditional withdrawal had been decisive. To the end of his days, Eden believed that Macmillan had been excessively devoted to Anglo-American unity at all costs, had greatly exaggerated the reality of continued American pressure, had thrown away all the bargaining counters available to the British government, and had used his authority as Chancellor of the Exchequer to intimidate and precipitate the cabinet into a decision that was wholly unnecessary. This was also the view of Head and others, but it was Butler's conclusion that the preponderant view was with Macmillan. What is certain is that if Macmillan had taken A would have different course, the cabinet perhaps losing Moncton bargained more toughly. As it was, they left Lloyd to make his statement of withdrawal on the 3rd December, after long discussions about how to dress up evacuation as victory. Lloyd's statement to the House of Commons on the afternoon of 3rd December was a terrible occasion. Lloyd unwisely endeavored to claim that the operation had been such a success that the Anglo-French forces could now be withdrawn, which provoked the devastating sarcastic response from Bevan that, "We sympathize with the RT honorable and learned gentleman in having to sound the bugle of advance to cover his retreat. I am bound to say in conclusion that having regard to the obvious embarrassments of the government, I feel I would be a bully if I proceeded any further." The angry fury against states and the Labour Party, and in some quarters, relief. The opposition enjoyed its day, the government and its supporters writhed, utterly discomfited. The mood outside the chamber after the exchanges even more graphically emphasized the contrasts of dejection and anger on the one side, exultation on the other. There were also strong feelings on the Conservative backbenches that Butler should have made the statement, as Lloyd's credibility with the House had fallen so low. There was much justification in this criticism, and it would have been far better for Butler's reputation and his political future if he had done so, but he could not be blamed for feeling that one of the key authors of the play should be made to speak the epilogue. The decision did Butler much harm, with his party in such an evil mood, casting around for scapegoats. There was little criticism of Eden, reflecting his huge popularity in the constituencies, and none whatever of Macmillan, whose precise roles throughout the crisis were not generally known. This left Butler isolated and vulnerable, and his enemies were swift to vent their own emotions upon him. It was very unjust, but justice in politics has an uncomfortable habit of being very rough. The position of Butler was deeply unenviable. Unhappily for himself, he had not made matters easier by characteristically speaking freely at a private dinner of the Progress Trust at the House of Commons about the Stirling crisis a few evenings before. Normally such meetings are sacrosanct, but what Butler said was totally new and electrifying to the 20 members. In his own words, the small private room became like a hornet's nest. They all hurried off to the Carlton Club to prepare representations to the government. Wherever I moved in the weeks that followed, I felt the party knives sticking into my back. Thus the word went round that Butler was unsound. He was lacking in devotion to the government's policy and to the Prime Minister, it was alleged, and certain of the more unscrupulous Conservatives revived memories of Munich and Butler's alleged role in that tragedy. Not for the first, or last time, Butler's flashing and unguarded tongue had created profound difficulties for himself and made new enemies. Thus, as he attempted to hold the position in a less frenzied but none the less heated House of Commons, the credibility of the government ebbed remorselessly away. An eminent member of Parliament described his performances in the House as pretty slippery. If they were, they had to be. Meanwhile, Macmillan gave an admirable performance of calm ability for explaining the retreat that he had initiated. It was difficult to avoid the strong impression that some old political and personal debts were being settled with some ruthlessness during those turbulent days and nights. Eden's departure to Jamaica had been a fatal mistake, but he did not give up his concern to be fully informed of events, and to remain Prime Minister, in fact, rather than taking a temporary leave and entrusting the conduct of affairs to his deputy and colleagues. As one later remarked, Anthony simply could not let go. This was very understandable, in the middle of a blazing national and international crisis, and was wholly in character, but it did not provide him with the complete physical and mental rest that his doctors had deemed essential, and certainly added to the already formidable difficulties of Butler and the government. Butler consistently tried to strike a cheerful note, as his first telegram emphasized, "Everyone delighted to hear you arrived safely, all well here. So and do Wednesday. Love to you both. Rab." "I still feel badly not being with you," Eden cabled in reply, but on the 29th was asking for information about the cabinet and general developments, and raising questions about a speech made in London by Makins which contained complimentary references to Dulles. Norman Brooke replied by giving information about the accepted basis for withdrawal, but main difficulty now foreseen is with Conservative opinion here, partly because these understandings cannot be presented as conditions of our withdrawal, and partly because we have not yet obtained as firm an assurance as we should wish that work on clearance of canal will begin without delay. Brooke added that Macmillan had approved Makin's speech, which did not mollify Eden, who felt strongly that officials should not make public speeches on political matters. On this issue, significantly, Butler, Macmillan, and the cabinet stood firm. And Eden's protests were politely rejected. Butler cabled that the political situation may be said to be in hand, despite the extremists. From Goldeneye, Eden cabled alarm about the conditions for withdrawal and clearance of the canal and the composition of the UN force. "I set out all this because I can well understand and share Conservative and national feelings on these matters. I am better and shall be available for any consultation over the weekend." On 1 December, Brooke assured him that there was no weakening of the Cabinet's resolve. The movement, if any, has been in the opposite direction. But on 2 December, Eden was informed that the cabinet had agreed to withdrawal on the basis of assurances given. Canal clearance in the hands of Hammarskjöld. Hardly less major was the decision to accept Nasser's assurance that there would be no discrimination against British and French shipping after the clearance. It was obvious to Eden that the retreat was on, and Butler's cable continued. You should also know that the November figure for the reserves, which must be announced on Tuesday, is worse than was feared when you left. To prevent confidence from being further shaken and something like a collapse of sterling taking place, the Chancellor will need to announce that day the measures which he is taking to strengthen the position. But these depend for their efficacy on our political decision being announced on Monday. There will be a foreign affairs debate on Wednesday and Thursday. I believe that we shall succeed in holding the party steady through these 4 days. The cabinet is united and firm, and I hope and think that our people in the House can be held. I know how difficult it must be for you to form a judgment without full knowledge of all that has gone on since you left. But we believe that the policy on which we have decided is consistent with the course which you set for us. We hope you will feel that we have taken the right direction. Eden was now becoming very restive indeed. In reply to an anxious query from Evans, he replied that he was not seeing any doctors and was improving fast. To his PPS Robert Allen, he cabled for information about the political situation. I am better and would return rather than let the side down or appear in flight. Eden also made plain his bitter disappointment at the settlement on clearing the canal and wanted references to the 18 power proposals. I have never thought the 6 principles amounted to so much, he cabled, but I will back you and my colleagues to the full in any statement you make. You will of course let me know if you want me to return. Butler replied immediately that, we of course considered very anxiously whether it was our duty to suggest to you that you should return. We concluded that you ought not to interrupt your rest. That remains our view at present. Best love to you both. Allen, by separate cable, confirmed this strongly, adding, argument against immediate return runs thus. If you were sufficiently ill to go off when you did, you can hardly be fully fit yet. If you are fully fit now, were you justified in going to Jamaica? Because of this, an immediate return would confuse your personal position, which is widely understood in country and party. This was unquestionably wise advice, but Eden was so alarmed that he now envisaged returning at once and speaking in the Thursday debate, if that I am better and look it for public, but I cannot pretend to being fit yet. But I could manage. This evidently was sent before Eden had received Butler's and Allen's telegrams of the same day, and on the 4th Salisbury telegraphed to warn that the government's majority may fall very low in the Thursday division, and that your return is likely to be regarded as a sign of panic among your colleagues, which would be bad. We recognize that the decision must be yours, but on the whole, our advice would be that you should complete your cure. You will then be better able to pilot the country through the difficult times which must lie ahead. Salisbury added that ministers had consulted Horace Evans, who entirely agreed. Eden cabled to Allen, I fully agree and will now pipe down. I will follow your advice. As seen from here, it seems. Write to me. Butler cabled to Salisbury. In fact, the information sent to Eden had been far from complete, and he had no knowledge of the cabinet debates on Macmillan's unconditional withdrawal démarche. He was seriously unwell, and communications were fragmentary. In effect, he was ignored, and he himself recognized that it was impossible for him to run the government from that distance, and that he had to rely upon the judgment of his ministers. What information he had made him very concerned indeed, but the key decisions were taken in his absence and without his full knowledge. The folly of going to a remote house so far away from his country at such a time was now clearly demonstrated. But the cables continued to flow. Lennox Boyd had to give and receive advice on how to handle the announcement of the postponement of Eden's visit to Australia and New Zealand, a visit which was now clearly out of the question, to Eden's deep regret. Allen felt he had to warn his master on a 5 December that the Suez Group are talking in terms of your resignation on grounds of failure of Middle East policy over past years. They may try to achieve this by voting tactics on Thursday, though folly and dangers of this course are being pointed out. There is no serious alarm about this and no change in advice against immediate return. Rab is confident that you can play this hand when you get back. So am I. Eden was now very eager indeed to return, and Butler and Allen began the difficult arrangements. They strongly advised Eden against giving any press interviews and statements, and told him they would prepare one for him to make when he arrived at London Airport on 14th of December. On the 6th, Allen was able to report to Eden that the government's majority on the opposition censure amendment had been 67 and 52 on the main question, so that the Suez Group rebellion had faded to 15 conservatives. Allen cabled to Eden on the 7th that, as a whole, a number of other members are anxious about the situation in which we find ourselves and are talking of reconstruction of government as a way out. Poole insists, and I'm sure he is right, that the public is far steadier than Parliament. A recent poll indicates drop of only 1 point in public support. Your position is unimpaired. Poole receives good reports from constituencies and publicity much improved under Hill's guidance. Some papers have carried rumors of your impending resignation. This was beginning to snowball, but announcement of your return, coupled with heavy background work, has reversed this. Most papers now call for national unity and look forward to your return. This was a kindly message, but not strictly accurate, and ministers were now very anxious to ensure that Eden said nothing publicly. In effect, they vetoed him making any statements while abroad, and told the American network NBC, without his knowledge, that he was not available for interviews. "You yourself are not giving interviews to the press." Allen and Bishop cabled Eden somewhat bluntly on 9 December, adding that, "You have been kept informed of the broad lines of policy, but might find difficulty over minor tricky questions. We all feel sure that a short statement on departure at the airport is the best course." Eden agreed, but when he cabled his proposed statement at Heathrow on his return, with references to the Moscow-Cairo axis, Nasser's dictatorial ambitions in the 1930s, and with some derision of the United Nations, there was consternation in Downing Street. After consulting Butler, Eden's private secretary Guy Millard cabled to Eden that, rather than suggest amendments, they were sending the London prepared draft. "The Lord Privy Seal's view is that, in the atmosphere in which we have been living here recently, a statement on the lines of the draft we have suggested would be wiser, if only for the reason that your draft might reopen issues which are closed or in the past." On 11 December, Eden received from Frederick Bishop, his principal private secretary, statements prepared in London for him to make on leaving Jamaica and arriving in London, of conspicuous blandness and optimism which Eden disliked very much. Lloyd was called into the dispute, and Salisbury, who fully agreed with Butler that a vigorous self-justification that denounced the United States, the Soviet Union, China, and the United Nations virtually in the same breath would create a bad impression. People throughout the country are looking forward rather than back. In particular, there is a growing wish to end the breach with the United States. It is important that your first pronouncement should be in tune with changed atmosphere. Harsh references to Nasser were also deleted, as they support the contention that our real motive was to get rid of Nasser. The atmosphere had indeed changed. His private office about speeches, statements, or answers to parliamentary questions. What is very unusual is for a prime ministerial speech or statement to be in effect overruled by his colleagues and officials, and this is what was happening in this instance. On the 12th, Eden submitted another draft to take note of the objections made to the first, with the exception of the words, "We have been blamed for our action by the Russians, by Communist China, by the United States, and by the United Nations. I regret that, but it cannot alter our view," a passage to which Eden cabled, "I am attached." But even this watered-down draft was unacceptable to Butler, Salisbury, and Lloyd, who put forward again their anodyne version, which Eden reluctantly accepted. Eden returned to London to a friendly but notably cool reception, especially from the parliamentary party, and with his authority gravely diminished. Clarissa Eden wrote in her diary, "Returned to find everyone looking at us with thoughtful eyes. Even allowing for the difficulties of distance and communication, it was evident that Eden had not been in charge of events, that several actions had been taken to accelerate the British withdrawal of which he did not approve, and on which either he had not been consulted or his views had simply been ignored by his colleagues." The incident, small in itself of their rejection of his own planned statement at the airport, was in fact immensely significant, as was the cabinet's deliberate failure to inform him, let alone consult him, on Macmillan's economic proposals to halt the run on sterling. Indeed, in most respects, Eden had been treated as a retired prime minister might be, given certain information out of courtesy to a former leader and friend, but with no executive role. It would have been very difficult, indeed, for any prime minister to have recovered his position after an episode such as this, but this was what Eden was determined to do. After he had seen Eden, Brendan Bracken wrote to Beaverbrook on the 7th December. "Macmillan is telling journalists that he intends to retire from politics and go to the morgue. He declares that he will never serve under Butler. His real intentions are to push his boss out of number 10, and he has a fair following in the Tory party. The so-called canal diehards think better of him than they do of Eden or Butler. Eden has no intention of giving up number 10. I should say he was the least rattled of all his ministers. I still think you were right to back Eden. He is the best of the Tories. I don't say that as terrific praise, but it is something. The alternatives are the crackpot Macmillan or Butler. Charles Lysat, Brendan Bracken, P302, following his return that the full scale of the situation was made plain to him. It was indeed a melancholy occasion. Eden slipped into the House virtually without any attention being paid to him. One Conservative MP, Godfrey Lagden, leaped to his feet and waved his order paper. He looked around him, was stunned by the pervasive silence on the Conservative benches, and subsided with a thunderstruck look on his face. The opposition just laughed. Eden looked hard at his shoes, and his colleagues shuffled papers and looked at each other meaningfully. At that moment, one knew that it was all over. At their meetings on 17th, 19th, and 20th December, the cabinet dealt with the final details of the drama relating to Egyptian prisoners of war, British civilians in Egyptian hands, continuing difficulties with the United Nations over salvage operations, and casualty lists. On 18th December, Eden addressed the 1922 committee, where, although the reception was courteous and friendly, there were some pointed questions, notably by Nigel Nicholson about collusion and the tripartite declaration, which Eden answered somewhat evasively. John Morrison assured Eden how well it had all gone, I hope you don't mind me saying very well done, at the 1922 committee. Also, reactions all sound very good, but Eden was not so sure. On the 20th, more seriously, he was pressed in the House, and said that there were no plans to get together to attack Egypt. There was no foreknowledge that Israel would attack Egypt. In saying this, he was sticking absolutely to the Sèvres Agreement, for which Ben-Gurion was always grateful, but there were those present who knew that it was not true. Most seriously of all, Eden himself knew it was not true. He was speaking under pressure, and he was ill. The mood of the House, to which he was always acutely sensitive, was dismissive rather than hostile. His final declaration, destined to be his last words in the House of Commons, said, "I would be compelled. If I had the same very disagreeable decisions to take again, to repeat them simultaneously, upset those conservatives who had supported the operation but were humiliated by the ceasefire and retreat, those who had supported it but were now very critical of its conduct, and those who had disliked it. His absence in Jamaica cost him dearly not only in his popularity and political position, but in his understanding of the new mood. It was a deeply painful experience for his friends and even his critics, but even more painful for him. Much has been written about Eden's role in the Suez Crisis, but there has been no wiser nor more sensitive judgment than that of Martin White. Eden's moral dilemma has a lasting significance. In trying to preserve the political, Brutus, the hero of liberty, by awful virtue erg to the last extremity in defense of principle, or a traitor in the senseless hope of restoring a regime past restoration, a clear-sighted resistor against any power that set itself above the laws, or a blind rebel against the inevitability of monarchy. Events seemed to play with all the plans he had formed. His scruples about legality had caused him to lose the opportunity of saving the Republic. His horror of civil war had only served to make him begin it too late. It was not enough that he found himself forced, in spite of himself, to violate the law and fight against his fellow citizens. He was constrained to acknowledge, to his great regret, that in expecting too much of men he was mistaken. Reduce the heroic scale, make it international society and not the Roman Republic, and Eden explored the same region of the moral universe of politics, with similar high-mindedness and self-righteousness, blindness and clear-sightedness, misjudgment and courage. At the Cabinet on 17 December, Buck and Hepburn, joined by all colleagues except James Stewart, had appealed to Eden not to give up, that the unity of the party could not survive his resignation, and that it would be interpreted as signifying that the whole thing had been a tragic mistake. He renewed this in a personal letter, reminding Eden that Baldwin had had his crises and that Winston's position was very uncertain indeed at the beginning of 1952, as I had to tell him. There are times when a leader has to battle through one of the penalties of greatness. But Buck and Hepburn reduced the impact of his encouragement by holding out the possibility of a later resignation. A more positive supporter and friend was Irene Ward, who wrote Eden a letter of glowing encouragement for Christmas, to which he replied on 28 December. "My dear Irene, I was so grateful for your very understanding letter. I remember SB telling me years ago how very lonely it was at the top. I didn't know what he meant then. I do now. I find it strange that so few, if any, have compared these events to 1936, yet it is so like. Of course, Egypt is no Germany, but Russia is, and Egypt just her pawn. If we had let events drift until the spring, I have little doubt that by then, or about then, Russia and Egypt would have been ready to pounce, with Israel as the apparent target and Western interests as the real one. Russians don't give away all that equipment for fun. Yet so many seem to fail to see this and give Nasser almost as much trust as others gave Hitler years ago." Martin White, Brutus in Foreign Policy, International Affairs, July 1960. To say why I felt so unrepentant. Every possible good wish for 1957, in which Clarissa joins me. Yours ever, Anthony. This, then, was Eden's mood as he spent Christmas quietly with his wife and Nicholas at Chequers. Nehru drove down from London, where he had stopped on his return journey from New York, with Mrs. Pandit, who was also a welcome visitor, and the meeting reflected great credit on Nehru and Eden, and on the strength of their friendship. For it to have survived this supreme test was a remarkable tribute to its depth and durability. Although Eden was determined to go on, he was, not unnaturally, worried about his capacity to continue. On 27 December, he and his wife entertained Butler, Kilmuir, Lennox Boyd, Salisbury, Lloyd George, and Head at Chequers. After a discussion about instructions to Dixon concerning clearance problems in the canal, they had a late lunch, after which Eden asked Kilmuir to stay behind. We went into the little white sitting room where Clarissa had arranged the Christmas cards, which owing to Suez had come in unusually large, numbers really charmingly. Then Anthony asked me my view as an old friend on the question whether he should stay on. Of course, the principal factor was his health. He put it to me that it was not illness, but an inability to get back his ordinary vigor. This was accompanied by bad nights and the fact that if he took anything to make him sleep, then it did not suit his stomach. There was no suggestion on this day that the old trouble of 1953 had returned. Anthony was, however, afraid, and quite naturally, that he would be a prime minister at half-cock and therefore unable to give a lead over the grave questions which faced us. I advised him strongly to carry on, but I came away with the feeling that he was consumed with grave apprehensions about his personal position. He asked me to think the matter over and write to him. I wrote on Monday saying that I was of the same opinion still. Eden chaired a long cabinet on 3rd January, a joyless occasion that dealt with several matters unconnected with the Middle East. At the end, Eden turned to the senior official present and asked, "Is there anything more?" For a moment, he was looking directly at me, the official has told me, and I saw in his eyes a man pursued by every demon. I have never seen a look like it in any man's eyes, and I hope I never do again. The return of the cursed fevers and sleepless nights clearly required attention, and Evans was asked to come down to Chequers. Evans was so, for a further examination by specialists early in January. Evans told Eden clearly that the fevers were very likely to recur. Eden asked for other opinions, but this was also the judgment of Sir Gordon Taylor and of a third opinion, Dr. Thomas Hunt. Eden, deeply unhappy at this unanimous verdict, asked Salisbury and Lord Scarborough to see Evans. But they returned with the same message, and Salisbury in particular realized that Eden could not possibly continue as Prime Minister with such a recurring disability, liable to flare up on any occasion, and the memories of Jamaica were only too recent and only too vivid. The implications that Eden used his medical condition as an excuse to leave, or even that colleagues had put political pressure on the doctors, are completely untrue. The doctors were adamant as well as unanimous in their professional judgment. Although Eden, by seeking other opinions, had hoped for another verdict, after Hunt had confirmed the opinions of his eminent colleagues, Eden realized that he had no choice. It was a very hard decision to take, as all his instincts and ambitions pushed him in the opposite direction, but, as he came to recognize, there was no real choice. There was another, quite simple but very human factor, vividly expressed by Clarissa: he wanted to stay alive. Given the choice between his political life and the real one, he had no doubt which he preferred. Horace Evans' prognosis of what would happen if he remained Prime Minister, or even a backbench Member of Parliament, was decisive. Eden was only 59, he was very happily married, and he wanted to live. The statement of Eden's doctors was as follows: "The Prime Minister's health gives cause for anxiety. In spite of the improvement which followed his rest before Christmas, there has been a recurrence of abdominal symptoms. This gives us much concern, because of the serious operations in 1953 and some subsequent attacks of fever. In our opinion, his health will no longer enable him to sustain the heavy burdens inseparable from the office of Prime Minister." Eden asked the Queen if she could receive his wife and himself at Sandringham, to which she at once agreed. The Edens drove there on 8 January. Audiences between the Queen and her Prime Minister are virtually sacrosanct, as they are particularly private occasions. Eden made an immediate memorandum on this one, subsequently supplemented by 2 others which cannot be published at this stage. What can be said is that the Queen expressed her deep personal sadness and offered Eden an earldom, not necessarily immediately, but when he wished. Eden had also spoken to the Queen's private secretary, Sir Michael Adine, about the succession, and tentatively suggested to him that a senior cabinet minister, and very certainly not for Macmillan, but he was careful not to make any recommendations at all, being as strong a believer in the Queen's privilege as Kilmuir. What is new in his account is that it was he who suggested that Salisbury should be consulted. As will be seen, this advice was followed, and Salisbury's position became of critical importance. So well had the secret been kept that the cabinet members, apart from the 4 in the know, were mystified by the sudden calling of the cabinet, and most assumed that some new crisis had developed in the Middle East. They were totally unprepared for what followed. Eden had prepared some notes, which he now read out to his colleagues. "When I collapsed in November, I was told by my doctors that if I wanted to carry on as PM, I must get right away at once. This I did as I was anxious not to have to resign. When I returned from Jamaica, I was depressed to find that my health, though improved, had not done so as much as had been hoped. It was decided that we should wait another 2 weeks to see if it had improved. It has not. As you know, it is now nearly 4 years since I had a series of bad abdominal operations which left me with a largely artificial inside. It was not thought that I would lead an active life again. However, with the aid of drugs and stimulants, I have been able to do so. During these last 5 months since Nasser seized the canal in July, I have been obliged to increase the drugs considerably and also increase the stimulants necessary to counteract the drugs. This has finally had an adverse effect on my rather precarious inside. Naturally, the first thing I asked the doctors was whether I could last out till the summer, or Easter at the earliest. They tell me they doubt it, and think I would not last more than 6 weeks. I know that many of you are genuinely tired and worn out by your work, but I can assure you that my past medical history puts me in a different class. I do not think I should be serving the best interests of my colleagues or of the country if I were to continue in my present condition. In short, the doctors have told me that I cannot last long if I remain in office. As you know, I am quite prepared to risk my life by going on. This in itself would not influence me in the least." Eden then formally, but also with much warmth, thanked his colleagues and bade them farewell in a highly emotional atmosphere, and then did. The same with the senior ministers outside the cabinet, who had also been summoned to Downing Street. At 6 o'clock he drove to Buckingham Palace to submit his resignation formally, and to take leave of the Queen. In such melancholy and dramatic circumstances did Anthony Eden's career end, and everything was done with dignity. The tears were shed by others, especially those who had worked with him so long. From Chartwell there came, by special messenger, this letter. My dear Anthony, I am greatly grieved to learn wire news. It is important that only one reason should be given: health. Policy and spirit will look after themselves. Anyhow, one cannot do more than health allows. You have my deepest sympathy. All my heart goes out to one who always did his duty without fear, favor, or affliction. I dare say a fine future lies before you both. Give my love to Clarissa. Thank you so much for writing to me. Little though I relish the contents, I am so sorry. Yours always. Winston Salisbury also was particularly distressed. You know my deep affection and admiration for you, he wrote, which has grown with the years. I feel very, very sad that I shall no longer be working with you after all those years. These things must be. They are God's will, however difficult they may be for us to understand. I do feel so unhappy. There were to be many more letters, indeed thousands of them, from colleagues, constituents, friends, and complete strangers, each of which was valued. But perhaps these were the most important and warming of all. There was need of warmth on that bitter black cold January evening. Victory, 1957 to 77. Eden played no part in the developments that led to the appointment of his successor. Immediately after his farewell cabinet, while Eden was meeting the senior ministers, Salisbury and Kilmuir asked cabinet members, apart from Butler and Macmillan, to come individually to see them in Salisbury's room at the Privy Council offices, to which there was a direct internal route. Kilmuir was amused that virtually each began with the remarks, "This is just like being called to the headmaster's study." To each Salisbury asked only one question, well, which is it, Wabb or Howald? The overwhelming majority recommended Macmillan. This was also the advice of Heath, Poole, and John Morrison. Although Eden had advised the Queen to consult Salisbury, and for the latter to take informal soundings, he had not proposed this somewhat odd procedure of counting cabinet noses. It was also done surprisingly quickly. Both Salisbury and Kilmuir were men of absolute integrity, and neither gave any hint of his personal views. They were simply the assessors, and indeed Salisbury had no interest in remaining in the government, as he told Eden in his farewell, from which an extract has been quoted. Also, he did not particularly like Macmillan. They honestly believed that the Queen must be in a position as soon as possible to receive advice that was soundly based, and that time was short. There was no intention of detailed canvassing of backbench views, or even those of ministers outside the cabinet. Such information as was sought from these quarters was random, although several did telephone to give their opinion to the whips when the news broke on radio and television. Hurriedly organized polls of Conservatives gave Butler a large advantage, which was why the national press on the following morning all assumed Butler would be chosen. It was a very reasonable assumption, and one that the Edens shared. On the following morning, Salisbury was summoned to the palace. He meticulously reported the result of the cabinet and party soundings, and gave no views of his own. But the Queen also invited Churchill for his own views. This was in no sense a formality. Churchill revered the Queen, and her admiration and affection for her greatest and most experienced subject were immense. Their audience must remain strictly confidential, but Churchill himself later revealed that he had gone for the older man, namely Macmillan. Churchill had strong reservations about Macmillan and liked Butler personally more, but he doubted Butler's decisiveness. Also, Macmillan had been on the right side over Munich, and although Churchill admired Butler's brain and political skills, he was temperamentally closer to Macmillan. In any event, whatever the motivations, Churchill recommended Macmillan. In spite of the expectations of the press, Randolph Churchill in the Evening Standard being the solitary exception, his source being not his father but Beaverbrook, Macmillan was summoned to the palace at 2 p.m. and accepted the Queen's invitation to form a government as Prime Minister. The reaction of the Edens to this was vividly expressed by Clarissa, who wrote to Butler at Eden's request. "Dear Rab, just a line to say what a beastly profession I think politics are, and how greatly I admire your dignity and good humor. Yours ever, Clarissa." Among the letters of regret and loyalty that poured into the Edens, some from somewhat surprising quarters, Cyril Connolly writing that "I am 100% behind the Prime Minister" was a very characteristic one to Clarissa from Tim. "Anthony and I have never really agreed on politics, chiefly because I am out of date and do not believe in universal democracy. And, therefore, it is a great deal to me to know and feel that I am extremely proud of my brother." It did mean a lot, as did others, but none more than this in her own hand from the Queen, who has graciously permitted me to reproduce it, as it meant so much to Eden. "My dear Anthony, I hope this letter will reach you in time to bring you and Clarissa my most sincere good wishes. You know already how very deeply I felt your resignation last week, and how much I sympathize in the tragic turn of fate which laid you low at the moment when our country is beginning to see the possibility of some brightening in the international sky. There is no doubt that you took the only possible course after the doctors had given you their verdict, but one can only guess at what it must have cost you to do it. To you, not only the loyal and you given to me, first as Foreign Secretary and then as Prime Minister, but for the many years' work, both in and out of office, which you have devoted to the greatness and prosperity of our country. Much has been said and written during the last week about your record in the House of Commons, and as a statesman, I am only anxious that you should realize that that record, which has indeed been written in tempestuous times, is highly valued and will never be forgotten by your sovereign. With renewed good wishes for your speedy return to health, and I hope you have a really good rest. Will, I am, yours very sincerely, Elizabeth R. Eden replied on the 17th. Madam, with my humble duty, I was more grateful than I can express for your Majesty's generous words. I will not pretend that this decision has been other than odious, not I hope for entirely selfish reasons, but because out of the turmoil I was sure that some joint plan to check Russian plans could be worked out. And without a turmoil neither UN nor the USA would move. As it turned out, the Americans preferred to play their hand regardless of their allies and their interests. As a result, it will take longer to make safe the right flank of NATO. I pray that they will not be too late. Syria looks ominous. But it is not of all this with which your Majesty is only too familiar that I want to write. It is rather to try to express what my sovereign's understanding and encouragement has meant at a time of exceptional ordeal. It is the bare truth to say that I looked forward to my weekly audience, knowing that I should receive from your Majesty a wise and impartial reaction to events, which was quite simply the voice of our land. Years ago, Baldwin told me that the post of Prime Minister was the most lonely in the world. That may be true in respect of colleagues. That I have not found it so is due to your Majesty's unfailing sympathy and understanding. Tonight, it is sad in one sense to leave this scene of so many meetings and decisions. On the other hand, as I pursue health across the world, I can never forget your Majesty's kindness to me, and I count myself proud and happy to have served as your First Minister. I remain, with my humble duty, your Majesty's devoted subject and servant, Anthony Eden. The Edens had no plans. Indeed, apart from Clarissa Eden's Wiltshire cottage, they did not even have a home. The new Prime Minister willingly gave them permission to use checkers, but this obviously could only be a very short-term arrangement. As Eden had decided to leave Parliament A's, well as the Premiership, to the moving distress of his ever-loyal Conservative Association and the constituents of Warwick and Leamington, he now had no income beyond the small sum paid to former Prime Ministers and a hardly generous parliamentary pension after 33 years of continuous service as a Member of Parliament. Their financial predicament worried their friends greatly, and Eden had once again to face a bleak and uncertain financial future in addition to his other manifold troubles. There was serious talk by his friends of setting up a special voluntary fund for him. Eden was very touched but refused. He had little idea of how he was going to manage, but he felt he could not possibly live on the generosity of others. The offers that came in moved him very much, and if he had accepted them, he would have been financially independent and without care. But it was not only pride that made him refuse, he did not accept that the story was over. Among the messages he had received on his resignation was one from the New Zealand Prime Minister Holland inviting him to come to New Zealand. The prospect cheered Eden, and he gratefully accepted, although the doctors and Clarissa were dubious. They eventually agreed that a long sea voyage might well be beneficial and gave their uneasy consent. The Eden sailed on the Rangitata from Tilbury on 18 January. Eden gave a final statement that democracies and a dictatorship. The British people, with their instinctive good sense, have understood that. I am sure they will always understand. Their departure, on a bleak and foggy day, was triumphal as well as melancholy. With many friends present, their cabin filled with flowers, and the cadets of the training ship Worcester, at their own request, manning ship and cheering them off. As the ship began to move, the Eden saw the unmistakable figure of Brendan Bracken emerging from the mist on the Thames shore. He had missed their departure, and had ordered his driver to chase the ship until they reached a vantage point from which he could wave his hat and cheer. What they did not know was that in his hurry he had fallen over a railway line in the fog, and had badly bruised and shaken himself, but would not permit such a triviality to stop him from loudly bidding adieu and running along the quay with a box of Havana cigars as a farewell present which he handed over and which Clarissa still has. Truly, Bracken was a friend for all seasons, as he was to prove again. The apprehensions of Eden's doctors proved to have been justified. The 5-week voyage was not a success, Clarissa writing of the hell ship Rangitata, but their reception in New Zealand was ecstatic, and Eden was deeply moved by the huge crowds. But the fevers returned, and Eden felt wretchedly ill in New Zealand. Cattell was consulted, and realized that the necessary. Eden had to abandon his New Zealand visit and fly to Boston, where the operation was conducted on 14 April. Eden took it well, but did not conceal from himself how sick he was, and Cattell was not optimistic about the future. Clarissa Eden wrote to Beaverbrook that her husband is terribly enfeebled and has relapses when he really feels like hell. The doctors say they cannot predict if and when the same complaint will not start again. They think it pretty well inevitable that it will, maybe in months, maybe years. When it does, the operation will have to be repeated. They say he will only be capable of leading a very quiet life because of this threat. At the moment, he will feel too weak to wish for anything else, and I suppose for months to come. They return to Britain early in June to begin a new life. There's nothing in Anthony Eden's life more remarkable and admirable than the manner in which he rebuilt his shattered reputation and health after this year of catastrophe. With the heartlessness of politics, it was generally assumed that he was finished, and with all attention on his successor and his eventually highly successful work to restore the Anglo-American relationship and the morale of the Conservative Party, little notice was given to Eden by politicians or press, although Beaverbrook and Bracken were especially faithful. His medical prognosis was not good, and there was a general assumption in medical circles that the damage he had suffered was so severe that he could never hope to resume anything like an active life. His financial situation was bad, and huge medical bills loomed. These dismal realities added to a very understandable depression. It was Brendan Bracken who came to the rescue immediately after the Edens returned. My dear Anthony Matthew, the general manager of the Times, was lunching here the other day and told us that he was casting about for ideas as to how the Times could launch a big campaign for new readers. I told him that one of the ways he might do this would be to try to persuade you to write your memoirs and sell the world rights to the Times of London and New York. I added that I had no reason to believe that you would write your memoirs or would use the Times as the basis for their serialization. I also contributed the constructive suggestion that the only way to do this was to offer £100,000 to the author and that it must be done in such a way that this global figure would not be badly dented by tax. The worthy Mr. Matthews seemed a bit surprised by the magnitude of the sum I threw out, but as I had to go back to work, I had no more talk with him. I didn't actually attach much importance to the conversation because it was a very hot day, and I was bored by Matthew's Wellesian ideas for getting electronics to print papers like the Times and the Financial Times in 5 or 6 parts of Britain. That may come, but neither the weather or the company encouraged me to listen to any more scientific predictions. I was, therefore, surprised this morning by a telephone message from Matthew telling me that the memoir's suggestion was acceptable and asking me if I would be willing to put it to you. Having told him that I had no idea whether you would be at all willing to consider it, I felt no harm could be done by passing it on, and I leave you to do some ruminating. The essence of the whole matter is tax. Matthew seems to think that this can be arranged. I don't know what reason he has for saying this, but since he spoke to me, an idea has come into my mind which might dissolve all tax worries. If this idea were to prove sound, I could do something useful by lending you Alan Hodge to help you in putting the book together. Hodge has all the grace of style and nicety of perspective which is wanted for a book dealing with many complicated historical events. Winston can tell you the measure of Hodge's worth to him in getting out his history of the English-speaking peoples, and I believe that Hodge would be willing to help. On a hot day, it is always desirable to stress the obvious. The Times' tentative offer might well be improved by Printing House Square or bettered by some of their competitors. Let me add by way of peroration that I can see some considerable advantages in Clarissa and you having pound 100,000 to do what you like with. I could add that you owe it to what is loosely called history to write a record of all the great doings in which you had a part. I also think you might get a lot of interest out of doing this work in a leisurely way in your garden. As your health improves, you would have an occupation which you could control yourself. Whatever resolution you make at this moment about leading a quiet private life, you will be conscribed by public opinion to get into some sort of government harness. Meanwhile, I see advantages in your making a little fortune. Yours ever. Much later in the year, Bracken offered more sage advice on the advantages of syndication, serialization, and the eagerness of newspapers to increase their circulations. It would pay the Times to offer you £100,000 as it would pay Kemsley and the Telegraph to offer even more. He was also seeking houses for the Edens. Housing is a question of paramount importance to Clarissa and you, and if you make a deal with the Times or any other paper, you can well afford to pay a good sum for a house. Beaverbrook offered them his house in Somerset for August, and Bracken eagerly advised house hunting there. Somerset is a lovely county, and hidden away in it are many delightful small houses which are comparatively inexpensive. Ing found the retired Lord Chief Justice, Lord Goddard. When Bracken heard what happened, he wrote this splendid letter. My dear Anthony, December 5th, 1957. Knowing how much thought you gave to the acquirement of Compton Park, and the normal arrangements you had made to send your surveyor to inspect it, the arrogance of the old Lord Chief Justice in saying, you must blindly buy the house without any surveyor's report, is indeed astonishing. That you should be told the reason for asking you to throw caution to the winds and cancel the arrangements you had made for your surveyor is even more extraordinary. The Lord Chief Justice says he intends to eat his Christmas dinner at Compton Park as the guest of his daughter, and he will not run the risk of the cook's sensitive feelings being upset by your surveyor inspecting the house. Goddard has sat on the bench for more than 25 years, and this performance of his shows the full measure of judicial arrogance. It would be good for him to have to undergo the experience of a greater Lord Chief Justice, Russell of Killowen, who was in his spare time a bridge addict. One of his cronies at the St. James's Club, whom he expected to make up afore, fell ill, and so old LCJ looked about the dining room, which was practically empty, in the hope of inducing someone to act as his partner. A young officer of the Blues who had nothing else to do felt it was polite to assent to Russell's wish. This youth was not a good bridge player, and after he had lost a succession of sets, Russell exploded and made some scathing comments about his intelligence. The young man promptly ended the partnership by saying, "Look, you're not in your bloody old police court now, and so you should try to make yourself fit for the society of gentlemen." There was another difficulty. The Times in 1957 had become increasingly hostile to Eden's policies in the Middle East and his record as Prime Minister, while at the same time bidding eagerly for his memoirs. Eden was genuinely puzzled and indignant. In a very long letter, Bracken explained that the Times is a sprawling organization and that the editor William Haley had supported Suez. Haley is no more like Dawson than Winston Churchill is like Neville Chamberlain. Bracken hurled himself into these tasks with great energy and enthusiasm, seeking national trust properties, buttonholing friends, putting Eden in touch with Churchill's lawyer and American publishers, and giving wise advice on taxation matters. Then Beaverbrook entered with a bid of £1 million for Eden's papers and memoirs. Eden demurred, but Bracken wrote, "Your attitude to your literary wares should be the same as if you were sending a picture for sale to Christie's. The biggest offer should be accepted." Bracken's letters and suggestions about the memoirs and houses were voluminous and frequent. Eden was very touched, but also nervous about. Dealing with friends. Bracken, although sympathetic, was considerably more robust. The Beaverbrook proposal turned out, on closer examination, to be for articles rather than a book, and the sum proposed fell far short of Bracken's expectations, although it was a formidable one. Eden did not like the idea, nor did Bracken. This was Bracken at his very best. Other friends wrote Eden consoling and kind letters, which were greatly appreciated, but Bracken and Oliver Chandos flung themselves into the twin tasks of tracking down suitable houses for sale or rent and negotiating the best deal possible for the unwritten and unplanned memoirs. "We have plenty of reasons for delighting in this work," Bracken wrote on September 2006, 1957. "I shall say nothing about what friendship means to us, but remembering all you have done for the country during a score of years in great places, we urge you to let us relieve you of any business work during your time of recovery. Your broad-shouldered friends can take care of these troubles without you being dragged into them." Bracken was particularly upset by the fact that the Edens still did not have their own home. "I feel very depressed about Clarissa and you having to live in furnished homes. The possession of an attractive little place of your own where you can cultivate your own garden, put your books and pictures in position, and generally feel you have an agreeable home of your own would, I think, do more for your health than Horace or any other doctor can do. It is a wretched existence having to live in somebody else's house." Bracken lived to see Eden's arrangement with the Times successfully completed, but not his housing quest. In January 1958, he went into hospital, and cancer of the throat was diagnosed. "The treatment itself is rather interesting," he wrote to Eden on February 7, 1958. In reality, it was agonizing, but although Bracken faded fast, he never lost his keen concern to see the Edens properly and permanently housed. "I have finished for the time being with my harrowing treatment," he added in an afterthought to another long letter about houses. "The doctors who looked at the recent x-rays told me they were pleased, but immediately added, 'You must find it very much easier to swallow now? Winston is given to explosive blasts, but he never blasted more explosively than I did at the doctor's, because I told them truly that all their labors haven't given me the slightest relief. They then fell back on the old saw that time will prove the value of the treatment, and I cannot be bothered to find an answer to that platitude." Eden's last letter to his old friend was written on the 20th of July, to tell him that he and Clarissa had found Fifield in Wiltshire and had made an offer. His astonishment that the French should turn to de Gaulle, that fishwife Joan of Arc, a subject on which they were not likely to agree. Bracken's ordeal ended in August 1958. By then, he had ended Eden's immediate financial concerns, and although the Edens and not he had found Fifield, he was happy that their long search had at last ended in success. Eden had always loved the sun, and his health now required that he should, if at all possible, spend part of the winter abroad. Ronald and Marietta Tree were enthusiastic hosts at their beautiful house in Heron Bay in Barbados, but while the Edens were staying with Colin Tennant on Mustique in the Grenadines, they saw a derelict house on the island of Bekia. It had no facilities and could only be reached by boat, but the Edens bought it and restored it to a home. On reflection, it was hardly a wise choice for a man in poor health, and there was a particularly comic episode when Clarissa sent a note to the administrator on St. Vincent after Eden had complained of chest pains, asking for a doctor. He and Clarissa were relaxing in the sun on the following morning when a white uniformed British naval officer arrived to inform them smartly that HMS Belfast had been urgently summoned to take him to hospital. And there, in the bay, was HMS Belfast. The hospital confirmed that Eden had merely strained himself while swimming. The Edens found this highly embarrassing, but the episode revealed how unsuitable Bekia was, and they then bought Villanova in Barbados. This was to be their winter home until 1973, and played an important part in the fact that, against all expectations, Eden lived in reasonably good health for 20 years after his resignation from politics. For the last 3 winters of his life, after Villanova had to be sold, the Edens were the honored guests of Averill and Pamela Harriman at Hobe Sound, Florida. On what was to be his own deathbed, Bracken wrote to Eden to seek his support for a scholarship for the 12-year-old son of a minister of the Church of Scotland for whom he had a particularly high regard, whose wife had died, and who was himself dying. Eden was a trustee for a special fund for Loretto School scholarships, and at once agreed. The boy was Peter Fraser, subsequently to be Conservative Member of Parliament for Angus South and Solicitor General for Scotland. Until I showed him the correspondence in 1985, he had no idea that his benefactors had been Bracken and Eden, and the latter died before Fraser was elected to Parliament in 1979. It was absolutely characteristic of Bracken, so close to death himself, to go to such trouble over a boy who was about to become an orphan, with no means whatever for his education. It was also characteristic of Eden to ensure that the boy, of whom he knew nothing beyond Bracken's recommendation, should receive the money that was so vital to him. The distinction of Peter Fraser's career as a lawyer, politician, and minister would have gratified them both, but Bracken had an eerie capacity for spotting talent, which Eden had come to respect. This is a story that reflects credit on everyone involved, and with the happiest of endings. Eden watched the events of the first period of the Macmillan government closely, and not always approvingly. When Salisbury resigned early in 1957, in protest at the decision to return Makarios to Cyprus, writing to Eden to say that he found Macmillan very uncongenial to work with, although he still had no doubts about his advice to the Queen, Eden strongly sympathized with him. There was an extraordinary correspondence with Macmillan in 1959, when Macmillan first asked him, and then in a series of handwritten letters almost begged him, to give him a personal endorsement for the general election. Issue a statement supporting the Conservative Party, but balked at one endorsing Macmillan personally, which was what Macmillan eagerly sought. Eden would not do it, and was angry at Macmillan's persistence. After many drafts, he issued a general statement of support for the Conservative government and party, in which there was no reference to Macmillan personally, except an oblique reference that fell far short of what Macmillan had asked for. An objective observer might comment that it was remarkably insensitive of Macmillan to seek Eden's personal accolade, but that Eden should have made some gesture to help his successor, however uncongenial it would have been. Yet it would have been hypocritical, and Eden would not do it. The lengthy correspondence makes sad reading for an admirer of both men, but it revealed how deep were Eden's feelings about Macmillan. My own view is that both were in the wrong, Macmillan to ask, and Eden to refuse, but too much had happened, and memories were too close. Eden's retirement, the labor of writing his memoirs, travels, and country life, reduced neither his keen interest in politics nor his desire to return to them. But health barred the door. Eden wrote to Beaverbrook on October 20th, 1958, "Health can still be damnable. Last week I had an attack of a severity I have not had for several months. It is over now, but reconciles me Ulysses' speech in Troilus and Cressida Act 3. I hang, quite out of fashion, like a rusting male. In monumental mockery. He had found that he missed politics more than he had anticipated, and until late 1960 did not give up the idea of standing again for the House of Commons. The whole country is now well aware of the wisdom of your perseverance, dear my lord, keeps honor bright to have done is to hang, quite out of fashion, like a rusty male, in monumental mockery, April 1961. And those of your colleagues who opposed you and brought your plans to nothing will, in the end, be held accountable." Others, notably de Gaulle, wrote in similar terms, and Eden was very tempted. He wrote to Beaverbrook on the 1st April. "First, I must tell you of our meeting with Winston at Bekia. We saw him in bed in the morning and agreed at once that he could not come ashore. He looked very frail. We came back to the boat for luncheon and stayed with him until after 4. The general state of his health, however, and the setting made us very sad. There were occasional moments of the real Winston. Looking abroad, he was alarmed by the American-inspired invasion of Cuba that month. My own fear," he wrote again to Beaverbrook, "is that the Americans have launched their partisans in insufficient numbers and with insufficient power. They may be faced with a choice of backing them with American forces or letting them fail." The latter proved to be the decision of the new President Kennedy, but any ambitions, however forlorn, of an active return to politics were destroyed by a speaking tour in Yorkshire. "Yorkshire was stimulating," Eden wrote to Beaverbrook, "but exhausting, and I feel 100 today. I expect that I shall take your advice and join your house. It provides a platform with less trouble." This was emphatically the opinion of Clarissa Eden and the doctors, and Eden had to accept their advice. On 3 July, he wrote to Beaverbrook, "I have now decided to go ahead and take this advice. Had I been strong enough, I would have preferred to go back to the Commons, but I am quite sure that I am not, and so is Clarissa, and what matters less, so are the doctors. This is not caution for fear of getting ill, but simply the fact that I am sure my strength would not last for more than a few weeks. The decision to accept the Queen's gracious offer of an earldom was not reached lightly or quickly. He regretted that he had given up Warwick and Leamington, and always enjoyed his visits to Birmingham University, where he took his responsibilities as Chancellor seriously, and where he was always warmly welcomed. He considered with good reason that if his health recovered he would have no difficulty in finding a seat in the House of Commons, and there were Conservative MPs who let it be known that they would be prepared to resign their seats on his behalf if this were necessary. But although the Conservative hierarchy was ambivalent about the prospect of Eden's return to active politics, his doctors were not. He might only be 63, which by political standards is not old, but he was in no condition to fight an election, let alone be as good and as active a member of Parliament as he would undoubtedly try to be. The thing was impossible, but it was with much reluctance that Eden accepted yet another medical verdict. Some misunderstanding then arose, for when Eden formally wrote to Macmillan, the Prime Minister replied that he would be glad to recommend Eden for a viscountcy. This was almost certainly an unintentional error, but it met with a stinging rejection and a reminder of the Queen's offer, which settled the matter, but it certainly did nothing to warm relations between the two men, Eden taking it as a calculated insult, although later he laughed at it. He became the first Earl of Avon, but although he held this fine title for nearly 17 years, he always obstinately remained Anthony Eden to his admirers and correspondents. In the event, his health prevented him from much attendance in the Lords, and although he spoke from time to time and was always listened to attentively, he never found the atmosphere as stimulating as the Commons. Peers who go to the Commons are amazed by the noise, the almost constant movement and the irreverence of that House. Those who graduate from the Commons to the Lords usually find the silence of the upper chamber, broken only by the occasional murmured, "Hear, hear," unnerving. Avon never really made his mark in the Lords that many expected, but his ill health and other preoccupations would have made that difficult, even if he had found the Lords a congenial audience, which he did not. The Macmillan government ran into a series of misfortunes in the winter of 1962 and the spring and early summer of 1963, some of its own making, other sheer bad luck of the type with which Avon was himself not unfamiliar. Macmillan's own authority, which for so long had seemed unshakable, was now so undermined that the chances of his leading the Conservatives to victory in the next general election appeared increasingly remote. But on the night of 7 October, he suffered much pain through a serious inflammation of the prostate gland, which required an operation. To augment this ill fortune, the Conservative conference was being held in Blackpool, and once again, Butler had to assume responsibility as acting head of government. Macmillan's resignation was announced to the shocked conference by Home, and a brief but highly dramatic crisis ensued that has often been described, and from which Home emerged as Prime Minister. As for the Conservative Party and its leadership, Avon wrote to Beaverbrook on the 10th October, the changes are so kaleidoscopic that I will not discuss them here, for they would all be out of date by the time we meet. I would only set down that I wish Butler were a man I could respect. Politics, it is also not enough. This was harsh, but Butler's essential fault in Avon's eyes was, as he wrote to Beaverbrook again on 14th October, he has too little faith for me and too much the habit of supporting one policy to one set of men and then opposite to another a few hours later. The Avons followed the drama with intense interest and participation, being strong supporters of Hailsham, who had rather theatrically announced he would renounce his peerage, an option only very recently provided by legislation initiated by Anthony Wedgwood Benn after a long and ultimately successful battle to renounce his peerage after the death of his father, Lord Stansgate. Avon used his strong contacts in the party, especially Oliver Poole, to urge this course on Hailsham, although his enthusiasm for him faded somewhat when he learned that Randolph Churchill was lobbying hard for him. As it happened, the Hailsham cause was of short duration, and the one candidate few had taken seriously, Home, emerged. Butler could have refused to serve, which would have precipitated an even worse crisis, but he did not, although Ian MacLeod and Enoch Powell refused to join the Home government. When the dust settled, Avon wrote that Home was not my first choice, but he may do better than anyone expects, as he did at Dominion's office and has done, on the whole, at Foreign Office. I shall certainly pray that he succeeds, for the country needs its head a little higher in the world. Eden had dedicated himself to his memoirs with typical application. He had the resources for first-rate assistants, Alan Hodge for the first volume, and on the advice of Bill Deacon, Brian Cartledge, a fellow of St. Anthony's College, Oxford, and Robin Furneaux, the son of Freddie Birkenhead. The pattern was that the two young men worked during the week in the Foreign Office library and came down for weekends with papers and drafts. The latter were subjected to detailed and often fierce criticism, and it was not unusual for papers to be hurled furiously away, with the young men searching for them in the flower beds, followed by abject apologies. What saddened his young assistants was that in relaxation Avon was very amusing, with a stream of anecdotes about men and events, but he refused to put these in his book, which they thought was becoming a diplomatic record rather than a true autobiography. On this they were absolutely right, and as Avon relaxed and the project went forward, more lightness was permitted. For the last volume, the historian David Dilks was an especially admirable advisor and assistant. Full Circle, dealing with the years 1951 to 6, appeared in 1960, Facing the Dictators in 1962, and The Reckoning in 1965. Have the volume covering Suez published first. This was unfortunate, as the revelations about Severus came shortly afterwards, and by 1966 there was a move, initiated by Michael Foot in the Commons, for a full inquiry on the lines of the Dardanelles Commission in the First War. Avon and Norman Brooke corresponded at length about this, preparing statements and drawing together material, but Harold Wilson and his cabinet colleagues did not share Foot's enthusiasm for raking over the ashes, and the matter was quietly dropped. The principal criticism of Avon's memoirs was that they were immensely long and dry, but their quality and importance were recognized, and the reviews got better with every publication day. It would have been a massive undertaking for a qualified historian in good health. For someone who had neither advantage, it was remarkable, and in its own way a personal triumph. For 8 years of his retirement, the memoirs dominated almost everything else, but he retained his keen interest in international affairs, particularly in Indochina, as the American commitment deepened and became more perilous. Then, in June 1967, the all-confident Nasser demanded the withdrawal of the UN emergency force from the Sinai. Under the secret protocol signed by Hammarskjöld in 1957, the new Secretary General, Uthant, had little choice but to comply, and the Israelis had no status as they had unwisely refused to have UNF troops on their side of the border. Avon considered, as did many others, that Uthant could have at least stalled before removing the troops. But it proved to be not the Israelis but Nasser who had made the fatal error, and this time Hussein and the Syrians joined him. The Israelis first eliminated the Egyptian Air Force, again on the ground, and utterly destroyed the Egyptian army in the Sinai before turning on Jordan and seizing Jerusalem and the entire West Bank. It took 6 days, at the end of which the Israelis were on the east bank of the canal and on the Jordan, with the vital formerly Syrian-held Golan Heights also in their possession. The map of the Middle East had again been redrawn. Nasser survived again, but his dreams of Arab hegemony had at last gone. Avon not only watched all this with understandable satisfaction, but also received a huge mail whose unanimous theme was that he had been right in 1956 to go for Nasser, and that if he had succeeded, none of this need have happened. Historians might cavil at this, but perceptions of Suez were definitely altered, and Avon's standing significantly raised. He had never lost the support of ordinary people. Now others, who had been bitterly against Suez, began to think again, not least in the United States. He felt, and so did many others, that he had been justified by events, by the revelation of what Nasser was, and what he had done in Iraq, Syria, and 1957. This marked a very real and enduring point in Eden's rehabilitation. This was also the case in the United States, France, and Israel. In America, there had been a remarkable change in perceptions of the Eisenhower Dulles performance in 1956 as the true character of the Nasser regime had become apparent. Nasser was never the complete Soviet lackey that has been depicted, but the realization that he was a menace to stability and Western and American interests in the Middle East had now been grasped. In this context, American regret for what happened in 1956 had succeeded self-satisfaction. In France, there had never been any doubts of American perfidy and Nasser's evil, and de Gaulle's triumph in extricating France from Algeria was also marked by much bitterness and division. There was no denying that this was another defeat, for which the French held Nasser principally responsible. De Gaulle's old suspicions of the Americans had been fortified. France would never again be dependent upon cross-Atlantic or even cross-channel goodwill. France moved towards military self-sufficiency, its own nuclear deterrent and withdrawal from NATO. British entry into the common market would be blocked, so long as Britain regarded herself as closer to the United States than to Europe. This was another major and enduring result of what had happened in 1956. One of the bombs of Avon's retirement was de Gaulle's friendship and respect. De Gaulle had never forgotten his kindness and understanding in the war, and now he repaid it with warm letters, birthday and Christmas greetings, and invitations to the Élysée, where Avon was treated as a major political figure as well as a valued friend. France now rejoiced at Nasser's humiliation. The Israelis, counting the human cost of their victory, reflected with much feeling on how this might have been avoided if matters had taken a different turn in 1956. Avon had always had many friends in Israel. Now he had many more. Also, as the Americans plunged even deeper into the Vietnam quagmire, Avon's advice and experience were increasingly sought in the United States. He resisted the strong temptation to point to the errors made since the Geneva Agreement by the Americans, and his essay in 1966 towards peace in Indochina deserved closer attention than in fact it received, but by this point, the situation had deteriorated far beyond diplomatic skills. In these years, Avon dug his hands deep into the English countryside, his wife and friends seeing him, sometimes with amusement, at others with surprise change into a farmer and stock breeder, gaining endless pleasure from long walks and conversations with all who worked on the land. His true home was at first Fifield, and then after 1968, the manor house at Alvediston, where Clarissa Avon created another beautiful garden of surprises, vistas, attention to detail, and color. His health remained variable when he attended Churchill's funeral as one of the chief pallbearers in February 1965 on a memorable but bitterly cold day. He looked gaunt and unwell. But there were, blessedly, far more good days than bad, and he remained the best of hosts. His visits to London became increasingly infrequent, but whenever he and his wife traveled by train, they received what was on occasions almost a hero's welcome from travelers, commuters, and station staff, especially after the 1967 Six-Day War. All talk of special inquiries into Suez faded away. Avon was acutely conscious of his own reputation, and could react with anger and fierceness when he considered that it was being impugned. When Kilmuir's forthcoming autobiography was serialized in 1964, he took great exception to Kilmuir's account of the 1951 Rome press conference, to the point of instructing solicitors. It so happened that I had edited these memoirs, which, in their original form, had been inordinately long, but was not, of course, responsible for his opinions and recollections. I was summoned to David Kilmuir's flat in Westminster to find him very agitated indeed at the prospect of being sued for libel by his old friend and leader, to whom he had been staunchly loyal throughout Suez. Close inspection of Kilmuir's full text, as opposed to the serialized extract, revealed that Avon had a point, but so had Kilmuir. Although I am not a lawyer, I drafted some relatively minor changes for future editions which were accepted by the former Prime Minister and former Lord Chancellor, and the storm almost immediately ended. My various careers have had some odd moments, but acting at the age of 30 as intermediary between these very eminent men was one of the oddest, as I especially reflected when I read my conciliatory formula in Eden's papers nearly 20 years later. I felt at the time that Eden had overreacted, but David Kilmuir's distress was so real that I was glad to play some part in healing the rift. More considerable difficulties arose over Nutting's proposed book No End of a Lesson early in 1967. Nutting had undertaken to deliver the typescript to the Cabinet Office, but in the event Bergtrand was confronted with bound-page proofs on which Eden was consulted. Eden read this version of events with considerable amazement, his copy marked with comments such as, "I have no recollection of this meeting, I never said this, check the Cabinet minutes, how can he get away with this?" Changes were made, but Eden considered that the revised version was, if anything, even worse, and his copy is peppered with "not true" and "many." And correspondence about action for defamation of character, it was decided to insist upon certain additional changes and let the book go ahead. Anthony Lambton, briefed by Avon, dealt with it vehemently in a memorably destructive review, but the impact of the book was more effectively reduced by the advent of the Six-Day War. In Nutting's case, there was certainly anger in the Avon household, but Avon's reaction was more of sadness and mystification that someone he had built up and trusted could have behaved like this, and Nutting must have realized that Avon had in his possession documents which, if revealed, would have done him great harm. He was also given clear and written warning from the Cabinet Office that his book will be liable to damage the international relationships of this country, involves a very serious breach of the principle of collective ministerial responsibility and of the conventions which are normally accepted as regulating the disclosure of the confidential exchanges between colleagues in a government. In addition to Avon, Macmillan, Norman Brooke, and Edward Heath, in his capacity as leader of the Conservative Party, had to be involved, as well as the permanent Under Secretary of the Foreign Office, Sir Paul Gore Booth, and a number of senior officials who had other things to do. For his part, Avon had to return to his official papers and telegrams and his own correspondence with and about Nutting. A considerable amount of work was involved, and much correspondence, but indignation with Nutting was much greater among current and former officials than it was among the politicians, and Avon's role was limited to comments on particular episodes. When he inquired what had happened to the Privy Councillor's oath, there was no satisfactory reply. Avon considered, as did many others, that Nutting had put himself beyond the pale by his conduct, and when his book coincided with the Six-Day War, there was much quiet satisfaction. But Avon was deeply wounded by what Nutting had done. In contrast, Avon had not been particularly annoyed when Randolph Churchill published his singularly offensive and inaccurate The Rise and Fall of Sir Anthony Eden in 1959, but his friends were, and he received a considerable number of anxious letters from them seeking to console him. He certainly did appreciate one of Attlee's most acerbic reviews, which tartly remarked that readers of this book will not learn much about Sir Anthony Eden, but they should get a full appreciation of Mr. Randolph Churchill. Most upset of all were Winston and Clementine Churchill, acutely embarrassed and angry by their son's vilification of their old friend and ally. Eden brushed this effusion off rather more lightly than he normally treated criticism, but when he met Attlee at a dinner given by Macmillan. For Eisenhower, he thanked him, to which Attlee replied that he always hated denigration, adding that Winston spoke to me about it too and said that he wished that I'd made it stronger. Churchill himself saw Eden about the book and told him he could do nothing about it. As Eden noted of Churchill's comments, He rarely saw Randolph nowadays. What was the use? When he did, they only had a flaming row. Clemmy nodded sad assent to this. There was another new event in his life. Not even the perennially optimistic Bracken had expected that Eden's memoirs would be the huge financial success they proved to be. The arrangement was that Eden and the Times would share equally any profits after the Times had received the £100,000 it had paid Eden, but there were many, including Bracken and Eden, who doubted whether the Times would even recover its investment. In fact, by 1970, Avon wonderingly recorded that income had already totaled £185,000, and royalties were still coming in at a healthy rate. The Times made a large and satisfying profit, and Avon, for the first time in his life, had no serious money worries. He was also deeply happy. A lovely day, he recorded in August 1966. C and I spent it happily in the garden, alone all day, which we much enjoy. Nobody is better company than C, whatever she is doing or not doing. A first walk over newly harvested stubble with C and a talk to the Wiltshire boy driving tractor and trailer, delightful contrast to press and politics. Or, on February 1st, 1973, Randolph and I agreed on one judgment for sure, that his cousin Clarissa was a winner to beat all winners. In February 1972, Salisbury, the truest and best of his political friends, died, and Avon represented the Queen at his funeral. It was an event that, especially, saddened him. In 1975, his doctors told him that his health could not permit him to keep his beloved Herefords. Obviously, Eden did not do all the work, but he was a devoted owner, proud of his successes, disappointed by failures, and very upset on market days. On one, having reluctantly seen his charges off to their fate, he wrote that animals are so much nicer than humans. The sale depressed him greatly. Although he knew that the doctors were right, what did please him was that they fetched an average of £298 a head, double the auctioneer's valuation. "It is a wrench, and I shall miss the animals terribly," he lamented. And his pride when Avon Priam was first at the Royal Highland Show and reserve supreme champion at the Royal itself was manifest and touching. One special cow was called My Friend, a particularly devoted animal who made an instant impact by her affection to Eden, who called out to Clarissa, "Come and meet my friend." When my friend had to go, the diary entry was very gloomy and sad. If Eden lacked ruthlessness as a politician, he certainly demonstrated the same admirable qualities as owner of a herd. In 1966, after the Conservative defeat and the triumphant re-election of Labour, he was very depressed about the outlook for my poor country. It is not, as I believe, the ordinary people who are still loyal and true and of good quality, the majority of them, but there is unsavory stuff in authority in many places, I fear. Also too much, too clever by half. Maybe we missed too much the dead of two wars. When the Conservatives won in 1970, he was very touched when the new Prime Minister, Edward Heath, called him to ask how things looked from outside after he had formed his government, and then arranged a dinner in his honor at number 10. Avon had not expected speeches, but after Heath had made a witty and moving brief speech in his honor, he made an impromptu reply to hope that Britain would discover a lake of oil in the North Sea, an expectation which, to his own very considerable surprise, was fulfilled, although not in time for Heath to have the advantage. Inevitably, and naturally, even after the memoirs were completed, there was much thought about the past, and the more he learned, the more severe were his judgments on certain individuals, particularly Dulles, Macmillan, and Mountbatten. Dulles, he noted one day, was as tortuous as a wounded snake with much less excuse, and as for Macmillan, he should have been a cardinal in the Middle Ages, under a strong pope, but there were Salisbury, Chandos, Alan Lennox Boyd, Bomber Harris, de Gaulle, Tony Lambton, and Atchison among them, who were welcomed particularly warmly, and for whom there was much praise. When Heath lost the Conservative leadership in February 1975 and was being excoriated, Avon wrote that the media can never forgive anyone who cares or acts for our own people. He gave few press interviews and protected his privacy, which was respected, but in September 1974, Bell Money interviewed him for the Radio Times at Alvediston. Eden explained that his morning was spent principally on letters, and the rest of the day in the garden and on the farm, Clarissa Avon principally in the garden and he on the farm. The garden was his wife's creation, which Eden admired immensely, and with good reason. But his pride was his Hereford herd of 60 head, one of whom was called Churchill, and some of whom were exported to countries with very diverse political activities, Russia, Portugal, and Kenya. He deplored, if gently, the ungentlemanly politics of today with regretful surprise, and regretted international anarchy. He was remarkably content with his home, his wife, his farm, and his books, remarking that the one thing about being old is you go back to the things you used to enjoy. And this was wholly genuine. There was no shortage of friends who wrote or visited, and the only shadows were caused by physical pains and the need to be careful. One day I invited myself to Alvediston to talk about Churchill. The manor house is not easy to find, and I arrived rather late and am immensely nervous. I was fascinated by Eden's pictures, Sir William's watercolors, and his books, and the way in which he spoke about them, each clearly being an old friend. I had brought a number of vital questions to ask him, but what enthralled me was the ease with which he ranged on other subjects, with the result that I began to forget Churchill and to become more interested in my host. At one point he said, "You must talk to the man who came here some weeks ago, a very nice man, in the Guards, I believe, with a mustache. I can never remember his name." I was blank. Lady Avon stared at her husband and said, "Do you mean Harold Macmillan?" "Oh, yes, that's the man's name," Eden replied, his eyes twinkling. Throughout his life, Eden had toiled as a writer, and if there is such an individual as a natural writer, which, short of genius, is highly questionable, he would not have claimed to have been one. As the last volume of his official memoirs have shown, to the surprise of some reviewers, he had the capacity to give flashes of style and insight before the reader was dragged down into another international conference. In his memoirs, he was immensely conscientious, tending to follow the Churchill format in which little is omitted. They were hard work to write and hard work to read. As he was ill for so much of the time they were being prepared and laboriously written, his achievement was remarkable, but Avon would not have claimed they were great literature. He was immensely modest about his writing and envied those with greater skills, ancient and modern. But in 1975, greatly encouraged by Clarissa Avon and friends who were intrigued by the early life about which he had written virtually nothing in his official memoirs, he began to draw together papers and memories of his childhood, Windlestone, and the war. He dipped not only into his own papers at Alvediston, but into old photograph albums. He got in touch with old friends. Consistent illness may have damaged his body, but not his mind or memory. If the memoirs had been a chore, written principally for money, this fragment of autobiography was sheer pleasure, although the research was, as ever, immensely thorough, and the files of letters and notes and drafts are dauntingly large. But the result was a book of 150 pages, published in the last year of his life, which he entitled Another World. He had enjoyed writing it, although it had not been easy as the deepening shadows of ill health gathered, and he was, after all, in his late 70s. But the venture exhilarated him and gave him immense pleasure. Genuine as a masterpiece of autobiography by literary critics who could have been expected to be deeply hostile to his politics and career. The style as well as the content were lauded, and to his real astonishment the praises flowed upon him from very improbable sources, even his friends and family, sometimes with tactless surprise, expressing delight. Another World, from which I have already quoted, is the work of an artist unconscious of his artistry, which gives it so much of its charm and vigor. It is vivid and moving without in any way being sentimental. It is honest and it is funny. It is a self-portrait with, to those who knew Anthony Eden only as a politician, wholly unexpected aspects. Another World was published when Eden was 79, yet it is the book of a young man. Only his wife and those closest to him knew how hard it had been to write, but it was its freshness and youthfulness that dazzled reviewers and multitudes of readers. The only comparable modern autobiography by a major politician was Churchill's My Early Life, but Churchill had been a stripling in his early 50s when that classic was written. Eden was a dying man when he wrote Another World. In a lifetime of achievement against the odds, perhaps this was the most wonderful of all. Eden had tasted success and failure throughout his long life. This particular success, so close at the end, had a special flavor, all the more so because it was so unexpected. What he called my little book soared into justified fame, which has proved enduring. In what was destined to be the last year of Avon's life, Robert and Joan Carr came to see him at Alvediston. Robert Carr was astonished to see how well he looked, and after lunch, when they were alone, told him he had not seen him so fit since 1951. Avon replied that, "This is the first time I have felt well for 30 years. For the last years of his life, Avon's health had been variable, but the combination of his own spirit, his wife's devotion and care, and the skill of his doctors had given him many more years of health and pleasure than could have been imagined in 1957. In these years, he had written 4 books, 3 of them of formidable length, and 1 a minor classic, and followed local, national, and international affairs with keen interest. His real friends had not deserted him, and his public popularity was as great as ever. For all the pangs of memories and physical annoyances, these had been the happiest years of his life, for which he was grateful beyond description. There are very few diary entries for 1976. In January, he was dealing somewhat angrily with Sir Martin Charteris over a Sunday Times article by Robert Lacey in a book that contained the Queen's alleged views on Suez, commenting that Mountbatten, who was the source of this canard, was gaga a congenital liar. On 10th of June, first peas and beans early, but drought is worrisome. On 5 September, very beautiful day, soft sunshine, gentle light and breeze, enjoyed it. And then, on 11 September, the last diary entry of all. Exquisite small vase of crimson glory buds and mignonette from beloved sea, he was so used to pain and illness that a new onset of both in the late summer of 1976 did not cause him or others much anxiety. He and Clarissa spent their last Christmas together in Bermuda, and then were the guests of the Harrimans at Hobe Sound, Florida, until it was obvious that there was something very seriously wrong. As always, Clarissa Avon sought the best advice, which was forthcoming from both sides of the Atlantic, everyone at first assuming that it was another recurrence of the old bile duct problem. Closer investigation, when he did not respond as quickly as usual to treatment, revealed that he had cancer of the liver, which was inoperable and incurable. The cold records of his last battle make sad reading, and are too personal to relate, not least because the pain itself was so acute, relieved only by heavy doses of morphia. When he realized he was dying, Avon wanted desperately to return to England. Alerted by Randolph Churchill's son, Winston, the Prime Minister James Callaghan immediately and willingly arranged for an RAF VC-10 with doctors and nurses to fly to fetch him and to bring him back to Alvediston, an action deeply appreciated by Avon, his family and friends. The end was mercifully peaceful and painless. With Clarissa and Nicholas at his bedside, Robert Anthony Eden, 1st Earl of Avon, died on January 14, 1977. On the 17th, his coffin took the familiar road under the tall trees, through the farm gate and across the field to Alvediston Church, in whose graveyard, in the peace of the Wiltshire Valley he so loved, he was buried. With speeches of rare eloquence, the leading members of the House of Commons moved and approved the adjournment of the House in honor of him. The art of writing obituaries is never an easy one, and in the case of Eden, some anti-Suez authors clearly found it especially difficult, but the tributes were characterized by a warmth and generosity which may have surprised a generation that knew of him only through his premiership and Suez, and those only by unkind legend. Even more moving were the letters that poured into Alvediston from heads of state, prime ministers, old friends, and so many unknown people. These files are very copious and their contents very moving. Each one was read, each one replied to, each one has been kept. Each is in Eden's archives in Birmingham University. The character and impact of Anthony Eden upon those who knew him and those who, from close or afar, had admired and followed him. For Anthony Eden belongs to that small group of British politicians who were regarded with deep and widespread affection as well as admiration, which have long survived his death, making his grave at Alvediston a place of pilgrimage for people from abroad as well as his fellow countrymen. It is unusual indeed to find anyone who speaks of him with rancor, and many who opposed him so vehemently over Suez almost invariably speak of it with regretful sadness, often mingled with incomprehension rather than with anger. What was the secret of this remarkable durability of popular regard and warmth? Those who disparage him ascribe it to good looks, blandness, and luck that eventually ran out, all surface and no substance. This will not do. There is far more to it. As this biography has demonstrated, Anthony Eden was an exceptionally complex and sensitive man of varying moods. Eden up was a delight. Eden down was less attractive, however short and explosive such occasions might have been. One of the best modern parliamentarians, it was in office that he was most content. His relationship with the Conservative Party was always uneasy so far as the House of Commons was concerned, but not in Warwick and Leamington. Clarissa Eden wrote in her diary in February 1953, "I'm not really a conservative," it says. "I have more sympathy with the opposition. I am an old-fashioned liberal." In reality, he was a conservative whose real education had been in the First World War, the precursor and champion of modern one-nation conservatism, and whose relationship with the Conservative Party had been as complex as that of Churchill, seeking to emphasize the best aspects and despising the worst. Those who ascribed his success to good luck did not appreciate the extent to which he had experienced the reverse. The deaths of his brothers, the disaster that befell Windlestone, the sadness of his first marriage, the death of Simon, and perhaps most important of all, the debilitating impact of poor health, may be especially cited. The responsibility for the ultimate failure over Suez, as I have demonstrated, should be apportioned more broadly, and he certainly had ill luck virtually throughout that melancholy episode. It was especially ironical that the greatest source of Anthony Eden's ill luck had been Winston Churchill, the object of his scorn, and worse, as a schoolboy, soldier, and young politician, his closest political friend and leader in the most terrible of all wars, and the man under whose shadow he had worked for so long. If Churchill had succumbed to any of his serious wartime ailments, Eden would have automatically succeeded him. As Britain's leader, if Churchill had retired in 1945, Eden would have become the uncontested leader of the Conservative Party and would have reached the political summit at the height of his powers. If he had not been so desperately ill himself, he would almost certainly have been Prime Minister in 1953. Instead, he did so under lowering circumstances that were, unhappily, stronger than he could survive. Although Churchill had many supreme qualities that Eden lacked, Eden had others that Churchill did not have, which made them such a uniquely powerful combination in war, but which made Eden the stronger and more attractive in peace. With Churchill, one always had the vivid emotion of being carried back nostalgically to more glorious days. With Anthony Eden, one looked to a better future. But when Churchill reluctantly departed in 1955, too much had happened to ensure a successful inheritance. It was not calculated, but it happened. If Churchill had acted differently, this biography would have had a very different ending. But Churchill acted as he did, and events occurred as they did. The British people understood this much better than most politicians. From the beginning, Eden had seemed different, as indeed he was. His kindness, his warmth, and erudition were genuine, as was his shyness. He was also palpably honest and brave, with that precious, unusual, but crucial quality of sincerity. Historians may question some of his judgments and actions, but it will be difficult indeed for them to discover turpitude, even in the 1956 Anglo-French-Israeli agreement. This action can be criticized, but it was done sincerely in the national interest. Again, I am sure that this was also widely recognized, and the swiftly aborted venture in 1966 to reopen the Suez issue is good evidence of this. Winston Churchill loved the phrase "an English worthy," his highest form of praise. It applies perfectly to Anthony Eden, for the secret of his success and regard was that he was a highly intelligent, good, honest, sincere, and decent man who was worthy of trust. Of all the honors he received, the greatest of all was the most rare of all, the confidence and love of the British people. One who worked closely with Eden at one stage of his career in the office has mused on why Eden was in politics at all, and that surely would have been other opportunities for his remarkable talents as a diplomat and negotiator. As I have related, Eden made a deliberate choice to emulate Curzon by approaching foreign affairs through politics rather than becoming a career Foreign Office diplomat. But it was also the case that he was fascinated by politics at an unusually early age, and was in reality foreign there throughout his life, a politician by inclination rather than calculated choice. For those who have never succumbed to the political virus this absorption, great game is understandable. Eden was an instinctive politician who worked hard at his profession, and yet who was never obsessed by personal ambition or expediency, a combination that politicians of stronger wills and of a more calculating nature found incomprehensible, others found it attractive. I sometimes felt, a close colleague has remarked, that I was dealing with two men. One was cultivated, highly intelligent, wise, dedicated to his country and calling, kind, generous, and immensely courageous, the best of hosts, great fun, and clearly a great man whom it was an honor to know and work for. But then one would meet someone totally different, bad-tempered, unfair, petulant, and even petty. One never knew which man one was going to meet. I know which one I preferred. A senior member of his private office, who is devoted to him, has said that as I went through the door first thing in the morning, I sniffed the air to deduce whether this was going to be a good or a bad day. Another has told me that it was an interesting test of character to see those who tolerated and ignored Eden's bad moods, knowing his great virtues, and those who could not and did not. I always believed that the virtues far outweighed the other side, but there were those who did not. This phrase "two men" recurs so often in the comments of those who knew and worked for Eden that it has made his portrait difficult to draw. We are all complex, but few major British politicians of modern times have been as complex as Eden. It is fruitless to speculate whether the circumstances of his childhood and young manhood were decisive, or his disappointment in his first marriage, or his ill health. No doubt, each made its contribution to the negative side of his personality. But what of the positive? That also stemmed from heredity, childhood, and early experiences, and was then tested by harsh experiences from which he emerged triumphantly. It is surely the positive that was the more important, and which a fair and objective portrait must emphasize and honor. In the best brief essay on Eden that has been written, Oliver Chandos wrote, "Anthony Eden is not an easy man to know. Added to a natural reserve, he sets high store upon good manners, and they sometimes concealed the depth of his convictions. His elegant appearance in case of manner, his disregard of men's clubs, his appreciation of painting, his liking of female society, and his hobby of gardening perhaps concealed from the superficial observer the inflexible nature of his principles on high matters of state. In all the many years in which I have served in the same cabinet, I can't never recall an occasion when he abandoned for expediency a principle in which he believed. Sometimes he fought his corner with impatience and even petulance, but rarely, if ever, gave any rein to anger. Physically, his slim figure gave some impression that his delicate. The impression at that time was false. Few of my colleagues showed less signs of fatigue. He appeared to carry the burdens of the Foreign Office as easily as he fell in at times with the diet and regime of his leader. He could smoke a long cigar after midnight without flinching, and his digestion was robust. The effect upon the House of Commons of his sober and unexaggerated mode and his sense of balance, which led him away from phrase-making, often as far as undistinguished language, was cumulative. Until the crisis of Suez, I can think of no occasion when he was not listened to with the deepest attention and respect. He had, in my opinion, a greater hold on the House, day by day, than even the Prime Minister himself. The words, day by day, are necessary because on the very greatest occasions, Mr. Churchill dominated the Assembly by his stature and by his eloquence. But on some others, his combative nature and love of argument aroused the House to anger, even to bitterness. Anthony never overstated a case. His reproofs were always concealed by apparent mildness and by impeccable parliamentary manners. "I hope I didn't put so-and-so down too hard," he said to me one day. "My dear," I replied, "I thought that your combination was more like a caress." He smiled and saw no harm in that. John MacGovern, the Clydesider and a friend of mine, once said to me in the smoking room, Antony is our idea of a gentleman. We respect him, but we shan't ever match him. The myth that Eden was a potentially great civil servant or ambassador who had wandered into politics by mistake is as inaccurate as the charge that he lacked the political gifts. As Chandos noted, politics are his dominant interest. He had deliberately formed his own style of speaking and writing to sacrifice drama and arresting phrases for reasoned argument in language everyone could understand. His approach to the Labour Party in the House of Commons had matured in the 1920s from crude beginnings, deeply influenced by Baldwin's style and approach. He was good on the public platform, outstanding in the House of Commons, where he has been described by Harold Macmillan as the most brilliant man to wind up a debate he had heard throughout his long period as a member of Parliament. He was never interested in the small talk of politics in the House of Commons and had few strong political friends, seeking his companionship outside Parliament. But in the chamber he was consistently the master of the Commons, even if there were times when it seemed that he, like Baldwin, was more highly regarded on the Labour than on the Conservative benches. As I have emphasized, this was not surprising. The weakness of his political position lay in the fact that his experience was so limited to foreign affairs. In retrospect, we can see very clearly that he was wrong to ignore the advice of his friends and colleagues to insist upon a period in a Home Department to grapple with domestic problems for a change. For, when he became Prime Minister at last, he had held only one of the great offices of state, and there is no substitute for direct personal experience. Although he knew what he wanted to happen in Britain and immersed himself in domestic problems, the reality was that he had never had to put through Parliament any substantive domestic legislation, indeed any legislation at all, which is a task that concentrates the politician's mind very notably. In one area, accordingly, his knowledge and skill was deeper than that of any of his contemporaries. In all others, they were disturbingly shallow. This had been a deliberate decision, but we can now see that it had been the wrong one. Yet, through all vicissitudes, the genuine charm, kindness, and warmth had survived. One of the most cultivated of all British prime ministers, he lacked hardness and ruthlessness, which is very different from the false charge of indecisiveness. His career ended in defeat, which is very different from failure. It had been a great career and a remarkable life, and there had been much sunshine in the later years. It can be described most faithfully in the words used by Churchill of George Curzon: these heavy reverses were supported after the initial shocks with goodwill and dignity, but undoubtedly they invested the long and strenuous career with ultimate disappointment. The morning had been golden, the noontide was bronze, and the evening lead, but all were solid, and each was polished till it shone after its fashion. Windlestone, after so many vicissitudes, has now become a residential school and is the property of, and well administered by, Durham County Council. The structure is sound, although the stone is in need of attention, and in places is crumbling badly. Inside, with the exception of the library, which, although shelfless and bookless, still has the gallery and secret staircase that the young Anthony Eden so loved, there are few reminders of what it was once like, and it requires imagination to visualize its former character. Partitions and changes inside, new buildings outside, and a modern wing have changed it greatly, although not totally. Outside, Sir William Eden's gardens have gone, as have his statues, fountain, hedges, and even his lake. Trees have been allowed to grow so close to the house that it has lost much of its former majestic position. The stable clock remains, but the stables are now classrooms, and the iron gates have gone. So has the chapel. It is now a mound discovered with difficulty through a thick wood badly in need of thinning. One can appreciate how depressed Eden was in his old age to see his birthplace and home thus changed. Nonetheless, it still stands in an age that has seen so much destruction of so many fine country houses. The park and surrounding country still have the mark of Sir William Eden's planting and pruning, and it hardly seems possible that so much serene beauty lies so close to industrialization and urban sprawl. Windles has not lost its magical quality, and there is still the laughter of children down the corridors and across the lawns. So, not all has been lost. In 1984, John Eden, son of Tim and nephew of Anthony, and now himself a peer of the realm in his own right, realized that the condition of the chapel had deteriorated so terribly that it was essential in all decency and reverence to remove the bodies of his family to consecrated ground elsewhere. They were accordingly reburied in Bishop Auckland, where the Edens had originated, and thus the long tenure of Windlestone Hall by the Eden family finally ended. Windlestone survives, a mute golden memorial to a saga that contained much happiness, much sadness and tragedy, and a family still remembered and honored by the kind and good people of County Durham. Few people appreciated, knowledge of Shakespeare not being what it was, the significance of Eden's choice of the title Full Circle for the last volume of his official memoirs. The words he had in mind are these from Act 5 of King Lear. Thou hast spoken right, 'tis true. The wheel is come full circle, I am here. Select bibliography. The late A. G. MacDonald, whose fame rests somewhat unfairly upon only one of his many books and literary achievements. England, There England remarked that he was profoundly suspicious of all bibliographies, as nothing is easier than to hire someone to visit the British Museum and make a most impressive list of authorities, which will persuade the non-suspecting that the author is a monument of erudition and laboriousness. Eden's career was so long that he frequently appears in a very considerable number of memoirs, biographies, specialist studies, and general histories, so that a reasonably full list of these would be of formidable length and of doubtful informative value. In Eden's lifetime, 4 biographies of him were published, by Dennis Bardens and Lewis Broad in 1955, by William Rees-Mogg in 1956, and by Sidney Astor in 1976, the last being the only one that covers his full life and career. Although relatively brief, it is characterized by considerable skill and fairness. Elizabeth Barker's Churchill and Eden at War is of good quality. Randolph Churchill's diatribe, The Rise and Fall of Sir Anthony Eden, is best forgotten. The most substantial book is by Dr. David Carleton, published in 1981, but which can hardly be described as sympathetic. Sir Anthony Nutting's essay in Herbert Van Thal's The Prime Ministers, Volume 2, repeats the portrait of Eden given in his account of the Suez Crisis, No End of a Lesson, with which I also find myself in strong disagreement. Eden's own books are Places in the Sun, his 3 long and detailed volumes of memoirs, published in 1960, 1962, and 1965, and by far his best book, Another World, 1897 to 1917. Selected speeches were published in Foreign Affairs, Freedom and Order, and Days for Decision. The portrait of Sir William Eden by Eden's brother Tim, The Tribulations of a Baronet, deserves to be reprinted in its own right, as does Another World. To a somewhat surprising extent, several of Eden's closest official advisors and associates kept diaries or wrote their memoirs, notably Sir Alexander Cadogan, Oliver Harvey, Chips, Channon, and Harold Nicholson. Sir Evelyn Shuckburgh also kept a diary, to which I have not sought access, but from which Dr. Carleton makes quotations. In 1968, Piers Dixon published the biography of his father, Sir Pearson Dixon, who worked closely with Eden for so long. Lord Gladwin, Vansittart Ismay, Lord Gore Booth, Lord Trevelyan, Sir Ivor Kirkpatrick, and Sir Charles Mott Radcliffe have published their memoirs. Sir Nicholas Henderson's The Private Office has a brief but delightful portrait of Eden. Of the memoirs of Eden's principal political contemporaries, special note must be taken of those of Sir Winston Churchill, de Gaulle, Ivan Maysky, John G. Wynant, Averell Harriman, Robert Murphy, and Lord Woolton. Those of Lord Stockton, Duff Cooper, and Lord Butler are of such outstanding quality that they merit attention in their own right, as does a J.P. Taylor's biography of Beaverbrook, one of the enduring joys of modern biography. Biographies of other important figures in Eden's career must include Martin Gilbert's epic biography of Winston Churchill, especially Finest Hour, Lord Bullock's Ernest Bevan, Kenneth Harris Attlee, the late Lord Birkenhead on Halifax, and Walter Monckton, Philip Ziegler's biography of Mountbatten, and Stephen Ambrose's of Eisenhower. Ian MacLeod on Neville Chamberlain was a severe disappointment, and David Dilke's monumental study only takes the story to 1929. Keith Middlemass and John Barnes on Baldwin has the defect of excessive length, although many qualities. Of the several studies of John Foster Dulles, Townsend Hoop's The Devil and John Foster Dulles is the most convincing. The bibliography on Suez seems likely to rival that on Gallipoli. An excellent selection is contained in Roy Fullick's and Geoffrey Powell's Suez, The Double War, which also contains references to specialist articles on the military aspects. General André Beaufret's The Suez Expedition is particularly useful on the French military side, as is Christian Pinot's account on the French political. For the Israeli versions, the most important are Moshe Dayan's diary of the Sinai campaign and his memoirs, and Michael Bar Zohar's biography of Ben-Gurion. Anthony Moncrief's BBC broadcasts published under the title Sur 10 years later. Handling, as do the Suez chapters in the late Philip Williams' biography of Hugh Gaitskell. It can be safely assumed that as time elapses and more material becomes available, the Suez literature will be considerably augmented. The literature on the interwar political and diplomatic history is also considerable. F.S. Northedge's The Troubled Giant, Britain Among the Great Powers, 1916 to 1939, is a characteristically well-informed and thoughtful analysis, as is his posthumously published study of the League of Nations, which complements rather than replaces F.P. Walter's history. A J.P. Taylor's English History, 1914 to 1939, is superb literature but controversial, as is his Origins of the Second World War. Keith Middlemass's Diplomacy of Illusion is a work of considerable distinction, and of all the studies of Hitler, that of Alan Bullock still holds the field, as does C.L. Mowatt's Britain Between the Wars. F. Lipson's Europe in the 19th and 20th centuries is a superb example of the fact that weighty scholarship should not necessarily involve weighty books. Wartime politics have been covered copiously in memoirs and biographies of the principal participants on the British, American, and French side, and Gabriel Kolko's The Politics of War, 1943 to 45, is profoundly well-informed and stimulating, as is James MacGregor Burns Roosevelt, The Soldier of Freedom, 1940 to 1945. Two admirable brief books, which also cover the post-war period, are Henry Pelling's Modern Britain, 1885 to 1955, and T.L. Jarman's Democracy and World Conflict, 18,681,962. D.C. Watt, Frank Spencer, and Neville Brown's A History of the World in the 20th Century is not brief, but is formidably comprehensive and takes the sad story up to 1963.